The day before the apocalypse, I stood in front of the window, watching the sky gradually turn blood red, without a trace of panic in my heart. Strange beasts from outer space have begun to land, and waves of zombies are coming in. Everything seems to be as expected. I remember the despair of my previous life, and how I died in an endless massacre at the end of the world. But all this is no longer the end of fate. I have been reborn and returned to half a day before the end of the world. Let's start all over again. I sneered, with flames burning in my eyes. In my previous life, I was just an F-level talent and died in despair. And now, with the opportunity of rebirth, I will upgrade my F-level talent to an S-level Flame Master, controlling all the power of fire. However, just as I was about to launch my own counterattack, a voice suddenly sounded in my ear. "You are also reborn?" I turned around and saw a familiar figure. The man was holding a fiery red sword in his hand and had a provocative look in his eyes. "You want fire?" The man smiled, as if he had foreseen everything. My heart sank suddenly. This was not a simple doomsday, but a hunt among all the reborn beings. Never let the gods know that you are reborn. That warning still lingers in my mind. What is God? I talked to myself. Various scenes of the end of the world flashed through my mind, but there was no clue related to God. Is this an illusion? I couldn't help asking myself. Then I shook my head and said, "Forget it. Let's just stick to the plan for now." I picked up my phone and sent a message to my sister Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, do you believe me?" She quickly replied, "Brother, I believe you. No matter what you say, I believe you. We have depended on each other since we were young. In the orphanage, we had no relatives and each other was our only support." I took a deep breath and continued to send a few messages. "I ordered some things for you. The supermarket staff will deliver them to your school tomorrow morning. Go and get them while everyone is in class. Hide them and don't let anyone know. Remember, there will be an unusual meteor shower tonight, and red rain will fall at 12 noon tomorrow. You must go in the rain and stay as long as possible." After saying this, I sent a message to my best childhood friend Wang Ergu. In his previous life, he risked his life to save me, and when he died, he was still holding Xia Haoran's feet to give me a chance to escape. In this life, I will not let anyone who betrays me live. I swore to myself. Meteor showers bring not only rare items, but also the chance to obtain evolutionary resources. The red rain is the key to awakening your talent. Only by absorbing more can you awaken successfully. The meteor in Xiyun Mountain is especially important. That meteor contains the fire dragon blood that I must obtain. This time, I won't miss it. Determination flashed in my eyes. In my previous life, my talent was flame, the worst F-level talent, and I could only cast small fireballs. But I have already discovered that my talent is not just fire, but devouring. I can devour fire energy and continue to evolve. In this life, I want to break through. I have a 9th level talent. I can definitely do it. Time waits for no one at Xiyun Mountain, so I found a small path to climb and finally reached the top of the mountain after a few hours. It's almost 12 o'clock. I stood on the top of the mountain and looked down at Kundu City, my heart beating faster and faster. At this moment, the sky suddenly lit up, and meteors fell like raindrops, illuminating the entire night sky. Here it comes. I looked at the waves of falling starlight excitedly, and my target was clearly locked in the direction of Xiyun Mountain. Not long after, a huge meteor passed overhead and I hurried towards the spot where it had crashed. Half an hour later, I finally saw a flash of light in front of me. I rushed towards the light and grabbed a small porcelain bottle. It's so hot. The burning feeling on my hand made me frown, but I wrapped it up without hesitation and put it in my backpack. Next, every ball of light in Xiyun Mountain became my target. Time was running out, and I had to collect as many treasures as possible before the light disappeared. At the same time, in the hospital, Duan Yang was wrapped like a dumpling and was in great pain. The symptoms seemed like poisoning. The doctor examined him hurriedly. At this moment in Xiyun Mountain, I was taking stock of my gains. In the previous life, it was almost impossible to obtain these resources all at once. Whoever possessed these things in the early days of the end of the world would be strong enough. I know the value of attribute fruits. Green fruits can increase an attribute by 1 point, yellow fruits can increase an attribute by 5 points, and red fruits, I have never even seen them in my previous life. Adding these together allows me to directly stack up more than 200 points of initial attributes, which is a qualitative leap compared to the ordinary people who only have about 20 points as a starting point. I carefully put away these treasures, tightened my backpack, and leaned against a big rock to close my eyes and rest. Eating fruits now will waste energy, and you can only maximize their utilization after the evolution ray. I have to conserve my energy and wait for the evolution rain at 12 o'clock. The night sky not far away has returned to calm, and the lights of Kundu City are still bright. However, only I know that this peace will soon be swallowed up by the fear and despair of the end of the world. A voice message came from Wang Kang's phone. Brother Lin, you are amazing. You actually guessed everything correctly. His tone was filled with shock and excitement. Stop talking nonsense. How many light balls did you pick up? I asked directly. There were only 9 of them. I ran around the neighborhood and even ran into others having sex outdoors. Haha. Waste. I couldn't help but curse. What did you find? 2 cards, 1 red fruit, 1 yellow fruit, and a few green fruits and metal lumps. He said proudly. That's right. Remember to get wet in the rain at 12 o'clock tomorrow, and then eat all the fruits. I gave the order and ended the call. Then, I called Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, how was your harvest? Brother, I found 7 balls of light, 6 green fruits, and 1 golden one. Her voice was filled with unconcealable joy. Golden fruit? I was stunned and my heart was shocked. I have never heard of this kind of thing in my previous life. How could she pick it up so easily? The value of the golden fruit is probably far greater than everything I have looted. You are so lucky. I sighed and told her to remember my words and go to bed early. After hanging up the phone, I leaned against the rock and closed my eyes, thinking about the next plan in my mind. At dawn, I opened my eyes and found that the things in my backpack were still there. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I ate some bread and drank some water, then quietly waited for noon to arrive. At this time in the hospital, there was chaos in front of Duan Yang's bed. Doctor, do you think I'm uneducated? How can there be urine in the blood? His father, Mr. Duan, was furious, and all the fat on his body was shaking. The black-clad bodyguards behind him were so imposing that the entire ward was filled with a sense of oppression. The doctor explained tremblingly, Mr. Duan, someone changed the infusion fluid, which caused your son to get infected. Have you found that guy? Mr. Duan's voice was icy cold. We found out that he went to Xi'an Mountain. The subordinate reported. Call the police? The subordinate asked tentatively. Call the police? Mr. Duan sneered. It's too easy for him. Take a few people and bring that kid back to me. A moment later, several bodyguards in black quickly left the ward and headed straight for Xi'an Mountain. I was bored and flipping through my phone when I clicked on a post. It talked about last night's meteor shower and the lucky people who picked up the light balls. The number of replies under the post has exceeded 1,000, and it seems that many people have experienced it personally. The meteor shower last night was so shocking that I couldn't breathe. Watching it through the window, it was like a great disaster in history. Damn it, I worked overtime until the early morning and went home, and suddenly a meteor hit my head, and then I fainted, and I felt like I almost died. Did you guys find out? There's something in the meteor shower. I picked up a green fruit. It tastes good. The guy above is awesome. He actually dared to eat it. He is really brave. I took it too, and my fatigue was gone. It works better than Red Bull. I couldn't help but laugh. Everyone's attitude seemed quite casual, and they didn't realize the true significance of the matter at all. Many people ate those fruits, but the effect was just to stimulate a little bit of strength. Some people just threw them away without taking it seriously. I picked up a red fruit, but I didn't dare to eat it. I gave it to my husky. Now it has been in a coma, and I think it will die. I was sweating coldly and felt a pang of pain in my heart. The red fruit was actually fed to the dog? I quickly left a message. Hurry up and kill it and stew it for your husky. It's very nourishing. After leaving the comment, I closed the webpage and looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Just then, the phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After I answered it, I immediately heard a roar from the other end. Lin Yu, where are you? I haven't seen you for 2 days. Are you going to work? Going to work? I smiled contemptuously, idiot, and hung up the phone. The manager was furious, but I was in no mood to care about him. This little episode is not worth wasting my time at all. After hanging up the phone, I suddenly felt an invisible sense of oppression in my heart. It seemed like something big was about to happen. As time passed, the sky became darker and darker, and a tense atmosphere filled the air, as if the sky would collapse at any time. Finally, at exactly 12 o'clock, thunder roared and the entire sky was torn apart by blood-red lightning. Boom! Another loud thunder exploded, scaring me so much that I couldn't help but take a step back. Then, tiny raindrops began to fall. This rain brought a stinging sensation, like 1,000 needles piercing my face. I reached out and wiped it, and there were actually blood-red drops on my hand. Looking up, the whole sky was covered with red lightning and blood rain, as if the end of the world was about to come. Is this the wail of a saint or a roar of unwillingness? I murmured in a low voice. The thunder continued to roar. I took a deep breath and took off my shirt without hesitation. I was naked and welcomed the baptism of this rain of evolution. The rain seeped into my skin, and the pain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. A burning force awakened in my body, violently tearing every nerve of mine. My heartbeat roared in my ears, and powerful forces began to awaken deep in my internal organs, almost making me unable to bear it. After more than 10 minutes, the severe pain in my body finally stopped, and a flame rose up in my body. Awakening talent. Flame. At this moment, I clearly heard the roar in my mind. As expected, just like in my previous life, my talent was awakened. Immediately, the attribute panel appeared in my mind. Magic. 500, Strength. 6, Constitution. 6, Speed. 5, Spirit. 55, Talent. Flame. I looked at this panel and couldn't help but swear. The other attributes were normal, but the mental attribute was ridiculously high, 55, which was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. I know that this has something to do with the tempering and rebirth of my previous life. After all, during the 6 years of suffering in the last days, my mental power has become extremely strong. But what is going on with this panel? Just like the property panel in the game, it is illusory and not real. Although I have some doubts in my heart, this is not what I care about most right now. Let's improve our strength first. As for these details, there is no need to delve into them for the time being. I took out 54 fruits from my backpack and swallowed 3 red fruits first. In an instant, the power of the red fruit poured into the body, bringing an extremely huge increase in attributes. I took a deep breath and swallowed 16 more yellow fruits. The growth brought about by these intermediate fruits was equally significant. As I swallowed the last fruit, I seemed to have accumulated endless power in my body. Then, without hesitation, I devoured the remaining green primary fruit, completely filling up my attribute bar. The attribute panel appeared in my mind again. Magic. 6,500, Strength. 79, Constitution. 47, Speed. 35, Spirit. 115, Talent. Flame. This attribute is almost 10 times that of an ordinary person. It feels so good. I was so excited that I couldn't help laughing. However, I know that attributes are not everything. What is really scary are those top talents. For example, talents in the rule system, soul system, destiny system, and weird system are what really make people despair. Thinking of this, I took out a small porcelain bottle from my backpack, which contained 3 drops of fire dragon blood. I swallowed 1 drop without hesitation. The fire dragon's blood essence exploded with unparalleled power in my body, and the burning sensation almost tore my body apart. I violently activated my talent, Flame, and the flames spread throughout my body, devouring everything. I clenched my teeth and endured the intense pain. Finally, after a period of time, the fire in the body suddenly subsided, and an unprecedented power emerged. My skin has become smoother and smoother, as if it has been renewed from the inside out. I looked at the attribute panel in my mind, and my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The system displays Magic. 6,500, Strength. 79, Constitution. 47, Speed. 35, Spirit. 115, Talent. Level 1 Flame Master. Evolving, Flame Unlocked Form. Flame, Dragon Flame, Unlocking. As an A-rank Flame Master in the form of Dragon Flame, I should be able to compete with the strongest evolvers in my previous life. A fighting spirit suddenly surged in my heart. In my previous life, when my talent awakened to the level of a Flame Master, I barely squeezed into the ranks of top evolvers. I wanted to catch up with the strongest sequencer, but the gap was too big. But now, I have awakened the Dragon Flame, which is much stronger than my previous state. The zombie rain is coming. I looked up at the sky, and the evolution rain had become sparse. The next zombie airdrop will plunge the world into chaos. The prelude to evolution slowly begins. Let's find something to eat first. Awakening has consumed a lot of energy. I put on my clothes and started running towards the foot of the mountain. The most important thing is to reunite with my sister as soon as possible. But the zombies are about to arrive, so it is not advisable to act rashly at this time. What talent will my sister awaken? I wondered in my heart. I called her while running. Brother? On the other end of the phone, Sister Lin Xiaoyo's voice was a little uneasy. Do you know something? She suddenly asked in a nervous tone. My heart tightened. Silly girl, don't worry. I'm here for you. However, zombies will fall all over the world in about 20 minutes. Zombies? Her voice changed noticeably and was trembling. I replied, yes, they are the zombies in the movie Resident Evil, but even scarier than in the movie. There was silence on the other end of the line, and I knew she was terrified. After I patiently comforted her with a few words, I finally heard her calm down a little. Stay in the dormitory alone and don't go outside. No matter what you see or hear, don't open the door. The supplies are enough to last you a month, and your brother will come to find you as soon as possible. I warned him with a heavy heart. Her dormitory was in good condition, and she had enough food. By the way, silly girl, what talent did you awaken? Talent? What is that? Her voice was full of confusion. I was stunned, feeling uneasy. Could it be that she didn't have the talent to awaken? Did something happen to you after you were caught in the rain? I asked cautiously. Brother, that red rain was so painful on my body. I only lasted more than 20 minutes before returning to the dormitory. Later, an attribute panel appeared in my head. She began to talk about the changes in her body like pouring beans. I checked her attribute panel while running, and my heart sank. Magic, 1000, Strength, 203, Constitution, 5, Speed, 5, Spirit, 5, Golden Strength Divine Mark, Permanent Strength Attribute. This panel is a little different from mine. She has less talent, but has an additional golden power mark. The golden fruit is indeed the fruit that increases strength. But this is too outrageous. Her strength has skyrocketed, and after adding a permanent 10-point bonus, her strength has reached 223 points. This is simply a violent existence. In the early stages, she was a humanoid female Tyrannosaurus. I smacked my lips in my mind. She is more than 3 times as strong as me, and although I have awakened a talent that allows me to use fire to increase my damage, her raw power is also ridiculously strong. However, I felt uneasy. If I didn't awaken my talent, I would be at a disadvantage when facing other talented people. Talent brings not only attribute enhancement, but also the power of skills, and this is the key. Brother, why don't you speak? Do you think I'm weak? She suddenly asked in a low voice with a hint of loss. I immediately comforted her. Silly girl, do you know what your 223 points of strength represent? The strength of a normal adult man is about 5 points, and one punch can produce a force of 100 kilograms. Calculate for yourself how strong you can punch now. After hearing what I said, the other end of the phone immediately fell silent. After a moment, my sister's surprised voice came, Brother, are you saying my punch has a force of more than 4 tons? If you don't believe me, just try it. I smiled and felt that my calculation was too simple. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood something and murmured to herself, this power is too terrifying. However, I still felt a little uneasy. The attribute bonus of the golden fruit is really exaggerated. It does give strength, but if your physical fitness can't keep up, you probably won't be able to fully exert this power. Although I have never seen the golden fruit, I can only let her try it herself. Just as I was thinking about this, I heard my sister's doubtful voice on the phone. Brother, I don't have an awakened talent. Will this make me weak? I suddenly stopped and was shocked. Something is wrong with her attribute panel. I checked the attribute panel sent by Lin Xiaoyu again, and suddenly noticed something wrong. The system displays Magic, 1000, Strength, 203, Physique, 5, Speed, 5, Spirit, 5, Golden Strength Mark, Permanent Strength Attribute. These are her attributes after eating 7 fruits. Her status when the panel is just opened is Magic, 500, Strength, 3, Constitution, 3, Speed, 4, Spirit, 3. These data seemed normal. Her magic power and physique were far below the standard of adult males, but her magic power quickly increased to 1000 after she ate the yellow intermediate magic fruit. This made me realize that there must be some kind of innate ability in Lin Xiaoyu, but it has not yet been fully awakened. If there is no talent in the body, the magic power item will not be displayed in the attribute panel. I whispered to myself, only those with gifted supernatural powers can store and absorb magic power. Otherwise, even if they eat the magic fruit, the effect will dissipate immediately. The increase in Xiaoyu's magic power means that her talent is very strong. Although the Rain of Evolution has accelerated her awakening, the talent in her body has not yet been fully released. Her talent is probably terrifying. I guessed secretly in my heart. Brother, it's true. I feel like I've become a strong man. Xiaoyu's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. She just tried to lift the bunk bed in the dormitory, and she did it easily with one hand, without any effort. She could even lift it easily with one finger and didn't feel any weight at all, and the same went for the desk and wardrobe under the bed. Do you feel any discomfort or abnormality in your body? My heart tightened. Logically speaking, Xiaoyu, whose physical fitness is only 5 points, should not be able to withstand such a powerful force easily. It was a little painful at first, and then an inexplicable power flowed through my body. Light golden divine patterns appeared on my fingers, and the pain disappeared instantly. Golden divine pattern? That should be the manifestation of her awakening talent. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Silly girl, you have great power now, but don't try to be too brave. I reminded her that although her power is strong enough now, the threat of zombies still exists. I said, stay in the dormitory, don't move, and wait for me to come find you. I understand, brother. Her voice was a little low. Although the strength made her feel a little more confident, the fear in her heart could not be eliminated. After all, she is an 18-year-old girl. Who wouldn't be afraid of zombies? After hanging up the phone, I looked up at the sky. Countless cracks were rapidly expanding in the air, and black spots flew out of them, falling to the ground at a high speed. Before he reached the foot of the mountain, several dark shadows appeared not far away. The zombies twisted their stiff bodies and stood up. They were wearing tattered clothes and had hideous faces. Some parts of their bodies were rotten and bloody. One of the zombies had its back to me and suddenly turned around, completing a 180-degree rotation with its neck. Its hollow eyes stared at me, and it let out a shrill roar. Roar! With a roar, 5 zombies pounced towards me at an extremely fast speed. It didn't look like the slow motion in the movies at all. My eyes focused, and I grabbed a thick tree next to me with my right hand. With a slight force, I pulled it up by the roots. The zombies were getting closer and closer to me, now within 3 meters. Disgusting thing. I cursed in a low voice, then raised the tree and smashed it hard on the head of one of the zombies. Bang! The head exploded, and blood and brains splattered everywhere. Sure enough, the zombies that just appeared have not yet condensed their crystal cores. I threw the trees away and continued to run down the mountain. Along the way, I encountered some scattered zombies and dealt with them one by one effortlessly. Zombies naturally crave flesh and blood, which makes them stronger. Over time, most of the zombies that emerge from the rifts will be concentrated in densely populated urban areas. There are few people near Xian Mountain, so it is unlikely that you will be surrounded by a large number of zombies. In front of a small ancient town, the streets were already in chaos, with several zombies wreaking havoc among the crowd. In front, a woman was running desperately, and behind her was a zombie covered in blood. She was about 20 years old, wearing tight pants and had a fair complexion. Her running posture made people stare wide-eyed. The woman almost surpassed the speed of the zombies while running. This is the power of the desire to survive, which can stimulate people's potential in life and death moments. However, she can't last long. As her strength wears off, she is eventually caught up by the zombies. "Save me! Save me!" she shouted at me, and when she saw me stop on the street, it seemed like she had grabbed the last straw. She ran towards me desperately with a crazy look on her face. As she approached me, it occurred to me that she wasn't going to let me rescue her. On the contrary, she planned to use me to block the zombies for her so that she could escape. As the woman ran past me, she pushed towards me with both hands without hesitation. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be knocked off his feet by this sudden thrust and fall to the ground, and falling to the ground would mean death. But her hands seemed to be pushing against a huge rock and couldn't shake me at all. I held her right hand tightly, and with a slight force, I threw her directly towards the oncoming zombies. Bang! The woman flew out like a basketball and hit the zombie directly. The two tangled together and fell to the ground. The woman groaned in pain. Before she could react, the zombie pounced on her and bit her neck with its ferocious mouth. Blood spurted out, her screams filled the air, her legs thrashed wildly, and she gradually lost her strength in despair. She looked towards me, looking at me with regret in her eyes. I watched all this quietly, without any disturbance in my heart. If she hadn't had that intention and wanted to harm me, perhaps she should have been saved. 6 years of apocalypse experience has not made me ruthless, but has made me understand more things. There is no absolute good or evil, nor absolute black or white in this world. People who are selfish will eventually pay the price for their actions. In the previous life, I had heard a rumor that the first person in the strongest sequence, a strong man codenamed Dawn, possessed a talent called absolute purification. Anyone who is within his power, whether good or evil, cannot escape judgment. If there is darkness in one's heart, it will be completely purified and turned into dust. Although I am not clear about the specific details of absolute purification, I understand one thing, in the end times. If a person abandons all humanity in order to survive, then he is no different from a zombie. The zombies are greedy and rampant, but their evil had already been revealed long before this disaster. I may be cold, but not heartless. I can stand aside and watch, or I can be the light in the eyes of others. But as long as someone is doing something bad to me, I will not hesitate. Not far away, the woman's struggle stopped and her screams died down. The zombies turned toward me like vicious dogs. Disgusting thing. I cursed in a low voice and waved my right hand. A ball of fire spurted out from my palm and quickly devoured the zombies and the woman's body. Flames gushed out, and in just a few seconds, the zombies and the woman's body turned into ashes. With my current magic power of 6,500 points, this small fire skill is enough to be used hundreds of times. Most of the shops on both sides of the street had their doors open and were empty. Apparently, the residents fled in panic when the zombies attacked, leaving behind all this chaos. Some shops had their doors tightly closed, and the owners were probably shivering inside, but without food, they would die sooner or later. I rushed into a medium-sized supermarket, grabbed 2 large backpacks, and began to search for food and supplies. Not long after, I walked out of the supermarket carrying 2 large bags. Suddenly, a muscular zombie pounced on me, roaring, and blood kept flowing out of his body. I frowned, dodged to the side, swung the steel pipe in my backhand, and hit the zombie's head accurately, directly cutting him in half. Should we go to Tianhai City to find our sister now, or wait here and implement that plan? After dealing with the zombies, I was in a dilemma. I want to go look for my sister, but that might delay my plans. The first few days of the apocalypse are crucial. If I miss this opportunity, my rebirth will be in vain. Soon, I made a decision. My sister is in the dormitory now. She has both food and water. Her strength attribute is already off the charts. Her fighting power is terrifying. There is no big problem with her safety. In that case, let's stay here and implement the plan. I whispered and then walked towards the hotel. I remember there was a big hotel in this ancient town, which was always full of guests, mainly tourists from other places. It's just right. I can rest inside and wait until the next day when the zombies start to evolve crystal nuclei. Then I will take action. The streets near the hotel were in chaos. Cars were scattered all over the roadside. Thick smoke was everywhere, and screams and cries were heard everywhere. I followed my memory, quickly crossed the street, and arrived at the hotel entrance. I happened to see a middle-aged young woman, holding a little girl in her arms, kneeling in front of the glass door. She kept banging on the door, her eyes full of tears and despair. "My niece is unconscious. Please open the door and let us in." She kept begging, but the 2 yellow-haired men inside still looked at her indifferently, cigarettes dangling from their lips, and said arrogantly, "Stink, get away. If you cry again and attract zombies, I will kill you." I frowned, walked up to the door and knocked, the steel pipe in my hand gently touching the handle. "Open the door," I whispered. "Boy, didn't you hear me? Get away from me." A yellow-haired man pointed at me and said arrogantly. Suddenly, his expression changed and he pointed outside the door, his eyes full of fear. "Zombies! Zombies!" As soon as he said this, the 2 people inside the door turned their heads to look at the same time. I tightened the steel pipe in my hand. My eyes were cold, and I was ready to attack. The zombie's hands were covered in blood and were only a few centimeters away from the young woman. It waved its hands, trying desperately to grab her, and a low roar came out of its mouth. The young woman felt the breath of the zombies and was so scared that she hardly dared to move. She slowly opened her eyes tremblingly. Seeing that hideous and bloody face, she was so frightened that she almost screamed. She quickly covered her mouth, knowing that if she made any more noise, it would only attract more zombies. I looked at her. This woman was quite smart. Although she was scared, she reacted calmly. At least she didn't do anything stupid. Bang! The steel pipe in his hand was swung out, and the terrifying force knocked the zombie flying heavily. Its head was completely shattered by the impact, and it fell to the ground lifeless. But the noise still attracted a few wandering zombies, and 3 or 4 of them quickly rushed towards us. Bang! 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 3 sticks swept out quickly, and the zombies in front of me were like paper dolls, and they all fell down in an instant. The young woman widened her eyes in surprise, obviously not expecting me to deal with these zombies so easily. The 2 thugs inside the hotel's glass door were also stunned. They didn't expect that this man could kill those zombies in just a few seconds. I shook off the blood on the steel pipe and said coldly, "Open the door." 3 seconds. If you don't open it in 3 seconds, I will smash the door and throw you out to feed the zombies." The yellow-haired man was obviously frightened and trembled all over. He ran over quickly and opened the door in a panic. This door is made of thick tempered glass, and it is difficult for ordinary people to break it without tools. But I was not afraid. They knew I could easily break the door, so they hurriedly opened it for me. In less than a minute, the door opened. "Come in." I looked at the young woman. She hurriedly picked up the little girl and stood up, gently lifted the hair by her ears, bowed to me, and hurried into the hotel. I followed closely. As soon as I entered the lobby, I heard a roar. "Yellow dog, are you looking for death? I told you to guard the door and not let anyone in." The hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes turned to the door. When the yellow-haired man heard the roar, his body trembled. He quickly locked the door, lowered his head, and trotted towards the roaring man. The man was a sturdy man with a conspicuous scar on his face. He had cold eyes and exuded hostility. He was the leader of this group of hooligans. When the apocalypse broke out, he was just strolling on the street with his men. After the zombies attacked, they rushed into this hotel in a panic and took control of the entire scene as soon as they entered. The yellow-haired man explained hurriedly, and the scarred man's expression gradually became serious. When he looked at me, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. I ignored them and walked straight to the sofa in the corner. My backpack and steel pipe were stained with blood. The scarred man hesitated for a while, sneered, and said to his men, "Forget it. Don't mess with him. It's none of your business. Everyone else, hand over the food and water." The remaining dozens of people in the hall began to become nervous. Most of them were hotel guests and staff, as well as some refugees who had fled in panic. The scarred man surrounded them with a dozen of his men and began to loot their supplies. When the young woman saw this scene, she was obviously a little anxious. She lowered her head and hurried over to sit next to me. Next to me, she seemed to relax a little. She glanced at me secretly and found that I was staring at her. Her face turned red and she said softly, "My name is Lu Shiyun. Thank you so much for what I did just now." I smiled slightly and responded calmly, "It's just a piece of cake." Only then did I have time to look at her carefully. Lu Shiyun is quite beautiful, about 28 or 29 years old, with picturesque eyebrows and fair skin, and a perfect figure wrapped in a tight white dress. She has a calm and elegant temperament, and it seems that she has not lost her former charm even in the end times. She seemed a little shy, lowered her head, and dared not look at me again. I frowned slightly and felt a sudden heat inside my body. It might be that my fire ability was awakening. Looking at her figure, I couldn't help but feel a little restless. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the impulse in my heart. At this time, a burst of laughter came. "Boy, hand over the food you don't have, and you can also hand over your girlfriend, haha." Up ahead, a few thugs surrounded more than 40 refugees and checked their supplies one by one. Most of those couples came here for tourism and did not bring any food with them. The scarred man ordered sternly, "Those who can't hand over the supplies will be thrown out to feed the zombies." Some people dare not speak out, and when they want to resist, they are met with violence. A couple was threatened to be thrown out to feed the zombies because they had no supplies. The man immediately handed over his wife in exchange for his own chance of survival. The woman's face was pale, but she seemed to understand that if she was thrown out, only zombies would be waiting for her. "If anyone dares to touch my girlfriend, I will fight him to the death." A young man shouted angrily, pushed away the scarred man, and protected his girlfriend. The scarred man kicked them and knocked both him and his girlfriend to the ground. "Ayu, ayu!" The woman screamed in pain and tried to help the young man up. The young man groaned, "I'm fine. I would never let her do such a thing." Lu Yu stared at the scarred man and said firmly, "I would never do such a bastard thing as to let the woman I love accompany another man just to save my life." The scarred man sneered and turned to look at the woman. "Are you the same? Would you rather die than follow me?" The woman showed a trace of fear on her face, but then she smiled sadly. "If I have to give up my dignity to survive, what is the meaning of such a life?" She kissed Lu Yu affectionately, supported him, and walked slowly towards the lobby door. The scarred man had a gloomy expression on his face, and he obviously didn't believe that the couple really dared to go out. There are zombies everywhere outside, and he won't just sit there if they leave. There was a glimmer of greed in his eyes, especially when he looked at the woman. His eyes became even more lustful. She is so pure and beautiful. How could he let her die outside? He must get her. He winked at Huang Mao, who walked to the door, took out the key, and pretended to let the two out. Lu Yu and the woman's steps remained firm, and they walked towards the door without hesitation, as if they were challenging their fate. "I admire you." I slowly stood up and followed him with my eyes. Unfortunately, the end of the world only magnifies the evil of human nature. The scarred man turned to me angrily and said, "Boy, I wanted to keep my distance from you, but you insisted on interfering." I smiled faintly. A man should keep his word. How can he go back on his word? Everyone in the hall focused their eyes on me, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. "Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for me." The scarred man roared and waved his men to come up. "Just an ant." I sneered, and in a flash, I appeared next to the scarred man and threw a punch. So fast, the scarred man hurriedly crossed his arms to block it. Bang! With a punch, the scarred man's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, knocking down several of his younger brothers. The thugs in the hall stopped moving, their eyes filled with fear as they watched their boss being beaten to death with one punch. I walked towards them step by step, and with every step I took, all the thugs stepped back unconsciously. "Want to avenge your boss?" I glanced around and said in a cold tone. "No, no." Every gangster was so scared that they shook their heads, afraid that I would cause trouble for them. "Then get out of here," I shouted. The hooligans all moved aside, leaving a path for me. Walking to the table, I looked at the scattered supplies and my eyes fell on a yellow fruit. "Whoever has similar fruit, let's exchange it for food," I said calmly. A man wearing glasses came out and pointed at the fruit on the table. "This is mine." They took it from me. "So?" I raised my eyebrows. "You should exchange food with me," said the man with glasses righteously. "Heh, this belongs to the scarred man. What does it have to do with you?" The man with glasses' expression changed. "He stole mine." I sneered and waved my hand impatiently. "Okay, then come and get it." The man with glasses looked happy. He rushed over, picked up the bread on the table, and started stuffing it into his pockets. Suddenly, I grabbed his neck and the sound of broken bones was clearly audible. Crack! He fell down softly, his eyes wide open, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his fingers pointing at me, but he could no longer speak. "The man with the scar stole your fruit. Go ask him for it back." I looked at him coldly. The atmosphere in the field was solemn, and no one dared to move. I looked around and said, "If you have any fruit, you can come to me to exchange for food." A middle-aged man asked cautiously, "I have a green one. What can I exchange it for?" "The green ones can be exchanged for 2 days' food. Pick them yourself, but don't be greedy." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, carefully picked out 2 days' worth of food, and quickly stepped aside. Soon, I collected 11 green fruits and 3 yellow ones, which was a good harvest. I shook off my clothes, went back to the sofa, picked up my bag, and prepared to go upstairs to find a room to rest. When we passed by the young couple, they hurriedly thanked me. It's the end of the world, but you can still keep your original intention and stick to your bottom line. That's pretty good. I stopped and said to them, "But this alone is not enough. Only strong strength can protect your original intention from being trampled upon." After saying that, I turned and went upstairs. At this moment, the young woman followed me up with the child in her arms. "Why are you following me?" I looked back at her with a hint of amusement on my face. I also need to rest. And my niece has been very sleepy today and has slept for several hours." The young woman's eyes were a little evasive. I glanced at the little girl in her arms, nodded, and said nothing more. It turned out that they were not mother and daughter, which was a bit surprising. When I got to the second floor, I randomly found a room and went in. The door was not locked because the scarred man had sent people to search all the rooms. Locking the door, I put my things away and prepared to take a shower. The young woman followed me into the adjacent room 202. Her eyes followed me all the time, as if she was looking for a sense of security. After taking a shower, I lay on the bed, eating, and sent a message to my sister and Wang Ergu. They both replied quickly. "Brother, I'm fine. I'm still staying in the dormitory. I didn't dare to go out. I was just a little scared to be alone." "Brother, guess what talent I have awakened?" Wang Ergu seemed particularly excited. I thought about it and decided to create a group so that we can chat together. Wang Ergu quickly sent his attribute information. The system displays Magic, 1500 Strength, 55 Physique, 5 Speed, 22 Spirit, 5 Talent, A-level Domineering Smash. Seeing this, I couldn't help but frown. "Is your attribute wrong? I remember you didn't pick up so many attribute fruits." I clearly remember that Wang Ergu had not picked many fruits before. We saved a few people today and got a few yellow intermediate fruits. They have no idea what they are. Ergu sent a message, "Boss, send it to you quickly." Although his attributes are good, they are still far behind mine. I just sent my attributes over. The system displays Magic, 6,500, Strength, 47, Constitution, 47, Speed, 35, Spirit, 115, Talent, Level 1 Flame Master, Evolving, Flame Unlocked Form, Flame, Dragon Flame, Unlocking. When Wang Ergu saw this, he was stunned. Fuck, what kind of monster are you? What he doesn't know is that I still have 46 green primary fruits and 3 yellow intermediate fruits in my hand, which add up to 61 points of attributes. Sister Xiaoyu, what about you? Show us your attributes. Ergo was unwilling and urged Lin Xiaoyu. As a result, when Lin Xiaoyu revealed her attributes, Wang Ergo was completely stunned. The system displays Magic, 1000, Strength, 203, Physique, 5, Speed, 5, Spirit, 5, Golden Strength Mark, Permanent Strength Attribute. Wang Ergu. Sister Xiaoyu, what's wrong with your strength? Did you make an extra 0 by mistake? Lin Xiaoyu responded calmly, no, that's it. Wang Ergu's eyes widened. Power 203? Lin Xiaoyu, that's right. She also sent an innocent emoticon. Wang Ergu completely collapsed. I am numb. You have awakened your talents and are all at the same level, but why haven't I awakened? I'm so angry. Lin Xiaoyu pouted. Silly girl, don't be impatient. I sent a message. There is magic power on your attribute panel, which means you have awakened, but not fully awakened, so you may need some opportunity. She responded, not quite understanding, yeah. Wang Ergu's tone became a little low. It will probably be impossible to get attribute fruits from others in the future. I just saw someone reveal the function of the fruit on the forum. The effect of the fruit was soon revealed. Those who were showered by the rain of evolution felt the changes in their properties and naturally knew the effect of the fruit. It would be best if we could get the fruit, but it doesn't matter if we don't. Our attributes have surpassed most people anyway, I replied. By the way, there will be a lot of biological evolution tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and many signal towers may be destroyed. Then there will be no signal on mobile phones. If we can't get in touch, we'll proceed as planned, don't worry. After the chat, I took another look at my attribute panel. The system displays Talent, Level 1 Flame Master, Evolving, E-Flame Unlocked Form, Flame, Dragon Flame, Unlocking. I hope the evolution can be completed within 3 days. I said to myself, my body feeling slightly hot. The evolution process is the most difficult, especially every time it evolves. The anger in the body always becomes extremely strong. Tomorrow there should be more zombies evolving and crystal nuclei forming in their brains. Then it will be time for them to continue evolving. Chapter 11, A beautiful woman knocks on the door at midnight. With each advancement, all attributes will be doubled, and that kind of improvement is extremely terrifying. Therefore, before level 1, the higher the attribute, the greater the benefit after doubling the advancement. For example, most of the initial attribute values of ordinary people are Magic, 500, Strength, 5, Constitution, 5, Speed, 5, Spirit, 5. Each upgrade increases the 4 dimensions by 5 points, so the attribute values after upgrading to level 0 and level 10 are Magic Power, 5,500, Strength, 55, Constitution, 55, Speed, 55, Spirit, 55. Free attribute points, 50. Once you advance to level 1, your magic power will reach 11,000, and all attributes will grow to 110 points. Lin Yu's current magic power is 6,500, and it will reach 11,500 when it is upgraded to level 0, level 10. When he advances to level 1, his magic power will reach 23,000, which is much stronger than the 11,000 magic power of an ordinary person. Therefore, the attributes before level 1 are extremely important. With a plan in mind, Lin Yu didn't think too much about it and lay down on the bed to rest. Sudden, boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Lin Yu frowned. Who could it be? Who would come to see him? At this time, could it be that young woman? In Lin Yu's mind, the image of the young woman's curvy and exquisite figure suddenly emerged, and an unknown fire suddenly rose in his body. When I opened the door, a young and beautiful girl appeared in front of me. Who are you? Lin Yu was puzzled. It turned out that it was not the young woman. A sense of loss flashed through his heart for some reason. Handsome guy, won't you invite me in to chat? The girl had a pretty face and long, straight, black hair, and big, dark eyes that sparkled with a cunning light. She was wearing denim shorts, and her exposed thighs were smooth, straight, and slender. There is a red rope bell hanging on the right ankle. The white motorcycle suit on her upper body makes her chest look fuller. The girl walked straight in without waiting for Lin Yu's consent. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at her round buttocks wrapped in jeans from behind. The small flame that had just been suppressed showed signs of erupting again. The motorcycle girl walked to the big round bed and sat down directly without any courtesy. She looked at Lin Yu and said, "I want to make a deal with you." "What's the deal? Tell me about it." "I want to make a deal with you using this fruit." The girl took out a red fruit from her trouser pocket. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. "It's actually a red fruit. Do you know the value of this fruit?" Lin Yu asked. "I know. Isn't it just increasing your mental strength by 50 points? The girl curled her lips. When the rain of evolution came, she was riding her motorcycle to Shiyun Mountain and was drenched in the rain all the way. Not long after, she opened the attribute panel. When she arrived at the ancient town, a zombie outbreak happened. She ran into the hotel in a panic and was then controlled by the Scarred Man and his group. If Lin Yu hadn't killed the Scarred Man, the 4 fruits on her body would have definitely been searched out. Later, when Lin Yu exchanged supplies for fruits, she realized that this thing was not simple. Before, when she was running away on the street, she saw with her own eyes that Lin Yu easily killed the zombies in seconds. The most important thing is that Lin Yu's palms can spit fire. What the hell is this world? She actually saw someone's hands could spit fire and instantly burned the horrible zombie and a woman to ashes. So, she became cautious and suspected that Lin Yu became so powerful because he ate that kind of fruit. After Lin Yu left, she quickly found a room on the 2nd floor to stay in. She ate a yellow fruit first, and then found that her speed in the attribute panel increased by 5 points. She then ate the second yellow one, which increased her speed by another 5 points. Finally, I ate a red one, and my mental strength increased by 50 points. She concluded at the time that yellow fruit increased speed and red fruit increased mental strength. She verified it and found that her speed was indeed several times faster than before. But she found that her mental power was of no use, so she kept the last red fruit. However, the world has changed, zombies have come out, and it is probably the end of the world. She had to find a way to survive. The red fruit that increases mental power does not seem to enhance strength at the moment. So, she wanted to use this to make a deal with Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at the girl with a strange expression. He didn't expect that the girl would think like this. It seems that this girl ate 2 yellow fruits, both of which have accelerated effects, so she thought that yellow represents acceleration and red represents increased mental power. Indeed, at this stage, other attributes are much better than the mental power attribute, and they can be immediately transformed into one's own strength after adding points. The chance of survival is much greater. Mental strength has no power unless the relevant talent is awakened. Tell me what you want to exchange. Can you tell me how I can be like you and be able to spit fire from my hands? The motorcycle girl looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Forehead, Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Flame is my awakened innate ability. Everyone's is different. Those who haven't awakened don't have it." Hearing this, the motorcycle girl suddenly felt a little disappointed. "If I don't have the awakened talent, I still have other ways to become stronger." Lin Yu stared at the red fruit in the girl's hand. "Real?" The girl's eyes lit up. Then, she saw Lin Yu's gaze. "Here you go." She gritted her teeth and handed over the fruit. Lin Yu was very excited when he took the fruit. This represented 50 points of attributes, which could make him much stronger. However, he looked calm and did not show it. After putting away the red fruit, he spoke slowly. In the apocalypse, everyone can improve their strength by killing zombies and absorbing the crystal cores in their brains. Kill the zombies. The girl's face suddenly turned pale. How could a weak girl like her kill such a monster? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little desperate. "I can take you to level 3. Lin Yu looked at the girl and spoke softly. "Really?" The girl was surprised when she heard this. "Of course, I am a person who values fairness the most." Lin Yu got the red fruit, and he took the opportunity to help the girl improve her strength. It was very simple. Otherwise, it would be a bit unreasonable to get such a great benefit for no reason, but watch a little girl struggle and die in the apocalypse. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to lead a few people to kill zombies and level up. "It's only level 3. Brother, can you help me level up a few more levels?" The girl suddenly grabbed Lin Yu's hand and shook it, looking pitiful. The level doesn't sound that strong, so she has to act cute and coquettish to improve it a little. Lin Yu was full of black lines on his face. Chapter 12 Motorcycle Girl. Lin Yu doesn't have much time. Once his talent is successfully advanced and awakened, he will leave to find his sister. He doesn't have time to waste here. "Little brother, why don't I follow you? I can wash clothes, cook, give massages, and even warm the bed. The girl on the motorcycle pulled Lin Yu's hand and shook it hard. If she can't become stronger on her own, how can she survive in this apocalyptic world? Isn't there the best candidate right in front of you? Lin Yu is powerful and handsome, so it would be a great honor to be his girlfriend. Thinking of this, she shook Lin Yu's hand even harder. If we use this to test cadres, which cadre can persist? Lin Yu originally had the natural ability of fire and was in the awakening stage, so the fire energy in his body was extremely strong. As if she felt his gaze, the girl on the motorcycle's face suddenly turned red. Lin Yu couldn't bear it any longer. More than an hour later, Lin Yu looked at the mess on the bed. The glaring scarlet made him feel a little troubled. What should I do? He originally wanted to wait until his talent awakened and evolved, and then go find his sister alone. If you can help the people or things you encounter during this period, then help them. If you can't help, just stand by and watch and take care of yourself. But now that this has happened, he really can't leave this girl alone to struggle in this apocalypse. But taking her with me to look for her sister would be too difficult and even more dangerous. In the city, there are just zombies. Outside the city, there are endless mountains and forests. Once the beasts in them evolve, they will be much more terrifying than zombies. He may encounter monsters that even he cannot deal with. The more people you bring, the greater the danger. Forget it. Let's see when the time comes. Lin Yu looked at the tired girl who had fallen asleep on the bed, feeling upset, and went into the bathroom to wash up. The next morning, the girl lay in Lin Yu's arms and whispered, "Will you take me away?" Hearing this, Lin Yu trembled and fell silent. He didn't know what kind of promise he should make to her. The speechless silence made the girl's heart fall to the bottom. "It's okay, but you promised to help me level up, and I won't let you go until you reach level 5. The girl took a deep breath and forced a smile. Lin Yu felt the girl's emotions, exerted a little force in his hands, and hugged the girl tighter. "My name is Lin Yu. My sister is alone in Tianhai City. I have to go find her." He spoke slowly and gave a brief account of his situation. The girl listened carefully. She couldn't make the man give up his sister, and she couldn't do such a thing. And it would indeed be more dangerous to bring her along. She looked into Lin Yu's eyes and spoke firmly. "Lin Yu, take me to upgrade. I want to become stronger. I, Chun Jinger, want to take my destiny into my own hands." Lin Yu was stunned. "But man, you can't run away. When I become stronger, I will capture you and make you my wife." Chun Jinger suddenly smiled, hooked Lin Yu's chin with her index finger, and spoke confidently. "Madam of the Bandit Chief?" When Lin Yu heard this, he immediately became angry. He turned over and fought again, determined to kill him. Before I knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. On the second floor, the door of room 202 opened and Lu Shiyuan walked out with a blushing face. She looked at the door of room 202 and stole a few glances. I secretly spat in my heart. Is this man made of iron? Chapter 13. Do you want to die? After taking a shower, Lin Yu turned on his mobile phone and found that there was no signal or network at the moment. It seems that the signal tower has been damaged. Just arrived in the lobby. Brother, you were too rude. The attribute fruit is so important, but you just exchanged us all for a little food, like sending away beggars? That's right. You'd better return all the attribute fruits to us. A bunch of people gathered around. This time, each of them had a lot of weapons in their hands. There are sticks, steel pipes, fire axes, and the like. Boy, you'd better hand over all the attribute fruits. After the country clears the zombies, we can conceal the fact that you killed someone. A fat, big-eared man in a suit said, "Heh, you guys want to die?" Lin Yu showed his big white teeth and smiled sinisterly. It seems that killing 2 people yesterday did not scare these people. Brother, please give us the attribute fruit back, otherwise we won't be able to survive. Just as Lin Yu was about to take action, several people suddenly knelt down and cried. It seems that they were just taking advantage of their numbers to intimidate others. Seeing that he was about to get angry, he immediately backed down. "I didn't force anyone into yesterday's deal. If you force me again, I won't be polite." Roll. A roar made everyone tremble with fear. Lin Yu was too lazy to pay attention and took Chen Jinger to the door and waved to Huang Mao. "Boss, what's the matter?" The yellow-haired man came over with a smile on his face and a flattering look on his face. "Open the door," Lin Yu said. "Ah." Huang Mao was shocked. There were a lot of zombies outside. This morning, several of them passed by the hotel entrance, scaring them so much that they didn't dare make any sound. "Ah, what? Open the door." Lin Yu frowned. "But zombies, zombies." The yellow-haired man was so frightened that he even stuttered. You know how much food you have. When the food is gone, you will die. I'm giving you some friendly advice. While the zombies are not very strong yet, you can easily kill the zombies with your tools. After killing the zombies, you may become stronger. After saying that, Lin Yu no longer paid attention to everyone. He looked at the yellow-haired man sharply and said, "If you don't want to go out, just guard this door. We will be back later." Okay, okay. The yellow-haired man was trembling with fear. Lin Yu's gaze seemed to be able to kill people, and he was so scared that his legs went limp. The yellow-haired man opened the door tremblingly and quietly because he was afraid of attracting zombies. As soon as Lin Yu and the other person went out, he was impatient to lock the door. "Wait, we have to go out too." The couple who were rescued by Lin Yu yesterday walked forward with a determined look. Only when we are strong enough can we ensure that our original intentions will not be trampled upon by others. Lin Yu's words yesterday are still ringing in my ears. In addition to what Lin Yu had just said that killing zombies could make one stronger, the two looked at each other and quickly made a decision. They also want to kill zombies and become stronger. Both of them were holding 2 kitchen knives, which they had secretly taken from the hotel kitchen yesterday. Looking at the kitchen knife, Huang Mao did not dare to be arrogant and let the 2 men go. The other people in the hall still did not take any action. To kill those scary zombies? Don't you want to die? Whoever wants to go can go. They just need to survive and wait for the country to rescue them. No matter how powerful zombies are, can they be as powerful as bullets? They are unbelievers. Lin Yu looked at the young couple who came out later with admiration in his eyes. As for what other people were thinking, he could roughly guess it. However, what they don't know is that all high-temperature weapons in the world are restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. For example, artillery shells and the like were all restricted and became duds, not to mention missiles and the like. Currently, only low-powered thermal weapons such as pistols can be used. Faced with the terrifying number of zombies, the country is unable to provide rescue for the time being. Moreover, the nuclear energy has become ineffective and has even been absorbed by the alien beasts, mutating into even more terrifying existences. In the middle of the apocalypse, the threat to humanity is no longer zombies, but those terrifying mutant beasts. Especially the mutated beasts that absorbed nuclear energy, they slaughtered humans wantonly. At that time, it was the most desperate moment for all mankind. The Sakura country was torn into pieces and sank into the sea under the attack of a terrifying monster. Completely destroy the country. In the end times, you can't rely on anyone but yourself. Lin Yu and the 3 little scumbags had just walked onto the street when 4 or 5 zombies discovered them and rushed over roaring. Lin Yu came here to level up, so he didn't hold back and smashed over with the steel pipe. Bang! The zombies had exploded, and it rushed forward 2 meters before falling to the ground. You 3, be responsible for finishing off the zombies. After killing them, check to see if there are any crystal cores in the zombies' heads. Those are what can increase their strength. Lin Yu gave instructions while clearing the area. At the same time, he led the 3 of them to a dead end. The steel pipe swept across repeatedly, breaking the arms of a zombie. Then he kicked hard, deliberately kicking the zombie towards the 3 people. Bang! The zombies slammed heavily in front of several people. Even without its arms, it still roared, climbed up from the ground and rushed towards the 3 people. The young couple's male name is Lu Yu, and the female name is Yang Shanshan. Although the 2 were terrified, they still held the kitchen knives tightly in their hands and stared at the zombies rushing towards them. As for Qin Jinger, she had already turned pale with fright. She followed Lin Yu out, but she didn't bring any tools, so she could only hide behind the 2 of them in a hurry. Shanshan, I'll chop its neck and you chop its legs. After Lu Yu shouted loudly, he took the initiative to attack and slashed with a knife. This zombie has lost its hands, so its danger level is greatly reduced. Click. Lu Yu was too nervous and didn't chop the kitchen knife accurately. As a result, the knife went into the zombie's mouth and got stuck in its teeth. He hurriedly yelled, "Shanshan, hurry up!" Good. Yang Shanshan's teeth were chattering as she spoke, but she still rushed forward without hesitation, raised the kitchen knife, and started chopping. She closed her eyes and chopped again and again. But after 5 or 6 chops, she still couldn't cut off the zombie's leg. Bang! At this moment, a big shovel hit the zombie's head heavily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yu kicked the zombie down, pulled out the kitchen knife from its mouth, and chopped it down. Gulu! The zombie's head rolled out and blood gushed out. Vomit! When the 3 saw this scene, their stomachs churned and they almost vomited. But they did not relax. They leaned their backs against each other, breathing heavily and staring around nervously. Seeing the 3 people working together to successfully kill the handless zombie, Lin Yu couldn't help but nodded slightly. Chen Jinger's performance was a bit poor at the beginning, but later on, she knew how to find a large shovel as a weapon and dealt a heavy blow to the zombies, which was considered a great improvement. Bang! Another sound of a brain bursting was heard, and Lin Yu was startled. Chen Jinger used another shovel to smash the dead zombie's head, revealing a white crystal core. Her face turned pale, and she suppressed her nausea as she used a shovel to dig out the crystal core. She ran to Lin Yu with the crystal core and handed it to him as if asking for credit. Lin Yu didn't answer. He looked at the three and said, "Just like what happened just now, the three of you work together to kill them, and I will slowly release two of them at the same time. As for the crystal cores, you three can share them equally." Chapter 14. The King of Lip Service. Lin Yu estimated that he had killed at least 400 zombies and had accumulated 42 crystal cores. The probability of a crystal core exploding is about 1 in 10. "Jinger, take it." Lin Yu handed 40 crystal cores to Chen Jinger and said, "Hold the crystal core in your hand and think about absorbing it in your heart." Since he had promised to help her level up, Lin Yu would not go back on his word. After all, she was his first woman. Moreover, Chen Jinger has magical attributes, but her talent has not yet been awakened. This means that the talent contained in her body is very powerful and requires a special opportunity to awaken. The more difficult it is to awaken a talent, the more powerful it will be once awakened. "Mrs. Lin, you are so nice." Chen Jinger shook her hair, and her eyes narrowed with a smile. "Mrs. Lin?" Lin Yu's face darkened. Boom! A flame spurted out from his hand, and more than a dozen zombies rushing over instantly turned into 2 crystal cores that fell and were picked up casually. "Wow, Mrs. Lin, I've reached level 2. Chen Jinger was very excited. The process of absorbing the crystal cores was very fast. In about 3 minutes, all 40 crystal cores were absorbed. She also successfully reached level 2, with all 4-dimensional attributes and 10 additional free attributes. "Mrs. Lin, let's keep killing." The power of 1 point and the speed of 25 points made Chen Jinger feel a little dizzy. Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan felt a little envious when they saw Chen Jinger becoming obviously stronger, but they didn't think too much about it. With Lin Yu around, the few of them killed a lot of people along the way. The entire hotel is located on Shizili West Street, which is relatively close to the foot of Xi'an Mountain, but the farthest from the urban area. Therefore, the number of people and zombies on West Street is the least, while the number at the crossroads and the other 3 streets will be extremely large. The most important thing is that there is loud music playing in the square on the central street all day long. On the first day of the apocalypse, most of the zombies were attracted by the sound and gathered together. The zombies in other places are scattered and not gathered in large numbers, which also makes it convenient for them. By around 6 p.m., several people had swept through 1/3 of West Street. "It's almost time. Let's stop here today." Lin Yu and his companions came out of the bakery and hurried towards the hotel. "Boss, thank you. Without you, we don't know how to survive in the apocalypse." The young couple were very grateful to Lin Yu and respected him from the bottom of their hearts. "If you want to thank someone, thank yourselves. You have fought hard to protect everything." Lin Yu still admired these 2 people very much. "In short, you are my boss from now on." Lu Yu looked determined. Lin Yu smiled slightly, without refutation, and said, "Tomorrow is the same as usual. Continue to kill monsters." Hearing this, the 3 of them looked strange, but they felt it was natural. Really, with Lin Yu around, fighting the zombies that scare ordinary people is as easy as fighting monsters in a game. Both of them reached level 2, and Chen Jinger even reached level 4. Everyone's strength has been greatly improved, and it is no longer difficult to kill zombies alone. There were only 2 or 3 people left in the hotel lobby. Could they have been eaten by zombies? The yellow-haired man looked outside the door and muttered to himself. From inside, he could only see a street about 4 or 5 meters in front of him, and he could not see the scenes on the streets on both sides. Just then, 4 figures appeared in his sight. Huang Mao was startled and quickly opened the door. "It's your reward." Walking into the hotel, Lin Yu casually threw over a bag of cakes. "Thank you, boss." The yellow-haired man was delighted and bent his body 90 degrees. Back in the room, Lin Yu and Chen Jinger went into the bathroom together and had another big fight. In the end, the battle still ended due to Chen Jinger's stubbornness. This girl is indeed the queen of talking. Everything about him is soft, except his mouth. Lin Yu took out 60 crystal cores from his backpack and absorbed them silently. Soon, the power of the 70 crystal cores was exhausted. He was directly upgraded to level 3, and his attributes were greatly improved. At the next level, for every level up, magic power and 4 dimensions will increase by 5 points each, and there will be free attribute points. Without hesitation, He added all the extra 15 free attributes at level 3 to strength. However, this is not the end. Lin Yu took out all the attribute fruits and began to swallow them. I wonder what the attribute of this one is? Lin Yu took the one that Qin Jinger gave him and was a little excited. It had 50 points of attributes. Strength. Not bad, not bad. It actually has the attribute of strength. Next are 3 yellow fruits and 46 green fruits. Soon, all the attribute fruits were absorbed. He checked his own attributes. Level 0, level 3. Magic power 8,600. Strength 156. Constitution 56. Speed 50. Spirit 130. Talent level 1 Flame Master. Evolving. Unlocked flame forms. Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame, unlocking. Looking at the current attribute panel, Lin Yu was very satisfied. Compared to his talent, strength and magic are the most important. The next morning, one day, I will definitely let you down there. Qin Jinger collapsed limply on the bed, clenching her fists to encourage herself. Oh, naive. Lin Yu hit him mercilessly. Today, we are still a team of 4. This time they changed direction and cleared the street to the right of the hotel. Mrs. Lin, I feel something is wrong. Why are there so few zombies here? 2 hours later, Qin Jinger looked at the silent street, extremely vigilant. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few zombies on the streets here, and even in the shops on both sides of the streets. But now it is empty. There is only one explanation. The zombies here have been cleared out. Da-da. There was the sound of powerful footsteps. Chapter 15 Both Awakened Talents. What is this? A zombie dog. A huge black teddy bear with only one ear slowly walked out of the street alley. Oh my god, is this still Teddy? Qin Jinger exclaimed. The teddy in front of him had lost an ear and his body was as big as a horse. Its eyeballs are grayish-white and look weird and scary. Hiss. Another sound came. A slightly smaller teddy bear, but as big as a big wolf dog, appeared nearby, staring at him eagerly. They bared their teeth at the few people, with scarlet blood flowing from the corners of their mouths, dripping slowly. The big one is at least level 8, and the small one is at least level 5. Lin Yu looked at the size and momentum of Zombie Teddy and was slightly startled. If it is level 1, the 4-dimensional attributes have basically reached 45 points. In Lin Yu's eyes, this is no different from the first and second level zombies, they are just small garbage. You 3, do your best to deal with the smaller one. Lin Yu instructed, turning his head to look at the big teddy. Hiss. The zombie dogs roared at the same time, kicked their hind legs, and pounced forward at an incredible speed. Boom! Red flames appeared on Lin Yu's body, covering his entire body, and his entire body was wrapped in flames. A terrifying aura rose up. Super Saiyan? When Lu Yu saw Lin Yu's transformation, his eyes popped out. Isn't Lin Yu's current state very similar to that of a Super Saiyan? The flames wrapped around his entire body, like a fire god. At this moment, Lin Yu felt a surge of strength. After the power of the point increased by 2 times, it skyrocketed to 468. In terms of strength, it is even more terrifying than the first level evolver, and can barely reach the level of the second level. At the same time, his magic power was also being consumed rapidly at a rate of 2 points per second. This means that his magic power of 8,600 can only support him to cover his entire body with flames for about an hour. Once the magic power is used up, you will temporarily be unable to use your innate abilities and can only wait until your magic power is restored. Boom. A punch was thrown out and collided with Teddy's paw. In an instant, Big Teddy flew backwards, unable to withstand Lin Yu's fist, and half of his body exploded. However, even so, the Teddy zombie was still not dead and rushed over again with a roar. Everything is done on instinct. Bang! Lin Yu snapped his fingers lightly. Suddenly, a huge ring of fire appeared out of thin air around Zombie Teddy and instantly shrank, enveloping him. The next moment, the flames on the fire ring exploded, enveloping it, and then exploded with a bang. The Teddy zombie was instantly blown into countless pieces of flesh and burned into nothingness in the flames. The whole process takes only 1 second. After killing Teddy, Lin Yu looked in the direction of Qin Jinger and others. Faced with level 5 or even level 6 zombie dogs, Qin Jinger and the other 2 were defeated. In fact, in terms of basic attributes, Qin Jinger is a little stronger than this little zombie dog. After all, she has eaten a lot of attribute fruits. But she lacked combat experience after all. Don't want. Suddenly, the zombie dog kicked Qin Jinger back, then turned around and bit Yang Shanshan. Suddenly, the expressions of the three people changed drastically. Once bitten by a zombie dog, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. I want you dead. Lu Yu's eyes were red, and he shouted, "Wind strangulation." Suddenly, countless wind blades appeared around the zombie dog and cut towards it. Sandthorns. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. Yang Shanshan looked at the bloody mouth that was approaching. In fear, her body seemed to have touched something, and power awakened within her. She raised her right hand sharply. The ground in front of him shook, and then a sharp spike about 40 to 50 centimeters thick emerged from the soil, rushed up, and hit the zombie dog hard. It was made entirely of sand, like a vine. Lin Yu was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment of life and death, the young couple's potential exploded and their innate skills were awakened at the same time. After knocking the zombie dog away, the three of them were a little dazed. "Shanshan, are you okay?" Lu Yu rushed to Yang Shanshan, very concerned. "Brother Yu, I seem to have awakened some special abilities," Yang Shanshan said uncertainly. "Me too. Don't just stand there. Get rid of the zombie dog," Lin Yu shouted, bringing the three dazed people back to reality. Then there were flying wind blades and bursting sand and rocks. Although both of them have awakened their talents, their level attributes are too low, and the damage they inflict is inferior to that of Chen Jinger. However, their windblade and sand talents, in addition to causing damage, also caused huge restraint and constraints on the zombie dogs. Not long. The little zombie dog was also killed by the three of them. Then they all collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. "Good." Lin Yu patted Lu Yu on the shoulder, and then said to Chen Jinger, "Don't be discouraged. You also have hidden talents and abilities in your body, but they have not been stimulated yet." "Really? Brother Yu, you didn't lie to me?" There was a glimmer of hope in Chen Jinger's eyes. Thinking of how Lin Yu was covered in flames just now, like a god, she became fascinated. She is a woman who is determined to ride on Lin Yu. How can she be willing to be weaker than others? Even Lu Yu and the other person had awakened their innate special abilities, and she suddenly felt a little disappointed. Hearing Lin use affirmative words at this moment, she felt much better. "Are your superpowers wind and sand?" Lin Yu asked. "Brother, mine is super wind power." "Brother, mine is a level 1 desert commander." Yang Shanshan also followed Lu Yu's example and called Lin Yu brother. "It's pretty good. Level 1 talent is already considered an extremely strong talent. You should observe more and feel more about the use of wind and sand, so as to learn more ways to use your talents." Lin Yu gave the two of them some pointers. Returned to hotel. After the two of them took a shower, Chen Jinger vowed to press Lin Yu down. An hour later, Lin Yu took out the crystal cores he had obtained today, a total of 96. "How many do you have?" Lin Yu asked Chen Jinger. "Today I have 22, which is a lot more than the first day." The girl was proud. "Absorb it." Lin Yu handed her another 8 pills. Chen Jinger took it with joy. As long as someone reaches level 5, if nothing unexpected happens, the rules will come into effect. Lin Yu was somewhat looking forward to it. As for myself, there is no need to rush to upgrade. Level 0 is the best time to lay the foundation. Advancing to the next level 2 early is not a good thing. After all, if you absorb more attribute fruits at level 0, the attributes can be doubled with each subsequent advancement. Moreover, with my current strength and talent, I am stronger than the first level, so why should I rush to advance to the next level? The most important thing is to get more attribute fruits. Chapter 16 Rules come. Lin Yu watched the crystal cores disappear one by one, and Chen Jinger's momentum was also rising slightly. Bang! Finally, the last crystal core turned into energy and entered the body, and Chen Jinger's body shook. Right at this moment. Congratulations to all survivors. Some of you have reached the forefront of the evolutionary path and have successfully reached level 5. Now the Global Survivor Information Access rules are available, and you can explore various functions on your own. A familiar voice sounded in my mind. Code. Unnamed. Level. 0th level, 3rd level 0. Magic power. 8,600. Strength. 156. Constitution. 56. Speed. 50. Spirit. 130. Talent. Level 1 Flame Master. Evolving 62. Unlocked Flame Form. Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame, unlocking 62. Lin Yu called up the attribute panel in his mind and saw slight changes. There is an additional code column, and progress bars appear for levels and evolving talents, which is more intuitive. Magician. Smiley face, changed to NTI in the midterm. Lin Yu thought about it and continued to quote the codename from his previous life. Although he was not very strong in his previous life, he focused on the development of fire-related abilities and did in-depth research on the use of fire. You can say that. He used his talent for fire in many ways, and his flames were so gorgeous that many people called him the Fire Magician. Lin Yu looked at the panel in his mind. In addition to the attribute panel, there was also a regional chat channel in the lower left corner. The ranking list and forum appear in the upper right corner, and the trading system and evolution points appear in the lower right corner. Evolution points, 628. The source of evolution points in the early stage can only be obtained by killing zombies. Killing a level 0 zombie will get 1 evolution point, and killing a level 1 zombie will get 10 points. Within the regional channel, as long as you think about it, what you want to say will automatically be converted into text and sent out. What the hell is this? The game comes into reality? Brothers, my roommate was bitten and turned into a zombie and is looking for me everywhere. I have been hiding in the bathroom for 2 days. I am hungry and sleepy. Who can save me? It's said that Su Xian, Nie Kaichen, and Dong Yong are the 3 most extraordinary men in the world. I think I can be included in the list now. Inside a villa in Weizong, the naked young man felt nauseous when he saw the naked zombie whose neck he had broken on the bed. The woman was caught by the zombies, but she didn't take it seriously. As a result, when the two were practicing the Kuren character technique, they suddenly turned into zombies. This is an indelible shadow for anyone. I saw someone here who can breathe fire. Is that a superpower? Haha, I awakened a super talent, Power Fist. With one punch, the zombies' heads were blown apart. Boss, please take me. Brother, save me. I can warm the bed. Various news on the regional channel were flashing quickly. Lin Yu took a casual look, and with an idea, he clicked on the ranking list. Currently, there are only 2 major lists and 2 sub-lists. Dasha Rank List, Dasha Evolution Point List, Yun Province Rank List, Yun Province Evolution Point List. There is currently only 1 person on the Dasha Rank List and the Yun Province Rank List. First place, unnamed. Everyone knows that this must be the first guy to reach level 5. It is because of that guy that the rules came into being. Only when you reach level 5 will you be on the list. Lin Yu knew that the first place was naturally Qin Jinger. When you click on the evolution points list, you will see more people on the list, most of whom are unnamed. Topping the list are: first place, Magician, evolution point 628. Second place, unnamed, evolution points 86. Third place, unnamed, evolution point 72. Fuck, look at the rankings. Who is that magician? His evolution points are as high as 628. It's so terrifying. This must be a big shot who has awakened a super talent. The boss is actually in our Yun province. Can you please come and rescue us? There are still hundreds of survivors in our community. The people upstairs are dreaming. It's the end of the world and they can't take care of themselves. Who has time to save you? That's right. In this world, you can only rely on yourself to save yourself. The most reliable way is to go out and kill zombies and level up. What the hell? I'm powerless and I've been hungry for almost 2 days. It's better for me to go out and deliver food to the zombies. Regional channels exploded. Lin Yu didn't even look at it and clicked into the trading system as planned. Currently, it only supports domestic transactions and cannot be traded worldwide. He divided all the zombie crystal cores and put them on the trading market one by one. 3 zombie crystal cores in exchange for 1 green fruit. 10 zombie crystal cores in exchange for 1 yellow fruit. After the transaction order was placed, the space in front of him began to fluctuate, and a space crack appeared. Lin Yu was not surprised at all. He threw all the zombie crystal cores in his hand in. This was the rule to take his trading items. No one can explain this phenomenon, and we can only guess that it is the result of the concretization of rules. After all, this is not a game. Everything is a data code. Just click casually, and the items will be automatically traded successfully. This is a real transaction of goods, governed by the rules. You take away the items being traded and bring in the other party's items. After placing the transaction order, Lin Yu entered the forum again. In the forum at this time, there are already a lot of posts, including various water posts, as well as many technical posts and discussion posts. The one hanging at the front is a post introducing the functions of attribute fruits. Lin Yu used his mental power to browse through it. The introduction was basically correct and comprehensive. Then he wrote a post directly. It is called long-term validity. Use zombie crystal cores to exchange for magic fruits, allowing you to upgrade quickly and survive in the apocalypse. In the post, he focused on the crystal cores needed for upgrading, as well as the changes in properties after upgrading. At the same time, It is emphasized that eating fruit is like opening a blind box, and no one knows what the fruit is before absorbing it. If it is a magic fruit, a mental fruit, or a physical fruit, there is currently no improvement in combat power, and absorbing it may not necessarily kill zombies. But if you can exchange for a crystal core, absorb it and upgrade it, you will have all the attributes, then killing an ordinary zombie alone will not be a problem. After writing the post, Lin Yu directly paid 10 evolution points to pin the post to the top and put it at the front. If other posts want to rank ahead of his, they must bid higher than his. Just 1 minute after the post was published, countless people left comments under it. You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune. You have no shame at all. What you said above is bullshit. You are being fair. 20 crystal cores are used to upgrade 1 level, and all attributes increase by 5 points. 10 cores are equivalent to half a level, which is equal to 10 attribute points and 250 magic points in total. It is indeed more valuable than the 5 attribute points of the yellow fruit. But the attributes added by the attribute fruit are additional and do not conflict with those added by leveling up. I guess the gap is made up of the attribute fruit. What the above person said is correct, but what if the fruit you eat adds mental power? In the end, you will either be killed by zombies or starve to death. It is better to upgrade the crystal core so that you can survive. The post kept flooding with comments, but Lin Yu ignored them. He has already said in the post that if he has extra crystal cores, he will put them on the trading market. After posting the message, Lin Yu opened the trading market again and found that his order had been placed. Because he only had 88 crystal cores, all of which had been exchanged for fruits. Without the crystal cores, the order was naturally dropped. Chapter 17 Duan Yang's Awakening Talent. Looking at the transaction interface, Lin Yu's mental power directly clicked to receive. 170 evolution points deducted. The points deducted each time are different, which is mainly determined by the distance between the buyer and seller of the transaction items, as well as the quantity. After all, if the distance is far, the energy required for transmission will be higher, and more evolution points will be deducted. In the void in front of him, a space crack appeared and a pile of fruits fell out. Lin Yu reached out and took it. 3 yellow fruits, 1 each for strength, speed, and physique. The rest are green fruits, 19 in total. Are you the one who placed the order in the trading market? Chun Jinger was shocked when she saw the space above the big round bed suddenly crack open and a bunch of attribute fruits fell out. Yeah. Lin Yu did not deny it. There was nothing to hide. For him, there is no need to rush to upgrade. His strength is not afraid of any zombie below the first level, so upgrading is not a difficult task. The attribute fruits are the most precious. 1 less will be 1 less if you use 1. Only when used at level 0 can it be maximized. When he advances to level 1, all his attributes will double, and when he advances to level 2, they will double again. These are the details that will separate us from others in the future, and they will snowball. Lin Yu's mouth corners curled up slightly. It is only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and there are still very few attribute fruits that have not been consumed. If I don't take this opportunity to collect more, there will be no chance later. After Lin Yu posted, many powerful people followed his example and placed orders in the trading market to purchase attribute fruits. However, they didn't have many crystal cores, so they didn't receive many. At this moment, many people realized the importance of attribute fruits. In a university in Chuan City, in the girls' dormitory, a dozen girls gathered together. This magician is not simple. We were just planning to trade the crystal core for the attribute fruit, but he had already taken action. Sister, what about us? Since he has taken the lead, let's place an order as well, 1 pill lower than his price. We are not as wealthy as he is. There is never a shortage of smart people in this world. I will also save the crystal cores tomorrow and exchange them for some attribute fruits. Chun Jinger has also made up her mind. The attribute fruit adds additional attributes, which is very precious. Get some rest soon. Tomorrow we will head towards the center of the street. Lin Yu fell asleep. In the dark, a rustling sound was heard. What are you doing? Lin Yu was helpless. How come this woman's addiction was even worse than his? Only by constantly fighting can we grow, you said. Chun Jinger took the initiative to attack, but Lin Yu would never let him get his wish. He would be more motivated if he couldn't get it, right? At this time, in a hospital, after Duan Yang ate more than a dozen crystal cores in succession, his whole body shook. Powerful forces grew out of his body. Then, all the bandages on his body were broken by the shock. I'm level 1. I'm recovered, ha ha ha. Duan Yang laughed. Lin Yu, you dare to urinate in me. Just wait, I want you to die. Every time he thought of this, he felt extremely disgusted with his body. He could even smell the stench of his own blood. Have you awakened your talent? At this time, the middle-aged man next to him spoke. Dad, I have awakened, but… Duan Yang hesitated, his face looking a little ugly. The main reason is that his awakened talent is really hard to talk about. Speak. Mr. Duan's face darkened, and he shuddered all over. Dad, my awakened talent is level 1. Fart attack? When Mr. Duan heard that it was a level 1 talent, his face immediately lit up with joy. This was incredible. He has so many people under him, but only one has awakened to the level 1. The others are just weaklings. Only. What is a fart attack? Dad, I can vibrate the blood all over my body and fart out yellow smoke, Duan Yang said with difficulty. Oh? When the people around heard this, their faces changed and they seemed to want to laugh. Can farting be considered a top-level talent? How dare you lie to me? Mr. Duan's face darkened. No, Dad. Don't underestimate my fart. It's highly poisonous. Anyone who gets stuck with it will become dizzy and die of poisoning. Duan Yang hurriedly defended his boastful talent. He was very unconvinced. What's wrong with farting? It's a level 1 talent after all, right? I suspect that your talent was awakened because Lin Yu made you urinate in it? Mr. Duan stroked his chin and pondered. Hearing this, Duan Yang's face darkened. What's the matter? Should I thank him too? Thinking of this, anger rose in his heart. Dad, isn't Lin Yu's grandson at the foot of Xian Mountain? Send me a few men. I want to kill him and wash away the shame. It's not far from here. It's about half an hour away, and there are zombies everywhere. How are you going to get there? Mr. Duan frowned. Dad, it's the end of the world now. What is there to be afraid of? Don't we have a lot of guns at home? With them, plus my talent, it won't be difficult to kill our way to the foot of Xian Mountain. You underestimate the zombies. Dad, I must take revenge, or I will not be willing to die. Duan Yang was extremely determined. Unless he killed that guy, the shadow in his heart would never go away. Okay, I'll arrange it. In the end, Mr. Duan had no choice but to agree. The zombies at this stage are not very strong, and guns have great lethality. Killing zombies also counts as obtaining crystal cores. At the foot of Xian Mountain, the next day, the sky was slightly brighter. The four-man team has assembled. You all know what happened last night. Today, we have to kill as many zombies as possible and seize the crystal cores. Lin Yu gave instructions, and several people rushed towards the center of the street. On the way, he used his mental power to open the trading market. There are some strange things hanging on it, most of which are rare items brought by meteor showers. Lin Yu looked jealous. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that many crystal cores now, so he can only exchange attribute fruits first. He selected the keyword attribute fruit, and soon a bunch of pending orders popped up. 1 yellow attribute fruit, exchange for 40 zombie crystal cores. 1 yellow attribute fruit, exchange for 38 zombie crystal cores. 1 yellow attribute fruit, exchange for 38 zombie crystal cores. These people are really crazy, asking for such a high price. Lin Yu sneered. If he had a large number of crystal cores, he would not care and would just sweep them all up. But now he could not get many in a day, so he had to be careful with his budget. Those who are willing to exchange their attribute fruits are basically people who are lucky but too timid to kill zombies. Click on the leaderboard. There is still only one person on the rank list. First place, unnamed, level 0. In the previous life, it was not until the 6th day of the apocalypse that some people reached level 5, and the rules came into effect. The appearance of Lin Yu in this life accelerated the evolution process. On the 3rd night, Chun Jinger reached level 5, far ahead of everyone else. Clicking on the evolution points ranking, the top of the list is first place, Magician, evolution points 588. He lost 40 points in market trading last night. Second place, Unnamed, evolution points 96. Third place, Thor, evolution point 91. Thor. Lin Yu had no impression of him, but he was probably an evolver who had awakened lightning abilities. About 2 kilometers away from the hotel, we saw a lot of zombies scattered around. Now, the strength of the 4 of them has greatly increased, and they have no pressure facing ordinary zombies. Lin Yu threw out a flame, directly setting an ancient pavilion on fire. There are not many reinforced concrete buildings in the ancient town, and most of the shops are built with wooden boards. He did not realize this problem yesterday, so he did not let go completely when killing the zombies, and always retained more than 50% of his magic power to deal with unknown dangers. Now, he completely let go and prepared for a big kill. The countless ancient buildings around him can provide him with endurance. Roar. Lin Yu's movements were too big, attracting the attention of many zombies. Suddenly, they roared and rushed towards them. The tranquility of the early morning was broken. When one zombie moved, countless zombies followed. Brother Yu, this is too much, let's run. In an instant, hundreds of zombies rushed forward, creating an extremely huge and terrifying noise. And in the distance, there were also zombies making a commotion, as if they were being attracted over here. Lu Yu and the other man's expressions also changed drastically. Run! Lin Yu shouted and ran back with the three of them. Several people ran away wildly. Almost there. After running back 300 or 400 meters, Lin Yu saw that the number of zombies following him had decreased a lot, and there were only about 30 or 40 left. The other zombies followed blindly. After running for a while, they found that there were only people of the same kind around them and no sign of aliens, so they slowly fell behind and left. Jinger, you will be responsible for picking up the crystal cores in a while. Okay, I like this job. Lin Yu stopped and looked at the zombies that were chasing him relentlessly, with a smile on his face. Then, the flame energy in his hands quickly condensed. Flame Blade. Chapter 18. It's a pity not to be a firefighter. Flame Blade. Lin Yu activated his talent, and a blazing flame condensed into a 20 to 30 meter long sword in his hand, sweeping forward. In the blink of an eye, most of the zombies rushing towards him were chopped in half, and raging flames were ignited. In just half a minute, nearly 40 zombies were burned to ashes, leaving only crystal cores on the ground. Boss, your efficiency in killing zombies is too high. The three people watching from behind were stunned. Who the hell is the monster? There were more than 30 zombies, and they were killed so easily. Brother Yu, there are 14 crystal cores in total. Chen Jinger smiled happily while holding the crystal cores. Magic. Lin Yu was also a little excited. The fire attack consumed 100 magic points, and the reward was worth it. His flaming sword is not a natural ability. His talent is to control flames and use the fire element between heaven and earth. As for how to use your talents to launch powerful attacks, it requires constant research, application, and practice to form a mature attack. Some people with fire talents can only use small fireballs to attack. Even if it's stronger, it can only turn into a huge fireball attack. Lin Yu is different. In the 6 years of his previous life, he had already mastered the use of fire to the extreme. In addition to the roar of fire, there are also the waltz of fire, the avatar of fire, the sky-burning fire array, the flaming arrow, the skyfire meteor. However, there is no need for him to expose his methods too much. At present, the flame roar and the flame blade are enough. Come again. Lin Yu took the three people and used the same method again. Attract wave after wave of zombies over, and as long as there are no more than 100 of them, kill them on the spot. Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan are also very powerful. The two of them are already level 3, and their strength is not weak. In addition, they both have level 3 talents, so the damage they cause to kill zombies is completely enough. The two of them have talents in long-range area attacks and can assist Lin Yu from the side. Roaring Flames. It was another extremely powerful blow. Flames spurted out of Lin Yu's mouth, sweeping all the zombies in. Wind Strangulation. Sandthorns. Occasionally, a few zombies rushed out of the flames, but were torn apart by the skills of Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan. Magic. After a long time, as he continued to use his talent to attack on a large scale, Lin Yu felt the emptiness of the magic power in his body. He took a deep breath, then opened his mouth wide, and a vortex of magic formed in his mouth. Then, several people saw the flames burning on the surrounding buildings, as if being pulled, turning into fire snakes and flying into Lin Yu's mouth. Boss, you can actually eat fire? It would be a shame if you don't become a firefighter. Yeah, if this skill existed before the end of the world, everyone in the fire department would be laid off. What kind of monster is this? The three of them were shocked when they saw Lin Yu's amazing move. Countless flames gathered and rushed into Lin Yu's mouth. But in just a moment, there was no more fire on the street, and it was all swallowed up by Lin Yu. Belch. After swallowing a large amount of fire element energy, Lin Yu couldn't help but burp. Magic. After absorbing the fire from 20 or 30 shops on both sides of the street, he only recovered less than 1,000 points of magic power. But this is also terrible. Half a day had passed since the battle began, and he still had more than 3,000 magic powers in his body. They have killed nearly 6,000 or 7,000 zombies and collected nearly 1,000 crystal cores. In the evolution point rankings, his data continued to jump wildly and was now approaching the 4,000 mark. Even Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan made it into the top 30. Daxia Evolution Points Ranking. First place, Magician, Evolution Points 3762. Second place, Unnamed, Evolution Points 427. Third place, Madwolf, Evolution Point 416. Number 26, Lu Yu, Evolution Points 286. Number 29, Yang Shanshan, Evolution Points 257. Everyone who was paying attention to the list was stunned when they saw the Magician's terrifying evolution value. Who is the Magician? He doesn't even appear on the rank list, but he's so terrifying. In half a day, I killed more than 3,000 zombies. Even if I stood still, I couldn't kill so many. It's terrifying. I suspect that the boss has a terrifying talent for large-scale attacks, at least above level 1. The one who collected a large number of attribute fruits yesterday must be the Magician. The strong will always be strong. No, I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to exchange some zombie crystal cores today. I want to upgrade and go out to kill zombies. Everyone, I advise you not to gamble on the attribute fruits. I ate 3 green ones, all of which increased my magic power. I haven't even awakened my innate abilities, so what's the use of this magic power? I think a magician is not just one person, he should have a team, otherwise it would be too scary. This view was shared by most people. After all, the magician's evolution point was too terrifying. The regional chat is still lively, and the text scrolls very quickly. It's the end of the world, and these people don't want to kill zombies to survive, but just waste time on writing words in the chat area. It's speechless. Time passed quickly, and the sky had darkened. Lin Yu's team returned to the hotel. Today's harvest was extremely huge. At this moment, his evolution points had reached 8,261 points. The second place did not even break 1,000, only reaching 965. A total of 2,216 crystal cores exploded, and he gave 100 each to Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan, and 200 to Chen Jinger. When the three of them finally counted the number, they were all numb. They had no objection to Lin Yu's assignment. Although he was envious, Lu Yu knew that without Lin Yu, it would be difficult for the two of them to get even 50 pieces, let alone 200 pieces. Chen Jinger, who did nothing but got 200 coins for free, happily wanted Lin Yu to compete with her. Of course, the ending was already determined. Even the king of talking can only win a game with his mouth. Several people did not absorb the crystal core and followed Lin Yu's example to exchange it for fruits in the trading market. It seems that there are still many people who have fruits in their hands. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Less than 2 minutes after he posted the transaction order, all 1,800 crystal cores were sold out. According to his exchange rate today, 5 coins can be exchanged for a green one, and 20 coins can be exchanged for a yellow one. Basically, no one will sell for less than this. In the end, he obtained 42 yellow intermediate fruits and 192 green fruits. When he saw this data, his breath was taken away. What a huge number. This number is nothing if you spread it out. After all, there are more than 2 billion people in Daxia, and the number of people who have benefited from the fruit is estimated to be tens of millions. But if it is concentrated in one person's hands, it would be extremely terrifying. 192 yellow fruits and 192 green fruits, which is equivalent to 402 attribute points. Lin Yu was excited, glanced at Chen Jinger, who was taking a bath in the bathroom, and clicked to receive it. Evolution points. Hiss. Although I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't help but gasp. I don't know how the rules are charged, but this time they directly deducted more than 3,000 evolution points. Then, the void cracked, and countless attribute fruits poured down and directly submerged him. Lin Yu grabbed the fruit and put it into his mouth without saying a word. The fruit melted in his mouth and immediately turned into streams of energy, transforming and strengthening his body. Strength, speed, magic, spiritual power. Chapter 19. The One Under One. Lin Yu's mouth was numb from eating so much, and in less than 10 minutes, he finally swallowed all the attribute fruits. The brand new attribute panel greatly boosted his self-confidence. Codename: Magician. Level: 0th level, 3rd level 0. Magic power: 18,500. Strength: 249. Physique: 136. Speed: 142. Spirit: 185. Talent: Level 86 Flame Master. Evolving: Unlocked Flame Form. Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame, unlocking 86. The 5th day of the apocalypse. Under Lin Yu's butterfly effect, the entire world, the entire Daxia Kingdom, evolved much faster than in the previous life. In the previous life, it was only on the 6th day that someone evolved to level 5, triggering the advent of the rules. In this life, It happened 4 days earlier. At the same time, Lin Yu's behavior in the trading market also attracted the attention and follow-up of the evolvers in the entire Daxia kingdom. With Daxia's huge population base, even if only a very small number of fruits gather towards a certain group of people, it can create a large number of strong people. I'm really looking forward to the moment when the world rankings are opened. I wonder how interesting the foreigners' expressions will be when they see that all the people on the list are from Daxia. Hey. Lin Yu smiled darkly, looking forward to it. In the evening, Lin Yu and his companions were resting in a jewelry store. While counting the harvest, he ate to replenish his energy. Today's harvest was a little more than yesterday. Lin Yu directly gave 250 pills to Lu Yu and Chen Jinger, 300 pills to Chen Jinger, and kept 1922 pills for himself. Today should be your last chance. You should prioritize exchanging fruits. After today, you may not be able to exchange them anymore. Lin Yu said to the three of them. Boss, do you mean that those who have fruits are going to keep them for themselves? Most of those who are willing to switch will switch today. After today, there won't be many left. Chen Jinger is quite smart. That's right. Now everyone knows the function of the fruit and the effect of the crystal core. The reason why the supply was insufficient the day before yesterday was mainly because there were not many crystal cores. But today it is different. Yes, and after the initial fear, some people will try to kill zombies. If they succeed, they will definitely not exchange fruits anymore. So, today is the last chance. Having said that, Lin Yu directly clicked on the trading market. The price of green fruit has now risen to 10 crystal cores, and the price of yellow fruit has risen to 38 crystal cores, which is double what it was yesterday. Lin Yu did not hesitate and placed an order for green 10 for 1 and yellow 40 for 1. Are you all done hanging up? Lin Yu asked the three of them. I've placed the order, but the price is so high now. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. Any change is better. Chen Jinger shook her head. There was nothing that could be done about it. Anyway, with the help of the boss, we are already far ahead of others. Yeah, if it weren't for Brother Yu, we would have died a long time ago, and we wouldn't be here today. Speaking of this, Yang Shanshan and the others were full of gratitude to Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled, clicked on the evolution point list, his eyes suddenly focused, and then he understood something. Daxia Evolution Points Ranking. First place, Magician, Evolution Points 14662. Second place, Archmage, Evolution Points 9833. Third place, Unnamed, Evolution Points 9721. 20th place, Vulcan, Evolution Points 7699. Today's rankings. It was completely renewed and everyone's data was extremely terrifying. A world of difference compared to yesterday. The three of them also noticed Lin Yu's expression and started to check. After killing zombies for a whole day, they were just taking a break. They had no time to look at the rankings before. This was a shocking sight and everyone was shocked. Why is it so exaggerated today? Lu Yu was dumbfounded. Yes, the top 10 all have more than 9,000 evolution points. I have fallen out of the rankings. Yang Shanshan smacked her lips. Chen Jinger thought about it. He said, I'm afraid many of them have formed teams. If there are several powerful awakeners to form a team, the efficiency will be very high. Yes, there are also some people with great talent in terms of killing range. If their basic attributes are improved, they can kill zombies very quickly. I saw it on the forum last night. Someone was discussing the fire god ranked 20th. He is also an awakened person with fire talent and is very powerful. The Great Xia Nation's ranking list is also different. There was only one person yesterday, but now the rankings are full. Chen Jinger's words also attracted the attention of several people. Lin Yu clicked it and took a look. The girl still ranks first. Daxia Kingdom rank list. First place, Unnamed, rank 0. Second place, Unnamed, tier 0. Third place, Blade, tier 0. The rank list does not count levels, it only counts ranks. Now everyone is at level 0, so the ranking is based on the order in which they were listed first. Although the first place is still unnamed, Lin Yu knows that it is Chen Jinger. Even if the second place has now reached level 10, he will always be ranked behind the first place unless he breaks into the first level. Let's go back and rest. Lin Yu called a few people and went to the hotel. On the way, he looked at the pending transaction orders. So far, only half of the transactions had been successful, and the other half were still pending. There are a lot of pending orders in the entire trading market today. Lin Yu knew that those truly powerful evolvers had begun to show their prowess. A few days before the end of the world, everyone was still unfamiliar with each other. But now, those who have awakened powerful talents and those who are extremely lucky and have eaten red attribute fruits or even golden fruits will stand out. The man codenamed Blade, if Lin Yu remembered correctly. He should be from the military, with a natural awakening skill. Heavenly Sword, which is said to be indestructible and can break anything. The one codenamed the Archmage was one of the strongest men in the previous life. His innate awakening skill, Undead Scourge, was terrifying. After this guy became familiar with his supernatural powers, he was able to kill zombies at an extremely fast speed. However, no matter how powerful you are, you will always be inferior to me in this life. Lin Yu's mouth curled up. He remembered a particularly good anime, Under One Person, before the end of the world, and he wanted to be the one person under one person in the end of the world. All others are inferior to him. He believes that his advantages are unmatched. Boom boom. As soon as Lin Yu and his companions returned to the hotel, there was a knock on the door. I'll go check it out. Chen Jinger opened the door and saw a woman in a white suit standing at the door. She had a very beautiful face. What's up? Chen Jinger became alert. This woman's appearance was no worse than hers, and her figure was similar, but she had a more mature charm than her. Can I go in and talk? The young woman felt the hostility of the girl in front of her and smiled bitterly. Come in. After a moment's silence, Chen Jinger let the young woman in. Are you here to see me? Lin Yu asked. I want to join your team. Hearing this, Chen Jinger frowned. What good will it do us if you join us? As far as I know, you also brought your daughter with you, both of whom are weak women who can't even lift a finger. Lin Yu looked at her with a playful look. Chapter 20 Space Talent. Feeling Lin Yu's constant gaze looking up and down, the young woman looked a little unnatural, and her cheeks flushed slightly. How could she not know what these men were thinking? The young woman took a deep breath. She showed a calm smile on her face and said, Accept me. You will never regret it. Take you in? Lin Yu was stunned. Is it so straightforward? No, I mean let me join your team. The young woman seemed to react as well, sensing the ambiguity in the words, and hurried to explain. Her face turned red with anxiety, and a look of shyness crept onto her face. God is my witness. Although she has some strange fantasies about Lin Yu, she is also a smart person. She knew that a readily available vase meant nothing to a man, especially in the end times. Therefore, even if she wants to find a man to rely on, even if she likes this man and even likes him a little, she will never depend on him as a vase. Tell me, what value do you have that will prevent me from regretting it? Lin Yu became interested. This woman is always so charming. She clearly has a calm and dignified aura, but she also seems to be easily shy. That kind of contrast makes people unable to stop. Noticing Lin Yu's strange look, the two women had their own little thoughts in their minds. Slutty fox. Chen Jinger was so angry that her teeth were itching, and she kept cursing in her heart. My name is Lu Shiyun. My niece is Lu Rook, and we both have awakened our talents. The young woman introduced herself. She originally ran a company in Kundu City. Although it was not particularly large, it had an annual revenue of over 1 million. Ruku was the child of her twin sister, who died when Ruku was 2 years old, so she was raised by herself. Although he is not her biological child, his sister's child is also her child, so the two have always been mother and daughter. There are quite a few people in this world who have awakened their talents, but it's nothing. Lin Yu shook his head and said, My daughter has awakened a super talent, Holy Light Healing. With her here, no matter how badly she's injured, she can be saved. It's a great talent indeed. Chen Jinger was also surprised. This is a nanny's skill, which greatly improves the absolute survival rate in the Doomsday. What about you? What's your talent? My talent is Level 1 Infinite Space. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Shiyun still told it truthfully. Although both mother and daughter have awakened their talents, they seem to have no attack power. It is almost impossible to survive in this apocalypse where zombies are rampant and human nature is evil. Even if she could stockpile all kinds of supplies, she didn't have the strength to plunder them. Level Infinite Space? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu stood up suddenly. This talent is really too amazing. Level 1 Spatial Talent, this is what many people dream of. In a novel, someone with such talent would definitely be the protagonist. I'm stockpiling food and supplies while others are enjoying the apocalypse. Of course, although this is against the will of heaven, it is not what Lin Yu cares about most. In the end times, only strength is the most important thing. Otherwise, it would be like the neighbor storing grain and I storing guns, and the neighbor is my granary. What Lin Yu cares about is a level of spatial talent is definitely not just about having a dimensional space. There must be many spatial abilities that have not been discovered. In the previous life, Anyone who awakened talents related to space was always a super powerful person. What about space dimension slash, space binding, space solidification, space exile, space teleportation? As long as you understand it, you will gain combat effectiveness. TSK. Moreover, once people who have awakened their spatial talent have mastered the ability to absorb space, they can create space rings, which are invaluable items. One piece can be sold at a sky-high price. Okay, from today on, you will follow me. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. As long as he could conquer this woman's heart, it would be a great help to him in the future. Not only is it powerful, it can also bring countless wealth. As long as the talent for space develops, one can truly be a strong person standing at the top of the world. After seeing off the young lady Lu Shiyun, Lin Yu opened the trading market. At this point, all the crystal cores have been replaced with attribute fruits. He again obtained 21 yellow fruits and 108 green fruits. Compared to yesterday, it is very different, but things are valuable because they are rare, so it would be great if we can replace them all. This will bring him more than 200 points of attributes. However, Lin Yu has no plans to absorb it for the time being. He plans to wait until he finds his sister and then use it based on the situation. His current attributes are already invincible. At the same time, he did not take the attribute fruit away from the trading market, and he ignored the flashing to be taken out sign. In this world, where is the safest place to put precious things? Of course, it is in the space of rules. This is actually a card, but it is very useful. He is not like Lu Shiyun, who has unlimited space. It is also troublesome to put it in the backpack every day, and it will be lost or damaged if you are not careful. However, the rule space is charged. In addition to being charged an evolution point when placing a transaction order, if the transaction is not completed and the points are not collected, a certain amount of evolution points will be deducted every day. So even if most people know about this card, they can't afford to use it. After thinking about it, Lin Yu put the most precious thing on him, the Fire Dragon Blood, on the trading order. 1 drop of Fire Dragon Blood can be exchanged for a treasure of equal value. 1 drop of Fire Dragon Blood can be exchanged for a treasure of equal value. After failing 2 orders in a row, the Fire Dragon's blood essence is no longer of any use to him, but its value is immeasurable. There were 7 other rare cards, so he hung them all up and used the trading market as his private space ring. What are you doing? After finishing everything, Lin Yu was just about to go to bed when Chen Jinger came over like an octopus. Failure is the mother of success. I will never give up. Give up what? Of course, I will surpass you, defeat you, and make you my wife. Oh, just you? Lin Yu attacked mercilessly. Don't underestimate me. I feel a force stirring inside me. Is this true or false? Lin Yu was shocked. Could it be that this girl was about to awaken her talent? Don't worry about whether it's true or not. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. We must cherish the present moment. Why do I feel so uncomfortable when you say this? Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Isn't this usually said by men? Tianhai City, in a luxurious villa. 8 people were eating hot pot. Suddenly, someone seemed to have discovered something and stood up. What's wrong? His actions startled everyone. Boss, someone just posted on the forum, saying that if anyone can rescue his wife and give them 100 crystal cores, he is willing to exchange it for a red attribute fruit. As soon as these words were spoken, several people exchanged glances with a hint of excitement in them. Red attribute fruit. No one can resist this temptation. In Tianhai City? The burly man among the group spoke, with lightning in his eyes. He was the leader of this small team of 8. Codename, Divine Punishment. Their small team of 8 people are all gifted awakeners, and 6 of them are level 1. Divine Punishment and the second oldest, Black Feather, are even more talented. Yes, in our Tianhai City. It seems that his wife is trapped in the hospital. Reply to him, I am Divine Punishment, and our Thunder team has taken over his business. Ask him to send the detailed information over. Okay, boss. Also, tell him that if he deceives me and fails to hand over the red attribute fruit, I will make him live a life worse than death. Clear. The news that Shenfa accepted the order caused a lot of discussion in the forum because he is a celebrity. Chapter 21. Searching for Supplies. Divine Punishment, the strongest being ranked 9th on the evolution points list. He reached an extremely high evolution point of 9,127, which meant that he killed more than 9,000 zombies in 2 days. Such a big shot has emerged under his real name. The post instantly became the most popular one, second only to Lin Yu's post, which he paid to have pinned. Because of this incident, similar things sprang up on the forum like mushrooms after rain. Exchange the red attribute fruit for the boss's help. Another red attribute fruit trading post. Original poster. The red attribute fruit is so precious. How can you bear to give it to others? Are you lying? That's right. You'll take out the red one? Isn't it nice if I absorb it directly? Damn it. Do you think I'm willing to do that? The point is, even if it's the fruit of power, I won't be able to survive if I eat it. The poster replied anxiously below. The original poster is just exaggerating. The red attribute fruit may have a point attribute. With 50 points of strength added, he instantly becomes a great master. Zombies and the like are nothing but chickens and dogs. You guys know nothing. I'm hiding in a warehouse next to the zoo. Outside are a bunch of mutant tigers, lions, elephants, and so on. Are you sure I can fight my way out with 50 points of strength? As soon as the OP said this, the comments section fell silent. Take care, host. Take care, host. The comment section was instantly flooded with this sentence. Suddenly, a comment appeared. I'm a demon, and I'm in the same zoo as you. Send me your exact address, and I'll save you. Remember, this is a red attribute fruit. Another big guy showed up. Ranked 5th on the evolution point list. Lin Yu slept soundly that night, mainly because he had worked too hard the night before. After eating, he and a few others walked out of the hotel as usual. But this time, there were 2 more people in the team. Lu Shiyuan and her niece Lu Rook. Uncle, are we going to fight monsters? Sister, are you really amazing? I want to fight monsters too. I want to protect my mom. The little girl was chattering along the way, very active, without much fear or terror. I'm afraid this innocence will be wiped out soon. Lin Yu sighed slightly, looked at the few people and said, let's go around to South Street today. What's wrong? No one should be willing to exchange attribute fruits today. Let's go get Alma's supplies first. Go around the wetland park in front of West Street, and you'll find the Alma supermarket. Several people had no objection to Lin Yu's decision. Roar. As soon as we got to the wetland park, several zombies pounced on us. Swoosh. The wind blade flew past, and the head of the zombie rushing over flew out instantly, and black blood sprayed all over the ground. Lu Rook had never seen such a bloody scene before. She was so scared that she screamed, and then a hand covered her mouth. Don't be afraid, Ru, those are monsters. Lu Shiyuan also looked pale, but she still suppressed her inner fear and covered the little girl's mouth immediately. Woo-woo. Don't be afraid, Ru. I'm telling you, these are terrible monsters that eat people. The little girl shrank her neck. If you keep being afraid, they will bully your mother and eat both you and your mother. No, we can't let the monster eat Mom. Then you must be brave, don't be afraid, and don't scream. You must be strong and kill all the monsters, so that you can protect your mother. Chen Jinger patiently and instructively. Ruku is not afraid of monsters. Ruku wants to protect her mother. The little girl's expression became determined. In fact, children's thoughts are the easiest to change. Because of ignorance, there is no fear. Before the end of the world, some teenagers committed crimes and dared to kill people because of their ignorance. They don't know what the consequences will be, so they dare to do things that adults dare not do. After passing the wetland park, we soon arrived at the Alma supermarket. Boss, the door is locked from the inside. There aren't any zombies around. It looks like they've all been cleared out. There should be quite a few survivors here. Lu Yu knocked on the door several times, but there was no response. Kick the door open. Okay, boss. Lu Yu went up and kicked the door twice, but the door just shook a little and didn't open. You should know that he is now a level 3 evolver, and he has exchanged some attribute fruits in the past few days, and his strength has reached 52 points. With one kick, there is almost 1,000 kilograms of force. This is the back door. I don't know what the people inside reinforced at the back, but they can't even kick it open. I'll try again. Lu Yu activated his talent, and a huge wind blade slashed towards the gate. Bang! The outer door was torn apart, revealing the object behind it. The wind blade only left traces on it, and was unable to cut it open. So hard. Is this steel? There are also various irons, steel bars, and the like. How did they mix these metals together and seal them here? It should be the ability of a talent awakener. Let me do it. Lin Yu is not surprised. In the end times, all kinds of talents are awakened, and it is not surprising to be able to control metal. He walked forward. Flames appeared out of nowhere on his right foot, and he kicked out hard. Bang! The obstacles made of various metals were suddenly scattered by the huge force, revealing a passage. Several people stepped in. Rows of shelves came into view, filled with all kinds of food, including rice and other grains, hundreds of bags of them. Potatoes, Sweet potatoes and the like were all piled in a corner, lots of them. That's great. There's so much food. I don't have to worry about having nothing to eat for a long time in the future. Shiyun, put all of these into your infinite space and take them all away. Lu Shiyun nodded. She walked to the front of the large shelf, stretched out her right hand, and then a black hole in space appeared in front of her palm and directly swallowed the shelf. It was the first time for several people to see the spatial talent, and they were all shocked. Until what he saw at this moment, Lin Yu became more determined in his inner thoughts. Lu Shiyun's talent for space is by no means a simple way to store items. The supermarket is very big, and the place where they are should be in the deep of the supermarket, where all the supplies are kept. Along the way, there was everything to eat, drink, use, and play with. Lu Shiyun accepted them all and put them all into the space. No, I'm out of magic power. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Shiyun felt a little tired. Chapter 22, Kill Them All. That'll be it for now. Let's go check out the survivors here. They should be ahead. At the end of the warehouse, a huge iron gate blocked the way. The door is unlocked. Lu Yu stepped forward and pushed the door open gently. Who? A loud shout was heard. When Lin Yu and his companions walked in, they saw a group of people staring at them. He frowned. There were more than 100 people inside, and the 20 or so people sitting on the sofa were smoking, and most of them were holding weapons in their hands. The other 70 or 80 people were all women, all of them good-looking. They were all naked and huddled in a corner. Seeing Lin Yu and others suddenly breaking in, the 20 or so people on the sofa stood up suddenly and stared at them closely. Why are you here? The leading man narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous light. We walked in through the back door. Impossible. The back door has been reinforced. No one can get in there. The man looked incredulous. The back door had been reinforced by their boss using his supernatural powers, and even a level 5 evolver would find it difficult to shake it. Do you think we have been hiding in here all the time? Lin Yu looked at him with a smile. I don't want to know why you are here. Now I only give you 2 choices. First, hand over these 3 women, and I will spare your lives. I may even let you join us. Second, I will kill you and leave the woman behind. A hint of lust flashed across the man's face. The 3 women in front of him were even more beautiful than the ones his boss had. I choose the third one. Haha, you're a smart guy. What did you say? The leading man was stunned for a moment, then he became furious. Boy, are you kidding me? Congratulations, you got the answer right, but unfortunately there is no prize. You are so sharp-tongued. It seems that you will not cry until you see the coffin. The man shouted at the men around him. Leave the women here and break the men's limbs. For people immediately surrounded them, all holding weapons, either steel pipes or fire axes. Boy, you dare to be so blind when you come to our territory. You are simply courting death. As they spoke, several people swung their weapons and smashed towards Lin Yu's legs. Sandthorns. Yang Shanshan moved first. With her innate ability, for vines as thick as bowls and made entirely of sand broke through the concrete floor and pierced straight into the bodies of the 4 people, piercing through them. When she saw the women in the corner, half naked and tortured to death, her anger soared. Seeing the other side attacking Lin Yu at this moment, he could no longer hold back and instantly attacked, killing the 4 people directly. The sand scattered and 4 bodies fell heavily to the ground. Talent Awakener. The leading man screamed, stood up from the sofa. A trace of fear flashed across his face. He knew very well how terrifying those with awakened talents were. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. His face instantly broke into a smile. He hurriedly smiled and said, My dear bosses, our boss has taken some people out to kill zombies and will be back soon. Several of our bosses are also gifted awakeners. It is better to resolve grievances than to create them. Maybe we can create something great together. The man smiled and bowed to Lin Yu. Shanshan, your ability can control the earth element to turn into sand thorns, so you might as well feel and think more, and try to turn the land into sand and form a sand swamp. Lin Yu ignored the man and instead taught Yang Shanshan a lesson. Okay, I'll try. Yang Shanshan was delighted, because sand thorns was something she would naturally master when her talent was awakened. But in fact, there is no sand in the earth. So where did her sand thorns come from? So tracing back to the origin, her talent is the ability to turn the earth element into sand. Sand thorns are just a ready-made means of attack after desertification. Not yet. When I use sand thorns, sand will naturally form and condense into thorns to attack. Yang Shanshan tried hard and found the process difficult. Don't worry. I'll tell you the method. Practice more when you have time. and feel more when you use your talent. Feel the process of sand formation. When you grasp the essence of elemental transformation, you will be able to develop more attacking moves. Lin Yu said to Qin Jinger and others, it's the same for you. You need to feel more and study more to fully discover your own talents. Several people nodded, thinking about it. On the other side, the man was ignored and could no longer remain calm. He said gloomily, what do you mean? Don't think you are the only ones who have awakened talents. We have them too. Oh, where is it? Call it out so I can see. You. The man was so angry that his face turned red. Several bosses who have awakened their talents have gone out to kill zombies, and they are just the younger brothers who stayed behind to guard the supplies. Oh, kill them all. Lin Yu's light words made everyone present feel a chill in their bodies. Lin Yu frowned. Why? Can't you do it? Boss, they? Lu Yu just opened his mouth. Lin Yu interrupted him. If you can't do it, don't call me boss. They really deserve to be killed. Yang Shanshan waved her right hand, and dozens of sand thorns broke through the ground and stabbed towards those people. Lin Yu looked at her in surprise. This woman is actually more decisive than Lu Yu now, which is very good. Qin Jinger also moved. She grabbed a steel pipe and pierced the throat of the person opposite her, and blood gushed out. Lin Yu was ashamed. This woman was actually quite violent. Kill. When Lu Yu saw that the two women had already taken action, he gritted his teeth and gathered the wind blade to kill those people. In less than 2 minutes, the ground was covered with corpses. Seeing this bloody scene, everyone except Lin Yu felt a little uncomfortable. Although the scene of killing zombies is more disgusting than this, these are living people after all. This was their first time killing someone. I'll kill you. Sudden. Among the group of women in the corner, more than a dozen people rushed out. They picked up various weapons on the ground and threw them at the dead people. What's more, those who didn't grab the weapons just started talking. They bit off the man's ear with their teeth, and they were venting wildly. Let's go and have a look on the second floor. Lin Yu raised his foot and took the lead in walking up the escalator next to him. Most of the things on the second floor were daily necessities. After searching for useful things, I met a few more women on the third floor. These women are all very beautiful, but their eyes are dull due to the torture. These beasts. Yang Shanshan cursed angrily. Although the other few people didn't say anything, their expressions were ugly and gloomy. Chapter 23: The Locked Man. The end of the world is a living hell, so you'd better adjust your mindset and not have any compassion. Otherwise, you might be the one lying there someday. Lin Yu's words were like a devil's voice, making all the women present shudder. After walking a little further, I found a large iron gate. Lu Yu stepped forward, swung out a wind blade, and tore the iron door apart. Inside, a young man in black was locked in the room. Several thick iron chains locked his limbs tightly in the four corners of the room. At the same time, countless steel bars stuck his whole body and extended directly to his neck, making him unable to move at all. What's even more terrifying is, 2 steel bars pierced his calves, and the blood had already coagulated at the wounds. The loud noise made the young man open his eyes. You are not Wang Hao's men. Who are you? The young man asked the people in front of him. Who are you? Who is Wang Hao? Lin Yu asked back. Hearing this, the young man confirmed that those people were not Wang Hao's men. His eyes suddenly lit up and then dimmed again. I was originally the occupier of this Ulma supermarket. Later, when I was out killing zombies, Wang Hao's brother came here. This beast actually insulted my wife. When I rushed back, it was too late. My wife had committed suicide. The young man gritted his teeth as he said this. I cut that bastard into pieces and fed them to the zombies, but my wife will never come back. Then how did you become like this? Later, Wang Hao came with his men. He imprisoned me here and tortured me every day. The young man's eyes were filled with hatred. As long as I'm alive one day, I'm going to send these bastards to hell. They're all beasts. Wang Hao is the one who is occupying the supermarket now. Qin Jinger asked. Yes, that's them. Everyone, I don't know why you are here, but I advise you to leave quickly. The young man looked at them and said, when Wang Hao and the others come back, you will all be in a miserable end, especially these 3 women. You don't want us to save you? Lin Yu was very curious. The young man shook his head. You still have a chance to leave now. If you save me, Wang Hao will not let you go. You are a man, but it's a pity that we have to let you down. Lin Yu walked forward, grabbed the chains, and with a little force, the chains broke directly. When the young man saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, Lin Yu easily broke open the steel bars that imprisoned the young man and rescued him. He grabbed the steel bar that pierced the young man's calf and pulled it out violently. Hiss. The young man looked painful, but he still endured it and didn't make any loud noise. Xiao Ruku, come and treat him, Lin Yu said. The little girl had a determined face and didn't seem afraid at all. She walked forward, placed her hands on the young man's bleeding wound, and a light green light emerged. Everyone saw it. The young man's wounds were healing and forming scars at a speed visible to the naked eye. So scary? Ruku is amazing. This must be a healing talent. Several people were shocked when they saw this scene. Thank you all for saving my life. If you need me, I, Xiaowen, will be at your disposal. The young man stretched his body and bowed towards Lin Yu. Let's go down and wait for them. Lin Yu nodded slightly, picked up Lu Rook and said. The little girl was very pleased and proud to receive everyone's praise. Aren't you leaving? Xiaowen looked surprised. These people are actually waiting here for Wang Hao and his group. Don't they want to live? I know you may be strong, but that group of people are even stronger. It won't be good to play against them. Xiaowen said in a deep voice. This is our business. If you are afraid, you can leave on your own. Several people looked at him, and all followed Lin Yu down. They obeyed Lin Yu's words unconditionally. Xiaowen looked at the backs of several people and gritted his teeth. Finally, he sighed and said, forget it. At worst, I can just give my life back to them. At least I don't have to endure that kind of torture anymore. Looking at the young man who followed, Lin Yu smiled and said, Wang Hao is so scary. Why don't you leave? You saved me. No matter how dangerous the mountains and rivers of fire are, I will risk my life to accompany you. Xiaowen paused, then added, besides, I am also very strong. Then why are you imprisoned? Xiaowen's expression froze, and he stopped talking angrily. What talents do Wang Hao and his gang have? Wang Hao possesses a super talent, forbidden magic. Under the influence of his talent, no one's innate abilities can be used. I was arrested because of the forbidden magic. Smiley face. I have seen many readers comment that the people they met were all top-level talents. The author would like to say a few words here. This book assumes that there are 2 billion people in Daxia. Even if only 1/5 of them awaken, there are still 400 million awakeners. Even if there is only one level among 10,000 awakeners, there are still 40,000 level talents. If evenly distributed to the 34 provinces in the country, there are 1,177 level talents in each province. In provincial and municipal cities, there are definitely 100 or 200 level talents. Second, the guy the protagonist met was the boss of a team of hundreds of people, and he didn't even have a level 1 talent. How could he have the strength to be the boss? Third, do I need to introduce those who are not level 1? For example, there are nearly 200 people behind Wang Hao. Do I need to write down Zhang's level 3 talent, Li's level 4 talent? Not writing them down does not mean that they are all level 1. There are 5 awakeners under him. Level 1 Hu Bin has the ability to control steel, and level 1 Xinzhong can become invisible. These 2 are also very powerful. The remaining 3 are nothing to be afraid of. Level 1 Fireball, Level 2 Strength Amplification, and Level 3 Acceleration. Level 1 Forbidden Magic, quite interesting. Lin Yu murmured to himself. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful innate ability and should belong to the rule system. The rules are fair. The practitioner must also comply with this rule. In this forbidden magic range, no one can use their talents and can only rely on basic attributes to fight. A few people walked to the first floor and looked at the corpses on the ground with some disgust. Desertification. Suddenly, Yang Shanshan let out a tender cry. As she finished her words, the hard concrete floor seemed to be corroded, melting rapidly and turning into sand in an instant. The sand rolled and swallowed up all the corpses on the ground. I did it. Yang Shanshan was extremely excited. After listening to Lin Yu's words, she kept pondering and thinking, and finally she grasped the essence of desertification. Shanshan, you are amazing. You understood it so quickly. Chun Jinger was full of envy, as her talent had not even awakened yet. It seems that you have a good understanding. Lin Yu also praised with a smile. Xiaowen's expression changed. It turned out that this woman was also a person with awakened talent, and she looked very strong. After dealing with the corpse, the overall environment became much cleaner. Lin Yu took Lu Shurian back to the warehouse and took away all the supplies that had not been taken away before. Crash. Half an hour later, the rolling door was slowly pulled up. Brother Hao, you were so awesome. I think that zombie was already level 10, but it was killed so easily. The bosses should be able to reach level 7 tonight. As the rolling door was pulled up, the voices of a group of people were heard. Hearing the sound, Lu Yu and others stood up and stared at the door. Wang Hao walked into Orma with 70 or 80 people. When he saw Lin Yu and others, he was stunned. Where's Haozi? Where did you get these 3 women? They are pretty. These women are more beautiful than celebrities. You bosses are in for a treat tonight. A group of people didn't take them seriously, thinking they were mice brought in from outside. They all looked at the 3 women and started to joke with them. Chapter 24. Forbidden Magic Area. No, that's Xiaowan. A stern-faced man narrowed his eyes and gave a gentle reminder. Hearing this, everyone looked over carefully. Are you here to save Xiaowan? Wang Hao sneered. Where's Haozi? We killed him. Lin Yu sat on the sofa and had no intention of getting up. Hearing this, Wang Hao and his group immediately pressed forward. The feeling of oppression from 70 or 80 people is still very strong, and these people have fought many zombies and have a strong blood energy. The people behind Lin Yu suddenly became nervous, and they were all secretly accumulating strength. Crash! Suddenly, 13 of the women in the corner stood up, holding weapons tightly in their hands. These women said nothing, all walked behind Lin Yu and stood still, confronting Wang Hao and others. Their actions surprised Lin Yu. Haha, you don't want to rely on these bitches, do you? Wang Hao laughed. He waved his hand violently, and a dozen of his younger brothers rushed out behind him. Lu Yu took a step forward and swung his right hand. Countless wind blades condensed out of thin air and quickly slashed towards the oncoming crowd. Puff, puff. The wind blade flew past, bringing out a streak of blood. Among the dozen or so people who rushed over, 5 or 6 of them instantly fell down, holding their necks, and the others were covered with wounds and bleeding profusely. The Awakener. Beside Wang Hao, a short man disappeared in an instant. Lu Yu, the invisible Awakener on the other side, has taken action. Carefully feel the fluctuations of the wind element in the air. Lin Yu spoke up to remind him. Invisibility only hides the body, but his aura and murderous intent are still there. Even when he moves, the wind will flow. Feel the change in the wind, and you'll find him easily. Boss, I understand. When Lu Yu first heard the invisible man taking action, he felt a little flustered. Hearing Lin Yu's words at this moment, he felt relieved and began to feel it carefully. I found you. Suddenly, Lu Yu swung his hands violently, and an extremely huge wind blade slashed towards his left front. When the invisible man's figure was shaken out, the huge wind blade directly cut off the dagger in his hand and tore a bloody wound on his shoulder. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been cut in half by that blow. The invisible man retreated at high speed. The wind blade in Lu Yu's hand flew and slashed at the man again. Dang dang dang. Hu Bin, who can control steel, took action. Under his control, more than 10 steel bars flew from all directions and crashed into the wind blade in the air. Snort. Yang Shanshan snorted softly, and her talent was activated. Several sand vines condensed together, broke through the concrete floor from underground, and stabbed forward. Hu Bin's face changed, and he grabbed with his right hand. All the metal objects around him were controlled and flew into his hands. A barrier made of various metals quickly formed in front of him, blocking the wind blades and sand thorns. This man is very powerful, and his methods are not limited to this. Xiaowan looked solemn. Indeed, his control over his own innate abilities is much stronger than Lu Yu and the others. Sure enough, Hu Bin waved his hand, and the metal barrier dispersed again and floated in the air. One by one, the steel bars flipped over, and as he pushed out his palms, they shot towards Lin Yu and the others like sharp swords. Several people's expressions changed. Wind strangulation. Lu Yu once again condensed countless wind blades, forming a small tornado that swept forward. This move was obviously much more powerful. With one touch, most of the steel bars were torn apart and cut off by the storm. But there are still many who broke through the wind blades and killed several people. Ice shield. With a loud shout, Xiaowan flashed forward. The blue ice crystals in his hands quickly condensed and formed a large and thick ice shield that blocked everyone in front of him. Dang dang dang. Several steel bars hit the ice shield, and after being inserted a little bit, they were completely blocked. This guy is so strong. Lu Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. If he was alone, he would not be a match at all. Metal manipulator, it does look like he is stronger. You are wrong. He is strong because he has a better control over metal than you. If you can control your talents to the same extent as him, you will also be very strong. Lin Yu said, when a talent is brought to its full potential, it should not be underestimated. As he spoke, he slowly stood up and said, let's end this quickly. Let's do it together and kill. The same thing happened to Wang Hao on the opposite side. His expression turned cold, and he gave the order. In an instant, all kinds of supernatural powers flew around. This is not a battle that ordinary evolvers can participate in at all, unless their own attributes are very strong. Watch out for that invisible one. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and he keenly felt the fluctuation of airflow. The next moment, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed a person out of thin air. It was the invisible one. Lin Yu grabbed his neck with his right hand and slammed him to the ground. Bang! There was a sound of a head cracking. Blood splattered all over the ground. An awakener with superb talent died so cleanly. Everyone was shocked. How terrifying is this guy's power? Suddenly, a strange force appeared in the field and quickly spread. The moment this force appeared, the wind blades, sand spikes, and ice cones in the air disappeared into thin air. Various metal objects also fell from the sky. This is a level 1 talent, forbidden magic. I can't use my special abilities anymore. Lu Yu looked a little shocked. It is indeed a very strong talent in the rule system. Lin Yu felt that the super flame in his body was bound and could not be used. However, it is not an absolute rule series after all. As long as he unleashes all his magic power, he can easily break this magic ban. When the magic power gap between the two sides is too big, if you explode, you can break the constraints of these ordinary rules. If it is an absolute ban on magic, then it is different. Although there are only 2 additional words, absolutely, the rules are completely different. Under absolute rules, everyone must follow. You ants have no idea how powerful super talents are. I want you all to die. The death of the invisible man made Wang Hao completely angry, because that was his trump card. Under the magic ban rules, you can't use your talents either. Why are you so proud? Lu Yu said, come here. I will beat you to death. Idiot. Wang Hao replied coldly. When he couldn't use his talents, he had 60 or 70 evolvers under his command and could easily crush the opponent. So why should he put himself in danger? This guy won't be fooled. He's not as stupid as I thought. Lu Yu scratched his head. Yang Shanshan was speechless. It seems like I'm going to die here today. Shaowen sighed. Don't underestimate us. You must be ready to release your talents and abilities at any time to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack. Lin Yu instructed and stepped forward. Release your powers? What does that mean? Shaowen was confused. Now that magic is banned, how can we release supernatural powers? Chapter 25 Metal Manipulator. Don't talk nonsense, just listen to the boss. Lu Yu and his friends trusted Lin Yu 100%. Break their legs for me. With Wang Hao's loud shout, the younger brothers behind him rushed over with weapons in hand. Lin Yu rushed into the crowd. With a kick, the man flew out like a cannonball, knocked down 7 or 8 people in succession, and then fell to the ground without breathing. Bang! The steel pipe hit Lin Yu's shoulder heavily, but he punched the man in the chest as if nothing had happened. Blood spurted out and the man fell straight to the ground, his chest sunken. Lin Yu was like a tiger descending from the mountain and a wolf among the flock of sheep. Every move can take away a little Karami. Hiss! Everyone present gasped. What kind of cow-horse monster is this? Isn't this person already level 10? Wang Hao was shocked when he saw Lin Yu, who was as brave as a monster. Or maybe he has eaten a lot of power fruits. Then follow the old rules. I will remove the forbidden magic in a moment, and you will immediately use your talent to kill him. Hubin responded and slowly accumulated strength in secret. They didn't expect that with magic banned, 60 or 70 of their men couldn't even defeat that man. I'm afraid that in another 7 or 8 minutes, all his brothers will be dead. Now, Wang Hao's eyes focused and he instantly removed the magic ban. Hubin also took action in an instant. Countless steel bars were as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Lin Yu in the blink of an eye. The two of them have collaborated on this kind of operation countless times, and have long been able to achieve seamless and perfect coordination. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu had already anticipated this. Roaring flames. At the moment when the forbidden magic disappeared, he also displayed his innate supernatural powers. Flames spurted out of his mouth, carrying unparalleled power, knocking the flying steel pipes and the people around him back. The flames were burning, and when those people fell to the ground, they went to see the King of Hell without much struggle. This is impossible. Wang Hao widened his eyes. Lin Yu swayed and pounced on the two men. He was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. His fist was wrapped in flames, and he smashed it directly. Forbidden magic. The rogue skill was activated again, and the flame on Lin Yu's fist disappeared out of thin air, but his fist still went straight forward. Go to hell. A dagger appeared in Wang Hao's hand, and he stabbed at Lin Yu as well. When he awakened his talent, all his attributes increased by 20 points. Later, he absorbed several attribute fruits. He didn't believe that Lin Yu's strength would be stronger than his. Oh, Lin Yu sneered. His current four-dimensional attributes had already surpassed everyone else. Compare strength with him? Isn't it like a fat pig running into a butcher's house, simply seeking death? Sure enough, at the touch of a finger, the dagger was broken directly by the fist and then hit Wang Hao's chest. This is impossible. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot. The huge force from the collision directly knocked him away. The magic ban was suddenly interrupted. Roaring flames. Another huge flame spurted out, and the whole process was smooth without wasting a second. After the fire, the surroundings were in ruins. Hu Bin was half kneeling on the ground, his clothes ragged, his body covered with wounds and blood gushing out. In front of him, the protective shield made of metal broke into pieces. Ahem, how can you be so strong? Hu Bin spoke with difficulty. The man in front of him was so incredibly strong, beyond his imagination. After saying this, he fell down and stopped breathing. Beside him, Wang Hao had been dead for a long time. Even if it's a stronger absolute forbidden magic, my basic attributes are strong enough, so I have nothing to fear. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Without the suppression of the forbidden magic, Lu Yu and his companions also began to kill. Soon, all the people Wang Hao brought were gone. Xiaowen looked at Lin Yu's back, his heart filled with shock. So many powerful people were easily destroyed by this man. As everyone walked out of the Oma supermarket, Lin Yu's expression froze, and he looked into the distance. He felt that he was being watched. Really? On a huge billboard about 800 or 900 meters away, there was a figure standing, looking at this side. Lin Yu looked carefully, but saw the figure falling from the billboard and disappearing. He frowned. In the evening, a group of people gathered in the hotel lobby. Light the candles and eat the delicious food slowly. In the past 2 days, the zombies on West Street were almost cleared out by Lin Yu and his companions, and those people in the hotel had already fled. Therefore, this place temporarily became their gathering place. Today's zombies have become much stronger. I feel like most of them have reached level 3, and many have even reached level 5. Yeah, those zombies were much easier to kill a few days ago than they are now. A lot of people felt the pressure. Not only were they getting stronger, but the zombies were also getting stronger rapidly as time went by. But fortunately, the probability of crystal nuclei being produced is much higher than before. Lin Yu wiped his mouth and looked at everyone. Since you have all joined this group, Chen Jinger will be your boss from now on. Everyone was shocked. Are you leaving? Chen Jinger looked gloomy when she heard that. After tomorrow, I will be going to Tianhai City. It's too risky for you to follow me. Lin Yu looked at Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan. The two of them hurriedly said, Don't worry, boss. We will listen to you, and we'll protect my sister-in-law in the future. Lin Yu looked at Xiaowen. What about you? I think you are all very good partners, so I'll stay here too. Xiaowen said. We'll follow Big Sister too. The remaining 13 women in the hall spoke in unison. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with the performance of these women in the Oma supermarket. So when Chen Jinger wanted to take them away, he did not stop her. Well, now that we are a team, I hope that you can all be people that each other can trust and survive in the apocalypse. Lin Yu himself had already reached level 10 a long time ago, and the level 0 crystal core was no longer useful, so there was little point in keeping it. These people are considered a small team, so it would be great to improve their strength. When everyone listened to Lin Yu's words, they all felt something inexplicable growing in their hearts. Today, we have obtained a total of 1,751 crystal cores. Jinger will give you 400 of them. You can directly upgrade to level 10. Lin Yu asked Lu Shiyun to take out all the crystal cores and pile them on the table. Lu Yu 220. Shanshan, you also have 220. Xiaowen, you have 180. These 3 people are all level 1 talent awakeners, the strongest force in the team, and naturally they are given priority for upgrading. Thank you, boss. Lu Yu and the other man said in unison, with happy faces. They are now level 3. It takes 40 pearls to reach level 4 and 50 pearls to reach level 5. 220 pearls are just enough for both of them to reach level 7. Thanks, boss. Xiaowen had never called anyone like this before, and he felt a little uncomfortable the first time. He was level 4, and after absorbing these 180 pills, he just reached level 7. There are 13 of you, 40 each, which is just enough to upgrade to level 2. Do we have any, too? The 13 girls were shocked. They didn't expect that they would also get a share of the crystal core. They were just rescued today, and became members of this team. Although they are weak women, they still got the crystal core. Each person had 40 pills, which was something they had never dared to imagine before. I said, I hope this team is made up of warm-hearted people who can be trusted, rather than people who take advantage of each other. Of course, it's impossible for everyone to get the same resources. The three of them are all gifted awakeners. The stronger they are, the greater the chance of the entire team surviving. Boss, we understand, thank you. The 13 women expressed their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 26, Eternal Day. 9 days since the end of the world. These women have experienced too much darkness, and only at this moment do they feel that there is still a bit of warmth and kindness in this world. Keep going. We'll try to get all of you to level 5 tomorrow. Everyone cheered, as if they had found their home. There are 220 left. Give them to Shiryun and Ruku. The final crystal cores, 110 each, can allow both of them to level 4. When you reach level 10, you need 10 first-order crystal cores to advance. At the first level, all attributes will be doubled. Ordinary people cannot defeat a first-level zombie at all, let alone kill it. Only those evolvers who have awakened their super talents have the opportunity and ability to kill ordinary first-level creatures alone. Otherwise, it basically requires cooperation among multiple people. Boss, how about we give our team a name? Something like Thunder Team would be cool. So what do you think is a good name? How about the King's World? Have you played too many games? If it were me, I'd call it Worry-Free Little Building. Lin Yu covered his forehead with his hands. What is going on? Let's call him Yongzhou. Lin Yu interrupted everyone and used the name from his previous life. Eternal Day? Yes, Yongzhou. I hope that everyone in our team will have a bright future. This is good and full of hope. At this moment, Lin Yu felt a little excited. Eternal daylight finally came into being in this life. The 10th day of the apocalypse. Yongzhou's 4 awakeners have all reached level 10, and the other 13 women are all level 5. In the ancient town, it should be considered a strong force. You won't forget me, will you? Qin Jinger looked at Lin Yu with reluctance in her eyes. No, you are my first woman. I will never forget you. Lin Yu gently touched her head. Wenru said, you must try your best to survive. At the latest, you can reach the 3rd level. Then we will definitely meet again. If I awaken my talent and become powerful, can I go with you? Lin Yu's experiences during this period have already been deeply imprinted in her heart. Don't think too much. The presence of magic in your attributes means that your talent has been activated, but it has not yet fully awakened. The harder it is to awaken a talent, the more extraordinary it will be after awakening. I estimate that by the time you awaken, you will be at least level 1. Lin Yu held Qin Jinger in his arms and whispered in her ear, stay alive and wait for me. Let's go. We will continue to advance towards the center today and try to get everyone to level 10 within 3 days. After Lin Yu left, Qin Jinger quickly made arrangements. I must awaken my talent and not hold him back. She looked determined. Where are we going now? Lu Shiryun held Ruku's hand and followed behind Lin Yu. She didn't expect that Lin Yu didn't bring anyone with him, but brought the 2 of them. What she didn't know was that Lin Yu had his own considerations. Qin Jinger was his first woman. Leaving her with Yongzhou, who had a bunch of companions around, would basically prevent her from encountering any major danger. On the way to find my sister, I have to cross mountains and rivers, and if I am not careful, I might encounter terrifying mutant beasts. The risk is too high. Lu Shiryun has a talent for space, which allows her to collect gasoline and other combustion-promoting materials. When in danger, these combustion-promoting materials make it very convenient to escape and restore magic power. And once she advances to the next level, she will probably be able to comprehend some very lethal space moves. Lu Shiryun looked at Lin Yu's back, and her mind was full of random thoughts. Does he want to do that to me when no one is around? What should I do if he uses force? He's so strong. I can't seem to resist him. As she thought about it, blush appeared on her face. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't even notice Lin Yu stopped and bumped into Lin Yu's back. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Yu looked at Lu Shiryun, whose face was flushed, speechless. No, nothing. We are heading towards Huanqi Road now. I remember there are many 4 stores there. You want to buy a car? Lu Shiryun blurted out. It's the end of the world. Why buy a car? Can't you just buy a few? I don't know what this woman is thinking about. She looks absent-minded. We are going to Tianhai City, which is nearly 600 kilometers away. We can't walk there without a few cars. Lin Yu said as he walked. Lu Shiryun calmed down and said, we still have gasoline. Put more in the space. It should be very useful in the future. Lin Yu glanced at her. This woman is quite smart. The three of them followed the Huanchi road and killed their way forward. The zombies along the way were scattered and not many in number. Lin Yu did not take action and gave them to Lu Shiyun and Ru Ku as sparring partners. It's so difficult for ordinary evolvers to level up. Lu Shiyun was panting. After about an hour, she and her daughter were already a little tired, and only about 50 zombies died at their hands. There were only 12 crystal cores in hand. Although she is only level 5, she has awakened a level 5 talent, and her four-dimensional attributes are much stronger than those of ordinary people. She just lacks practical experience and has not discovered her natural attack methods, so for now she can only rely purely on basic attributes to kill zombies. At this rate, if everything goes well, an ordinary evolver can only get less than 100 crystal cores a day. This requires a level 5 evolver. If it were a level 1 evolver, it would be difficult to kill a zombie now. It's already the 10th day of the apocalypse, and most zombies have reached level 3 or 4. The row in front seems to be store 4. But there are so many zombies. Lin Yu took a look and it was true. There were 5 stores connected together, but they were full of zombies, at least 2 or 3,000. This number of zombies is no longer a problem for him. Wait here for me. I'll go over and clean up the zombies before you go over. Lin Yu now has terrifying attribute values. He doesn't care about these low-level zombies as long as their number is less than 10,000. He now has a speed of 172 points, and when he runs at full speed, these level 3 and 4 zombies can't even touch his sleeves. However, you must avoid being surrounded, otherwise there will be zombies everywhere, and no matter how fast you are, it will be useless as you will have nowhere to move. Lin Yu flashed and rushed towards the group of zombies quickly. When the distance was about 50 meters, he threw a fireball at the group of zombies. The fireball turned into flames and exploded, instantly burning 7 or 8 zombies to death. Roar! Suddenly, the zombies rioted. The zombies on the outermost edge roared and rushed towards Lin Yu. Roaring flames. The terrifying flames swept across like a huge wave, enveloping the hundreds of zombies rushing in the front. After the fire, there were crystal cores all over the ground. Come again. Lin Yu roared wildly, and huge waves of fire rushed into the zombie group one after another. These brainless guys felt no pain, and all their actions were based on instinct, rushing into the flames one after another. Chapter 27 being targeted. Compared to the 2 days before the end of the world, Lin Yu's current attributes are much stronger. The power of the flame roar he displayed is also greater than before. Each use of this skill consumes 200 points of magic power. However, he now has strong magic power, 18,500 magic power, which is enough for him to cast it 92 times. And every time it is used, it can take away at least hundreds of zombies. But in a moment, there was no zombie left outside the store. Shiyun, come over here and pick up the crystal core. That's a lot. Can we reach level 10 tonight? Lu Shiyun's eyes were filled with excitement. There are probably about 500 or 600 of them on the ground. Careful. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed out from the store, and a dry, pale hand grabbed the 3 people. Lin Yu quickly pulled Lu Shiyun and the other person over, wrapped his fist in flames, and punched out. Bang! The black shadow was directly blown away. The 3 of them looked intently. It was a zombie with disheveled hair. Unlike ordinary zombies, there was no sign of decay on its face. Its face was pale and bloodless, and its eyes were also white without eyeballs. First-level zombie. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. After an evolver reaches level 10, he needs to absorb 10 first-order crystal cores to break through and reach the first order. Level 1 and level 0 to level 10 are different concepts. All attributes will be doubled. Roar. After being repelled, the first-level zombies rushed over again at an extremely fast speed. Roaring flames. A flame spurted out, but the zombie dodged left and right, avoiding the flame and rushing forward again. The first-level zombies already have some combat experience and know how to dodge. They will no longer rush forward foolishly. It seems that this zombie has evolved towards speed. However, its strength and physique are far inferior to those of a normal first-level zombie. Lin Yu protected the 2 women behind him and saw the zombies attacking again. He didn't move, waiting quietly for the best opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the zombie appeared in front of him, grabbing Lin Yu with both hands. Right now, flames instantly covered his body. He stretched out his hands and accurately grabbed the zombie's claws. Roar! The zombie roared, but its strength was not as strong as Lin Yu's, and after its hands were grabbed, it was unable to break free. It opened its mouth wide and bit forward quickly. At this time, Lin Yu also opened his mouth wide. Don't get me wrong. He wasn't about to kiss a zombie. Roaring flames. A beam of flame suddenly shot out from his mouth. At such a close distance, and with his hands restrained, the zombie had no way of dodge. The beam of flame accurately rushed into the zombie's throat. Boom! The terrifying force pierced the zombie's neck in an instant, and then its entire head fell down and hit the ground. Although there is some combat awareness, it is obviously not much. Lin Yu threw the half-zombie in his hand away, knocked open his head, and took out the first-level crystal core. It's about the size of a walnut and light green in color. Uncle, you are awesome. The little girl Ruka clapped her hands nearby. Lin Yu smiled and reached out to touch her head. Were you scared just now, Ruka? I'm not afraid. It took the three of them more than 10 minutes to collect all the crystal cores on the ground, a total of 527 of them. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to sense something and looked into the distance. On the roof of a low building not far away, a thin figure stood quietly. It seems that it has been staring in this direction. Or rather, staring at him all the time. It's him again. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. This figure has appeared for the second time, and every time it gives him a very bad feeling. At this moment, the figure jumped down from the roof and disappeared. What's wrong? Lu Shiyun noticed his strangeness and spoke. Nothing, let's go in. Lin Yu shook his head and said nothing more. Lu Shiyun didn't ask any more questions. During this process, Lin Yu took another look at his attribute panel. Of course, what he was most concerned about was the progress of his talent advancement. Codename: Magician. Level: 0th, level 10th, level 0. Magic power: 22,500. Strength: 289. Physique: 176. Speed: 182. Spirit: 225. Talent: level 1 Flame Master, evolving 99. Unlocked flame form: Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame, unlocking 99. Such a terrifying attribute panel. Lin Yu believed that no one in this world could do it. Looking at the progress of talent evolution, it has been stuck at 99 for several days. Lin Yu estimated that it should be completed soon. He is still looking forward to it. Brother Yu, I looked around and found that this house is full of sedans. They're not suitable. Lu Shiyun said, there is a Wrangler next door, and Mercedes-Benz is also there. So we still have to choose an off-road vehicle. You're right. Many roads are damaged now. It's more convenient to drive an off-road vehicle. Lin Yu nodded. Off-road vehicles are the dream of many men. Let's go to the Wrangler next door. The three of them searched all the Wrangler and Mercedes-Benz 4 stores. 3 intact Wranglers, 1 large and 1 small, were found and all were put into Lu Shiyun's space. Can you drive? Yes, I used to drive a big one when I was working. Lin Yu was surprised. It seemed that before the end of the world, this young woman's company had made quite good profits. Lu Shiyun was driving the car, Lin Yu was sitting in the passenger seat, and the little girl Ruka was in the back seat. The three of them just drove past in a swagger. Forget it, let's just walk. In less than 2 minutes, the road was blocked and many cars were lying in the middle of the road. The three got out of the car and loaded the big one. There's a gas station up ahead. Let's go get all the gasoline as well. Lin Yu turned his head and asked, can you put liquid directly into your infinite space? Or do you need to find a bucket to put it in? It seems not necessary. I can control the space and condense a space barrier inside to divide the space. Then you should feel the changes in the flow of space more often, so as to comprehend skills with lethal power. Lin Yu was now more convinced that Lu Shiyun's spatial talent was not that simple. Soon, they arrived at the gas station. Lu Shiyun opened the space black hole and threw the gasoline gun head into it, and the gasoline flowed into the infinite space through the gasoline gun. Just at this moment, congratulations to the humble gentleman of Daxia Nation for becoming the first evolver in the world to break through to the first level. Evolvers from all over the world connect to the rules forum to share information. And all survivors, please pay attention to the top post on the forum, which is related to the evolution of each country. Chapter 28, 100 Nations Fighting. Has anyone reached the first level so soon? Lin Yu was slightly surprised, but he didn't care. Fast advancement does not mean strong strength. Luck plays a big role in the early stages. After all, at this stage, it is not difficult for the strong to reach level 10. Starting from level 0, only 560 crystal cores are needed. Killing more than 3,000 zombies is basically enough to reach level 10. Most of those teams composed of people with level 10 talents, or strong people with level 10 talents, should have reached level 10 yesterday. I estimated that it would take another 5 or 6 days for a first-level evolver to be born, but it turned out to be much faster than expected. Lin Yu stroked his chin and thought, in this life, there are obviously more powerful people. First-level zombies or mutant beasts are still rare, making it difficult to obtain first-level crystal cores. Secondly, only a powerful level 1 talent has the ability to kill a level 1 alone, and it is not easy. Even a level 1 talent needs the cooperation of multiple people to kill a level 1. A humble gentleman, it turns out to be him. Looking at the names on the list, Lin Yu recalled in his mind and finally remembered. Codename, Modest Gentleman, Talent, Level Psychic. This talent is very powerful. One can sign a contract with any mutant beast and make it his own psychic beast. The mutant beasts in the zoo are indeed easier to upgrade to the first level than zombies. The humble gentleman and his spirit beast work together to kill other first-level mutant beasts with a high success rate. No wonder he was the first person to advance to the first level. Lin Yu murmured to himself, this guy was a strong man who entered the strongest sequence in his previous life. Once animals and plants mutate and evolve, they become much more terrifying than zombies and are extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Yu also felt some pressure. He was reborn, and although he seized many opportunities that did not belong to him, the world is so big and some people are born with good opportunities. But I have memories of my past life. Lin Yu suddenly smiled. He has the memories of his past life and knows so many secrets. As long as he acts according to the plan, he will eventually be stronger than everyone else. Lin Yu believed that his basic attributes were the strongest in the world. Besides, my talent evolution has not been fully completed, and my dragon flame form has not been unlocked yet, so I cannot advance one level ahead of time. After thinking it through, Lin Yu was no longer in a hurry. After unlocking the dragon flame form, his attributes will be further improved. How could he advance ahead of time? Then he opened the rules forum. A post formed by a rule was pinned at the top, and the content inside made all the survivors nervous. In the third month of the apocalypse, all countries in the world with more than 2 million survivors will compete. The champion country will have all the attributes of the national evolvers. The second and third place countries will have all the attributes of the national evolvers permanent. The fourth place country will have all the attributes permanent. Each eligible country will vote in the forum to select 100 strong participants. These explosive news made everyone in various countries excited. Below the post, countless people were frantically posting comments. Fuck, the champion country. All the survivors have full attributes? No need to say anything. The champion has already been reserved by our great Xia nation. Bullshit. Who the hell is this Xia? How could it be worthy of winning the championship? The championship must belong to our Sakura country. Many evolvers in Sakura country made irresponsible remarks under the post. Brothers, join the Green Gang. I will lead you to ride on the cherry blossoms and put an end to your life. The Sky Blasting Gang has applied to join the battle. Qin Shi Mingyue applied to join the battle. Yong Zhou applies to go into battle. The 36 celestial beings request to go to battle. Kill these bastards. You are just a tiny piece of land, and you dare to be so arrogant? Wait for my Hansui palace to flood you with seawater and drown you. The remarks made by the Sakura country angered countless evolvers in Daxia, and they all shouted that they wanted to trample the cherry blossoms on their horses. Bagayalo, Daxia nation is waiting. Our great god society will set foot on your land again, and then no one will be left alive. A bunch of weaklings who can only cry out for mercy dare to covet our great Xia territory? You don't know how to live or die. Lin Yu looked at these comments with a cold light in his eyes. He remembered that in the 4th year after the end of his previous life, the Sakura country disappeared. Completely disappeared from the world map. They continued to discharge nuclear wastewater, and the mutant beasts absorbed the nuclear energy in the ocean. Many super powerful mutant beasts appeared, many of which surpassed the holy beasts. In that sea area, nuclear energy gave birth to a super monster similar to Godzilla. Name, Blue Dome. Ranked 19th on the exotic beast list. It was this terrifying existence that surpassed the sacred beast that attacked the entire Sakura country. In that battle, all the strong men from the Sakura country came out, and almost all of them were killed or wounded, except for Lan Qiong, who was seriously injured. As for the Sakura country, the entire land was beaten to pieces and finally completely shattered by the huge energy wave of the blue sky. Sink into the sea forever. At this point, the Sakura country was completely destroyed. Only a very small number of top powerhouses fled to other countries. The impact of nuclear wastewater goes far beyond this. The terrifying beasts born in the ocean later came onto the land and killed crazily. It was a disaster more terrifying and despairing than zombies, causing the number of survivors around the world to drop rapidly. You won't be so lucky in this life. I will personally bring strong men with me to level that Sakura mountain. Before the end of the world, in the peaceful era, many Daxia people can only vent their hatred for their miserable lives on those bodies that can only make the sound of flax falling to win glory for the country. But now, if my life is not fair, I will feel sorry for myself. The countries in the Asian region are all weaklings and don't deserve to be in the top 10. The champion can only be born in our European region. In 9 out of 10 cases, it will be Great Britain. Haha, the champion must be the United States. Our superheroes are invincible. A superhero is nothing. I can smash his balls with one punch. In the forum posts, many countries were arguing fiercely. At the same time, the champion country has become the goal of all the strong. The full attribute reward of 3 is something that no one can resist. This is an opportunity to enhance the overall national strength. It was lunchtime, and Lin Yu found a restaurant. Lu Shiyan took out various ingredients, and the 3 of them happily started eating barbecue. They are the only ones who can be so comfortable in the end times. Brother Yu, which country do you think will be the champion in this battle of hundreds of countries? Needless to say, it must be our Great Xia Kingdom. Lin Yu did not hesitate at all. In the previous life, the Great Xia Kingdom only won 3rd place, but in this life, it will definitely become the champion. Are there any strong people in foreign countries? Lin Yu paused and thought about it seriously. Yes, the world is so big that there are always some people who are blessed with great luck and can become super strong. In the previous life, 3/4 of the strongest evolvers were foreigners. The Pantheon of the Kingdom of Hika, a shrine in the land of cherry blossoms. King Arthur of Great Britain and the 12 Knights of the Round Table. The 12 constellations of Saint Two. The sequence of angels in heaven. Some of America's top superheroes, etc. They are all standing at the top of this world, the strongest group of evolvers. However, the champion can only be Daxia. Lin Yu's eyes were full of confidence. The rules say that the 100 Nations War will take place at the beginning of the 3rd month of the apocalypse, so there will only be a little over 2 months in total. Yes, 2 months. It will be up soon. As the 3 of them were eating and chatting, several figures slowly appeared on the street. I think I smell barbecue. It's the end of the world, and there are still people who have the time to cook barbecue? Aren't they too ambitious? Boss, let's go over and take a look. That smell is making me drool. Be careful. The leader licked his lips, took out a gun from his arms, and walked over cautiously. Boss, there's barbecue and women. When they saw Lin Yu and the other 2, they all exclaimed in surprise. Haha, it looks like we are blessed. Chapter 29. The fart is poisonous. Get lost, kid. We want these 2 women and the barbecue. One of them laughed and reached out to grab Lu Shiyan. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He quickly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the wrist of the person who came. Then flames surged up from his hand and burned directly over. Ah! A shrill scream emanated from the man's mouth. Talent Awakener. When everyone saw this scene, they all took a few steps back involuntarily. The leader immediately took out a gun from his arms, pointed at Lin Yu and shouted, "Let go, kid. You'd better not move, otherwise the bullets in my gun will not have eyes. Don't think you're great just because you've awakened your talent. I've killed many people with talents with this gun." The sturdy man in the lead gripped the gun tightly in his hand, feeling much more at ease. They have encountered many talented people. However, in the face of bullets, you can only squat down with your head in your hands. Those who disobeyed them were sent to hell. Ah! Asshole, let me go. The young man whose arm was pinched by Lin Yu screamed. His arm had been burned into a bloody mess by the flames. This was because Lin Yu didn't use much force. He didn't want to roast human flesh while eating barbecue. That would be too disgusting. Boy, I told you to let go. Did you hear me? Fire talent, hee. Can it block bullets? The man laughed coldly. It seems that I can't have a good meal today. Lin Yu sighed. He wanted to have a good meal, but why did so many flies appear? He no longer had the mood to eat. Then, the flames in his hands suddenly exploded and completely engulfed the man. The huge impact force sent him flying, and when he fell to the ground, he had turned into a fireman, screaming in pain in the flames. You're looking for death. When the leading man saw this scene, his face changed and he pulled the trigger instantly. A bullet suddenly whizzed out at an extremely fast speed and shot towards Lin Yu's forehead. Swish! In Lin Yu's hand, a flaming knife condensed and slashed forward fiercely. The bullet was cut directly into 2 halves, and then melted into molten iron under the high temperature of the flames. This is impossible. The leading man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The awakened people they had met before were not very strong, and they were not able to withstand hot weapons like guns. But what's going on with this person in front of me? Are you a top-level talent? The big man screamed. Currently, only those evolvers who have awakened their super talents are not afraid of bullets. Class. I am not. Lin Yu smiled, rushed over quickly, and swept out the flaming knife in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets burst out. Unfortunately, it still couldn't stop Lin Yu from moving forward, and all the bullets were cut down by the flaming knife. The big man was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me, boss. The person behind me is also a top-level talent." Shwa. With one blow of the knife, without any hesitation, the big man was cut in half. When the remaining people saw this scene, their calves trembled and they were terrified to the extreme. Is this person a monster? No guns could stop him. Brother, spare my life. Unfortunately, Lin Yu had no mercy at all. He put away his knife and killed 5 more people in an instant. Seeing that Lin Yu was indifferent, he was more eager to kill. The remaining 2 people looked ferocious. Kid, kill me? Our boss Duan Yang is also a top-level talent. He will not let you go. Duan Yang. When Lin Yu heard the name, he was slightly stunned, and the flaming knife in his hand stopped above the man's head. Gudong. The man swallowed hard. He looked at the flaming knife that was less than 5 centimeters away from his head, and beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Boy, our boss is very powerful. You'd better let me go. The man thought that Lin Yu was frightened by his words and even wanted to threaten him. Shwa. The next moment, the flaming knife fell and directly chopped him down. The last person who saw this scene was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and wet his diaper. Big brother, please don't kill me. Your boss name is Duan Yang? Lin Yu turned his head to look at him and whispered a few words. Yes. The man stuttered and spoke tremblingly. Where is he? Take me to him. Lin Yu licked his lips. He has always kept this guy Duan Yang in mind. They want to frame me for rape and send me to jail? Hee. Now, it's time to send you to hell. Before in the hospital, transurethral was just a small punishment, which was far from enough to eliminate the anger and hatred in my heart. Only killing can. I was about to leave Kundu City to look for my sister. I thought I couldn't handle this guy, but I didn't expect. This person even came to my door. At this time, in a large farm estate, a muffled sound came from Duan Yang's room, shaking the earth. He actually couldn't help himself at this critical moment. Farted. Suddenly, a yellow smoke gushed out from there, instantly covering the entire room. Ah, it stinks. Ugh, there's poison in the fart. The sound of vomiting could be heard amid the smoke. A few minutes later, Duan Yang's face was pale, and he climbed down from the bed tremblingly. Obviously, he was also severely affected by the poisonous gas. Even if this was his own talent, and he wouldn't be poisoned to death, the smell, even his master couldn't stand it. Fuck. Lin Yu, you damn bastard. I will definitely kill you, I will. Looking at the woman lying on the bed with her eyes rolled back and foam coming out of her mouth, she had obviously died of poisoning. Duan Yang roared. He felt like his life was ruined, and every time at the most critical moment, he would fart. Chapter 31 Punch Man. At this time, outside the farmhouse manor, under the guidance of the man, Lin Yu and his 2 companions finally found Duan Yang's small base after many twists and turns. This place is far away from the downtown area, there are not many zombies, and they have all been cleared out. You 2 wait for me outside. Lin Yu gave an instruction and stepped in. Inside the manor, Duan Yang walked out of the house with a gloomy face. Dispose of the woman's body. Then, he said to a group of his men, everyone gather and head to the ancient town now. We must find that bastard Lin Yu. I want to fart on his face. Duan Yang couldn't wait any longer. That's all. He led more than 20 people, fully armed, and walked outside. However, just as he reached the gate, he bumped into Lin Yu. He stared at her in confusion, thinking he was hallucinating, and rubbed his eyes hard. Then he shouted angrily, Lin Yu. Oh, we meet again. Lin Yu also had a cold look and murderous intent. You are really lucky. You can awaken your talent even though you have lost your urine. You have gathered so many subordinates. It seems that you like that talent very much. Lin Yu, I'm going to kill you. Lin Yu's ridicule made Duan Yang lose his mind. He shouted angrily, catch him for me. I will make him taste the pain. Be careful not to kill me. I want to live. Duan Yang's face was ferocious and he showed a cruel smile. He seemed to have seen Lin Yu being held down by several big men, and then he walked over, squatted, and farted with great comfort. Suddenly, 4 or 5 people put down their guns and walked towards Lin Yu. Hey kid, you actually dare to come to my door? It's really like searching for something without any effort, but it's easy to find. A group of people grinned, clenched their fists, made a creaking sound, and smashed towards Lin Yu's head. However, the next moment, everyone just felt a flash before their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled groans were heard, and the few people who had just rushed forward suddenly flew back and fell heavily to the ground. He vomited a lot of blood, along with a few teeth. On the cheek of each of them, there was an extremely glaring shoe print. What a fast speed. Next to Duan Yang, a man in a suit who was watching the show with his arms folded had a look of shock on his face. Then, he strode out and said, "Boy, you have something. No wonder you dare to come to my door." Lin Yu had a smile on his face, and he stretched out his index finger and hooked it at him. "Come on." Court death. The man in the suit's eyes darkened, and he immediately used his talent. He is the second person with level 1 talent in this manner besides Duan Yang. Hard armor. With a loud shout, a light flashed on the man in the suit, and a dark armor completely wrapped his body. This is his talent, super strong armor. Once activated, all physical attributes will increase dramatically, doubling directly. Among the 4-dimensional attributes of the Evolver, strength represents attack damage, and physique represents defense, chi and blood, and recovery ability. Level 1 and Level 2 talents can increase corresponding attributes by 50% when activated, and Level 3 and Level 4 talents can increase corresponding attributes by 80% when activated. Level 1 and Level 2 can directly double the corresponding attributes. The suit man's Level 10 physique reached 97 points, and after activating his armor talent, it doubled directly to 194 points. He roared and rushed towards Lin Yu. "You don't know your own limits." Lin Yu chuckled and punched out directly. His own strength attribute has reached 289 points, and he can easily kill the opponent even without using his talent. After all, the man in the suit, with a physical strength of 194 points in his strong armor, was vulnerable in front of him. Bang! Lin Yu was very fast, and before the other party could react, his fist had already hit the man in the suit's lower abdomen. Vomit! The huge force made the man in the suit bend up. His eyes widened and blood gushed out of his mouth. It just happened in an instant. A second later, the man in the suit flew back like a cannonball. Bang! The earth shook, raising clouds of dust. The man in the suit was lying on the ground. The armor on his chest had already been broken into pieces. The ground beneath him was smashed and cracks appeared. It can be seen how terrifying the power contained in that punch just now is. Puff! Blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably, and he stared at Lin Yu with only 3 words in his mind. Impossible. He is a person with great defensive talent, and a level 10 warrior at that. How could he not be able to block a mere punch? Until his death, he couldn't figure it out and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? The second brother used his advanced talent, the armor, but he was still killed by a single punch. Duan Yang widened his eyes at this moment, unable to believe what he was seeing. The second brother, who was as strong as him, was killed with just 1 punch. It still looks like an ordinary punch. Who dares to believe this? Did he awaken One Punch Man? This strange thought popped up in someone's mind. However, what they didn't know was, the punch that Lin Yu just threw was indeed just an ordinary punch, without using any of his innate power. Flash Sale. This is his current strength. He has no pressure in killing ordinary level talented people of the same level. Do you really think that if I put on a suit, I will be Zhang Jin? Lin Yu looked disdainful and turned to look at Duan Yang. It's your turn. Have you thought about how to die? Go ahead and kill him. Use a gun. It was not until this moment that Duan Yang came back to his senses and a trace of fear appeared on his face. There was no need for him to say anything at this point. Everyone picked up their guns and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued, and countless bullets were fired at Lin Yu frantically. The next moment, Lin Yu's figure was beaten into a sieve. Hit. Everyone was delighted. But why was there no blood flowing? Chapter 31. Breaking into the zombie base camp. The bullets clearly all hit the target, but why was there no blood flowing? That's not him. Where is the person? Soon, everyone noticed something was wrong. Lin Yu, who was beaten into a sieve, actually slowly disappeared. Only then did they realize that what they had hit was just the man's afterimage. Are you guys looking for me? A voice as if from hell sounded behind everyone. There was no way to think about it. Everyone turned their heads and pulled the trigger instantly. But it's too late. A huge flaming knife flew across the sky, cutting everyone in half. Blood splattered, and internal organs were scattered. It was like hell. You. Duan Yang, who was standing aside, was staring at this extremely bloody scene and was unable to speak clearly. There was a large stain of blood on his face, which was caused by the blood that sprayed on his face when someone was killed just now. Hey, Master Duan, why are your legs shaking? Lin Yu looked at him jokingly. Duan Yang was so frightened that he took several steps back. When had he ever experienced such a scene, having lived a life of luxury since childhood? Even in this end times, the dirty work is done by the younger brothers. Looking at this bloody scene, his face turned pale and his teeth chattered. For someone like you, it's a miracle that you can survive until now in the end times. Looking at Duan Yang's miserable appearance, Lin Yu pulled out a steel pipe from behind and smashed it towards the opponent's leg. At this time, seems to feel the breath of death. Duan Yang didn't know where he got the courage from. He rolled over, facing Lin Yu with his butt, and used his innate skills. Only, Lin Yu had anticipated this and moved at an extremely fast speed. The steel pipe in his hand stabbed out instantly. As luck would have it, it went straight in from the buttocks. A pig-slaughtering scream suddenly rang out, and the talent that Duan Yang had just cultivated was instantly deflated at this moment. Lin Yu had already known about this guy's talent from the evolver who led the way. Although it's not strong, it would be really disgusting if the stench were sprayed out. This is when steel pipes were used. Of course, he could use his flaming sword to kill Duan Yang with one blow. But if that were the case, it would be too easy for him. Duan Yang, you teamed up with Su Yin to drug me and wanted to send me to jail for attempted rape. You didn't expect it, did you? I ended up losing more than I gained, and ended up sleeping with Su Yin for nothing. Lin Yu held the steel pipe and smashed it down heavily. With a crack, the sound of broken bones was heard. This blow directly broke Duan Yang's left leg. Lin Yu, brother Yu, I was wrong. Please let me go. Duan Yang's eyes were filled with fear at this moment, and he kept begging in a hoarse voice. Just because your family is rich and powerful, can you ruin other people's lives at will? A ferocious look appeared on Lin Yu's face. If Duan Yang succeeded, given the other party's power, Lin Yu could be sure that he would have to spend at least 10 years in prison. Then he is ruined. As Lin Yu spoke, he threw another steel pipe down, breaking Duan Yang's other leg. The severe pain made Duan Yang grab the ground with both hands tightly, drawing blood. Brother Yu, please spare me, I was wrong. He was sweating profusely in pain and kept begging for mercy. If I go to jail, what will happen to my sister? Lin Yu's eyes were full of coldness. The flaming knife in his hand condensed again and slashed across. Duan Yang's eyes widened, bloodshot in them. His limbs were unexpectedly cut off cleanly and neatly, with blood gushing out from the broken ends. The severe pain made him faint. It's time to end it. Lin Yu had almost vented his anger. He looked at the unconscious Duan Yang and whispered, I'll send you to death. Be a good person in your next life. With one blow of the knife, his head was chopped off. Why isn't your father here? With a murmur, Lin Yu left. Afterwards, he took Lu Shiyun and Ru Ku to raid a lot of supplies, especially 2 large supermarkets. These 2 supermarkets were occupied by zombies. Lin Yu took a lot of effort to kill them all and harvested hundreds of crystal cores again. There is also a first-level one among them, which is a pleasant surprise. Find a place to stay, rest for a night, and set off tomorrow morning. After a series of battles, Lin Yu was a little tired. Before, we had Chen Jinger to do exercises with and relieve fatigue, but now, I glanced at Lu Shiyun and decided not to think about it. There seems to be a hotel just ahead. Lu Shiyun said, Let's go. The hotel door was closed but not locked, and the 3 of them walked in slowly. Everywhere you look, there is blood, and the pungent smell makes you feel sick. How about we find a new one? Lu Shiyun was a little uncomfortable. Lin Yu shook his head. It's almost the same to find another one. If I hadn't been there, the place we lived in before would have been like this sooner or later. Then I'll go pick a clean one. Lu Shiyun covered her nose and walked towards the stairs holding Ruku's hand. Return. Lin Yu suddenly spoke. In the previous moment, he actually felt a dangerous aura, which made him feel very solemn. With his current attributes, there are creatures that can make him feel dangerous, but they shouldn't be in a place like this. At least it has to be a mutant beast like the king in the mountains and forests. Crunch. The sound of a door opening was heard, followed by countless others. Crunch. Crunch. The doors of the 5 rooms on the first floor of the hotel opened at the same time. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that there were strong auras in these rooms. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire hotel was weird and quiet, but it also revealed a bloodthirsty and cold feeling. Lu Shiyun pulled Ruku and retreated behind Lin Yu. Her hands were tightly grasping the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. She was extremely nervous and her palms were full of sweat. At this time, there was finally movement in the room. A figure walked out from each of the 5 rooms. First-level zombie. Lin Yu's eyes focused. The 5 figures that came out were actually 5 first-level zombies. But they did not move any further. They all stood at the door, staring at the 3 people with their eyeless eyes. Walk. Lin Yu spoke softly. He felt something was wrong. Just now he heard a lot of sounds of doors opening. Does this mean that there are still a lot of first-level zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors above? Even a 2nd-level zombie. Lin Yu's voice was very soft, and their movements were also very soft, for fear of disturbing all the zombies in the hotel. As they slowly moved towards the door. Roar. Suddenly, countless roars were heard outside. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies appeared outside the door, running out from nowhere. But what was surprising was that none of them rushed in. Instead, they all stood in a row outside the hotel, as if waiting for the leader to speak. It's a bit difficult to leave now. Could it be that we broke into the zombie base? Chapter 32. You, a human, became the zombie king? We are surrounded. They seem to be waiting for orders. There might be a zombie king here. Lu Shiyun calmed herself down. He continued to analyze. It doesn't make sense that the zombie king didn't let them take action. Unless it is afraid. Lin Yu looked at her admiringly. As expected of someone who had founded a big company, she had a good brain. In this situation, if it were someone else, he would definitely be doomed. But if he wanted to leave, he could still fight his way out. At this time, footsteps were heard. Another 10 first-level zombies walked down from the 2nd floor and lined up in a row. Lin Yu took a breath of cold air. Did we really break into the zombie lair? Roar. A roar was heard, and these first-level zombies made way for a path. Is it the zombie king? Lin Yu looked towards the stairs. I saw a man in a black suit walking down. He looked no different from a normal person, except that his face was pale and bloodless. He walked down step by step, always with a smile on his face. The black suit was very clean, and even his hair seemed to have been waxed and styled. He looks elegant and graceful, a typical handsome guy. He walked forward, bowed slightly to Lin Yu, made a gentleman's salute, and said, "Magician, I have heard of your name for a long time." Hearing this, Lin Yu was shocked. Only 3 people in the world know that his code name is Magician. His younger sister Lin Xiaoyu, his childhood friend Wang Ergu, Chen Jinger, and even Lu Shiyun, who was by his side, didn't know his true identity. At this moment, it was accurately identified by a person of unknown origin. You think I'm a magician? Certainly. I didn't even know I was a magician. What makes you think so? Intuition. My intuition is always accurate. The young man said with a smile. Lin Yu was silent. Are you a human or a zombie? Well, how do I put this question? The young man seemed a little confused. After a moment, he said, I am a human being. After being bitten by a zombie, I still retain my sanity. Do you understand? So you are a human, but you became the zombie king here? You could say that. 666, you are a human being, but now you have become the zombie king. Lin Yu really wanted to give him a thumbs up and give him a thumbs up. So you want to attack us now? I had this plan originally, but you guys rushed in rashly and disturbed my sleep. Having said this, the young man paused. But when I saw it was you, I changed my mind. My instinct told me that I couldn't kill you, and it would be in my best interest to remain friends. Can the zombie king be friends with humans? In today's world, why not? The young man had a constant smile on his face, like a gentleman. Lin Yu looked at the zombies around him and thought in his heart, the zombie king in front of me, who was transformed from a human, is very strong. He could feel that there was enormous power contained in the other person's body. Lin Yu immediately glanced at the rank rankings. Really? Daxia Kingdom rank ranking. First place, a modest gentleman, first level. Second place, Brother Dashi, first level. There are already 2 first level ones on the rank ranking list. Are you Brother Dashi? Lin Yu looked at the zombie king. Because on the Yun province ranking list, only Brother Dashi ranks at the top, and he is the only first level strongman in Yun province. It's me. The young gentleman smiled. Lin Yu also smiled and said, the figure who has been monitoring me is you, right? Before, when I came out of the Alma supermarket, there was a figure standing on the billboard. And when he killed the first level zombie, the figures on the rooftop of the low building seemed to be watching him. It's not really surveillance. Looking at this town, there are a few strong ones. But the one I'm most interested in is you, the magician. Brother Dashi looked at Lin Yu and said, I would like to invite you to cooperate and kill another zombie king. There's another zombie king in this town? Yes, and it's about to break through to the second level, or has already broken through. But it's different from me. It's a pure zombie. You think too highly of me. I'm not even at the first level. How can I be capable of killing a second-level zombie king? Lin Yu spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Unexpectedly, I heard Brother Dashi say, This is easy. Roar. He roared a few words at the first-level zombies behind him, but he didn't understand what they were saying. The next moment, 5 of the first-level zombies slowly walked forward. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and prepared for battle. However, the next scene was very terrifying. The 5 zombies raised their hands, supported their heads and chins, and then twisted them hard. Click. The 5 heads were twisted off and fell off, rolling straight in front of Lin Yu, bleeding. This is my sincerity. 5 first-level crystal cores. You should have saved a few of your own. Together, they are enough for you to advance to the first level. Brother Dashi continued, After the matter is completed, I will give you 15 first-level crystal cores. Give me 5 more, otherwise I won't be able to reach the first level. Lin Yu thought for a moment and felt a little tempted. What about your own stock? I have only encountered 4 first-level zombies, and I gave them away after I got them. Now I don't have any on me. Lin Yu spread his hands, looking innocent. I don't believe you. Brother Dashi's face twitched and he cursed in his heart, almost losing his gentlemanly image. However, he still picked out 5 more first-level zombies and barked orders at them. Then, 5 more heads rolled over. Lin Yu was overjoyed. A flame flew out and controlled it to burn off the head, leaving behind 10 crystal cores. Lu Shiyun took the initiative to go up and pick up the crystal core. At this moment of confrontation, Lin Yu naturally cannot be allowed to pick it up, as it will easily reveal his weakness to the opponent. Thank you very much, Brother Dashi. Wait for me to reach the first level, and then we will go kill the zombie king together. Lin Yu was very happy. Hundreds of countries are fighting, and there is a lot of noise on the forums. Do you think our great Xia country can win the championship? Brother Dashi suddenly asked. The championship can only be our de Xia, and no one can take it away. Lin Yu vowed. Haha, well said. If I can represent de Xia in the battle, I will definitely let those foreign bastards know why the flowers are so red. Brother Dashi also spoke with great enthusiasm. It seems that every Daxia person, no matter how powerful they are, has a sense of national confidence and national pride. As long as there is an external enemy, we will be absolutely united. When the time is right, I want to ride on the cherry blossom country. Are you interested? How can I be absent from such an important event? Count me in and I will not be absent. Brother Dashi's blood was boiling. Horses stepping on cherry blossoms. What an exciting feat. Let's go. See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Yu took the 2 women out of the hotel, and the tens of thousands of zombies outside made way for them. The movements are uniform, just like trained soldiers. Brother Dashi looked at Lin Yu's departing back, his eyes flashing. He wanted to take action countless times, capture Lin Yu, turn him into a zombie, and make him his subordinate. Unfortunately, he was not sure. Even though he was already at level 1, level 3, and Lin Yu was only level 0, he was still unsure. Lin Yu took the 2 women to find a new hotel. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he suddenly felt a terrifying power awakening in his body. Then, a raging flame suddenly appeared on his body, and the flame slowly turned from yellow to red. Ah, brother Yu, it's on fire. On the bed next to her, Lu Shiyun was startled by the sudden burst of flames. The new hotel we found also had a lot of bloodstains, and it was obvious that there had been a zombie invasion. She didn't dare sleep alone in her room, so she had to find a double room. She and her daughter slept in one bed, and Lin Yu slept in another. Just now, flames suddenly appeared on Lin Yu's body, setting the quilt on fire. Hearing Lu Shiyun's exclamation, Lin Yu also reacted, hurriedly retracted the flame into his body, and ate the fire on the quilt. Is this evolution complete? Chapter 33 Dragon Flame Form. Lin Yu felt the transformation of his body and was inexplicably surprised. He hurriedly checked the attribute panel. Codename: Magician. Level: 0th, level 10th, level 0. Magic power: 27,500. Strength: 339. Physique: 226. Speed: 232. Spirit: 275. Talent: level 1 Flame Master. Unlocked Flame Form, Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame. This brand new attribute panel even exceeds the attributes of an ordinary level 10 evolver. Talent advancement can increase attribute values, but Lin Yu did not expect that the advancement level of swallowing the fire dragon's essence and blood would increase it so much. Magic power surged by 50, and the four-dimensional attributes increased by 50 points respectively. He is now more terrifying than an ordinary first-order level 10 evolver. For ordinary evolvers, at level 10, the four-dimensional attributes are all 55 points, with an additional 50 free points. After advancing to the first level, all attributes will double, with the four dimensions reaching 110 points respectively and 100 free points. After the first level, the four dimensions and freedom points will increase by 10 points respectively for each level up. And Lin Yu, who is only at level 0, is comparable to an ordinary level 10 evolver, having crossed a major level. This is quite terrifying. Lin Yu sat on the burnt bed with a frown on his face. Now everything is going smoothly for him. He has 14 first-level crystal cores and can break into the first level at any time. But he still had a batch of attribute fruits in the trading space, and he originally wanted to leave them to his sister. After all, his attributes were already very abnormal. But now he thought again. He couldn't be sure that by the time he found his sister, she would have awakened and broken through to the first level. If the first level takes the attribute fruit again, the effect will be halved. For example, taking the fruit at level 0 will increase the attribute by 10 points. Once you break through to level 1, the increased 10 points will double to 20 points. If you take these 10 points at the first level, it will only be 10 points. There will be no additional increase. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yu decided to absorb it himself. Evolution points. The attribute fruit is hung on the trading market card, consuming 200 evolution points every day. Today is the 5th day. The void cracked open, and a bunch of attribute fruits fell out. There are 21 yellow and 108 green. Lin Yu absorbed it without saying a word. Now that he had made the decision, he was not the kind of person to procrastinate. Magic. Speed. One by one, the attribute fruits turned into terrifying power and poured into his body, constantly strengthening him. As the last fruit was eaten, a huge aura surged from Lin Yu. This was the pressure exuded by the huge magic power. Codename: Magician. Level: 0th, level 10th, level 0. Magic power: 34,500. Strength: 386. Constitution: 241. Speed: 262. Spirit: 293. Talent: level 1 Flame Master. Unlocked Flame Form, Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame. Lin Yu clenched his fist and felt unprecedentedly powerful. He urged the flame with his right hand, and a yellow flame danced on his hand. This is a level 1 flame, once used. It can increase his strength by 2 times to a staggering 1158 points. Then, the yellow color of the flame faded and turned into a bright red color. Level Dragon Flame. Lin Yu really wanted to see to what extent his attributes could be improved in the Dragon Flame state. But after thinking about it, I gave up. Here, it is not suitable for him to use the Dragon Flame form, and he cannot use it at all. Thinking of this, he calmed down the fire and looked at the quilt that had been burnt, feeling helpless. Brother Yu, why don't you come and sleep in the same bed with us? Lu Shiyun said this with a red face. Her voice was so soft that if Lin Yu wasn't so powerful, he might not have heard it. Yes, Uncle's bed is burned. Little girl Ruku also agreed. Lin Yu touched his nose and smiled awkwardly, but his body was not vague at all. He took off his coat and went straight in, his body close to Lu Shiyun. The bed in the double room was not big to begin with, so it was quite crowded for 3 people to sleep on it. Being reported, the content here has been deleted. Sudden. The little girl's voice rang out in the darkness. Mom will sleep on one side, Uncle will sleep on the other side. I'll be in the middle, you guys protect me. The little girl stood up from one side and forced her way between the 2 men, who awkwardly moved to the sides. Only after leaving the delicate body did Lin Yu feel better. He quickly turned over and lay on his back. Unfortunately, the bed was too small, and 1/3 of his body was lying outside the bed. I won't sleep in the middle anymore. It's too hot. After a while, the little girl climbed up again, muttered and crawled to the far left, pushing Lu Shiyun towards Lin Yu again. It's really terrible. Lin Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. He made up his mind and turned to sleep on his side again, pressing his body against Lu Shiyun. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to sleep with half of his body outside the bed. This time, all 3 of them were sleeping on their sides. Lu Shiyun held Ruku in her arms, and Lin Yu pressed close to her, so that it didn't take up much space. Although the bed was small, it could accommodate everyone sleeping comfortably. However, Lin Yu felt that he had no place to put his hands, and he felt very uncomfortable. How about you rest your head on my arm? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Was as soft as a mosquito's sound, and I almost didn't hear it. After getting her consent, Lin Yu passed his right hand under her neck, which made her feel much more comfortable. No words were spoken that night. Lin Yu slept very poorly that night and fell into a drowsy sleep in the second half of the night. Chapter 34: Powerful Space Talent. The little girl Ruku was sleeping soundly, smacking her lips from time to time and drooling a lot. Soon, both women got up. Lu Shiyun took out bread, pastries, some snacks, and water from the space. Shiyun, please absorb this level of crystal core. Lin Yu handed over 10 first-level crystal cores. This is what he thought of last night. He is going to kill the Zombie King today, and he can't take the two women with him, so he has to let them have the means to protect themselves. I don't want to. It's very dangerous to kill the Zombie King today. It's safest if you level up. Lu Shiyun refused without even thinking about it. You have to believe me. Even if I don't level up, I'm not afraid of the Zombie King. Besides, I'll meet Brother Dashi later, and I can extort a few more from him. If Brother Dashi heard this, he would definitely be so angry that he would curse. You old bastard. How shameless. You're just trying to take advantage of me? The battle today will be very dangerous. I can't take you with me. I'm also worried about you two being here. But, no buts, you have to believe me. Lin Yu looked at Lu Shiyun seriously. He had his own plans. He would not upgrade to the next level. He would see if he could get a few more from Brother Dashi later. Even if he couldn't get them, he had nothing to fear with his current attributes. What's more, his Dragon Flame state has already awakened, which will make it even more powerful. On the contrary, if you two don't have the ability to protect yourselves, you will become my weakness. Only when you become strong will I have no worries. Lin Yu said solemnly. Lu Shiyun looked at him blankly. After a long while, he said, Okay, I'll listen to you. I will never be a burden to you. When you advance to the first level, your spatial talent will begin to change. You must carefully comprehend it, and see if you can take this opportunity to comprehend other spatial abilities. Lin Yu told her some precautions and taught her how to sense the changes in space. Everything was ready. Lu Shiyun picked up the first-level crystal core and began to absorb it. As she continued to absorb energy, her aura slowly rose. The space around her began to flicker. It meant that the spatial talent in her body began to become restless and change. Lu Shiyun absorbs things very slowly because she wants to capture the flow and changes of space in the process. The whole process is difficult and long. The crystal cores disappeared one by one, but she always felt that she was just a little bit away from it. She grasped something, but felt that something was missing. As the last crystal core was completely absorbed, Lu Shiyun's body shook. A huge aura rose, and the space around her shook violently. At this moment, she finally found that feeling. Through the fluctuations caused by breaking through the first level, she has gained some understanding. When the flickering waves around Lu Shiyun calmed down, she slowly opened her eyes, with a strong look of joy in them. Understood? Well, I'll show you. At this moment, she was like a girl who had got first place in the exam, sharing her joy with her beloved. Lu Shiyun snapped her fingers lightly towards where the wardrobe was. Bump! The space seemed to be still, and then suddenly exploded like ripples on water, breaking into pieces. The entire wardrobe was torn into pieces. I call this trick Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Lu Shiyun said. First, it solidifies the space, and then it breaks it. These are actually two abilities. They are very powerful. Lin Yu said, your attributes should not be weak. After all, it is also a level 1 space talent. It should be stronger than an ordinary person. When the spatial talent is awakened, the strength increases by 50 points, the magic power increases by 5,000, and the other attributes increase by 30 points each. The level talent is indeed powerful. Your attributes are much stronger than those of ordinary evolvers. Now that your level has doubled and you have offensive means, you can be considered a strong person. Lin Yu said with a smile. Let me show you my attributes. Lu Shiyun showed her attributes to Lin Yu. Code. Unnamed. Level. Level 1. Level 0. Magic power. 22,600. Strength. 326. Physique. 168. Speed. 168. Spirit. 170. Talent. Level 1 infinite space. This is the standard attribute of a powerful talent awakener. Judging from this, he has basically never taken any attribute fruit. However, He is obviously much stronger than the Forbidden Demon King how he encountered before. Lin Yu estimated that the level talent that Wang Hao awakened should only increase his overall attributes by 30 points. How is it? My attribute is not bad. Lu Shiyun said. Yeah, not bad, pretty strong. How much worse than you? This should be a little worse. Lin Yu said with a smile. Compared to him, there is definitely no comparison. He hasn't advanced yet, but all his attributes are stronger than Lu Shiyun's. Once he advances, his attributes will double, and the gap will be even bigger. You two just stay here and wait for me. I'll probably be back around this afternoon. Lin Yu pinched the little girl Ruka's face. Be careful, don't force anything, if it's dangerous just run. I'll wait for you. Lu Shiyun walked up to him and straightened his collar, very gently, as if she was giving instructions to her husband who was getting ready to go out. Uncle, please come back safely. The little girl also looked expectant. Don't be so serious, it's just killing a zombie king. Lin Yu smiled. He still enjoyed this kind of warmth. After going out, he ran towards the hotel where Brother Dashi was. Brother Dashi, I'm here. Lin Yu started shouting as soon as he entered the hotel. It was only 8 o'clock in the morning and the hotel was very quiet. As he shouted, a roar was heard from the 3rd floor of the hotel, followed by rustling sounds everywhere. Why didn't you advance to the 1st level? Brother Dashi was still wearing the black suit. He walked up to Lin Yu and frowned. Behind him, there was a group of 1st-level zombies. After careful counting, there were actually 23 of them. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Brother, sure, it's too dangerous for me to go with you to kill the zombie king. What if one of us dies accidentally? What will happen to my wife and children? Lin Yu began his performance. I have to make sure they can protect themselves, so they can work hard for you. Brother, sure, for the sake of your great cause of unifying the zombies, why don't you give me 10 more crystal cores? Once I break through to the 1st level, this will be absolutely foolproof. When Brother Dashi heard this, he was so angry that he almost jumped up. Shameless, extremely shameless. He had never seen such a shameless person in his life. But in the end, he suppressed his anger. Yesterday he was at level 1, level 3, but now he is at level 1, level 5. For him, the most important thing is to kill the other zombie king and unify the ancient town. By then, he will have as many 1st-level crystal cores as he wants. Chapter 35. Explosion. The war is about to start, so I can only give you 5. Otherwise, I will be left alone. Brother Dashi had a dark face. Brother, 5 is not enough. Just 5, no more. Add 1 more, 6, or I really won't be able to advance. After a lot of persuasion, Brother Dashi finally believed that Lin Yu only had 4 crystal cores, and he roared with a gloomy face. Roar. Just like yesterday, 6 1st-level zombies twisted their heads off. It was weird and bloody. Wait me a moment. Lin Yu took the crystal core and rushed up to the 2nd floor with a smile. The process of advancing to the 1st level is quick and there is no danger, so he doesn't care about the breakthrough location. I found a room, went in, sat cross-legged and started absorbing. As the crystal cores turned into energy and disappeared, Lin Yu's aura also rose. Crack. As the last one was absorbed, he felt as if his body had broken free of a shackle, and streams of strength flowed out of his body. That's the power of human potential. An extremely terrifying magical power burst out from his body and soared into the sky. This is explosion. All the magic power in the body burst out in an instant, enveloping the whole body and forming a magical light column. A beam of magic light rushed up, pierced through the ceiling, and continued upwards. It broke through the roof of the hotel and went straight into the sky. The entire hotel was shaking under this tremendous pressure. Roar. The roar continued in the hotel. Lin Yu's huge magical aura made all the zombies feel fear and uneasiness. This guy actually has such a huge amount of magic power. It's really terrifying to the extreme. 1st floor. Brother Dashi also felt a strong pressure. He was so shocked that his pupils shrank into pinholes. Fortunately, I didn't do it before. He took a deep breath, feeling somewhat relieved. On the 2nd floor, Lin Yu was still breaking through, and he was temporarily unable to control this huge magical power. A beam of magical light surrounded his body and continued to spread in all directions. All the objects in the room were destroyed in the magical beam of light. After about 10 minutes, all the magic power withdrew into his body and the energy beam dissipated. Lin Yu moved his body, and his bones made crackling sounds, and his whole body was filled with infinite power. He hurriedly checked his attributes. Codename: Magician. Level: Level 1, Level 0. Magic power: 69,000. Strength, 772. Constitution, 482. Speed, 524. Spirit, 586. Talent, Level 1 Flame Master. Unlocked Flame Form, Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame. With such abnormal attributes, he can easily crush a first-level zombie to death, and even a second-level zombie can be crushed by him. His attribute is almost 6 or 7 times that of an ordinary evolver. Even a super-talented awakener is not half as good as him. Haha, as long as we reach the 6th level, we can implement that plan. Lin Yu clenched his fist. After being reborn, even though his talent was still at the weakest level, he knew too many secrets and was always one step ahead of others in everything. In the future, he will definitely become the strongest one. The soul fire that I coveted most in my previous life is finally no longer a fantasy in this life. As long as he follows the plan, obtains the secret treasure, and then finds those special strong men from his previous life, he will definitely be able to kill the horrible monster and seize the soul fire. By devouring the soul fire, his talent is likely to be advanced to level 1. Putting his thoughts aside, Lin Yu walked down to the 2nd floor. This guy. Brother Dashi looked at Lin Yu in front of him, his expression calm on the surface, but he was shocked in his heart. This guy is unbeatable. After being glanced at by Lin Yu, he felt that the speed of the magic power in his body had slowed down a lot. It was the first time that he felt that kind of oppression. Brother Dashi took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. The Zombie King has many more first-level subordinates than us. Brother Dashi, don't give me the crystal core. Whoever kills it later will own it. How about that?" Lin Yu licked his lips. The other side has more first-level zombies? Isn't that a fortune? There are so many crystal cores waiting for him to take. Make a deal. The two men walked out of the hotel with the only remaining 17 first-level zombies. Roar. The Zombie King, Brother Dashi, roared. The earth suddenly shook, and countless zombies gathered from all directions, making Lin Yu's scalp numb. This number is probably as high as tens of thousands. Led by Brother Dashi, the army of tens of thousands rushed towards the northeast in a mighty manner. That is the territory of another Zombie King. Brother Dashi, if the opponent's level is higher than yours, will your 10,000 little brothers surrender to the enemy immediately? No, they are only loyal to me. Brother Dashi didn't even look back and continued to run. Lin Yu was in deep thought. Based on his understanding of zombies, these creatures have no such thing as loyalty. Among their peers, they will obey the orders of whoever has a higher rank and stronger strength. This big brother is so confident, it seems he is not simple. Tens of thousands of people were rushing. It was extremely terrifying. They rushed through the streets, ignoring the occasional few evolvers that appeared on the road, scaring them so much that they squatted in the corner, not daring to move. As soon as we entered the North District, the zombies here started rioting. Not only does Brother Dashi want to kill the Zombie King, the Zombie King here also wants to kill Brother Dashi. Soon, the North District Zombie King also appeared with his brothers. Roar. The roar shook the earth. Judging from the momentum alone, Lin Yu felt that the North District Zombie King did not seem to be at the first level. Could he have really been promoted to the second level? As it roared, countless zombies swarmed in. Behind it, there were 59 first-level zombies. Compared with Brother Dashi, he has a stronger army and a stronger force. Roar. Brother Dashi roared, and his younger brothers rushed out behind him. The two torrents of zombies collided, just like an ancient battlefield. Such a grand scene is still extremely shocking. Brother Dashi's younger brother was indeed extremely loyal. He ignored the level suppression of the high-level zombies on the opposite side and charged forward fearlessly. "I'm going to deal with the Zombie King, and you stop some first-level zombies for me," said Brother Dashi. No problem. That suited him just fine. The crystal core belongs to whoever kills the zombies. There are 70 or 80 first-level zombies on the scene. If all of them are killed, how many crystal cores will be obtained? In a big melee like this, he has a lot more room to operate, and he can take advantage of the situation and kill one person with one move. Kill. Lin Yu's figure flashed, like a rock spreading its wings, and fell into the group of zombies, rushing straight towards a first-level zombie to kill it. Roar. When the zombie saw a stranger, it roared excitedly and grabbed him with its claws. Unfortunately, Lin Yu's attributes are too high now. He just moved his feet slightly and was behind the zombies in an instant, so fast that the surrounding zombies could not react. His fist was wrapped in flames, and he punched out, causing the first-level zombie's head to explode instantly. Lin Yu reached in and took away the crystal core. The flames wrapped around his fists just to prevent them from getting stuck to the disgusting things in the zombies' heads. In this way, he kept shuttling through the zombie group, looking for the first-level zombies on the opposite side. Once he targets you, he can basically take you down with one move. In his eyes, the current first-level zombies are no different from those at level 6 or 7. Chapter 36, Chun Jinger's Crisis. It's rich. There aren't many opportunities like this when a bunch of first-level zombies gather together and wait for him to kill them. In just half an hour, he obtained 16 first-order crystal cores. At this moment, he paid no attention to anything else and just stared at killing the first-order zombies crazily. Roar! More than an hour later, just when Lin Yu was killing vigorously, a huge roar sounded and all the zombies stopped. The battle is over? Lin Yu's heart tightened. Taking advantage of the moment when the zombies stopped, he quickly shuttled back and forth, taking away 2 crystal cores before stopping. These 2 first-level zombies are the younger brothers brought by Brother Dashi. Brother, that's enough. You are almost done killing all the first-level zombies on the field. At this time, the voice of Brother Dashi was heard. Aren't I helping you? Lin Yu laughed. Brother Dashi had a dark face, but didn't say much. If Lin Yu hadn't eliminated many first-level zombies, he would probably have been besieged. In that case, it would not have been so easy to take down the Zombie King. You conquered it? Lin Yu was very surprised that Brother Dashi did not kill the Zombie King but subdued it instead. How is this done? He clearly felt at this moment that this Zombie King was no longer at the first level, but at the second level. A high-level zombie surrenders to a low-level zombie? This is very mysterious. Lin Yu felt a little excited. He was considering whether to take action and kill all these high-level zombies, but in an instant, he suppressed this thought. Let's go. Lin Yu said hello, jumped up and went out. This time, he obtained 37 first-level crystal cores, which was a huge harvest. Next, it's Tianhai City. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Today is the 13th day of the apocalypse. Under Lin Yu's butterfly effect, the evolution speed of the entire Daxia Kingdom has increased significantly compared to the previous life. On the Great Xia Kingdom's ranking list, there are already 26 first-level evolvers, and he is only ranked 9th, while Lu Shiyun is 7th. This is a very normal thing. After all, some people's awakened talents will allow them to advance faster in the early stages. For example, Brother Dashi has countless younger brothers who are willing to provide him with crystal cores. For example, a psychic can use the psychic beast's keen sense of smell to find first-level zombies and mutant beasts more easily than others, and his advancement speed is naturally faster. Nowadays, many strong people have the ability to easily kill a first-level zombie alone, but the difficulty lies in how to find a first-level zombie. Lin Yu glanced at the list. Xu Guang, who was the strongest person in the previous life, has not reached the first level at this moment. Fast advancement speed does not mean strong strength. Lin Yu knew that none of those on the list now would be a match for Xu Guang. Except myself. I wonder if Jinger's talent has awakened now? Lin Yu thought again of the woman who was determined to be on top of him. On the highway from Kundu City to Tianhai City, there were not enough cars to block the road. Lu Shiyun drove the car and occasionally turned a corner to bypass various car obstacles. The road ahead is blocked, Lu Shiyun said. Lin Yu stretched his head and took a look. In the middle of the highway, 7 or 8 cars were blocked in a haphazard manner. Watch me. Lin Yu jumped out of the car and kicked away all the cars blocking the road. That's all. Nothing could stop them, and the car sped away on the highway. What the 3 men didn't know was that above their heads, thousands of meters in the sky, a huge eagle was flying in the same direction as them. When the eagle spread its wings, they reached a terrifying length of 10 meters. It was obviously no longer an ordinary eagle. It had definitely mutated. On its back stood a human figure. The other side. In the hotel lobby, Chun Jinger was arranging today's tasks. It has been 3 days since Lin Yu left, and their team still has 17 people. Except for the 4 people in the lead who had reached level 10 early on, the remaining 13 women were all at level 9. Among the evolutionary forces in this ancient town, it is enough to rank in the top 10. Today, we will head towards West Backstreet and try to kill 3 more first-level zombies, so that we will have 10 in total, Chun Jinger said. Everyone agreed, all looking very motivated. After lunch, the group of 17 people walked out of the hotel. However, as soon as he came out, someone blocked his way. Are you the only team on West Street? The man glanced at everyone and didn't take them seriously. Is there something? Chun Jinger frowned. You are quite capable and qualified to be my subordinate. The man looked at everyone and found that the lowest ones were all level 9, and he felt slightly satisfied. I just don't know how many awakened people are among them. The man also had some expectations in his heart. If Lin Yu were here, he would definitely recognize this person. In his previous life, this person was Lu Qi, the first powerful person in Kundu City to reach the 3rd level, and he was also the recipient of the Fire Dragon's essence blood. Unfortunately, in this life, Lin Yu got there first, and not only did he not get the Fire Dragon's blood, he also lost all the other treasures. However, some people are born with extraordinary luck. After the end of the world, all the animals in Xianshan Zoo mutated. Some of them started fighting each other, while others ran into the mountains and forests. A tiger and a leopard were fighting, and both were injured. Lu Qi happened to see them, and it became his opportunity. His level 1 awakening talent, ability acceptance, directly absorbed the tiger's fierce power and the leopard's extreme speed. Subordinates? Chen Jing'er shook her hair and smiled. I think it's not bad for you to be my subordinate. Then let me see if you have the ability. Lu Qi was not angry either, and said calmly, I will let you understand what a truly strong person is. After saying that, he flashed and rushed forward. Sister Jing, be careful. Everyone only saw a shadow flash by, and the person was already in front of Chen Jing'er. Ice shield. Shaowen reacted quickly. He raised his hand and used his ice power to condense a huge ice shield in front of Chen Jing'er. Bang! But the next moment, Lu Qi's fist hit the ice shield with great force, smashing it into pieces. Everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Shaowen was the strongest among them, but his ice shield was broken in an instant. This man's strength is terrifying. Bang! Another huge collision sound was heard, and Lu Qi shattered the ice shield and punched again. Chen Jing'er swayed her body, trying to avoid it. But he found that the opponent was faster and followed him like a shadow, and he could not get rid of him. Facing the punch coming straight at her, she gritted her teeth and had no choice but to take it head-on. However, the opponent's strength was not something she could match. At the touch, her body flew back and fell heavily to the ground. Sister Jing. Sister Jing. Everyone was shocked and took action. Desertification. Yang Shanshan's talent was activated, instantly turning the ground beneath Lu Qi's feet into sand. Under the influence of gravity, Lu Qi sank quickly. In the blink of an eye, the area below his thighs was completely sunk into the sand. In 10 seconds at most, he would be completely buried in the sand. Drink. Lu Qi also had a solemn expression. He exerted all his strength and actually stopped the force of falling. Get down. At this moment, with Shaowen's loud shout, huge ice cones condensed above the man's head and smashed towards him. At the same time, countless wind blades cut through the air and approached him. Lu Qi was also a little panicked at this moment. He didn't expect that there were actually 3 talented people, and all of them had very strong talents. The 3 of them cooperated well with each other, and they fell into crisis by accident. If he can't quickly break free from the desertification under his feet, he will be in trouble. Chapter 37 Finally Awakened. Open it for me. Lu Qi shouted loudly. He exploded with all his magic power and slammed his hands hard on the sand. The huge force actually dispersed a lot of the sand. Taking this opportunity, he exerted force with his legs, activated the cheetah's top speed, and escaped from the sandpit in an instant. Then he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the falling ice cones and wind blades. His power is too great for me to restrain for long. Yang Shanshan's face was a little pale, which showed that she had used all her strength to restrain Lu Qi just now. Several people were silent. They could naturally feel how powerful the man was, and they thought he was probably a level 1 awakener. You really surprised me. Lu Qi was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that a dignified awakener would suffer such a big loss. However, I already know your methods. It is impossible to trap me like you just did. He took a deep breath and was pleasantly surprised. The 3 people in front of him were even stronger than the several special talents he had met before. He has decided to recruit this group of people. Then, he stomped his feet and rushed out like a sharp sword, straight towards Yang Shanshan. He had to deal with this woman first. Her talent for desertification was too difficult to deal with. Sandthorns. Yang Shanshan's expression changed, and huge vines of sand rushed up and stabbed at the man. However, Lu Qi's speed was too fast. He moved left and right, quickly broke through the blockade of sandthorns in an instant, and punched out. Bang! As Yang Shanshan was looking horrified, a figure appeared in front of her. He took the punch head-on but was knocked away. Sister Jing. With a bang, Chen Jing'er fell to the ground again, spitting out blood and feeling like all her internal organs were about to shift. Lu Qi didn't stop and punched out again. Yang Shanshan followed suit, spilling a trail of blood in the air. I want you dead. Lu Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward madly. Countless wind blades flew out from his hands and slashed towards the man. It's useless. Your attacks can't hit me. Lu Qi moved quickly and dodged. However, the next moment, his body hit directly into a huge block of ice. Shield here. Xiaowen shouted. In an instant, 4 ice shields appeared at the same time, quickly gathered together, and surrounded Lu Qi in the middle. Ice explosion. Another loud shout. The 5 ice shields exploded instantly. So, you're going to die anyway. Xiaowen half knelt on the ground, continuously unleashing powerful attacks, which consumed too much energy. You should be proud of yourself for beating me like this. Suddenly, a sound was heard amid the crackling ice. Lu Qi slowly walked out from the broken ice, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Several people's faces froze. How could everything be all right after all this? Storm slash. Lu Yu shouted, and countless wind blades gathered together to form a tornado, sweeping towards the man. Break it for me. A violent look appeared on Lu Qi's face. He didn't suffer such a great embarrassment on the central street, but here, at the hands of several level 1 talents, he was actually beaten and injured? This is unforgivable. There was a flash of light in his hand, and he punched the storm, smashing it directly into pieces. His feet moved at extremely high speed, and his whole speed reached the extreme. Bang bang. 2 sounds were heard, and Lu Yu and Xiaowen were also knocked out. How can he be so strong? This was the thought in the 2 men's minds after they were knocked away. They felt a little desperate. Chen Jinger, who was lying beside a motorcycle, also clenched her teeth. She was unwilling to give in. I can't die. I haven't realized my dream yet. I still want to capture Lin Yu and make her my wife. I want to be on top. I want to be stronger than Lin Yu. Crazy thoughts raced through her mind. Kill. The 13 women saw that the 4 strongest men of Yongzhou were defeated, but they were not afraid at all and rushed forward with weapons in hand. Eternal Day is their home, where they are reborn, and no one can destroy it. Interesting. Looking at the woman who was rushing towards him fearlessly, Lu Qi was also slightly moved. It hasn't been long since the end of the world, but he has seen too much ugliness and filth in human nature. Why are these people in front of me not afraid of life and death? What kind of belief is supporting them? Although he was shocked, his hands were not slow. He punched each of the women who rushed towards him and sent them flying without even the corners of his clothes being touched. However, he still held back. After all, these people would be his subordinates. How is it? Now you know what a strong person is. Join my forces and I guarantee that you will live better in the apocalypse than before. Bah! Those forces outside are all selfish and cannibalistic. One of the 13 women cursed angrily while bleeding from her mouth. Although they only operate on West Street, they know some things about Center Street. The forces composed of several evolvers are fighting over each other there and constantly recruiting survivors. However, they are not trying to protect those people, but to strengthen their own power and let those people go out to kill zombies and contribute crystal nuclei. What's more, some forces directly feed zombies with living people, just to let the zombies evolve so that they can kill them and take the crystal cores. It's all dark hell. They had just been rescued from hell by Sister Jing before. Even if they died, they would never go to such a force again. This is their home. There will always be light and warmth here forever, and this is the place they must protect to the death. Haha, so you would rather die than depend on me? Lu Qi's voice turned cold. Pooh. Then you all die. The man lost his patience and slowly walked towards the people who fell to the ground. This is Eternal Day. It is his eternal day. It is our eternal day. No one can destroy it. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Chen Jinger slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and paced forward. There was an indescribable aura about her that flickered. As she moved forward step by step, the momentum grew rapidly stronger, accompanied by faint rays of light. Sister Jing. Everyone was shouting. They thought they were going to be destroyed, but unexpectedly Chen Jinger stood up again. Moreover, she seemed to be different from before. Her increasingly powerful aura made everyone feel tremendous pressure. Talent awakening? Lu Qi's expression froze. He actually felt the breath of death from this woman. Die! Chen Jinger's body was completely covered by black light. In her hand, a huge bone-spurred sickle slowly appeared, which was larger than her body. A knife cut out. Lu Qi's expression was solemn, and yellow and white lines appeared on his arms. He instantly transformed into a tiger's claw. He swung his claws to block. The next moment, his pupil shrank. Chapter 38 The Dark Night. Lu Qi's eyes suddenly widened. Because the scythe actually pierced through his tiger claws, his arm was intact, but he felt a sharp pain in his mind. Swish! Seeing the scythe coming again, Lu Qi dodged and moved sideways again. He still hasn't figured out what the other party's strange talent is, so he doesn't dare to be careless, let alone take it head-on. However, he discovered that this time Chen Jinger's speed was not slower than his. Following him closely, he chopped with his sword one after another. He didn't dare to take the hit head-on, and he couldn't avoid it 3 times, and the sickle pierced his body 3 times. The body was fine, but the pain in the soul was getting worse and worse. You can kill souls. Lu Qi was horrified. He suddenly discovered that after being hit by Chen Jinger's sickle, his mental power on the attribute panel would drop by 2 points. Just in this short while, his mental strength was directly reduced by 8 points. He didn't know if it could be recovered. If it couldn't be recovered, he would really cry to death. Lu Qi started to curse. Everyone knows how important attributes are. In just a short while, he cut off 8 green attribute fruits. Who can accept this? You can only avoid the sickle and fight at close range. He made up his mind and rushed forward again, using his legs to their full speed. Go to hell. This time he finally avoided the sickle, came in front of Chen Jinger, stretched out his tiger claws, and went straight for the other's head. He has made up his mind. Even if the sickle came again, he would blow the woman's head off even if it cost him 2 points of mental strength. Sister Jing, be careful. Yang Shanshan reminded. Chen Jinger was not in a hurry. The pupils in her eyes suddenly changed into a crescent shape. Soul binding. Lu Qi's tiger claws that were about to catch her suddenly stopped and froze in the air. He felt an inexplicable force binding his soul. Swish, swish, swish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Jinger raised her sickle and slashed it 3 more times, again cutting off 6 points of his mental power. Boom! With a terrifying burst of momentum, Lu Qi finally broke free from the shackles of his soul. Without saying a word, he retreated rapidly. He stared at Chen Jinger closely and breathed heavily. Lu Qi was helpless. How do we fight this guy? We can't get close to him, and he doesn't have any means of long-range attack. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that his mental strength would be completely depleted by the opponent. Would he then become a vegetable? Goodbye. Lu Qi turned around and prepared to run away. He knew that Chen Jinger must have awakened a super talent, otherwise it would be impossible for her to be so amazing. Another powerful force has risen in the ancient town. Eternal Day. Did I let you go? However, a cold voice came from behind. Chen Jinger's expression was cold. He had severely injured all the people in Yongzhou, and now he wanted to escape? It was not that easy. When Lu Qi heard the sound, he walked faster. Mrs. Lin. Chen Jinger let out a tender cry and saw that the motorcycle she had parked on the side of the road was emitting a black light, its wheels spinning, and the driverless motorcycle ran to her side. She jumped up and stood directly on the motorcycle. This scene made everyone present drop their jaws. So weird. Who has ever seen a motorcycle that can run on its own without starting? I saw Chen Jinger standing upright on the front of the motorcycle with a pair of long legs and a 4-meter-long black sickle on her shoulder. The motorcycle carried her and rushed towards Lu Qi at an extremely fast speed. This scene is as weird as it can be. Sister, I was wrong. Please stop chasing me, okay? Lu Qi really wanted to cry now. You've injured all of our Yongzhou people. It's impossible for you to retreat unscathed. How can I escape unscathed? My mental strength has been reduced by 14 points. Lu Qi said angrily. You have brought this upon yourself. Don't think of leaving without leaving something behind. Chen Jinger chased him relentlessly, swinging her scythe continuously, forcing Lu Qi to dodge constantly and making it difficult to escape. So what do you want? As long as I don't fight you, you can't do anything to me. That's true. He has inherited the cheetah's extreme speed and is extremely fast. If Chen Jinger wanted to avoid fighting, she would have no other options for the time being. We can only compete in magic power to see whose magic power is exhausted first. Tell me, what do you want? After a moment, Lu Qi became a little anxious. Before, he had consumed most of his magic power in the battle with the 3 Awakeners, and now he was afraid that he could not outlast Chen Jinger. If this goes on, he will probably die here. First Order Crystal Core, exchange it with a First Order Crystal Core. Chen Jinger said. For you. Without saying a word, Lu Qi took out a crystal core from his arms and threw it back while running. One is not enough. Hand over all the crystal cores in your body. You are a bandit. Don't talk nonsense, or we'll see who can outlast the other. I only have 3 in total. I'll give them all to you. Stop chasing me. Lu Qi took out 2 more crystal cores and threw them out, one to the left and one to the right. He swore that when he returned, he would go into the mountains, capture a few mutant beasts, and then receive some powerful abilities. The best is the ability to attack from a distance. The motorcycle carried Qin Jinger, moving left and right, and took the 2 crystal cores in his hands. Looking at the figure going away, she did not chase after him. Instead, her body became shaky and she almost fell. Sister Jing. 2 women who were less seriously injured helped her up. Let's go back first. Everyone has been seriously injured. Let's take a day off today. Chun Jinger felt a little exhausted, and her motorcycle turned into black light and disappeared on the spot. The level 1 talent is too strong. I have broken several ribs. Even if I become an evolver, it will probably take 7 or 8 days to heal. Everyone returned to the hotel and gathered in the lobby to bandage each other's wounds. Sister Jing is awesome. She actually awakened a level 1 talent and beat that guy away. Yes, now we, Yongzhou, are considered a strong force in this town. Sister Jing, you should have absorbed all the first order crystal cores. You are level 1, and breaking through the first order will give Yongri the biggest boost. Yeah. As soon as Yang Shanshan brought up the idea, everyone nodded without objection. Chen Jinger's strength was indeed not strong before, but now she is the undisputed number 1 in Yongzhou. No, probably the second. Because there is Lin Yu above, he is probably the strongest. Good. Chen Jinger did not refuse. She was very weak now. She was very tired after experiencing such a big battle right after awakening. Her free attribute points have been stored and not allocated. Because Lin Yu told her not to use it unless absolutely necessary, and to wait until her talent was awakened before distributing it according to her talent, so she has been saving it. Her talent had just awakened and she was not yet proficient enough, so it was very difficult for her to fight Lu Qi, who consumed a lot of magic power. At this moment, she finally didn't have to suppress it anymore. She first added all 25 free attribute points from level 5 to level 10 to her mental power. Then, she took out 10 first-order crystal cores and absorbed them. Originally, they only had 7 in total, and they snatched 3 from Lu Qi, which was just enough to upgrade to the next level. Her Black Grim Reaper Scythe has the property of devouring and can cut off other people's mental power. Once cut off, it cannot be recovered. 1/10 of the spiritual power that is cut off will be absorbed by the Black Sickle and fed back to itself. The previous battle took away 14 points of Lu Qi's mental power, while she gained 1. Don't underestimate this one. As time goes by, the more she kills, the stronger her mental power will become. Chapter 39 King Arthur. Boom. As the last crystal core disappeared, Chun Jinger successfully reached the first level. Code. Unnamed. Level. Level 1. Level 0. Magic power. 32,600. Strength. 232. Physique. 226. Speed. 352. Spirit. 504. Talent. Level 1 Death Spirit. The brand new attribute panel is much more powerful than before, and much more powerful than Luxuria. Her level 1 talent, Spirit of Death. It is a soul-related talent, so she added all her free attribute points to mental power. Before evolving, she had eaten attribute fruits, and later, following Lin Yu, she exchanged a lot of them in the trading market. When the talent is awakened, the 4 dimensions are increased by 50 points each, so it has such terrifying attributes. Although he is still far inferior to Lin Yu, he is obviously much stronger than many people with higher levels of talent. What's a good code name? Chen Jinger looked a little worried. She was not good at naming. Hey, I got it. Let Chen sit on it? Haha, let's do it. Chun Jinger, will sit on it. If it weren't for this belief, I might not even be able to awaken today. She didn't think there was anything wrong with this code name at all. Instead, she was very satisfied with it. If Lin Yu knew this, he would probably be furious. What normal person would choose such a dirty name? On the World Forum, ever since the information of evolvers from all over the world was connected, there has been constant quarreling every day. Look at the number 1 person in Daxia country. His name is De Shixing. Just from the name, he is just a small fry. He's just lucky to be ranked first. When the 100 Nations War comes, I'm going to make him wet his pants. Haha, Yoshi, you're right. And that magician, he sounds like a juggler. How can he be ranked in the top 10 in Daxia? Daxia men are not good enough. But women, Miss Hua, you are so beautiful. Iron Man? What kind of rubbish is this? How dare you challenge Brother Dashi? You old Sakura dog, you are dead. You and your Sakura country are finished. We Daxia people will crush the cherry blossoms, and we will keep our word. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. Where is the sky blasting gang? I want to join. I want to flatten this disgusting country. In a palace in Great Britain, four figures stood there. King Arthur, I'm sorry, but Underworld strength is a little unexpected. Thunder Knight and I can defeat him together, but we can't subdue him. I'm afraid you'll have to do it. The Sun Knight was shrouded in sunlight, shining brightly. Then I'll go. With him, there are only 4 of the 12 knights. The battle of the 100 nations is getting closer and closer. We have to hurry. There was not much fluctuation in King Arthur's eyes. His strength is almost universally recognized as the strongest in Great Britain. In the battle of 100 nations, the Great Xia Kingdom, the Sakura Kingdom, the Hika Kingdom, and the Heavenly Kingdom are all very strong. I saw the Scorpion King take action once on the World Forum. He was very strong, but I am confident that I can face him. The Sun Knight said with confidence. On the highway, a large black car sped past. After passing this jade tunnel ahead, we will enter Tianhai City. Lu Shiyuan was in the car, looking at the dark tunnel entrance ahead, and suddenly felt a little scared. This hole looks like a big mouth. Little girl Ruku stuck her little head out from the back row and said while blinking her big eyes. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked towards the tunnel entrance in the distance. He looked intently for a moment and found nothing unusual, but he felt a little nervous. Is there something wrong with this tunnel? I don't know. I can't see anything for now. Lin Yu shook his head. It should be fine. This tunnel is less than 2 kilometers long. We will be out in a while. Lu Shiyuan shook off the uneasiness in her heart and stepped on the brakes. Parking. When they were about to reach the tunnel entrance, Lin Yu stopped the car. The car stopped steadily. Lin Yu jumped out of the car, slowly walked to the entrance of the tunnel, and looked inside. Since the power system was destroyed, there was basically no light, and the tunnel was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. A fireball appeared in Lin Yu's hand, and he threw it into the tunnel. The fireball fell, blasting out countless sparks and illuminating the tunnel a little. Lin Yu looked carefully for a long time, but still found nothing unusual. Maybe we are worrying too much, let's go. Lin Yu returned to the car, and although he still felt a little uneasy, it was not strong. Even if there really is something inside, they are not afraid. Move forward slowly. The car lights turned on, illuminating the tunnel. The two looked around in the light. Everything seemed normal, but it was extremely quiet. Call. Lu Shiyuan breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. She stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed in like an arrow. Gradually, both of them felt something was wrong. This jade tunnel is less than 2 kilometers long. How come we haven't gotten out of it in 3 or 4 minutes? We can't even see the entrance. Lu Shiyuan suddenly became nervous. Another 10 minutes passed, and the car was still in the tunnel. Brother Yu, are we encountering any strange incident? She gripped the steering wheel tightly, obviously very nervous. Maybe. Lin Yu frowned. The tunnel was less than 2 kilometers long, but the car ran for nearly 30 kilometers without getting out. This situation was either an illusion, or we were trapped within the rules. Or, this is no longer a tunnel, but another space. Did we accidentally enter a secret place? Lin Yu muttered to himself. After the end of the world, many different spaces and dimensions will appear, which will contain many opportunities, but also accompanied by huge crises. These spaces were called secret realms in previous lives. But there are many kinds of secret realms. Some secret realms involve the rules of the avenue. You need to hold a secret realm card and meet the conditions to enter. Some secret realms have no conditions and rely entirely on luck. Get off the car and take a look at the situation first. Lu Shiyuan braked and stopped. After the 3 people got out of the car, she put the big thing into the space. You pull me and Ruku. In the darkness, there was deathly silence. Lu Shiyuan held Lin Yu with one hand and Ruku with the other. When? Suddenly, a huge bell sounded, echoing in the tunnel. As the bell rang, a ray of light suddenly appeared on the tunnel wall not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, it should be a door. It seemed to be guiding them. Interesting. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and said, let's go see what's in that door. The 2 women followed him and walked over slowly. The 3 of them walked to the place where the light was, and it was indeed a door. The door was slightly open, and light was coming from inside. Crunch. Lin Yu opened the door and walked in. It was a huge stone cave, very spacious. In the middle was a stone table, around which many people sat. At the top of the table sat a creature wearing a bullhead mask, which did not look like a human. Congratulations, there are 3 new people this time. The creature spoke slowly, without a trace of emotion in his voice. Everyone sitting on both sides of the table looked over. Lin Yu saw all kinds of emotions on their faces, including ferocity, joy, despair, pity, etc. Very weird. Where is this place? Lin Yu looked at them and asked. This is the devil's residence, the bull-headed masked creature answered. Devil? Lin Yu frowned. In previous lives, demons generally referred to powerful beings who had awakened to the power of darkness. It can be a dark evolver or a dark beast. Chapter 40 Devil's Game. Please take a seat. The Minotaur pointed to the stool next to the stone table. He is indeed not human, because what came out of his sleeve was not a hand, but a piece of dry vine. Let's go. I want to see what they are doing. Lin Yu pulled the two of them to sit down at the stone table. At this point, there are 19 people sitting here, and there are still 6 seats empty. Let me introduce this to the newcomers. There will be a death game here every day. The loser will die. You have 10 minutes now. Can you discuss which game to play? After the bull-headed creature said this, it stopped talking. The other 15 people immediately looked at Lin Yu and the other two, and various complicated emotions appeared on their faces again. They didn't say anything, just looked at each other and nodded slightly. It seems some kind of consensus has been reached. Everyone, can you tell me what's going on? Lin Yu stared at everyone, but no one paid any attention to him. Brother Yu, I have a bad feeling, Lu Shiyun said with a serious expression. These people came earlier than them and should know a lot of things, but they didn't tell them. No problem. Okay, time's up. Tell me your choice. 10 minutes passed quickly and the Minotaur spoke. We choose 3. The 15 people said in unison. Okay, I get it. Then, the newcomer will decide what game to play this time. However, the bull-headed creature said something that shocked everyone. Oh? When these words were spoken, the 15 people present were first shocked and then angry. You don't follow the rules. A big man suddenly stood up, slapped the table, and glared at the Minotaur. Haha, I am the rule here. What? You don't accept it? The Minotaur looked at him coldly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. You? The big man was extremely angry, but in the end he had no choice but to sit down. I see. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. He understood what kind of place this was. Rules are set, but you don't have to follow them. There are 10 games in total. Which one do you choose? The Minotaur looked at Lin Yu and the other two. Everyone else looked over as well, and there was a threatening look in the big man's eyes. Then let's play game 2. Lin Yu spoke casually. After hearing his answer, the 15 people all breathed a sigh of relief, but their expressions were also solemn. Brother Yu, do you know what game this is? Lu Shiyun asked in a low voice beside him. I don't know. I just picked it randomly. Bro, are you serious? Now they don't know anything. Even if they are playing games, they still have to know the rules, right? It's okay. Just do what I do. Lin Yu said to the two of them. The game begins. There were 2 decks of playing cards clamped on the Minotaur's dead vines. He started throwing the cards in front of each person. After 2 rounds, each person got exactly 2 cards. After the cards were dealt, the 15 players all picked up their cards and looked at them secretly. One more, the big man said. The Minotaur sent another one. The big man picked up the cards and looked at them. His pupils shrank, but he didn't show it at all. Among the 8 people on Lin Yu's left, 5 asked for another card. Is this bullfighting? Lu Shiyun felt that this scene was very similar to the bullfighting game. Perhaps. Lin Yu didn't care and answered casually. Judging from what happened just now, he was 100% sure that this was neither a secret realm nor a rule space. At best, they were captured here by powerful creatures to play some messy games. It's your turn. The bull-headed creature looked at Lin Yu. Take one. Don't you want to look at the cards? It doesn't matter. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him. You don't even look at the whole cards, but just ask for the cards directly. Aren't you afraid that the big cards will become small cards? Lin Shiyun and the other person also asked for 1 card, but they didn't even look at the cards. Finally, everyone finishes their cards. Everyone, open your cards, the Minotaur said. As everyone revealed their cards, the big man's face could no longer hold back and turned pale. 2 points, the smallest in the game. He collapsed on his buttocks, his face ashen. At this time, Lin Yu discovered. Above the big man's head, wisps of black gas floated out, continuously drifting towards the sky and disappearing. In those wisps of black air, Lin Yu felt the breath of endless despair. Let's do it. A dagger appeared in the withered vine hand of the bull-headed creature, and he threw it on the table. Below the big man, a middle-aged man stood up. He picked up the dagger, walked behind the big man, and placed the dagger across his neck. The big man looked dejected, but he didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. The middle-aged man slashed with the dagger in his hand quickly, and blood gushed out immediately. The big man covered his neck and fell to the ground while struggling. There was despair and seemingly relief in his eyes. The Minotaur stretched out its withered vines and dragged the big man toward the door, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The 14 people who were still alive looked at this scene, their faces pale, and wisps of black despair emerged above their heads. After the bull-headed creature left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a calamity. "My dear little brother, we have been trapped in here for 15 days. I wonder what the world outside is like." At this time, a man wearing glasses walked up to Lin Yu and the other two and asked, 15 days? You were trapped in here before the end of the world? No, we only broke into this tunnel on the 8th day of the apocalypse. We just came in. Today is the 13th day of the apocalypse. Your words are full of loopholes. Lin Yu looked at him coldly. We really didn't lie to you. I broke in here by accident on the 9th day of the apocalypse and have been here for 14 days. A woman said weakly. In other words, 5 days passed in the outside world, but 15 days passed here? The man with glasses looked terrified. Do you have any food? Can you give me something to eat? I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the next round of the game. The woman crawled to Lin Yu's feet, pulled his pants, and said with difficulty, As long as you give me something to eat, I can do anything you want. Lin Yu looked at the woman. She was pretty and had a well-proportioned figure. It's a pity that he seems to be a little too hungry now. His face is as pale as paper and bloodless. Lin Yu looked at Lu Shiyun, nodded slightly, and said, Give them some. The 14 people left here almost all looked like they had been hungry for a long time. Lu Shiyun took out some food and water from her backpack and put them on the table. The eyes of everyone present lit up, and they all came forward, picked up the bread and began to eat it voraciously. 3 people scrambled to drink a bottle of water. A few minutes later, you said you were trapped here for more than 10 days. How did you get food and water? Lin Yu asked. Chapter 41, Breaking the Rules. After eating, these people finally regained a lot of strength. The middle-aged man said, Every 3 days, the Minotaur will appear and ask us to participate in a death game. The loser will die. It will take the dead person away, and then every other day they will play the food game again, and the person who wins gets to eat the food. Then the Minotaur will give you food? There isn't much food here. Lu Shiyun said. If I'm not mistaken, the so-called food is the flesh of the person who died in the death game, right? Lin Yu took over the conversation. Everyone was silent. Obviously, they also knew what the so-called food was, but they had no choice. They didn't want to die. Only human flesh can be eaten. The monster said that if we can survive for 30 days, we will be free. Is this pig farming? Lin Yu thought of a dark creature. They can absorb the purest emotions of despair and grow by devouring the breath of despair. At this time, Lin Yu completely understood. They were encountering dark creatures that fed on despair. The dark creatures trapped these people here and forced them to play games every day to release their inner despair. At the same time, it gives them hope of getting out, and this repetitive process breeds an atmosphere of despair. If this creature is a mutant, it would have entered the city long ago, and it would have been able to obtain more despair power. And right now it's guarding the tunnel, which means it can't leave. It's a dark creature that's a plant mutation. In just a moment, Lin Yu basically figured everything out. He expressed these thoughts. How do you explain the different speeds of time flowing? Lu Shiyun asked. It's very simple. These people are locked up here, isolated from the outside world and in fear. Naturally, they believe whatever the Minotaur says. Lin Yu spoke. Now that you mention it, I remember it. A well-mannered man suddenly spoke. Do you remember that every time a new person came in, the Minotaur would say there would be a game every day, but he never explained the rules of the game? That's right. So we subconsciously think that there is one game a day, and every time we participate in a game, one day has passed. Everyone also reacted. There is no day or night here, and everyone's spirits are always in a tense state. Even if they play the game 3 times a day, they cannot tell the passage of time. So what do we do now? A group of people seem to regard Lin Yu as a life-saving straw. An illusion like this one formed by emotions can only be resolved by finding the caster and killing him, said Lin Yu. This kind of magic mirror is quite troublesome, and it can usually only be solved by killing the caster. Or maybe their strength is much stronger than the caster, and they just break it with brute force. Is the caster the Minotaur? Or the monster in the fog? They are so scary, we can't kill them. Some people are desperate. Don't listen to his nonsense. Anyone who breaks the rules will die. Have you forgotten those who didn't follow the rules before? At this time, an old man in his 60s spoke. This man is just a new arrival today. He doesn't know how terrifying monsters are. Do you want to die with him? Hearing his words, the people present really retreated, with fear in their eyes. Yes, before, there were powerful 8th level evolvers, and people with talents who could spray water. They resisted the monsters, but they all died in the end. This person just came in. Who knows what he is thinking? Just now they were just desperate attempts to find a cure, but now that they have calmed down, no one dared to agree with Lin Yu anymore. They didn't know whether Lin Yu was right or not, but they knew that if they provoked monsters and broke the rules, they would die. No one is an exception. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Lu Shiyun asked. To leave this illusion, you must find the caster and kill him. There was a cold light flashing in Lin Yu's eyes. He didn't have much time to waste here. As you said, the dark creatures are there to absorb despair, so it won't be difficult to find him. Lu Shiyun thought about it for a moment. He said, as long as it can no longer absorb despair, it will naturally appear. Lin Yu glanced at her. This woman was indeed smart. As long as Wei Wei provides a little clue, she can think of a way to break the deadlock. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, bring out 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of water, and some other supplies. Lu Shiyun did as she was told. Suddenly, a pile of food supplies appeared next to the two of them, attracting everyone's attention. Each and every one of them had a look of desire and greed on their face. Those who are willing to kill monsters with me, come here. I can share food with you. Lin Yu said to these people. As long as these people are given hope to survive, they will not despair, and the dark creatures will not be able to absorb the dark emotions. When the time comes, it will naturally appear on its own. Don't listen to him. Anyone who resists those monsters will die. The old man shouted again. His words made many people stop their inner impulses. Haha. Lin Yu sneered. In the end, 3 people came to Lin Yu. Can we eat? The woman asked cautiously at first. They were really hungry. Since she came in, she has been hungry 3 times a day, 9 times in 3 days, and has not eaten anything. Eat it. With Lin Yu's approval, the 3 of them were overjoyed and started eating the instant noodles in big mouthfuls. The 11 people on the opposite side were drooling. Everyone, we can choose not to fight against those monsters, but we can steal this man's food, right? Someone suddenly spoke. They don't dare to fight monsters, but they are not afraid of stealing things from their own kind. Yes, we have a share of those things too, and we have to eat them too. Someone took the lead and a group of people looked fierce. Among them, some people have eaten human flesh. They are planning to rob. Lu Shiyun frowned. Haha, I have another faster way to lure out the dark creatures. Lin Yu said. These people don't deserve sympathy. Lu Shiyun knew what method Lin Yu was talking about. At the beginning, the two were only prepared to use the most gentle means to cut off the source of power of the dark creatures. But at this moment, it seems unnecessary to go through so much trouble. Mirror image. Lu Shiyun is not a saint. Seeing the leaders rushing towards her with their fangs bared, she raised her right hand and lightly snapped her fingers. A strange wave spread from her fingertips, like water waves. The 5 people who were rushing in the front were suddenly frozen in place, with the ferocious expressions on their faces frozen in place. Next moment, the 5 people's bodies were covered with cracks, just like a broken mirror. Then with a bang, the space exploded directly, tearing everything into pieces, leaving only traces of blood floating down. Ah, murder! Screams rang out one after another. The faces and bodies of the people following behind were all covered with countless blood and pieces of flesh. Shut up. The flame in Lin Yu's hand condensed and transformed into a huge flaming sword, which was about 15 or 16 meters long. Of course, 15 or 16 meters is not his limit, but the limit of this stone chamber space. Chapter 42 Tree Demon. Lin Yu held the flaming knife and slashed directly towards the crowd. It was fast and silent. Before anyone could even utter a scream, they were killed by a single blow, cut into 2 pieces, and even their bodies were engulfed by flames. After finishing everything, Lin Yu walked to the main seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the caster to appear. The only 3 people left alive trembled with fear when they saw this scene. I don't know how long it took, but finally the sound of thump 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 footsteps was heard. Several people looked towards the door. The creature with the bullhead mask appeared. It looked at the few lonely people at the scene and was visibly stunned. What about the others? They're all dead. Lin Yu looked straight at it and spoke with a smile. You killed them? The bull-headed creature instantly became furious. They are the food of the devil. How dare you kill them? Damn it! Damn it! He jumped up and down on the spot, then rolled over and cursed. This operation left several people stunned. Mom, is it crazy? Said the little girl Ruku in a naive way. She has followed Linyu and has seen all kinds of big scenes. Compared with those people here, her psychological quality is stronger. If you break the rules here, you will all die. The creature seemed to have calmed down. It slowly stood up and looked at the few people with murderous intent. Call that devil out. Linyu said. Haha, are you worthy enough to see my master? The bull-headed creature sneered and flicked its sleeves. Dry vines sprouted out from his sleeves, quickly grew longer, and stabbed towards the men. Linyu flashed, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the vine. He pulled hard, but the huge force was beyond the ability of the bull-headed creature to resist. Under this pulling force, its body was pulled directly towards Linyu. Bang! He kicked out, hitting the bull-headed creature right in the chest, sending it flying back and falling heavily to the ground. A flame suddenly ignited in Linyu's hand and burned quickly along the dead vine. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream was heard. Seeing the flames following the dead vine and about to burn its body, it simply tore the dead vine apart. That's the arm of a bull-headed creature. He cut off his arm to survive, which was very decisive. Ai! A series of incomprehensible words suddenly came out of its mouth, as if it was calling for something. Roar! Soon, 5 strange-looking creatures kicked the door open and rushed in. They are not human. The 5 creatures have different shapes. Some of them are 4 or 5 meters tall, with a pumpkin head on their neck and 2 axes in their hands. Some of them had no head, just a big tree stump. In the middle of the stump, there was a vertical eye, which looked ferocious and terrifying, and was still bleeding. Ah, monster. They are monsters. As long as someone breaks the rules, they will appear and kill and eat that person. The woman behind Linyu screamed, retreated madly, and curled up in the corner. They are all first level. Feeling the momentum of these 5 monsters, Linyu was overjoyed. Kill him, the bull-headed creature roared. 5 monsters immediately rushed towards Linyu. The flame in Linyu's hand condensed and quickly formed a flaming knife more than 1 meter long. He flashed by at an extremely fast speed, and only Lu Shiyun could see him clearly. Swish! The flaming knife slashed across the necks of 5 monsters in succession, and then was placed on the neck of the bull-headed creature. His speed was so fast that before the monsters were even ready to move, their throats had already been cut. How is that possible? Watching the 5 monsters' heads rolling off their bodies, the bull-headed creature's pupils widened in disbelief. How could this person be so powerful? He could kill 5 first-level monsters in 1 second. With such strength, I'm afraid only the master could kill him. Linyu raised his hand and swung his knife. A piece of dead vine flew out. It was the only remaining arm of the Minotaur. It screamed miserably. You haven't summoned your master yet? Linyu split the bull head mask, revealing a wooden face. You will all die. Everyone will die. A look of fear appeared on Mutu's face. I'll give you 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, I'll send you to meet these 5 monsters. While threatening, Linyu split open the heads of the 5 monsters he had just killed and took out the crystal cores inside. Various complex human expressions were revealed on the wooden face, which was very strange. Ioriel. After a burst of incomprehensible language, the earth suddenly shook and a black light gathered at the gate. Slowly it turned into a human figure. The black light dissipated, revealing its true appearance. That's a tree man. That's right, it's the tree man. He has delicate features and a strong body like a human, but his hair is made of vines. The skin on his body is like the bark on a tree. The tree man walked towards them step by step, emitting a terrifying aura and a huge amount of magic power surging. Linyu tensed his muscles and prepared for battle. It's a big one indeed. Linyu looked solemn. He felt that there was a terrifying and boundless magical power hidden in the other party's body. This could be a creature above level 2, or even close to level 3. On the 13th day of the end of the world. This is definitely the ceiling, belonging to the most powerful group of creatures. Although Linyu is only at the 1st level now, his magic power is as high as 69,000 and his mental power is 586, which are already the attributes of an ordinary 2nd level 10th level evolver. The only thing that can make him feel pressured is someone with more powerful magic or mental strength than him. You useless thing, you can't even do such a small thing. What's the point of keeping you? After listening to the Minotaur's report, The tree man became angry and instantly grabbed its throat with his hand. Master, please spare my life. Please. Before he could finish his words, there was a click sound, and the tree man had already broken its neck. Bang! Its body was thrown casually on the ground. The tree man raised his head and looked at everyone. His eyes swept around and finally stopped at Lin Yu. It was you who killed the pigs I raised? He stepped forward one step at a time, and when he passed the corpse of the bull-headed creature, he stepped on it and crushed it into pieces. Level 3? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and asked deliberately. It should have been almost done, but you ruined it. Otherwise, you can stay and be my slave. The tree man's wooden face actually showed a human smile. Please lend me your crystal core first. Lin Yu shouted and took the lead in launching an attack. His body shot out like an arrow and instantly appeared in front of the tree man. He gathered all his strength into a punch, hitting the tree man right in the chest. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Lin Yu threw out more than a dozen punches. The tree man did not dodge or evade, allowing Lin Yu's fist to hit him. Is this all your strength? The tree man suddenly threw a punch, colliding with Lin Yu's fist. Then the two men attacked frantically. Their punches were so fast that ordinary people could not see them clearly and could only see afterimages. Come again. Flames burst out of Lin Yu's body, and he directly activated the flame form of his fire talent. The yellow magic flame instantly enveloped himself. At this moment, his strength increased by 2 times. Chapter 43. Second Form, Dragon Flame Mode, on. Kill. Lin Yu rushed forward again, his fist wrapped in flames attacking like a rainstorm and a strong wind, attacking crazily. Bang! With just one punch, the tree man was knocked flying, and blood instantly oozed out of his chest. This is the power of a dynamic level talent. After the main attribute is doubled, it is extremely terrifying. Interesting. The tree man was extremely shocked. It's amazing that this little scum who is only at the first level can actually deliver such a terrifying punch. However, before he could come to his senses, Lin Yu's flaming fist hit him again. What's the use of having great strength if you can't hit the target? The tree man sneered. It stretched out its body, moving left and right, perfectly avoiding Lin Yu's fist. Can't hit. Lin Yu found that his speed could not keep up with the tree man at all. No matter how fast he punched, the tree man could always easily avoid it. After all, there is a difference of almost 2 levels, and the speed attribute is obviously not as high as the opponent, making it difficult to hit. At the second stage and 10th level, the 4-dimensional attributes have reached at least 620 points, and the main attribute with free point addition has reached 1020 points. His current speed of 524 is a bit far from enough. It's my turn. The tree man moved and almost became a trail of afterimages. Bang! Lin Yu was hit hard on the back, and his body was knocked flying, and his internal organs were shaken. The tree man sneered and attacked again. His speed was so fast that Lin Yu couldn't defend himself at all, and fell into a passive situation of being beaten. Ahem. Lin Yu was punched again and hit the stone wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the other party. Brother Yu. Uncle. 2 anxious voices rang out. Lu Shiyun and Lu Rook rushed over. Green light flew out from Rook's hands and poured into Lin Yu's body, quickly recovering his injuries. Mirror image. Looking at the tree man rushing towards her, Lu Shiyun's face changed, and she hurriedly used her talent. A snap of fingers. The tree man's running figure paused and stopped in the air. The space where he was located solidified and then exploded. Bang! In that space, blood flowers bloomed. However, the explosion of space only caused a few more wounds on the tree man, and the force did not tear him apart. After all, there is still a gap of 2 levels. The tree man broke through the space and punched over. Mirror image. Lu Shiyun used her talent again, but this time the opponent was prepared, and his speed soared, directly avoiding that space. He used his spatial talent continuously, but was unable to hit the tree man. He only delayed the time slightly. Lu Shiyun gritted her teeth and threw a punch. She knew that she would be seriously injured by this punch, but she couldn't retreat because Lin Yu and Ruku were behind her. At this critical moment, second form, Dragon Flame Mode, on. Lin Yu shouted and entered the second form directly. This was the first time he used it after successfully awakening to the level 1 and unlocking the Dragon Flame form. All the ones he encountered before were very weak, and he could crush them directly in his normal flame form. The tree man he encountered at this time could be said to be the first real opponent he encountered since the end of the world. Not only did he awaken his talent, but his level was as high as level 2, level 10. He has even stepped half a foot into the 3rd level, which is extremely terrifying. After awakening the talent of the treeman, its attributes will also skyrocket after using the talent. It is much stronger than the normal third level without talent. In an instant, the yellow flames around Lin Yu quickly changed into scarlet red, and his aura rose wildly. Suddenly, a huge beam of magical light shot up from his body, causing the entire stone chamber to shake violently. There was a rustling sound of gravel falling down. The tree man felt this tremendous pressure. His face changed and he retreated rapidly. Is this dragon flame mode? Lin Yu felt the changes in his body, clenched his fists, and felt the huge energy. His main attribute is strength, which is doubled in the level 1 talent flame state, while other attributes remain unchanged. However, in the dragon flame state, the main attribute is directly increased by 3 times, and the other 4-dimensional attributes are doubled. This is definitely a completely different situation. The speed attribute has soared to 1048 at this moment, which means the consumption of magic power is much faster than that of the flame state. Are you okay? Are you okay? Lin Yu and Lu Shiyun spoke at the same time. The two were stunned, then smiled at each other. I feel better than ever before. Wait for me to kill that tree man. Lin Yu clenched his fists. I'm fine too, be careful. Lu Shiyun gave him a charming smile. It's time to end it. Lin Yu stepped forward and walked slowly. He was wrapped in red flames, like a god. At this moment, he is in the dragon flame state. Even if the tree man reaches the 3rd level, he is confident that he can cross 2 levels and wipe it out. Has your strength increased again? Unfortunately, it's still useless if you can't hit me. The tree man spoke coldly. The aura coming from Lin Yu at this moment made him extremely frightened. It was the first time he encountered such a feeling of oppression. Yeah. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already behind the tree man. How could it be? Before the tree man could finish his words, and before his body could react, he felt a huge pain in his abdomen. His eyes were so wide open that they seemed about to pop out. So soon? The next moment, his body flew out like a cannonball, and the second half of the sentence came out of his mouth. Ahem. He slowly stood up from the ground, coughing up blood. Lin Yu's ordinary punch almost pierced his body. If his original form was not a vine tree, with physical attributes far exceeding those of ordinary evolvers, he would have been penetrated by that punch just now. Lin Yu in the dragon flame form is so terrifying. He can't hold back any longer. The tree man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly countless black mists surged out from his body, instantly filling the entire stone chamber. An atmosphere of infinite despair spread, as if to bring everyone into a world of despair. Behind Lin Yu, the 3 ordinary evolvers who were only at level 3 were instantly trapped in an illusion. No, don't kill me. Don't be afraid, honey. I'll be with you right away. The 3 of them roared wildly, with all kinds of emotions showing on their faces: fear, disappointment, sadness, helplessness, and finally despair. The man grabbed his neck tightly with both hands and tried to commit suicide. Lin Yu frowned and knocked the 3 men unconscious with a few strikes. He looked at Lu Shiyun and Ruku again. Lu Shiyun was stronger and had not yet lost her mind, but the little girl Ruku had already burst into tears and her face was pale. Her breath was getting weaker and weaker, and she was heading towards the abyss of despair. Bang! Lin Yu knocked the little girl unconscious with a knife. Lu Shiyun was becoming weaker and weaker at this time, and his mental strength was trying his best to resist the invasion of the magic mirror. But it is estimated that it will not last long. At most, it will take a few minutes before it is completely trapped in the illusion. My guess was right. All the free attribute points of this tree man were added to his mental strength. Lin Yu muttered to himself. He also knocked Lu Shiyun unconscious. The tree man is now at level 10 of the 2nd stage. If all the free attribute points are added to mental strength, it will definitely exceed 1,000 points. In Lin Yulong's flame form, his mental strength doubled to 1172 points and was no longer affected by the magic mirror. If it were in flame form, it probably wouldn't last long. Suddenly, in the black fog, a fist appeared and hit Lin Yu hard. Brush! Lin Yu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared behind the tree man. Throw out a punch. The tree man was directly knocked away, and his body had not yet fallen down. Lin Yu's whole body was filled with dragon flames. Secret Red Lotus Destruction Slash. Chapter 44. Wanna beat Lu Shiyun. Lin Yu's mental power is stronger than the tree man's. The opponent's magic mirror and black fog can no longer block his 5 senses. Therefore, he could always sense the actions of the tree man. Secret Red Lotus Destruction Slash. Following Lin Yu's loud shout, the dragon flame all over his body surged, and the terrifying high-temperature flames instantly made the entire space inside the stone chamber extremely hot. The next moment, two giant blades formed by flames crossed each other, carrying raging flames and terrifying power, and slashed fiercely at the tree man in the air. The true form of the giant tree. The tree man was knocked flying and suddenly felt a breath of death while still in midair. His face changed drastically. In an instant, the whole person revealed his true form and turned into a giant tree, taking root in the stone chamber. Waves of dark energy surged wildly, enveloping the whole body. At the same time, all the branches returned to defend, interweaving in front of him to form an extremely solid wall of trees, emitting a cold and dim light. At this time, the Red Lotus Destruction Slash has arrived. He chopped down the tree wall heavily, destroying it in an instant with overwhelming force, and then chopped down at the tree man's body again. Impossible! Feeling this scene, the tree man let out a desperate roar. His strongest defense couldn't even block for a second and was shattered in an instant. Boom! The earth shook. The Red Lotus Destruction Slash pierced through all obstacles and slashed fiercely on the giant tree. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sounded, and the dragon fire burned fiercely, covering most of the stone chamber and burning everything. In flames. Ah! A shrill scream was heard, and then quickly disappeared. A minute later, the light faded and the flames receded, revealing a horrific scene. Where the tree man's body is. The explosion directly created a huge deep pit of more than 10 meters. The entire ground was red and seemed to be melting. It was caused by the high temperature of the dragon flame. As for the tree man, he was blasted into ashes by the Red Lotus's destruction slash. Flash sale. Call. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Then the flames all over his body disappeared, and his dragon flame form was released. In the strongest mode, the ultimate skill was used, which was extremely powerful, but the consumption was a bit high. In just a moment, more than 1/10 of the magic power was directly consumed, and more than 8,000 magic power disappeared. If an ordinary first-level awakener had 110,000 magic power, he would probably not be able to perform it more than a few times. With the death of the tree demon, the illusionary mirror space it created is disappearing. The illusion was shattered, and everyone returned to reality. They were still in the tunnel, only about 20 meters away from the tunnel entrance. There were a bunch of cars lying around, probably belonging to those who were trapped in the illusion. At the entrance of the cave, the body of the tree man was lying on the ground. Lin Yu went over and took out the second-level crystal core from his head. Hey, what is this? Lin Yu saw that there was a book next to the tree man. As the breeze blows, the pages of the book slowly open and turn automatically. He picked it up and saw that the title of the book was Strange Tunnel, which turned out to be a pre-apocalyptic horror novel. Lin Yu opened it and flipped through a few pages. The previous content was exactly the same as their experience, but everything changed later, because Lin Yu appeared. Interesting. Lin Yu smiled. It turns out that all this was just because of a horror novel. After this tree man evolved, his main body stayed here and could not leave for the time being. I don't know how I got this novel, but I just copied it and created a similar illusion. Flames burst out from Lin Yu's hands, igniting the novel. Shiyun, wake up. Ruko, wake up. He woke up the two men, and as for the other 3 survivors, he left them alone. He can't care about that. If he hadn't appeared, according to the ending of the novel, everyone who came in would definitely have died. Brother Yu, in the Daxia section of the forum, someone has listed some foreign masters through clues on the World Forum, including relevant battle videos. King Arthur, the Angel Gabriel, Lucifer, King Scorpio, Chizuru, Superman, the Sun God, etc. These people will be strong opponents in the Battle of the 100 Nations. Lin Yu listened quietly. These are all true superpowers. In their previous lives, they all entered the strongest sequence. They are truly extraordinary. However, compared with Daxia, it is still far behind. Ruku, how does it feel to reach level 1? Thank you, uncle. I feel very strong. Very strong. I can kill a cow with one punch. The little girl clenched her fists, looking excited. This caused the two of them to burst into laughter. Previously, he cooperated with the zombie king Dashixing. Not only did both of them reach the first level, but they also obtained 37 first-level crystal cores. In the illusion of despair, kill 5 monsters and get 5 more. Lin Yu thought about it and gave 10 to the little girl Ruku, allowing her to enter the first level. In a battle like the one before, her healing ability, at level 10, obviously couldn't keep up, the gap was too big. Lu Shiyun tilted her head and looked at Lin Yu with a smile in her eyes. This man is so nice. What are you looking at? Lin Yu felt the strange gaze and turned his head to take a look. You look more handsome. Lu Shiyun smiled charmingly and hooked a few strands of hair on her forehead behind her ears. She was leaning sideways on her seat, facing Lin Yu. She was wearing a tight shirt that showed off her proud chest and a high-waisted skirt that revealed a pair of long, white, beautiful legs. Her lazy posture makes her more charming. This demon is so annoying. Lin Yu steadied the steering wheel and almost hit the guardrail, which made Lu Shiyun laugh. Don't mess with me. If you mess with me, I won't show you mercy. Am I still afraid of you? Lu Shiyun's face flushed, and she glanced at him charmingly, not showing any weakness. Uncle, you're not going to hit Mom, are you? The little girl in the back row asked naively, a little nervously. Mom, Uncle is very good. Don't mess with him, or he will beat you. Well, Uncle wants to beat your mother. Lin Yu spoke fiercely, hinting at something. Don't worry, Ru. Your uncle may not be able to beat your mom. Lu Shiyun raised her chin with a strong sense of provocation. Huh. Women always like to be stubborn even when they are dead. Lin Yu sneered. The three of them played along the way. Brother Yu, it's getting dark. We definitely won't be able to reach Tian High City today. Let's find a place to rest. Well, it's not safe at night. Let's go to the service area in front and have a look, Lin Yu said. After a while, the three stopped at the service area. This place was empty, and there were no signs of zombies. I guess everyone here had run away. There are a lot of gas tanks here. Let's cook some food. Lin Yu found more than a dozen gas cans, and his eyes lit up. He was tired of eating bread and snacks every day. Then help me wash the vegetables. Lu Shiyun took out various ingredients from the space and began to prepare. An hour later, Lin Yu looked at the table full of delicious food and his appetite was aroused. The tempting aroma hit them in the face, making several people's stomachs growl. The three of them wolfed down the food. I have to say that Lu Shiyun's cooking skills are definitely at the chef level, and the food she cooks is simply delicious. In just one day, there are so many new levels. After eating and drinking, Lu Shiyun lazily lay on the recliner. Hearing this, Lin Yu opened the ranking list. He hadn't paid attention to it for several days. On the Daxia Kingdom's rank list, the number of people who have reached the first level has reached 216. In Yun Province, where he is now, there are already 10 first-level people, which ranks among the top 5 in all provinces in the country. This has a lot to do with Lin Yu, for out of 10 are related to him. Today is nothing. In the next few days, a large number of people will advance. Lin Yu said. Currently, what limits the number of first-level people is not the small number of strong people, but the small number of first-level zombies. As the zombies become stronger, there will be more and more first-level zombies. Moreover, many powerful evolvers nowadays may only be 1 or 2 away from reaching the first level. It's getting late. Let's take a rest first. A moment later, the three of them squeezed into a room. Brother Yu, there are so many rooms. Why do you have to squeeze in this one with us? Lu Shiyun said. It's better for us not to sleep separately. In case there are monsters or something at night, I can still protect you. Lin Yu spoke righteously. You don't want to hit me, do you? Don't mess around with the kids around. How could Lu Shiyun not know Lin Yu's little thoughts, and rolled her eyes at him? Chapter 45. Awakening the Talented Mutant Beast. The three of them went asleep. Give me your hand. Lu Shiyun consciously pulled Lin Yu's right hand and placed it under his neck. Ruko, it's time to go to bed. Oh, Uncle, you can't hit Mommy. The little girl murmured and fell asleep sweetly. Half an hour later, there was a rustling sound in the darkness. Sudden. Mom, aren't you going to sleep? This sudden sound was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all the flames. Ruko, are you awake? I haven't slept yet. As soon as these words came out, the two of them froze. Lu Shiyun's little hand instantly retracted. Go to sleep. Lin Yu looked depressed. The next day, the three of them set out early in the morning. Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, sleeping soundly. He was very uncomfortable last night. I didn't sleep well all night. Sizzle. Suddenly, the car braked slammingly and almost threw him out, but luckily he was wearing a seatbelt. What's wrong? Lin Yu opened his eyes. The road is blocked. Lu Shiyun pointed to the highway ahead. Lin Yu looked at it, his eyes fixed. I saw that the original expressway was broken, and the viaduct several kilometers ahead was in tatters and damaged beyond recognition. The entire viaduct was broken, as if it had been smashed by some huge monster. What is that? There were roars coming from afar, resounding through the heavens and the earth. Lin Yu looked over and saw that in the dense forest, countless large trees were shaking violently and then fell down. Suddenly, the three of them saw an extremely shocking scene. A huge snake head stretched out from the forest and went straight into the sky. Then, a black head popped up. It was a gorilla's head. It beat its chest frantically, and the next moment it pounced directly at the giant python. No, even Python cannot describe how huge it is. The two monsters wrestled with each other, clearing out a large area of forest in an instant, and their true forms were basically revealed. Lin Yu estimated that the gorilla was more than 20 meters tall. It was a real-life version of King Kong. The giant snake was even more exaggerated. When standing up, it was twice as tall as King Kong. Is this a mutant beast? Well, it might be level 3. Lin Yu was also shocked. The third level was definitely the strongest creature at this stage and the ceiling on the road of evolution. So what should we do now? At least dozens of kilometers of the highway ahead are damaged. We can only walk to the intact section of the highway and then drive on to Tianhai City. Lin Yu frowned. There are two ferocious beasts fighting ahead. It is too dangerous to rashly enter their territory. Moreover, this place is deep in the mountains, and there might be other powerful mutant beasts. Brother Yu, that big snake can breathe fire, Lu Shiyun said. Lin Yu looked over. The giant snake completely wrapped around the gorilla, and a huge flame spurted out of its raised mouth. Roar! The roar shook the earth. The gorilla's body suddenly flashed with electric arcs, and lightning wrapped around it. Its fists seemed to be holding thunder. Countless arcs of electricity gathered and hit the giant snake's head with one punch. A giant python that can spit fire. A gorilla that can use lightning. This? Lu Shiyun was a little stunned. These two are not ordinary mutant beasts. They are mutant beasts that have awakened their talents. Their strength is countless times stronger than ordinary ones. Can mutant beasts also awaken their talents? Yes, the evolution of heaven and earth is a feast for all living things. It's not just humans who have innate abilities. After a while of struggling on his face, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and said, Shiyun, you wait for me here. Where are you going to find the mutant beast? Lu Shiyun was surprised. Well, that big snake can breathe fire. It must have awakened its fire talent. Its crystal core may be useful to me, Lin Yu said. His awakening talent can be enhanced by absorbing various fire attributes. If the giant python's talent is also of the same level, then its crystal core will be useful to Lin Yu. But you also said that they may have reached the third level. I'm afraid we can't deal with the third-level mutant beasts that have awakened their talents now. Lu Shiyun was very worried. It's okay. I'll go observe from a distance to see if they are level 2 or level 3. The distance here is too far, and he has no way of judging the true strength of the two mutant beasts. If it's just the second level, there is some chance. If it was level 3, he would turn around and leave. Before, he was in the Dragon Flame state, and he could easily kill the level 10 Tree Man of the second stage in the tunnel. But the Tree Man's talent level was obviously very low. After using the power of despair, Lin Yu felt that its attributes had not been significantly improved. Brother Yu, let's go with you. Lu Shiyun's eyes were firm. Okay, if it's level 3, we'll just go. If it's only level 2, you guys should stay away. Lin Yu thought of Lu Shiyun's infinite space, which was filled with countless gasoline. Well, maybe they will both lose, and we can just take advantage of it. Let's go. Putting away their weapons, the three of them jumped directly from the viaduct, which was more than 20 meters high. In the past, if you jumped down, you would be a pool of meat paste. Now, little girl Ruku can jump down easily, and nothing will happen to her. Speaking of which, although Ruku only has a level 1 healing talent, all the points she adds increase her constitution. In terms of defense and recovery, she is stronger than Lu Shiyun. The three began to run wildly in the mountains and forests. They were quite far away from where the two mutant beasts were, and they had to cross at least a dozen mountains. Roar! More than an hour later, the three finally arrived near the forest where the two beasts were fighting. The terrifying roar was deafening. Chapter 46. Since ancient times, the left side loses in the game. So big. Although I was shocked before, the distance was still far. Now I am close to see the huge size of the two beasts. The pressure brought by a body over 20 meters tall was too strong. Fortunately, it's just the peak of the second level, not yet the third level. Lin Yu felt it carefully and was somewhat delighted. The pressure these two beasts give him now is very strong, but it has not reached the third level yet. If he uses the Dragon Flame state, he will not be weaker than the two beasts, and may even be stronger. They all seemed to be seriously injured. Lin Shiyun looked at the hideous and horrific wounds on the two beasts. That's how it works in a fight of the same level. Even if you can kill the other person, you will definitely be seriously injured. The three of them crouched behind a big tree and watched the two beasts fighting across a mountain. This is like a live monster movie, or high-definition Naked Eye 3. They have been fighting for quite some time. It won't be long before the winner is decided. Lin Yu looked at him with a burning gaze and said, "When the time comes, we can just go up and pick up the leeks. Brother Yu, who do you think will win between the two of them? If they are at the same level, I'm afraid the python will die in the end. The gorilla has a stronger innate advantage." Sure enough, Lin Yu had just finished speaking. The gorilla grabbed the giant python's tail, spit out lightning from his mouth, and broke it alive. The giant python's tail was cut off, and it rolled over in pain. The huge body twisted and flames came out of its mouth, burning the gorilla's chest with a sizzling sound. Roar! The gorilla was furious and desperate. He took the flaming attack head-on, rushed forward, and directly grabbed the giant python's body. Being caught again, the giant python was terrified and quickly opened its mouth, spewing out flames again. The gorilla was equally unwilling to be outdone, and he condensed lightning in his mouth and sprayed it out. Right wave. Fire versus lightning. Since ancient times, the left side has lost in the face of a wave. Lin Yu muttered to himself, "This giant python is about to bite." "What do you mean?" Lu Shiyun was confused. It's a popular internet phrase before the end of the world. Just like this, when fire energy and thunder energy fight against each other, the left side will lose. Lin Yu said with a smile. So magical? Sure enough, the giant python's tail was broken and its injuries were too severe, so it had no strength to attack. The lightning pierced through the flames and hit the giant python's head hard. Blood splattered. A fist wrapped in lightning took advantage of the situation and smashed down. In just a moment, the giant python's head was smashed, and after twisting its body for a moment, it died. "It's my turn." There was a flash of light in Lin Yu's eyes. After killing the giant python, the gorilla collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It was also badly injured, with most of its physical strength consumed and very little magic power left. Just at this moment, a huge force rose up. Lin Yu directly displayed the dragon flame state. His whole body was filled with surging magic power, exuding astonishing power. In an instant, he appeared behind the gorilla and punched it. Roar! The gorilla roared, lightning flashing all over his body, and he punched to block. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yu had a small body and was very fast in the dragon flame state. He kept punching, each time hitting the same spot on the gorilla's back. Roaring flames. A terrifying beam of flame spurted out from Lin Yu's mouth and hit the part that was constantly attacking. Blood flowers bloomed. The beam of fire pierced directly through the gorilla's chest and passed through his back. Flame blade. Then, the red flame in his hand condensed into a sword over 20 meters long and chopped down directly. The gorilla crossed his arms above his head and kept roaring. Die! Lin Yu put away his knife and chopped again. The terrifying force directly broke its arms and chopped off its head. Why isn't he dead even after this? Lin Yu was surprised. Although this gorilla is at the peak of the second level, it is already at the end of its strength. He is confident that it will not be difficult to kill it in the dragon flame state. I didn't expect he could hold up so well. Come again. Lin Yu chopped down with his sword again and again, and the gorilla could only take the beating. The lightning surged, gathered madly in its mouth, and then spurted out. Since ancient times, the left side of the ball has lost. Don't you know that? Lin Yu laughed and opened his mouth as well. Flames condensed and roared out. The gorilla, with very little magic power left, had no chance of being a match for Lin Yu, who was at full magic power and in the dragon flame state. The pillar of flame was so powerful that it pierced through the lightning and rushed directly into the gorilla's mouth and went out from the back of its head. Bang! The unwilling body fell heavily, causing the earth to shake. Suddenly, countless wind blades attacked from the sky. A huge eagle swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws shining coldly, and it grabbed the gorilla's head with one claw. Court death. Lin Yu snorted coldly. How could he not understand? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Someone wants to take advantage of the situation and seize his second-level crystal core. Mirror image. Lu Shiyun's voice rang out. The body of the eagle flying down from the sky suddenly solidified, and then the space exploded and blood flowers blew out on its body. Walk. On the back of the giant eagle, a man shouted loudly, and the eagle's body rose up and flew into the air. After Lin Yu blocked the wind blade, he looked coldly at the black shadow in the sky. Brother Yu, are you okay? The two girls ran over. It's okay, Shiyun. Please collect the bodies of the two mutant beasts, Lin Yu said. His eyes were fixed on the air. The giant eagle had been circling in the air, seemingly unwilling to leave and looking for an opportunity to strike. Lin Yu was also a little helpless. He was not afraid of those on the ground, but his attacks could not reach those so high in the air. Chiyu! A cry pierced the sky. Perhaps because he saw Lu Shiyun pretending to be the corpse of the mutant beast, the man became a little anxious and drove the eagle to swoop down again. Lin Yu looked at him coldly, secretly accumulating strength in his hands. Sudden. From another direction, two more giant eagles attacked together. An awakened beast controller? The flaming knife in Lin Yu's hand condensed and slashed directly forward. Unfortunately, the eagle can fly and is very agile in the air, so his attacks are difficult to hit. I hate these flying guys the most. Lin Yu was very depressed. Seeing the eagle in the sky attacking again, he became a little angry. If I hadn't yet figured out how to use the power of fire to condense wings, I wouldn't be so frustrated. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes. Squat on the ground with your right palm touching the ground. Now! Seeing the three giant eagles attacking again, he shouted loudly, and his whole body was burning with red flames, and he instantly entered the dragon flame state. Boom! He pressed his palms to the ground, and flames roared out and rushed to the ground. With the terrifying recoil force, the whole person flew directly into the sky like riding a rocket. Fuck! What the hell is this? When the man on the giant eagle's back saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. Can we still play like this? Also, what is that thing with his entire body covered in flames? Super Saiyan? Lin Yu was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, his body rose nearly 100 meters to above the giant eagle carrying people. Roaring flames. A terrifying beam of flame spurted out of his mouth and shot over at a high speed. The whole process is actually very fast and is completed in an instant. Isn't this guy's strength too terrifying? The man on the giant eagle never thought that Lin Yu had this skill. He thought he could do whatever he wanted while flying in the sky. As a result, Lin Yu gave him a fancy flying move. It's too late to dodge now. My life is over. Chapter 47, Spellmaster. The roaring flames came with terrifying power. The man controlled the giant eagle and swung out countless wind blades, but was defeated in an instant. It seems unavoidable and impossible to resist. The man made up his mind and jumped off the giant eagle, avoiding the attack. The giant eagle was not so lucky. It was pierced through the body by the pillar of fire and fell down. Chiyu. Two other giant eagles flew over, caught the falling man, and flew away into the distance. Lin Yu fell to the ground, looking at the receding figure, a cold light flashing. But it's okay. Killing a giant eagle and gaining an extra first-level crystal core can also be considered as teaching the opponent a lesson. For you. Lu Shiyun handed over 2 second-order crystal cores and 1 first-order crystal core. What a pity. Lin Yu looked at the crystal core of the giant python and was a little disappointed. After all, it's not a level 1 fire attribute talent. Otherwise, it would definitely enhance his talent a bit. It's okay. You will definitely encounter a real fire-type mutant beast in the future. Lu Shiyun comforted. Let's go. More than an hour later, the few of them finally crossed the damaged section of highway and got back on the bus. When the sun set, they finally arrived in Tianhai City. So many zombies, what should we do? Lu Shiyun felt her scalp tingling as she looked at the densely packed zombies at the toll booth. There are more than 20,000 to 30,000 of them. Kill them. Lin Yu curled the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, these are all low-level zombies, just experienced babies. Kill. Instead, the little girl Ruku became even more excited and not afraid at all. Although she has a support talent, with some added stamina, her defense attributes are ridiculously high, and it is easy to kill level 0 zombies. Just don't get surrounded. 2 hours later, all 3 were exhausted. Lin Yu killed more than 20,000 people by himself, but the consumption was also extremely huge, and only 1/3 of his magic power was left. I'm so tired. When will we be able to pick up all the crystal cores on this ground? Lin Yu felt very tired. But no matter how tired I am, I have to pick them up. There are more than 6,000 crystal cores here, including 2 first-level ones. It seems that we need to set up Yongzhou as soon as possible. Lin Yu said to himself. Chun Jinger's side can only be regarded as the Eternal Day Squad. By forming Yongzhou and having our own power, We no longer have to do things like picking up crystal cores ourselves, which is too troublesome. On the ruined streets, a woman in white casual clothes, holding a long sword, dances quickly. Behind her, countless zombies crowded towards her. Every time her sword fell, several zombies would die. Unfortunately, there are too many zombies. This woman is so strong. Lu Shiyun and the other two appeared on the street. It's quite powerful, but it's a pity that it's not at the first level yet. Lin Yu glanced and saw that there were at least 5 or 6,000 zombies following the woman. Fortunately, the street was not wide, so she could fight and retreat at the same time. This sister is so handsome. The little girl Ruka's eyes were full of stars. The woman's sword dancing movements were clean and neat, and she looked heroic. A modern woman who can wield a sword so well must be extraordinary. I think he has learned martial arts. Lin Yu looked appreciative. Far away, the woman fought and ran. Suddenly, she saw Lin Yu and the other two in front of her and shouted, "Run!" She swept her sword across, killing 7 or 8 zombies, then slashed the ground with the sword in her hand. Then, a light curtain rose from the ground and went straight into the sky, blocking the zombies behind it. Roar! The zombies screamed madly and kept hitting the light curtain. However, the light curtain did not move at all, and a line of text appeared on it. After this line of text appeared, Lin Yu's pupil shrank. Lu Shiyun almost popped her eyes out, because the words that appeared on the light screen were 6, question, how much? What's this? A linear equation? A math problem? Lu Shiyun was stunned. This is a technique. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he stared at the woman's figure. He didn't expect that he would meet that person here, the super powerful person in the strongest sequence in his previous life. Awaken the rule-based talent. Level 1 magic rule. You can use the power of rules to write out judgment conditions, increase your strength, or use traps and so on. Writing a set of equations to form a barrier is the woman's most famous method. She is a pioneer. She studied the technique to perfection and became the only 8th level sorcerer. Under her, there was a complete lack of 7th level ritual masters, and even 6th level ritual masters were only a few dozen. Her code name is Shueba. Name, Yipia Piao. What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and run. I can only hold you back for 1 minute. Yipia Piao rushed over, gasping for breath and shouting at Lin Yu and the other two. Sudden, on the roof next to her, a zombie jumped high and pounced towards her. When caught off guard, Yipia Piao was directly pushed back by the zombies. 1 minute is up. The magic light curtain was shattered, and the zombies behind rushed forward frantically. That's terrible. Yipia Piao's face changed. Her magic power is now almost exhausted. Her natural abilities are difficult to use, and her physical strength is also greatly depleted. There are first-level zombies blocking the way in front, and nearly 10,000 zombies chasing behind. The situation is extremely critical. What to do? When it comes to saving people, Lu Shiyun never makes decisions on her own and always follows Lin Yu's advice. Save her. Lin Yu did not hesitate at all. If you can tie up the strongest people in the series to your eternal day in advance, wouldn't you be able to take off? The 3 of them ran forward quickly. Mirror image. Lu Shiyun took the lead and solidified the space around the first-level zombie, which then exploded. 1 hit. With just 1 strike, the first-level zombies were wiped out. This is the power of level 1 space talent. Roaring flames. The energy in Lin Yu's mouth condensed, and then turned into endless flames and sprayed out, directly clearing out a large number of zombies. Yipia Piao widened her eyes. She didn't expect that the few people she met on the road were so strong and could kill zombies like slaughtering dogs. In just a moment, all the zombies were cleared away. Now, Lin Yu's magic power is almost exhausted. If he encounters 5 or 6,000 zombies again, he will have to run away. Thank you. Yipia Piao adjusted her glasses. A brilliant smile appeared on her face. She shook hands with Lu Shiyun and then extended her hand to Lin Yu. My name is Yipia Piao. Thank you. In the fight just now, she could see that Lin Yu was the boss of these 3 people. In other words, it was Lin Yu who helped her. Lin Yu, you're welcome. Lin Yu also reached out and held the slender jade hand, smiling faintly. What are you doing? Hearing this, Yipia Piao's face turned cold. She gritted her teeth and said, I was betrayed by a few villains. If I hadn't met you, I might have died. No wonder. You seem to be quite strong, but you were forced to run out of magic power by zombies. So that's how it is. Lin Yu touched his chin. It's getting late. Let's find a place to stay first. Lu Shiyun interrupted at the right time. Together? Lin Yu turned his head to look at the woman with a cold temperament and made an invitation. Okay. Yipia Piao hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Chapter 48. Disaster Secrets. A few people found an empty BB to stay in. When Lu Shiyun took out various ingredients from the space and made a delicious hot pot, Yipia Piao's eyes widened and her whole body felt numb. Countless people do everything they can to get food, and some even go without food for several days. How come these people in front of me can still eat mutton hot pot in the apocalypse? Are you sure it's the end of the world now? Why does it feel like a family of 3 going out on a honeymoon? Eat it. Shiyun's cooking skills are amazing. Lin Yu looked at Yipia Piao, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Just stay with him for a few days, experience how easy it is to kill monsters, and have no worries about food and drink. I don't believe you can't defeat them. It's delicious. I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time. It feels like I've been stuck in the last century. I miss it so much. Yipia Piao didn't care about her image at all and started to eat voraciously. Lin Yu and Lu Shiyun looked at each other and smiled slightly. Eat and drink enough. Lin Yu said, what are your plans for the future? Why not join us? Yes, in today's world, it is still quite dangerous to be alone. Lu Shiyun said. Hearing this, Yipia Piao pushed up her glasses and said apologetically, I still have things to do, so I may not be able to join you. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment. He would never give up this future super strong man. The end of the world is dangerous. No matter what you do alone, it will be difficult. If you stay with us, we can help you take care of each other. Let me be honest. I don't want to join any faction. Fighting for power and profit, intrigue and deception are much more terrifying than this world. You're worried about that? Lin Yu smiled. Don't worry, you will find a happy, warm and sunny home here. Yipia Piao looked at Lin Yu's confident eyes and was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled bitterly. Sunshine? Where is there sunshine in this world? Follow me and I'll show you. Why did you choose me? Because I can see the future, and in the future you will be in our big family, Yongzhou. Lin Yu talked nonsense seriously. Can your talent predict the future? Yipia Piao was shocked. She thought of Lin Yu's fire before. Could it be that the man in front of me has awakened 2 talents? Yes, I have 2 talents, the ability to predict the future and fire. I can vaguely see some fragments of the future. Lin Yu was not actually lying. He has the memories of his past life, can read the save files, and knows many secrets that no one in this life knows. It is barely reasonable to say that it can predict the future. You said you predicted my future in your eternal day? Nature. Then what will I be like in the future? In the future, you will become the most powerful ritual master in the world, the only 8th level ritual master. Is this why you want to recruit me? Because I will be very strong in the future? Yipia Piao asked. Lin Yu stared at her and said, there will be countless great horrors in this world in the future. Someone has to explore and solve the source of those disasters. This requires a lot of lives, a lot of corpses, and the joint efforts of many, many strong people. Lin Yu's tone became serious. The middle and late stages of the apocalypse in the previous life were the real horror and despair. What are zombies nowadays? Compared to those horrors, it's nothing. It was a terror that made even the strongest people feel despair and powerlessness. In the strongest sequence, there are strong people who have insight into some things, which may involve the source of the disaster. It is those strong people who are clothed in light, not afraid of life or death, who move forward and use their lives to block the darkness and terror. They are the ones who keep the world alive. If it fails, the entire world will be completely destroyed and cease to exist, not to mention all living things on Earth. Lin Yu's strength in his previous life was not enough to go on the journey with those people. But in this life, he must join them and win a glimmer of light for mankind. Those dark warriors hiding in the corners and the mutated holy beasts. He will use his fists to personally invite those who are afraid of death to join him in the battle. No eggs can remain intact when the nest is overturned. I, Lin Yu, invite all the saints to join the battle. You mean to say that you saw a glimpse of the future, and that the world fell into greater darkness and terror? This was the first time that several people heard of this secret. They were all so scared that cold sweats broke out all over their bodies, and fear was growing in their hearts. Otherwise, why do you think the world will end? Why there are zombies, and why people will awaken their talents? All of this, of course, has a reason. If the source of the disaster cannot be resolved, everyone will die. In the early and middle stages of the apocalypse, the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. This is nothing more than the world's rules selecting seeds and cultivating strong people, just like raising goo. Raise a group of hope. A group of strong people who can save the world. Saving the world. Are you overestimating me? Yi Piao found it hard to accept. In fact, most of us just want to survive, not to save the world, but just to survive. We have to fight for it, right? In Lin Yu's previous life, he was not strong enough. Even if he knew some secrets, he was powerless to change them and could only hope that those strongest people in the sequence could save the world. That way, he can survive. But in this life, he has to save himself. He won't put his hopes on others. Yeah, alive. Okay, I'll join you. Yi Piao promised solemnly. At this point, Lin Yu smiled. The genius spellcaster in the strongest sequence finally became a member of Eternal Day. Yi Piao pushed up her glasses and said, "But tomorrow, I have to go and settle some personal grudges. Let's go together." Good. But you said I would be one of the strongest people in the future. Why do I feel like I'm not that strong? You're all stronger than me. Yi Piao was a little skeptical. She was actually very confident, and she considered herself the strongest in her previous team. But she was cautious in the last days, so she kept a trick up her sleeve. No one knew that her own attributes were also very high. They just thought that she knew special techniques and had a strong auxiliary effect. That's why when she encountered a large number of zombies today, she was betrayed and abandoned immediately. However, Lin Yu just said that she would be a super strong person in the future, and there were less than 100 people like her in the whole world, so she felt it was a bit unreal. I'm so strong. How come I don't know? Is your technique only able to trap people now? Lin Yu asked. Well, I can write some simple questions within a certain period of time, form rules and judgments, and trap the enemy. For example, the light-blocking curtain you saw earlier, I was able to write a linear equation using a spell in 3 seconds and give the correct answer at the same time. The people inside must also solve the problem within 3 seconds to break out. Otherwise, they will have to wait until the time of the technique is over. Yi Piao explained. How long will it take for the spell to be automatically broken? Lu Shiyun asked curiously. This is related to the magic power of the caster. The more magic power injected, the stronger the rules formed and the longer the time. Lin Yu said. Is this what you predicted? Yi Piao looked at him as if he were a monster. This is the secret of her talent. How could outsiders know it? Chapter 49. The Terror of the Spell Master. Lin Yu smiled but said nothing. He continued, there are actually many more methods in this technique, and you haven't comprehended them yet. For example? Yi Piao asked. For example, you can write the spell on someone else to weaken their attributes, and write it on yourself to enhance your attributes. For example, you can write the spell in a fixed location in advance, and it will be automatically triggered when the prerequisites are met. For example, you can write a spell to increase the enemy's pain, slow down their speed, and make them bleed profusely. Directly inflict all the negative states you have comprehended on the enemy and stack the debuffs. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Yi Piao's eyes became brighter and brighter. These methods may not be particularly strong in the early stage, but later on, when one comprehends the 8th or even 9th level of the technique, it will be extremely terrifying. 9 times the pain, 9 times the speed, 9 times the bleeding. Which enemy can withstand so many negative states? Yazaishi Master, I'm looking forward to it. There was a bright light flashing in Yi Piao's eyes. She walked into the courtyard and closed her eyes. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, drew her sword from its sheath, and quickly wrote a spell in front of her. Magic formula, double the power. The power of rules condensed into a few big words in the air, and then flew into her body. At this moment, she felt her strength increasing rapidly, doubling directly. Come again. Magic formula, double the power. Yi Piao once again condensed the rules and wrote a spell to increase her power. But this time, her strength did not increase, there was no change at all. She frowned. For the same rules, only the highest one will be effective. Lin Yu answered her doubts. Both of your spells are used on yourself, both of which double the attributes, so they will only take effect once. If you want to continue to strengthen, you must write a double spell with stronger rules, which is, spell, double the power. I see. Yi Piao understood and closed her eyes again. The sword in his hand kept flying, depicting the technique and comprehending it carefully. Brother Yu, according to what you said, she can become an 8-fold ritualist in the future. Doesn't that mean she can increase her strength 8-fold? That's right, so her comprehension is really too strong. There are many strong people who have awakened the 8th level of magic, but she is the only one who can comprehend the 8th level. Lin Yu sighed. For someone who has awakened a level talent normally, when using the talent, their main attribute can be increased by up to twice. As for the Ritual Master, as long as he comprehends the double ritual, he can increase any attribute by 2 times to the level of the highest level. If it's the Eightfold Ceremony, it's unbelievable. Lin Yu displayed the Dragon Flame state. His strength doubled and the rest of his attributes doubled. This represents an improvement in the 5th level of the technique, making it comparable to his Dragon Flame form. No, it is stronger than his Dragon Flame form. Because of his Dragon Flame form, the boost is fixed. A 5th level ritualist can write various types of enhancements. For example, strength increased 5 times, or speed increased 5 times, or spirit increased 5 times, etc. It can also be written as the strength is increased 3 times, the speed is increased 2 times, and it is ever-changing, which makes it even stronger than the Dragon Flame form. With the same strength, but the opponent's speed is faster than his, how can he fight? Even in Dragon Flame form, he will be beaten violently. However, this situation only depends on the 2 people having the same basic attributes. It is obvious that Lin Yu's basic attributes are by no means comparable to Yi Piapiao's. Therefore, his Dragon Flame form may require Yi Piapiao to reach the 6th level of the Ritual Master to match it. When you think about it this way, the pressure is still very great. In Yi Piapiao's previous life, she was an 8th level Ritual Master. The next moment, Lin Yu felt relaxed again. He believed that the Dragon Flame form was not his strongest form. As long as you continue to devour various high-level fire attributes, you can continue to awaken and evolve into a stronger form. Brother Yu, how long do you think it will take her to comprehend the 2nd level of the technique? Lu Shiyun's eyes sparkled. Lin Yu said this before. Her spatial talent is a relatively powerful talent. As long as she continues to comprehend it, she can become a super powerful person. Each level of the technique is a qualitative change. The first 3 levels are relatively simple. It will take other technique masters about a month. As for her, I estimate that I will be able to understand it within a week. Lin Yu looked at the woman in front of him and swore solemnly. Sudden. In the middle of the field, Yi Piapiao shouted softly, "Spell. Increase strength by 2 times." The power of rules gathered and acted on her. A powerful aura emanated from her. Lin Yu was so shocked that he stood up from his seat. It's already the 2nd level so soon? One moment he said it would take a week, and the next moment he was slapped in the face. Do you want to commit such a sin? I did it. Yi Piapiao's eyes turned red with excitement. She could feel the tremendous power in her body. Congratulations. Lin Yu was also happy for her. As a 2nd level ritualist, her strength was in line with her level of talent. Spell. Men are not allowed to leave. Yi Piapiao smiled slyly and instantly wrote a spell around Lin Yu. For rays of light rushed up, forming a light curtain barrier. This ritual contains 2 judgment conditions, so it is a double ritual. The first criterion is person, and the second criterion is male. So men have 2 judgments, and not being able to go out is the result. The double spell written by Yi Piapiao restricts the man's range of movement and prevents him from walking out of the spell's barrier. This women are not affected? Lu Shiyun was a little curious. Sister, why don't you try and know? Lu Shiyun walked into the barrier without hesitation and walked out again without any impact. Does it really work? She was a little skeptical. Watch me. Lin Yu smiled, walked to the edge of the barrier and stretched out his hand. When he touched the barrier, it was like an indestructible wall, unable to shake. If we're trapped inside, do we have no choice but to wait for the barrier to disappear automatically? Little girl Ru could jumped up and down on the edge of the barrier. It can be forcibly broken with magic power. Lin Yu smiled, gathered the magic power in his hand, and punched the light curtain. The next moment, the light curtain shattered. If it can be broken so easily, then it won't be of much use? Ruku said with a blink of his eyes. Lin Yu shook his head. Silly girl, ask your Aunt Piapiao how much magic power this spell just consumed? I only used 1,000 magic power in the double spell just now. Yi Piapiao said. Lin Yu looked at them and said, I used 3,000 magic power in that punch just now. Does that mean I have to use up 3 times the magic power to break it? No. To break the spell, you only need to output more than twice the magic power for an instant to break it. But the most important thing is that you don't know how much magic power the other party used to write this spell. If you output less magic power, it will be useless and a complete waste, so you must output more magic power. For example, Piapiao's spell just now used 1,000 mana. You can't break it with 1,500 mana. Instead, it will be wasted. You have to use more than 2,000 magic power to break it, but you are not sure how much magic power Piapiao used. To be on the safe side, you have to use 3,000 or even more magic power. I see. She can use this method to consume other people's magic power. Lu Shiyun is very smart and understands things quickly. Chapter 50 suddenly accepted a female apprentice. Yes, she can constantly write spells for others to consume them. Lin Yu continued, even if someone has the same amount of magic power as her, she only needs to consume 1/3 of the magic power to drain the opponent's magic power. After all, when others forcibly break the spell, they will waste a lot of magic power. It is impossible to be exactly twice as accurate. This is too outrageous. Lu Shiyun also understood that this method was too powerful. So the technique can be performed this way? After listening to Lin Yu's explanation, several people were shocked. Yi Piao seemed to have opened up a new world. She had never known that her magic could be used in this way. There are two types of barrier techniques. One is a force technique, such as the one just performed on me. You either break it by force or wait for it to disappear automatically after a certain period of time. The other is similar to the linear equation you solved before. In addition to brute force, you can also use your wisdom to solve the answer or wait for the time to expire. The duration of the barrier's existence is related to the level of your spell and the amount of magic power you inject into it. When writing a spell, the more magic power you inject, the longer the rules will last. As far as I know, a spell written with 500 magic power injected can only last for 1 minute. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he looked at Yi Piao. That's right. The most basic one is a spell written with 500 magic power, which can last for 1 minute. Yi Piao said, if you consume 5,000 mana, a single level spell can last for 10 minutes. If it's a double level spell, the time will be doubled. Lin Yu was also somewhat envious of the talent for magic. High-level techniques depend on one's ability to comprehend. Once one has comprehended them, one's own talents will be enhanced. Writing heavy spells does not consume any extra magic power. In other words, the magic power consumed by writing an 8-fold ritual is the same as that consumed by writing a single-fold ritual. The key is whether you have the ability to write it. It is said that in her previous life, when Yi Piao comprehended the 5th level technique, she directly advanced her own level 1 talent to level 1. When he comprehended the 8-fold technique, it advanced to become a talent. It is extremely difficult to advance this kind of talent, and it all depends on one's own potential and understanding. Mine seems to be simpler in comparison. It is much easier to advance Lin Yu's talent. As long as he continues to absorb and integrate various high-level fire powers, he can advance. This comparison can better highlight Yi Piao's strength. Piao, the ritual master. Lin Yu was like a professional mentor, talking a lot about the abilities and skills of the ritualist. As for how to comprehend and advance, he didn't know. This is the ritualist's own secret, and no one has deciphered it in the previous life. So, if you use 500 mana to write an 8-fold spell, it will last for 8 minutes. If you use 5,000 mana to write an 8-fold spell, it will last for 80 minutes. Yi Piao's eyes were as bright as the sun, full of longing. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. He remembered that there was a riot in Tianhai in his previous life. The top student Yi Piao took action personally, wrote 8 layers of magic around Tianhai, and injected a huge amount of magic power of 3 million. The entire Tianhai was sealed for 33 days. Even the 2 mutant beast kings in Tianhai were unable to break through the barrier. This is the horror of the 8-fold ritual master. Possesses the power to destroy the world. Lin Yu, thank you. Yi Piao suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Yu and said solemnly, from today on, you are my master. Lu Shiyun was confused. Lin Yu was also confused. You were talking just fine. Why did he suddenly kneel down? Also become a disciple. Big sister, I'm younger than you. Okay. Lin Yu hurried over to help. Sister Piao, stop making trouble. You are older than me, and you want me to be your master? He held his forehead with one hand, feeling a headache. No, when my grandfather was alive, I swore that whoever could teach me in the field I was good at and convince me would be my teacher. She looked at Lin Yu with burning eyes. It's obvious that you are such a person, and I am younger than you. Lin Yu was full of black lines on his face. God is such a person. Huh, no? You said you were younger than me? Lin Yu looked unconvinced. Of course, I just turned 20. Impossible. I remember you are a university teacher. Lin Yu clearly remembered that Yi Piao taught in a university in his previous life. How do you know I'm a university teacher? Was this also predicted? Yi Piao looked suspicious. Of course. Lin Yu lied without blushing or beating his heart. I skipped grades in school and went straight to study for a doctorate in college. I came to teach at the university only after I graduated with a doctorate. Yi Piapiao didn't think too much about it, but explained instead. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the other two were stunned. What a genius this is. No wonder his codename is simply Shueba. It's just like a heifer shitting. Awesome class. In this way, it wouldn't be so hard to accept being called master by her. You get up first. No, I won't get up unless you agree. Yi Piapiao said stubbornly. She lowered her head, a gleam in her eyes. She remembered what her grandfather once said. In the eyes of those of us who practice martial arts, the most trustworthy relationship is the master-disciple relationship besides family members. After a brief contact today, Yi Piapiao knew that Lin Yu's understanding of the technique was far beyond her. If you want to acquire this knowledge, becoming a disciple is undoubtedly the best choice. Okay, I agree, you get up first. Lin Yu saw that he couldn't persuade him, so he had to give up. It would be good to have an apprentice, at least a female one. Master. Yi Piapiao pushed her glasses and her face turned slightly red. In fact, she felt a little embarrassed. How about this? These 10 first-level crystal cores will be a gift. Lin Yu thought about it and took out 10 first-level crystal cores. Yi Piapiao is already level 10, but she only has one first-level crystal core. After reaching the first level, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Thank you, Master. Yi Piapiao was delighted and accepted the gift without a trace of pretense. Hee, this must be the gift from the Master. You should advance now. Yi Piapiao began to absorb the crystal core, and in just 7 or 8 minutes she successfully broke through to the first level. Codename, Shueba. Level 1, Level 0. Magic power, 29,600. Strength, 312. Physique, 163. Speed, 226. Spirit, 179. Talent, Level 1 Magic Rule. This is Yi Piapiao's basic attribute. Compared with Lu Shiyun's attributes, her magic power is much higher, and the other attributes are not much different. With different thoughts in mind, several people found a room to sleep. Lu Shiyun took Yi Piapiao and Ruku with her, and the three of them lived together. Lin Yu was left alone. What is going on? He smiled bitterly. This development was a bit unexpected. Chapter 51. Killing people, more cruel than men. The next day, in an abandoned, unfinished building, 70 or 80 people gathered together and were distributing the food they had risked their lives to collect yesterday. Most of these people are at level 7 or 8, and there are 7 at level 10. Be frugal, give each person a little, and then arrange for them to go out and find food. The bearded man in the lead frowned. Yesterday I led a team out to search for food, but we were surrounded by a large group of zombies. If it weren't for that woman who betrayed us, we would have been defeated. He might not come back alive. Brother, it's a pity for that woman. Yeah, she was so pretty, but before I could even taste her, she was fed to the zombies. Her technique is somewhat useful. If it wasn't so critical yesterday, I wouldn't have been willing to abandon her. The leaders ate and sighed. Thinking of that woman, they couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Although Yi Piapiao was wearing sportswear, her flowing long hair and exquisite and beautiful face were already enough to make people salivate. Wearing glasses, he has a cool and arrogant temperament. It gives people a strong desire to conquer. If I had known earlier, I would have done her a few days ago. The second one licked his lips. Don't think about it, just think about where to get food. Just then, there was a noise in the unfinished building, and everyone looked towards the stairs. I saw a man and 3 women walking up slowly. Sister Piapiao, it's Sister Piapiao. Sister Piapiao, you are still alive. When everyone present saw Yi Piapiao, they all looked unhappy. Many people felt ashamed and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Piapiao, it's great that you're not dead. The bearded man came up to her with a smile. Behind him, a group of people followed. The second brother looked Yi Piapiao up and down with a smile, his eyes full of naked desire. Haha, you are so hypocritical. Yi Piapiao sneered. Piapiao, wasn't the situation critical yesterday? Besides, didn't you survive this time? Brother, why are you talking so much nonsense with her? She's just an awakening assistant. Why do you have to be so polite to her? The second brother pushed everyone away. He smiled sinisterly and said, I was sorry that you died, but I didn't expect you to come to my door. I won't be polite then. From today on, as long as you make me and the boss comfortable, I guarantee you'll have a good life and no longer have to risk your life to search for supplies. After hearing this, before Yi Piapiao could speak, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Brother, I can serve you too. Please don't let me go out to search for supplies, okay? I can do that too. Several ordinary-looking women squeezed out of the crowd and flattered the eldest and second oldest brothers. Get lost. Look in the mirror and see what you look like. The second brother got angry and kicked several women to the ground, then turned to look at Yipia Piao. Haha, see? The conditions I offer you are what countless women want but cannot get. You will die. Yipia Piao's eyes flickered with coldness. She looked at the bearded man and said, Kill him yourself? I only want one of your arms. Haha, did you hear that, boss? This woman doesn't know what's good for her. What are you still worried about? The bearded man also had a gloomy expression at the moment, but he was smarter. Yesterday, Yipia Piao was chased by 5 or 6,000 zombies, but today she can still appear here alive and well. I think it was the man in front of her who saved her. To be able to save people from thousands of zombies without any harm, he must be very powerful. At least he himself is far from being able to do it. Brother, this is a misunderstanding, don't you think? Thinking of this, the bearded man bowed to Lin Yu. He was not stupid to be the leader of a small group. In the apocalypse, people without brains usually die the fastest. Hearing this, Lin Yu was stunned. Why is this brought up on me? It seems that this guy is not a simple-minded idiot with strong limbs. Pia Piao will handle this matter herself. I'm just a spectator. Lin Yu smiled. He pulled Lu Shiyun and Ru Ku to the side, pulled over a stool and sat down without any hesitation. A handful of melon seeds appeared in the hands of the 3 people at some point. He started eating it with relish. The bearded man took a deep breath and looked at Pia Piao. Pia Piao, these are the foods we collected yesterday. Take as much as you want. How about we forget about this? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became agitated. Boss, are you crazy? Boss, we got this food with great difficulty and many people died. Yeah, if we give it to her, what will we eat? Hear the word food. All those who had felt guilty towards Pia Piao before jumped out and opposed it. His expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. The ugly face was fully revealed at this moment. Haha, die. Pia Piao was too lazy to talk nonsense and didn't want to engage in verbal battle with them, so she drew her sword. Do you really want to do this? There was murderous intent in the bearded man's eyes. Spell. Speed increased by 2 times. Pia Piao said no more words and directly swung the sword, writing a double spell on herself, affecting her body. In an instant, her speed attribute skyrocketed. Her figure flashed by. Kill her for me. I want. The bearded man shouted sternly. However, before he could finish his next words, he found that he could not make any sound. A bloodstain slowly appeared on his neck. What when? He covered his neck tightly, but couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. Everyone was shocked. Just now, I only saw Pia Piao move her body, but I didn't expect that she had already cut their boss's throat. Among all the people present, only Lin Yu and the other 2 saw Pia Piao's actions clearly. No one else, including the bearded man, saw when she drew her sword. Even when his throat was cut, he didn't react and was still talking, which shows how fast Pia Piao is. At the first level, her speed was 226 points, and after the technique was doubled, it directly reached 678 points. The strongest level 10 bearded man here has a speed of only 55 points, which is more than 10 times lower. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, and the sound was like the call of the god of death, hitting everyone's heart. The second brother no longer had his previous arrogance and looked terrified. As he retreated towards the crowd behind him, he shouted, Come on! Whoever kills her, I'll make him the boss. At this moment, he was filled with fear to the extreme. The strongest boss was killed instantly. How could he survive? It's just that this woman was so weak before and was just a support. Why has it become so strong now? How could he know that Pia Piao had always been stronger than them? She was just hiding her weaknesses. Pia Piao moved again. Kill those who abandoned her. One sword, one. It's as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. Even those few people who have awakened their talents are vulnerable in front of her because the difference in attributes is too great. He didn't even have time to display his innate abilities before his neck was stabbed. Level 1 awakeners and those below are 2 different concepts. The gap is huge, like a chasm. Similarly, the level is also very important. Level 1 and level 10 are not at the same level at all. Lin Yu and the other 2 looked at Pia Piao's blurry figure inside. Sister Pia Piao, I had no choice. Please don't kill me. Some people cried and begged for mercy. However, the only response he got was a flash of sword. more decisive and ruthless than men. Chapter 52 Lin Xiaoyu. In just a few minutes, more than 30 bodies were lying on the ground. These are the people who abandoned Yi Piapiao yesterday, and the person who just changed his face and cursed her. The remaining 40 or so people squatted in the corner, trembling, looking at Yi Piapiao, who was like a killing god, with fear in their hearts. Yi Piapiao stuffed most of the food on the table into her backpack, then left. Master, my business is settled, let's go. Yi Piapiao sheathed her sword with a calm expression. She pushed up her glasses, as if the corpses on the ground had nothing to do with her. Good. Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up. He admired her character for being decisive and efficient. The four of them left the unfinished building. Master, where are we going now? I came to Tianhai City to save my sister. She is in Tianhai University. Lin Yu quickly explained the situation. Tianhai University? Yi Piapiao was stunned. Isn't this the school where she works? Do you know how to get there? Lin Yu asked hurriedly. To be honest, he had only come here once, when his sister started her freshman year, and he had no idea how to get there. I am a freshman teacher at Tianhai University, and I just joined the company this year. Yi Piapiao said. What's your sister's name? Which department is she in? Lin Xiaoyu, from the Department of Economics and Management. Yi Piapiao suddenly looked strange. How could it be such a coincidence? What's wrong? Lin Yu looked at Yi Piapiao's expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Lin Xiaoyu is the beauty of the freshman department of Economics and Management, and she is quite famous in the school. And I. At this point, her tone was a little unnatural. I am her math teacher. Lin Yu suddenly understood why Yi Piapiao looked wrong just now. He is Yi Piapiao's master, and Yi Piapiao is his sister's teacher. This relationship is really complicated. Or, let's forget about the previous apprenticeship. Lin Yu thought about it and suggested. No, becoming a disciple is a very solemn matter and should not be taken lightly. Your sister and I should just discuss our own affairs. Yi Piapiao spoke in a firm tone. Okay, whatever you want. Lin Yu had no choice but to shake his head. But it's the end of the world now. Zombies are everywhere. Will your sister still be in school? Don't worry. I called her in advance and told her to stay in the dormitory and not go out. The food is ready, Lin Yu said. Before the end of the world, you made preparations in advance? Yi Piapiao was startled. Then she understood. She thought of the talent of predicting the future that Lin Yu mentioned. Let's go. I know the way. It's just that it's not easy to get there. Although it's only about 60 kilometers, there are a lot of zombies everywhere. If you encounter a small number of them, kill them immediately. If you encounter a large number of them, hide first. Lin Yu frowned. Tianhai City is a famous tourist city with a year-round population of over 2 million. This means that the zombie reign has released at least 2,500,000 zombies. After this period of apocalypse, the number of zombies is probably around 3 million. If he relied on normal attacks, he could easily kill ordinary zombies, but even if he killed one per second, he could only clear 36,000 in 10 hours. If you use your talent and launch a large-scale attack, you can kill quickly, but your magic power cannot keep up. At level 0, 1 point of magic power is restored per second. At level 1, the recovery speed doubles to 2 points per second. It would take nearly 10 hours for Lin Yu to recover his full magic power. Piapiao, please optimize the route, and we will act accordingly when the time comes. Yes, Master. Tianhai University. Many places were reduced to ruins. After the end of the world came, zombies fell from the sky. Out of the 40,000 people in the entire school, less than 5,000 are still alive. These survivors formed small alliances and occupied different areas. They were able to survive thanks to some of the talented awakened ones. Zaikai is such a small group, and their base at the moment is the school library. On the second floor of the library, more than 200 people gathered together to discuss something. Everyone listen to me. Today's mission is for Xiaoyu and I to lead the team to clear out the zombies in the swimming pool. Monkey and Yang Jian lead a team of people to go out through the wall next to the swimming pool. There is a large supermarket outside. Search for supplies. A tall and handsome boy arranged the tasks in an orderly manner. He was the leader of this small group, Zhao Qiu, a junior sports student. I don't agree. I don't want to be in the same group with you. Sudden, a discordant voice rang out among the crowd. Lin Xiaoyu stood up from the crowd and looked directly at Zhao Qiu. She really disliked this boy. Xiaoyu, for my sake, please stop making trouble, okay? Next to her, a beautiful girl pulled her hand. Finally, Lin Xiaoyu sat down angrily. Brothers, according to yesterday's observation, there are 2 first-level zombies in the swimming pool. As long as we kill them, Brother Chio will be able to advance to the first level soon. At this time, someone quickly came out to smooth things over and ease the awkward atmosphere. That's great. Brother Chio's strength has greatly increased, and we will be safer. Yes, Brother Chio will always be the strongest. A group of students flattered him crazily. Zhao Chio was very proud and glanced at Lin Xiaoyu with an ambiguous look in his eyes. Everyone dispersed to make final preparations. Brother Chio, after you advance to the first level, will you start to attack Xiaoyu? The girl who had pulled Lin Xiaoyu before came to Zhao Chio. While she was talking, she did not forget to secretly glance around. She is Lin Xiaoyu's roommate, Fang Siki, and also Zhao Chio's girlfriend. Well, as you can see, Xiaoyu's talent is too strong. I must get it too. There was a gleam of ferocity in Zhao Chio's eyes. He awakened a level 1 talent, stealing. Although it is only a level, and not a talent that enhances strength, he can steal an extra talent for each level he reaches. On the third day after awakening, he stole his roommate's level 1 talent, Thunderstorm. As a result, his strength increased greatly, and he became the leader of this group of 100 people. Later, he learned about Lin Xiaoyu's talent from his girlfriend. Level, power increased 5-fold. He must steal such an amazing talent. The most secure thing is to keep the powerful force in your own hands at all times. Set off. When everyone was ready, Zhao Chio waved his hand and led everyone to the swimming pool. Master, according to the route we just planned, I estimate that if everything goes well, we will be able to reach Tianhai University in about 3 days. Yi Piao expressed her plan. You are more familiar with Tianhai City, and I will follow your arrangements. Lin Yu had no objection. Okay, then let's fight our way out. Tianhai City is actually similar. There are zombies in every area. The 4 of them moved forward along the street, killing zombies. Chapter 53 World Ranking Open. Before they knew it, the 4 of them had been killing for the entire morning. Piao, give Shiyun, Ruku, and yourself a spell to increase your speed, and follow me. Lin Yu shouted. Most of his magic power has been consumed, and he needs to rest. Spell. Speed doubled. Yi Piao consumed 15,000 magic power, quickly wrote down 3 spells, and cast them on the 2 women and herself. The effects last for 10 minutes. In an instant, their speed increased dramatically. All of them broke through more than 300 points. The speed of these zombies below level 1 is at most 60 or 70 points, and they can't even touch the corners of their clothes. Roaring flames. Lin Yu led the way in front, and the 3 of them moved forward quickly behind him. There's a hotel up ahead. Let's stay there. The 4 of them pushed forward. Nightfall. The 4 of them ate hot pot again and lived a happy life. Congratulations to all survivors. Someone has successfully broken through to the 2nd level, and the world ranking list is now open. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in everyone's mind. Lin Yu knew that this was the concrete sound of the rules. Brother Yu, that great guy has reached the 2nd level. Lu Shiyun said. Huh? So soon? Lin Yu was shocked and clicked on the ranking list. Before level 5, no one will advance faster than this guy. Do you know this big brother who ranks first? Yi Piao became interested. Well, a zombie king in Kundu City was bitten by a zombie, and after the mutation, he still retained human characteristics. How did this guy get promoted so quickly? I guess he may have unified the zombies in the ancient town at the foot of Shiyun Mountain. Lu Shiyun thought of that extremely gentlemanly guy. No one can replicate his method. As long as he continues to recruit zombies, there will be a steady supply of first-level zombies for him to advance and upgrade. This is simply cheating. Yi Piao was speechless. With her current strength, killing a first-level zombie is easy, but finding a first-level zombie is troublesome. Moreover, many first-level zombies are surrounded by thousands of zombies. It is not easy to successfully obtain a first-level crystal core, not to mention the evolvers below level. Almost all the people on the world list are from Daxia. Lin Yu took a quick look and felt a little proud. In the world rankings of the previous life, although Daxia had the advantage of a large population base, it only accounted for a quarter of the places on the list. In this life, there are 1,000 people on the world list, and Daxia accounts for 662 of them, which is truly terrifying. Even some powerful people who are more famous abroad are far lower than Daxia in world rankings. King Arthur 36, Angel Gabriel 39, Lucifer 41, Scorpio King 48, Pisces King 49, Chizuru 57, Superman 71, Sun Knight 76. At this moment, the whole world was silent. Then the Daxia chat area went crazy. The comments jumped so fast that no one could see them clearly. At this moment, all the people of Daxia were extremely excited. Even though it was the end of the world, everyone was shouting. as if they had thrown away their inner fears. The World Forum also exploded. The most popular post, Daxia Kingdom is the best in the world, was ranked first. There are countless replies under the post. Countless comments are generated almost every second. Who is this big guy, Brother Dashi? He's awesome, and he brings glory to the country. What kind of talent did this amazing person awaken? I haven't even reached the first level, but he has already reached the second level. Except for Lin Yu and a few others, no one knew that Brother Dashi was actually no longer a pure human being. He is a zombie king. All the 1,000 people on the world list are at the first level, and our Great Xia country accounts for nearly 70%. We are so proud. I am proud to be a Daxia person. What do you say about the garbage Sakura country? Are you scared to the point of peeing your pants? Haha. On the battlefield of 100 nations, you are all waiting to die. What's so great about that? It's just that there are a lot of people. Our strong ones are low-key, otherwise they would be number one on the list in a minute. That's right. Our genius warrior Kianzuru possesses 3 levels of talent. As long as he wants, a mere second level can be easily achieved. Many evolvers in the Sakura country were already a little furious and actually revealed some key information. Bakayala, who is this bastard? How dare he leak my information? At this moment, in a shrine at the foot of Sakura Mountain, a man with 3 samurai swords hanging on his waist, exuding a terrifying aura. In the world rankings, I'm ranked 57th? He couldn't believe it. As a genius warrior of the shrine, he awakened 3 levels of talent after the end of the world and became the number 1 person in the Sakura country. But I never thought that it would be ranked so low in the world rankings. They must have been lucky to be 1 step ahead and advance 1 level, which doesn't mean anything. Just wait, damn Daxia people. I will let you know how powerful I, Qianhe, am in the future. In the Great Xia Kingdom, everyone who saw the news was shocked. 3 levels of talent? If this is true, then this person's strength is probably extremely strong. Many people couldn't help but worry, because in the entire Daxia country, they had not heard of anyone with level 3 talent. Master, Chizuru from Sakura country sounds very strong, with 3 levels of talent. Yi Piao said in surprise. Him? It's just that, not even a top-notch expert. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Aren't all 3 levels of talent strong? Yi Piao was surprised when she heard that. At the beginning, most of the strong people's talents may be at level 1, but as the evolution continues, some people can advance their talents to level 3 or even level 6. Lin Yu explained faintly. Although Qianhe has 3 levels of talent, it is good enough that he can advance 1 talent. Later, it became a high-level talent with 2 low-level talents. Do you still think it is terrible? No matter how many talents you have, they are nothing compared to a high-level talent. People's energy and time are limited, so it is difficult to continuously evolve a talent. If you don't know how to choose between the 3 talents, it will only hinder you. West, on top of a building. Haha, Daxia Kingdom. A tall man covered in golden light was looking towards the east. His codename, King Arthur. He is currently number 1 on the list in Great Britain. The opening of the world rankings attracted everyone's attention. In Western countries, no one cares much about the strong players who make it onto the rankings. They felt that, on the rank list, perhaps only the first-ranked second-rank expert, Brother Dashi, was worthy of attention. The rest had only advanced 1 level earlier than them. Dear survivors, this is the Kundu City official. Our army has established a safe zone in the Nanlong district. Survivors nearby can come and take refuge. We will also advance into the city to clear out the zombies and rescue the survivors. Another new hot post has been pinned to the top. The military from various places began to show up, but the meaning of their words was difficult to understand. It seems like they are gathering the survivors and expanding their power. Today is the 22nd day of the apocalypse. The timid, the cowardly, and the damned have all died. The remaining people are basically in small groups. With everyone's combined efforts, they can barely clear out ordinary zombies, obtain crystal cores, and slowly evolve. 2 days. Several people eliminated nearly 100,000 zombies and accumulated more than 20,000 crystal cores, including 82 first-level crystal cores. I still have a long way to go to reach the second level. Lin Yu only had 4 second-level crystal cores in his hand, and he was still short of 6. Come on, 20 crystal cores each. Lin Yu distributed the first-level crystal cores to the 3 women. Let them all break through to the first level, third level. For each level up in the first stage, all attributes will increase by 10 points, magic power will increase by 1,000, and free attribute points will increase by 10 points. The improvement after upgrading 2 levels is still obvious. Master, I think our speed in killing zombies is not slow, but it is too troublesome to pick up the crystal cores. Yi Piao said. Yeah, I've been picking up trash for 2 days and my hands are sore. Little girl Ruku complained. She did not take part in the battles over the past few days and was solely responsible for picking up crystal cores. Just when a few people were chatting. With a bang, a loud noise was heard on the first floor of the hotel. The four of them looked changed, and they walked to the fence and looked down. The hotel they were staying in today had rooms arranged in a circular pattern, and the hotel lobby could be seen through the fence. At this moment, the hotel door was broken. 70 or 80 people rushed in, crawling and tumbling, with fear on their faces. Chapter 54. Flaming roaring gasoline tank. Quick, block the door. Hurry up, those scary things are about to catch up with us. Fuck, don't step on me. Yang Long, where's Yang Long? Come quickly and use the metal to block the door. The leading man yelled in panic. Boss, I have consumed too much magic power. If I continue to perform for a while, I will not be able to protect myself. Behind him, a man named Yang Long had a sad face. Stop talking nonsense and do it quickly. If those things rush in soon, you will be dead too. Upon hearing this, Yang Long's face turned pale. Finally, he gritted his teeth, used his talent, stretched out his right hand, and pushed towards the door. Moment. All the metal in the hotel began to vibrate violently and then flew towards Yang Long. All the metal railings and 7 or 8 metal doors flew to the gate and gathered together, forming a thick metal barrier. Seeing this scene, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, there's someone upstairs. Suddenly, a woman pointed towards the location of Lin Yu and others on the 6th floor. Everyone looked over. They are all evolvers. The lowest is level 8. There are more than 30 people at level 10, and the leading man has even reached level 1. Their mental strength is no longer what it was before the end of the world. Even though the light was dim, they could still see the 6th floor at a glance. There, standing were a man, 2 women, and a child. Ignore them and don't make any noise. The leader took a look and then looked away, telling everyone not to speak anymore. When everyone heard this, they stopped talking. They tiptoed towards the stairs, not daring to make any sound. On the 6th floor, four people watched this scene quietly. It seems like they encountered something extremely terrifying. Lu Shiyun frowned. Shu, don't talk. Lin Yu suddenly felt the ground shaking and spoke hurriedly. Several people also felt something and held their breath. The shaking of the earth became more and more intense, as if thousands of troops were galloping. Squeak. Crunch, crunch. A rumbling sound was heard, accompanied by countless squeaking and grinding sounds, which was extremely creepy. More than 70 people downstairs had already stopped and stared at the door, not daring to make a sound. Some people covered their mouths tightly, their faces turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on their foreheads. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. It seemed like something accidentally hit the barrier door formed by metal objects. Everyone's heart was in their throat. They seemed to be unable to breathe, and their heartbeats seemed to stop. Could it be a rat tide? Lin Yu listened to the sound, which sounded very much like that made by a mouse, and suddenly thought of something. In the previous life, there was a large-scale rat tide in Hua Town under Tianhai City, and all of them were infected and mutated rats. There are as many as 30,000 to 40,000 of them. Each of them has a strength of level 7 or 8 and is as big as a puppy. Wherever they passed, no one survived. Whether it was zombies, humans, or other mutant beasts, they all died in their mouths. It is said that the situation was finally quelled after they encountered a 3rd-level mutant tiger and killed the Rat King. But why are they here? And judging from the noise, there are probably more than 30,000 or 40,000 of them. Lin Yu was shocked. Is it the butterfly effect? In this life, the mutant rat did not encounter the mutant tiger and came all the way to Tianhai City? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yu's hair stood on end. Zombie mutant rats and zombies are 2 different concepts. They will become larger and faster. They will attack creatures other than their own species. Their teeth are extremely sharp and contain toxins. Wherever the Rat King goes, rats will obey the call and join the army. As long as they eat the flesh and blood of zombies, ordinary rats will mutate quickly. No one knows how many rats there are in the entire Tianhai City. After these rats mutate, they fight zombies and eat their flesh and blood. To what extent will they grow? Level 10? Or level 1? Hundreds of thousands of level 10 zombie mutant rats are enough to make one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Once it snowballs, it will be a disaster even more terrifying than zombies. Listening to the occasional banging sounds coming from the door, Lin Yu was in a very heavy mood. It seems that these rats are just passing by. Due to their large numbers, they occasionally bump into the gate, but they are not trying to attack. It won't take a moment, and once the rat tied outside passes, we'll be safe temporarily. Only, what to do in the future? Lin Yu fell into deep thought. He hadn't found his sister yet, so it was impossible for him to escape like this. But faced with such a huge tide of rats, even he could only flee. Bang! At this moment, a piece of metal was blown away from the gate. Then another 4 or 5 pieces were shaken away, and a small gap suddenly appeared. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out in the hall. The appearance of the small gap overwhelmed the man's psychological defenses, and he screamed in fear. It's over. At this moment, everyone's mind buzzed, and this was the only thought in everyone's mind. It's over. I'm dead. Fuck, what's your scream? The leading man looked at the person who screamed with despair on his face, and angrily. He rushed directly to the man and broke his neck to prevent him from speaking. But it's all too late. His shouting attracted the rats outside the door. Suddenly, there were continuous banging sounds, and some zombie rats took the initiative to attack the gate. Walk! Lin Yu glanced at Lu Shiyun, shouted, and jumped directly from the 6th floor. The 3 women jumped down with him without any hesitation. While Lu Shiyun was still in the air, she waved her hands and countless gasoline tanks flew out from the infinite space and landed in front of the gate one step ahead of time. She and Lin Yu have been through a lot and have developed a very good understanding of each other. And she was very smart. With just one look, she knew Lin Yu's plan and immediately dropped the gasoline tank. At this moment, the door finally couldn't hold on and was knocked open by the zombie rats. Roaring flames. Lin Yu had just landed in the lobby on the 1st floor when, without hesitation, a column of flame energy spurted out. Boom, boom, boom. The flames hit the gasoline tank and it exploded directly. The dozen or so zombie rats that had just rushed in were instantly blown to pieces. Then, a raging fire broke out, blocking the entrance to the gate. Amazing! This horrific blow shocked everyone in the hall, but at the same time gave rise to a glimmer of hope. There was a lot of gasoline and the fire grew bigger and bigger. The zombie rats outside were originally listening to the king's call and running forward with the Rat King. The reason he banged on the door just now was that he was attracted by the screaming and instinctively wanted to rush in and eat people. At this moment, blocked by the raging fire, they instinctively felt extremely dangerous. After a few unwilling roars, he gave up the attack and ran towards the main force. The raging fire became the strongest door at this moment, preventing the zombie rats from taking another step forward. But Lin Yu knew that all this was only because the Rat King did not give any orders. If the Rat King orders an attack, they will charge forward fearlessly even if it means facing mountains of swords and seas of fire. Lu Shiyun and the other 2 walked to Lin Yu and fell into deep thought as they looked at the fire. Chapter 55 Brother Dashi, I have a big deal to discuss with you. Squeak. At this time, more than a dozen normal mice ran out from the kitchen on the 1st floor of the hotel. They had not yet mutated and were only the size of a fist. At this moment, they seemed to have received a call. They all ran out from the dark corners, trying to follow the large group outside. They rushed in one after another, ignoring the fire at the door. However, they were just ordinary mice and their fate was predictable. As soon as he rushed into the fire, he was burned to death instantly. Seeing this scene, several people thought of something and their faces turned ugly. This city will fall into darkness. Lin Yu sighed. Several people thought that in the next few days, rats from every corner of the city would gather there. By then, it will be an extremely terrifying force. Hard to beat. What should we do then? Yi Piao frowned. There is a way. Gather the current experts in Tianhai City on the forum and find a way to make the zombies and mutant rats kill each other. Lu Shiyun whispered, then the top experts will decapitate and kill the Rat King. I'm afraid that once the news gets out, some people will just flee. Lin Yu shook his head. In the end times, the thing that cannot be tested the most is human nature. Shiyun, please post a message explaining this situation and let all the evolvers in Tianhai City pay attention. Once they see ordinary rats, they should kill them immediately. This way, there will be less pressure in the future. Even if some people want to escape, it's not that easy. Only true masters can escape. Okay, I'll write it now. Lu Shiyun nodded and started immediately. A few minutes later, there were no more squeaking sounds outside the hotel. All the zombie rats had left. Suddenly, everyone in the hall collapsed to the ground. It feels so good to survive a disaster. Thank you for saving my life. The leading man was named Hisong. He hurriedly walked in front of Lin Yu and bowed. just based on Lin Yu's flaming attack just now, and the relaxed posture of several people jumping down from the 6th floor. He just knew it. These people are definitely not ordinary evolvers. They are most likely powerful awakeners with talented talents. Because there was a faint sense of oppression coming from each of them. Only that little girl didn't put pressure on him. Lin Yu looked at the group of people in front of him, and his eyes lit up. Isn't he just short of labor now? With these people, they will advance much faster. Do you know where these zombie rats come from? Lin Yu asked. Boss, we don't know either. We were working together to clear out the zombies, but we felt the ground shaking and a swarm of rats rushed over. Fortunately, there were countless zombies blocking us. Yeah, if it weren't for those zombies standing in front of us, we wouldn't have survived. It was horrible. I saw those giant rats eating all the zombies. A bunch of people talked about what they saw, and they are still a little scared. Come here. Lin Yu waved to the young man named Yang Long. Hearing this, Yang Long ran over happily. Boss, you called me? Go. Use your talent to seal the gate. Boss, I have no magic power anymore, Yang Long said with a sad face. Lin Yu ignored him. Seeing this, Yang Long walked to the gate dejectedly, and once again used his talent to manipulate the metal to block the gate. I want you to help me do something to keep you safe during this period, Lin Yu said to Hisong. Boss, if you guys can't do something with our strength, wouldn't that mean we're courting death? Hisong hesitated. Do you want to do it? One word. Fuck. Boss, if you give the order, I will never back down, no matter how hard it takes. Glancing at Lin Yu's cold gaze, the man quickly expressed his opinion. Ask your men if there's anyone willing to come along tomorrow. After giving the instructions, they returned to the 6th floor. The development of things was beyond Lin Yu's expectations, and he needed to think carefully. The rat tide is extremely dangerous, but it also contains many opportunities. Thinking of this, he directly posted on the forum. Is Dashi brother here? I'm a magician. I need help. With such a simple and clear title, Lin Yu directly spent 1,000 evolution points to pin the post to the top. As soon as the post was published, people started to leave comments under it. Master Magician, I want to ask, what do you think about the fight between the 100 nations? Sakura country is so abominable. Does the boss have any ideas? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and replied directly. In the battle of 100 countries, our great Xia country will definitely be the champion, and no one can take it away. As for the land of cherry blossoms, I am very interested in their Mount Fuji. I think it will erupt next year. I'm also looking forward to the horses trampling on cherry blossoms. Haha, what you said really hits my heart. Soon, Lin Yu's reply spread throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. Countless people applauded and cheered, all looking forward to that day. I haven't seen you for a few days. What do you want from me? Brother Dashi replied. I have a big deal, and I want to cooperate with you. Tell me about it. Lin Yu spent another 1,000 evolution points and set the post on the floor where the two people were talking to private, visible only to the two of them. Nowadays, there are no restrictions on chatting in regional channels, but there is no private chat function, and identities are difficult to identify. If you want to talk to people, the easiest way is to post a reply. I'm in Tianhai City now. You should know the situation here. Lin Yu got straight to the point. I just saw the news that a terrifying rat tide might destroy the entire Tianhai City. You don't want me to help, do you? Brother, sure, your idea is very wise and coincides with mine. I'll wait for you in Tianhai City. Lin Yu replied with a smile. In Kundu City, in the ancient town of Xian Mountain, the eldest senior brother looked at Lin Yu's reply, his head buzzing. What is the righteousness? What did I say? Did I agree? No. After holding it in for a long time, Brother Dashi finally sent 2 words. Brother Dashi, I think you should still consider yourself a human. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just reached the 2nd level. With your special talent, as long as you want, the 3rd level is easy, right? What do you want to say? If you want to completely destroy humanity, you can let your zombie army attack humans without regard for the consequences and absorb their flesh and blood. This way, the zombies will advance faster and you will get more crystal cores. But you didn't do that, did you? After a moment's silence, Brother Dashi replied. You're right. This is a bullshit end of the world. This is a bullshit zombie king. I don't want this to happen at all, but there's nothing I can do. Brother Dashi suddenly burst into swearing and stopped being a gentleman, which shows that he still has a lot of resentment about what happened to him. I also want to kill all the humans and let my zombies advance like crazy so that I can break through quickly, but I can't do it. This shows that you are still a human being, not a disgusting thing like a zombie. I suspect you are scolding me. Let's get back to the point. You can bring your zombie army to Tianhai City and let the zombies fight against the rat tide and eat each other to advance. I estimate that by then there will be a lot of second level, even third level zombies and mutant rats. Besides, there is also a huge zombie army here. You will definitely make money. Besides, there is not much time left until the third month of the apocalypse. With hundreds of nations fighting, this rat tide is also an opportunity to improve our strength. Brother Dashi didn't reply and seemed to be thinking about it. Chapter 56 Black Rose. After a while, a message finally came from Brother Dashi. I'll leave right away. In fact, in his heart, he is the same kind as humans, not those zombies. Mobilizing the zombies to fight against the rat tide can be regarded as saving humanity. This is why he made up his mind. As for the second and third order crystal cores, they are secondary. Anyway, in terms of advancement level, he will always be ahead of everyone else in the early stages. After reaching an agreement with Brother Dashi, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rat tide was surging, and he didn't think he would die. He wanted to escape, but the rat tide couldn't stop him. The key point is that there are still hundreds of thousands of survivors in Tianhai City, and he can't be so cold-blooded. Also, his sister hasn't been found yet. As he was thinking, Lin Yu posted another message. Brother Dashi, who is ranked first in the world list, invites the strong men around Tianhai City to come to Tianhai to kill rats, kill zombies, and get high-level crystal cores. Lin Yu is in the post. It explains in detail that the fight between zombies and rats will give rise to many second-level and even third-level creatures. This is a rare opportunity for the strong. After posting, Lin Yu was too lazy to read it anymore and prepared to take a rest. He has done what he can, and the rest is up to fate. He just needs to find his sister, and if the situation becomes unsustainable, he will evacuate with the people around him. But since Brother Dashi has already agreed, he doesn't have to worry too much. This life is a little different from the previous life after all. Lin Yu looked at the Yun province rankings and saw some strong people whose names he had never heard of in his previous life, and he felt something in his heart. On the Yun province ranking list, there are 100 places on the list, except for Brother Dashi, who is at the second level. The rest are all at the first level. Many of the powerful people ranked in front of him were people he had never heard of in his previous life. Kundu City. Brother Dashi was standing on the roof of a building. Below him was a dark mass of zombies, numbering more than 100,000. He roared loudly, as if giving orders. Then, the earth shook, and hundreds of thousands of zombies obeyed his orders and ran towards Tianhai City. Brother Dashi looked at this spectacular scene and suddenly felt extremely proud. Level 3. This time, his target is level 3. There are at least nearly 2 million zombies in Tianhai City. Once they are mobilized, they and the zombie mutant rats will hurt, bite, and devour each other. It can evolve into thousands or even tens of thousands of second-level creatures, and hundreds of third-level creatures are no problem. In the ancient town, the lobby of West Street Hotel, Chen Jinger looked at the 2 posts Lin Yu posted, smiled, and then said loudly, "Everyone of Black Rose, listen to my orders. Everyone get ready. The target is Tianhai City." Hearing her words, everyone in the hall stopped what they were doing and gathered around. "Sister Jing, I heard that there was a terrible rat tide in Tianhai City. Is it too dangerous?" Danger also brings opportunities, doesn't it? You guys are all at the first level, but too many crystal cores are needed to break through to the second level. Only Tianhai City can help us break into the second level quickly. Besides, your boss's boss is right there now. Speaking of this, Chun Jinger's lips curled up and a meaningful look appeared on her face. "Brother Yu is also in Tianhai?" Lu Yu asked happily. "Well, get ready and go." Chun Jinger looked in the direction of Tianhai City, and there seemed to be a fire burning in her eyes. "Mrs. Lin, just wait. I will definitely make Black Rose the strongest team in Everday." After Lin Yu left, she named the team she led as Black Rose and affiliated it to Yongzhou. She is the queen of Black Roses, and Lin Yu is the king of Eternal Day. Xiao Yu, who is our boss's boss, is he more powerful than Boschan? A burly man beside Lu Yu asked in a low voice. This person turned out to be Lu Qi, the man who wanted to recruit Chen Jinger and her group, but was chased and beaten by the awakened Chen Jinger. Possessing a level 1 talent, the ability to receive Lu Qi. If Lin Yu were here, he would be shocked that this strong man whose opportunity was taken away by him actually became Chen Jinger's younger brother. You have to know that this guy's talent is not simple. As long as he continues to absorb the abilities of various powerful creatures, he has the hope of reaching the strongest sequence. Lu Yu glanced at him and said, "We all call him Brother Yu. He must be stronger than Sister Jing. As for the code name, I don't know. I guess only Sister Jing knows it. More powerful than Bastian? Lu Qi was surprised. He thought he was already the strongest among them. After all, he was invincible in the center of the town. Who would have thought that on West Street, he was beaten by the awakened Qinjinger, and later was even recruited by her. Now, a stronger boss has appeared. He suddenly became eager to fight and looked forward to the battle against their boss. In Danlang Town, under Tianhai City, it was drizzling in the sky. A young man in white stood quietly in the rain, seeming very comfortable. Surprisingly, the raindrops disappeared before they hit him. "Boss, do you really want to go?" At this time, several people walked up to the young man in the rain, with helplessness on their faces. Their boss is always like this. Once he is in a heavy mood or unhappy, it will rain involuntarily in the sky where he is. This is really a headache. Yes, because that person is there. Besides, I am also looking forward to the War of 100 Nations. Daxia Kingdom can only be the first. The young man suddenly smiled. At this moment, heaven and earth changed. It was drizzling just a moment ago, but now the sky suddenly cleared up. "Let's go." The young man in white patted the corners of his clothes, turned his back to the crowd, and slowly left. A group of people hurriedly followed him. Liqing City is the closest to Tianhai City. Two groups of 100 people were also on the move, led by experts, heading straight for Tianhai City. On the early expressway, 5 off-road vehicles sped past. A team of only 17 people also rushed towards Tianhai City. Brother, Aryun Province is really full of experts. Brother Dashi, who is ranked first on both lists, Yun, who is ranked 9th on the Great Xia country's rank list, and the Magician who is ranked 2nd on the Evolution Point list, are all in Yun Province, and may be in Tianhai City. Yeah, the boss is only ranked 17th on the rank list and 9th on the Evolution Point list. In the lead car, several men were talking quietly. This Magus is the one who first exchanged for the attribute fruit, right? It should be him. Although his name cannot be seen on the forum, he was the only one who had so many evolution points to exchange for attribute fruits on the first and second day of the apocalypse. I'm afraid this person is not weaker than Brother Dashi. He got a lot of attribute fruits ahead of everyone else. It's just right. I'll meet them in Tianhai City this time. The man in the passenger seat had eyes like lightning, and there seemed to be a sound of thunder rumbling inside his body. He is the leader of the Thunder Team. Divine Punishment. We should be able to harvest a lot of second-level crystal cores during this rat tide. By then, reaching the peak of the second level won't be a problem. In the Battle of 100 Nations, each nation only has 100 spots, and I must take one. It is an honor to fight for my country. The Divine Punishment was overwhelming. This team consists of only 17 people. Although the number is small, they are all elite masters. Chapter 57. Are all the women around the boss so strong? Thunder Team. The eldest brother, Shinefe, and the second brother, Heiyu, are both awakened with top-level talents. The rest are all top-level talents with strong strength. Lin Yu's 2 posts caused an uproar. Around Tianhai City, the evolvers who claim to be strong have all set out to get a piece of the pie in Tianhai City. Many of them have simple ideas. It is impossible to ask them to save others. They are just after the high-level crystal cores. Anyway, Brother Dashi and the Magician are here, and there must be many other masters gathered here, so there is no need to worry too much about personal danger. In the coming period of time, Tianhai City will probably produce a large number of second-level experts, and there will probably be several third-level experts. Lin Yu looked at the various comments under the post. He could predict that there would be many smart and powerful people who would come to get a piece of the pie at any cost. The next day, when Lin Yu and his companions went downstairs, Hisong and Yang Long were waiting with more than 30 people. Are you willing to do all of these? Lin Yu looked at these 30 people and was very satisfied. Half of them were willing to follow him. Of course, it's our blessing to be able to follow the big boss. Hisong said with a smile. Yes, boss. Just tell me what you need. Okay, follow me. Lin Yu nodded, and he walked out of the hotel with a group of people. Outside, it's a mess. Many buildings were destroyed, and there was not a single zombie to be seen. I want to come. All the zombies nearby died in the rat tide last night. Not a single one was left. Let's go. Lin Yu identified the direction and ran towards the street. Zombies, so many zombies. Boss, are you going to ask us to fight these zombies? After walking for more than 10 minutes, everyone saw countless zombies wandering in the streets and shops from afar. All of them are a little weak. There are simply too many zombies. According to preliminary estimates, there are probably tens of thousands of them. Boss, We are not going to provoke so many zombies, are we? Song's voice was trembling. Are you scared? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Boss, I think we can lure the monsters in and kill them later. Rushing over rashly is just courting death. Don't blame him for being scared. Before, there were more than 100 people clearing out the zombies, and they were all looking for small groups of zombies in small numbers. When encountering a large number of them, you can either take some time to take a detour, or send a fast evolver to lure the monsters and then kill them one by one. This is time-consuming, but safe, isn't it? Okay, let me tell you your tasks now. Lin Yu looked at these people and became serious. We will clean up the zombies, and all of you will be responsible for picking up the crystal cores and handing them over to Shiyun. Lin Yu pointed at Lu Shiyun. Then, he continued, I won't let you work in vain. 5% of the crystal cores I pick up will be your reward, but you'd better not embezzle them. Otherwise, I will throw them to the zombies as food. Lin Yu swept his cold eyes over everyone in the field, making them shudder. Is it that simple? Song was a little confused. I thought it was going to be something dangerous, but I didn't expect it to be picking up crystal cores. Even 5% is too little. Even if they were powerful, how many zombies could they kill in a day? 2 or 3,000 at most. This way, each of them would get less than 10. Besides, there are so many zombies gathered here. Won't they run away while fighting? However, the next moment, he knew he was wrong. And it's so wrong. Lin Yu opened his mouth and a stream of flame rushed out of his mouth. When it reached the zombies, it had already turned into a sea of fire. The zombies were burned to ashes one by one, leaving only crystal cores on the ground. Is this a monster? Who on earth is this big guy? With just a wave of his hand, he kills zombies like killing chicks. He kills a large group of them with one move. Fire abilities are so powerful and cool. Everyone around was stunned. They had never seen this method and speed of killing zombies before. It was too efficient. I just don't know how long the boss's magic can last. It would be great if they could hold on forever, then even if it's only 5%, they would still get a lot. What are you still looking at? Get to work. Song shouted. Now, he had already made up his mind that he must keep up with the pace of the big boss in front of him. It would be even better if he could become his younger brother. The other side. Yi Piao waved her hand and directly wrote down the second spell. Speed increased by 2 times. In an instant, she left only a trail of afterimages. Rushing into the zombie horde, sword light flying, with one sword, he could take away the heads of more than a dozen zombies. She was extremely fast. After one strike of the sword, she appeared somewhere else and continued to strike with the sword. This woman is also scary. Song's scalp tingled as he watched. Yi Piao killing zombies was like chopping melons and vegetables. So easy. Moreover, her speed was so fast that even he, who was at the first level, could only see her vaguely. None of these people are good people. Even a woman is so strong. Thinking of this, he looked at the last one again. Really? Someone who follows the boss. Even among women, none of them are simple. In the distance, Lu Shiyun also looked relaxed. Every time she snapped her fingers, the space shattered and large groups of zombies were strangled to death. The range is not as good as Lin Yu's, but it is also a group attack skill, and the clearing speed is also very fast. In this way, Lin Yu and the other two slaughtered crazily in the front. More than 30 people followed behind, constantly picking up the fallen crystal cores on the ground. The speed is much faster than before. In most of the day, they advanced more than 10 kilometers. At this rate, Lin Yu estimated that they would be able to reach Tianhai University in 2 days. At this time, Tianhai University, library. Haha, I finally reached the first level. Zhao Qiu was extremely excited. After 6 days, he finally gathered 10 first-level crystal cores and successfully broke through to the first level. He could steal another talent. Lin Xiaoyu, I'll let you go against me for 1 day. When I steal your talent, I'll make you live a life worse than death. Zhao Qiu looked ferocious. Chapter 58, I want to steal your talent. Lin Xiaoyu, it's time to take away your talent. Zhao Qiu became a little excited, with greed and excitement flashing in his eyes. After such a long wait, this day finally came. He had always longed to obtain the powerful talent of Lin Xiaoyu. Now, the time is finally ripe. However, Lin Xiaoyu is very powerful, and it is not easy to subdue her. I learned from my girlfriend Fang Siki that Lin Xiaoyu has awakened a super talent. His strength has been increased 5-fold, which is an incredible effect. He estimated that Lin Xiaoyu, who was at level 10, had a strength of about 60 points, and if it was increased 5-fold, that would be more than 300 points. This is too exaggerated. It's so exaggerated that it doesn't seem like a top-level talent. Zhao Qiu has now broken through to the first level, his attributes have doubled, and his strength has only reached 221 points. He must use a level 1 thunderstorm and double his strength again before he can be stronger than Lin Xiaoyu. But the stronger your talent is, the more excited I am, because it will all belong to me. Zhao Qiu muttered to himself. But he was not an arrogant person, so to be on the safe side, he brought Fang Siki along. This woman also awakened her talent. However, in order to cooperate with Zhao Qiu, she has been hiding, and no one knows that she is a gifted awakener. Only Zhao Qiu knew that Fang Siki had awakened a level 1 talent, weakening. Once cast, it can forcibly weaken others' strength and magic within a certain period of time. The weakening ratio has reached 50. Taking her with me can help me prepare for any unexpected event and avoid any setbacks. I guess everyone knows about the rat tide in Tianhai City, right? Zhao Qiu gathered everyone together. Brother Qiu, it is said that the zombie rats are as big as wolfhounds, fast, with sharp fangs, and very ferocious. We can't fight them. Everyone, don't worry. Listen to me first. Tianhai City is full of zombies. It is basically impossible for us to escape. We can still clean up the zombies little by little before. There is always a chance to get out. It's different now. The mutant rat tide is coming. I'm afraid it will devour all living things, including zombies and us. Zhao Qiu had a serious expression on his face, and his words made everyone present turn pale. But the good news is that many powerful people in the surrounding area are rushing to Tianhai City. There may still be a glimmer of hope by then. So, what we have to do is to collect enough food in advance, then hide in the library and wait for the crisis to be resolved, or find an opportunity to leave Tianhai City. For a team that is not very strong, Zhao Qiu's plan is undoubtedly the best at the moment. Stock up on food and wait out the rat infestation. No matter what the final outcome is, the zombies and the rat tide will inevitably suffer losses on both sides, and it will be more advantageous to escape at that time. Listen to Brother Qiu, brothers. Let's expand the scope today and collect more supplies. Everyone in the team thought this was the best way, so they took action without much planning. When it comes to their own safety, they are more proactive than anyone else. After sending everyone away, Zhao Qiu winked at Fang Siki. Xiaoyu, wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Fang Siki called Lin Xiaoyu. Fang Siki said as she pulled her upstairs. Zhao Qiu glanced around and followed. Siki, what's the matter? When she reached the 5th floor, Lin Xiaoyu hadn't noticed the danger coming until Zhao Qiu appeared, and then she realized something was wrong. Zhao Qiu walked towards them step by step with a sinister smile on his face. Zhao Qiu, what do you want to do? Lin Xiaoyu, I'm really jealous of your talent. 5 times the strength increase is so terrifying. Can you give it to me? Zhao Qiu's eyes were filled with heat. He will soon get his second talent, and then his strength will have a qualitative leap. A level 1 thunderstorm can only double his strength. With Lin Xiaoyu's talent, when he uses thunderstorm, the power increase will be based on the highest increase, which is 5 times. At the same time, it also has the characteristics of a thunderstorm. Talent is something everyone is born with. How could it be given to you? Lin Xiaoyu became alert. Others can't do it, but I can. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu thought of something and his face turned cold. What exactly is your talent? I can steal other people's talents, so you'd better cooperate with me, so that you can suffer less. Otherwise, a sinister look appeared on Zhao Qiu's face. Chapter 59, is it an S-level talent? Wishful thinking. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Zhao Qiu knew that he would have to use force in the end. He stopped talking nonsense and directly used his thunderstorm talent. The strength attribute began to soar, doubling directly to 442 points. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts gathered in his palms and blasted directly forward. Lin Xiaoyu was shocked. She felt the breath of death and quickly moved sideways, narrowly escaping it. Lin Xiaoyu, level 0 and level 1 are completely different concepts. You should just give up struggling. Zhao Qiu's figure flashed as fast as thunder and lightning. Not to mention that he is at the 1st level, his speed attribute is much faster than Lin Xiaoyu. His lightning talent can not only double his strength, but also increase his speed by 50. He approached at high speed and punched out with his right fist. A punch containing thunder and lightning instantly appeared in front of Lin Xiaoyu. So fast, Lin Xiaoyu only felt a flash before his eyes, and a fist carrying lightning came hitting him. It can no longer be avoided. She calmed herself down, reacted quickly, and clenched her right fist to attack as well. Bang! As the 2 fists collided, Lin Xiaoyu's body flew out horizontally, knocking over a row of bookshelves. The gap is too big. Even though Lin Xiaoyu ate the golden fruit and his strength increased dramatically, he was ultimately just an ordinary level 10 evolver. S strength attribute, among the same level, she is not even afraid of those with superb talents. But crossing levels is completely impossible. After all, Zhao strength attribute had reached an astonishing 442 points at this time. Ahem. Lin Xiaoyu coughed up blood and struggled to get up from the scattered books. With just one blow, she suffered severe internal injuries and had almost no strength to resist. I've said before that you can't fight against the first level. Only by cooperating with me can you suffer less. Zhao Qiu walked over with a sneer. Go to hell. Lin Xiaoyu was unwilling to give in, and he used all his strength to smash forward. However, Zhao Qiu just threw a random punch, and her body flew out again. Why bother? Zhao Qiu lifted Lin Xiaoyu up from the ground and put his right hand directly on her head. He began to use his stealing talent, and a blue light emanated from his hands, enveloping Lin Xiaoyu. After a moment, Zhao Qiu opened his eyes with an ugly look on his face. He actually didn't steal any talent, but he didn't give up and use steal again. After 5 times, his face looked extremely ugly. Brother Qiu, what's wrong? Fang Siki walked over. I don't know how I managed to steal her talent. Siki, why did you do this to me? Lin Xiaoyu spoke with difficulty, his face covered in blood. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, don't blame me. Fang Siki didn't dare to look into Lin Xiaoyu's eyes and just said something lightly. Then he turned to Zhao Qiu and said, Brother Qiu, do you think her talent might not be level 1, but level 2? Class. Yes, a level 1 talent can double your strength, but Xiaoyu can increase it 5 times. How can this be level 1? You have a point. Zhao Qiu fell into deep thought. At this moment, he was very sure that Lin Xiaoyu's strength increase should be a level talent. His level stealing will not fail when stealing talents of the same level, but for higher level talents, he only has a chance to steal. Then tie her up and lock her up. I'll try again tomorrow. Zhao Qiu's heart was getting hotter and hotter. The next level was much stronger than the next level, although it couldn't be 100% successful. But his stealing talent can be used 5 times a day. He just couldn't believe it. He had been trying for 10 days in a row but still couldn't steal successfully. He had plenty of time. But they didn't know at all that Lin Xiaoyu didn't have any talent at all and she hadn't awakened yet. Therefore, let alone 10 days, even in 10 years, it would be impossible for Zhao Qiu to steal any talent. Brother Qiu, there's no way to hide this. The rest of the team will find out sooner or later. Fang Siki was a little worried. It doesn't matter. Even if they find out, what will happen? Do they dare to resist me? The battle in which he just crushed Lin Xiaoyu made him more confident. In the past, Lin Xiaoyu was the strongest evolver in this team, but now she can't even take a punch from him. He had nothing to fear anymore. The 2 men tied Lin Xiaoyu to a thick stone pillar. He coughed. Lin Xiaoyu started coughing up blood again. She now regretted very much that she did not listen to her brother. Originally, she had been staying in the dormitory with food and drink, and she just had to wait for her brother to come find her. Unfortunately, it is the 7th day after the end of the world. My roommate Fang Siki and her boyfriend Zhao Qiu were chased by zombies and hurried back to the dormitory, but they couldn't get in because they didn't have their keys. After all, they were her best friends, so she softened her heart and let them in. But the food in the dormitory was not enough for 3 people, so they had no choice but to go out to find food. Gradually, it developed into a team of 100 people, and it was a safe journey. Who knew that the greatest danger actually came from the people around us? Fang Siki, you bitch, if I don't die, I will cut you into pieces. And Zhao Qiu, you too, don't give me a chance. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with hatred. He remembered what his brother said and regretted it even more. Various negative emotions such as hatred, despair, and regret were growing wildly in her heart. At this moment, it hurts. Lin Xiaoyu felt a slight pain in her body, as if a terrifying force was awakening and was about to tear her body apart. This feeling? Is my talent about to awaken? Chapter 68 Taste of School Beauty. Lin Xiaoyu endured the severe pain, but she felt a little happy in her heart. She thought of what her brother had said. But it hurts so much. There was an inexplicable force in her body that was trying to revive, but it seemed like something was missing and it couldn't truly awaken. The great pain made her faint. Brother, where are you? Are you okay? After a moment, she woke up slowly. She didn't know how long she could hold on, or if she could hold on until her brother came. She just missed her brother. For the time being, she will not die, because Zhao Qiu cannot steal her talent from her, so she can live forever. I just don't know how long the other party's patience will last. The next day, I don't believe I can't steal it. Zhao Qiu had a gloomy face, and after a moment, He became even more irritable. I used talent steal 3 times in a row, but there was no response. Is my level steal ineffective against level talents? Zhao Qiu couldn't help but doubt himself. Lin Xiaoyu was tied to a pillar, her face pale. She looked at the furious Zhao Qiu without saying a word. Brother Qiu, is there a possibility? What? Xiaoyu is a hidden talent. To steal her talent, we need her cooperation. If she has a lot of resistance in her heart, we may not be able to steal it. Fang Siki said. That makes sense. This might be the reason. After all, his level 1 talent is extraordinary. After hearing this, Zhao Qiu's eyes lit up. He felt that this was the most reasonable answer. Only, do you know the problem? How to solve it? It was obvious that Lin Xiaoyu would not cooperate with him and willingly give him her talent. He stared at Lin Xiaoyu and fell into deep thought. Xiaoyu, you'd better stop struggling. Just give up your talent and don't resist. This way you will suffer less. I promise you that after obtaining your talent, Brother Qiu will not kill you. He can also keep you in the team to ensure your safety. Fang Siki said. That's right. As long as you cooperate with me, I will keep you safe. Otherwise. At the end of Zhao Qiu's speech, his voice turned cold, and the threat in his voice was self-evident. Wishful thinking. Fang Siki, I treated you as my best friend, but you betrayed me mercilessly. You will not have a good ending. Lin Xiaoyu stared at her best friend and best roommate, feeling extremely sad. And you, Zhao Qiu, even if I die, I will never let you succeed. Lin Xiaoyu knew that if she agreed to them, she would be exposed immediately because she had not yet awakened her talent. If Zhao Qiu still fails to steal the talent with her cooperation, he will become suspicious. Remove the impossible, and what remains is the truth. Once Zhao Qiu and the others knew that I actually had no talent, they would be furious and kill me directly. But she doesn't want to die yet. She also wants to be reunited with her brother. Only if you don't cooperate will they think of other ways to make you cooperate, which can buy you time. Pa. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was thinking, she was slapped in the face. Damn it, Lin Xiaoyu. Don't refuse my toast and then drink the forfeit. My patience is limited. Zhao Qiu said coldly. Lin Xiaoyu, you'd better face reality. If you insist on resisting, I have plenty of ways to deal with it. Fang Siki's expression also changed, and she looked angry. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu didn't say anything, she finally stopped pretending and showed her most hateful face. Brother Qiu, since she won't cooperate, there's no point in keeping her. Haven't you always wanted to have a taste of the school beauty, Lin? Now is your chance. As soon as Fang Siki said this, an obscene smile appeared on Zhao Qiu's face. Indeed, if he couldn't get the talent, he didn't need to force it. There were plenty of talents out there, and he could just steal others. Fang Siki, you are not a human. Lin Xiaoyu's bound body began to tremble. Fang Siki smiled faintly, stroked Lin Xiaoyu's face with her right hand, and said evilly, what a pity for such a pretty face and such a perfect figure. As she spoke, she gently lifted Lin Xiaoyu's chin with her hand. When Brother Qiu gets tired of playing with you, he will throw you to Shouhou's group of men. I believe they will be very happy. Fang Siki was like a devil. She gently lifted Lin Xiaoyu's chin and said, I just don't know if they will be gentle to you. After all, they hate you very much. Fang Siki, I was so blind to think of you as my best friend. If you dare to do that to me, my brother won't let you go. He's already on his way to find me. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu felt very helpless. She didn't know what to do. She could only bring up her brother to give herself some confidence. So, you have a brother? Chapter 61. She seems crazy. So, you have a brother? Zhao Qiu was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up and he said, That's great. We will set up an ambush and use you to lure him here and kill him to prevent future troubles. By the way, let him see you being toyed with. Ha ha ha. As Zhao Qiu spoke, he seemed to imagine that scene and became more and more excited. And at this moment, Lin Xiaoyu heard this. It was as if my head exploded with a bang. Only one voice echoed, Zhao Qiu wants to abuse me, kill my brother, and let my brother see what happens to me. Can't. This is absolutely not allowed. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly shook his head frantically, muttering to himself, I can't be abused. I belong to my brother. No one can kill my brother. I can't let my brother see me in such a miserable state. Lin Xiaoyu was completely stimulated by Zhao Qiu's words and seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Hatred for Fang Siki's betrayal, despair for humanity, obsession with my brother. All kinds of negative emotions were growing wildly in her heart, becoming stronger and stronger. Brother Qiu, Lin Xiaoyu seems to be abnormal. Zhao Qiu was still describing the scene in his mind and didn't notice anything unusual until Fang Siki spoke. Then he looked over. Suddenly, both of them were frightened. Lin Xiaoyu was seen shaking his head like a madman and talking to himself. Seems crazy. Brother Qiu, what should we do now? Fang Siki asked. Damn it. It looks like she's been driven crazy by overstimulation. There's no chance for talent, so let me have a taste of her first. At this moment, Zhao Qiu no longer cared about his talent and just had a lewd smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's plump breasts. Ah! Just when Zhao Qiu's hand was about to touch Lin Xiaoyu, a loud scream scared him so much that he shrank back. The next moment, the two saw a scene they would never forget. Thick black air kept coming out of Lin Xiaoyu's body, enveloping her. The terrifying aura, like a tide, continued to spread out from her body. Shwa! The next moment, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head and opened her eyes. Her cold pupils no longer had any trace of human emotion. Brother Qiu, what is going on? Fang Siki's eyes showed horror. How the hell should I know? Zhao Qiu cursed angrily and slowly backed away. Lin Xiaoyu at this moment was completely different from what the two people remembered. She seemed to have become a completely different person. No, can't say he is a human being. Because in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, the two saw no human emotions, only calmness. The terrifying calmness. Like the eyes of the god of death, indifferent to everything. Then, a ding sound was heard. The steel rope on Lin Xiaoyu's body seemed to be hit by a terrifying force and broke into pieces. Ah! A shocking roar. Her body rose directly into the air and stood in the void. A huge and inexplicable aura rose from her body. Brother Qiu, I have a very bad feeling. Fang Siki stammered. Isn't it possible that Lin Xiaoyu has awakened some talent again? It has been rumored on the forum that some people have awakened 2 or even 3 talents. No matter what she is, as long as she hasn't reached the first level, I'm not afraid of her. A fierce look flashed in Zhao Qiu's eyes. Mid-air, Lin Xiaoyu's body was still emitting a terrifying aura, and the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. There was a black gas spreading from her body. Strike first. I want you dead. Zhao Qiu made a decision instantly and decided not to wait any longer. No matter what happened to Lin Xiaoyu, since he felt a dangerous aura, he couldn't let her stay. Suddenly, arcs of electricity were wrapped around Zhao Qiu, and lightning flashed. He directly used his innate thunderstorm power, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning gathered wildly in his palm. Go to hell. The lightning condensed into a huge thunderball, which he threw out and flew towards Lin Xiaoyu. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu did not dodge, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Anyone hit by his attack would be seriously injured even if they were at level 1, let alone Lin Xiaoyu who was only at level 10. No matter what happened to you, it doesn't matter. Fang Siki felt relieved after watching this scene. She seemed to have seen the lightning exploding on Lin Xiaoyu, blowing her into pieces. Suddenly, just when the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, boom! The terrifying magic power suddenly exploded around Lin Xiaoyu, forming a huge column of magic light that shot up into the sky. A huge aura spread out, making both of them feel boundless pressure. The thunderball also arrived at this time, smashing over with terrible energy. Is it going to hit? The two looked expectant. Chapter 62, Are You a Devil? Pa! The next moment, the expressions on their faces froze. Lin Xiaoyu casually raised his hand and gently slapped the thunderstorm energy ball, sending it flying. Oh? Can energy balls be shot away? Zhao Qiu felt like his brain wasn't enough. No one knew better than him how powerful the energy contained in his thunderstorm just now was. It would explode directly if it encountered any obstacles. The terrifying force is enough to destroy all objects within a radius of 7 or 8 meters. But what happened to being slapped and sent flying? Before he had time to think about it, a loud noise was heard from the side. The thunderstorm energy ball was knocked away and landed inside the bookshelf, where it exploded directly, tearing everything around it into pieces. You too, have you figured out how to die? Lin Xiaoyu's cold voice rang out, causing the temperature of the entire space to drop significantly. Zhao Qiu suddenly felt a breath of death. He began to retreat, with fear growing in his heart. What's wrong with this woman? Even if it is an awakened talent, it shouldn't be so terrifying, right? The rising pressure became stronger and stronger, and at this moment it had reached an extremely terrifying level, making him feel as if he was facing the devil from hell. Escape. This was the only thought in his mind now. Your life is important. He turned around quickly, and his figure turned into a shadow, rushing out at a high speed. However, There was someone who was faster than him. When Fong Siki realized that something was wrong, she immediately turned around and ran. Can you run away? The cold voice made the two men tremble in their hearts. Fong Siki gritted her teeth, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, as if she had made some decision. Fong Siki suddenly turned around and slapped out with both palms, hitting Zhao Qiu with incredible precision, sending him flying back. Grass! You bitch! The look of astonishment on Zhao Qiu's face instantly turned into rage. He could never have imagined that at the critical moment, this woman not only abandoned him, but also tricked him. Fong Siki seemed not to hear his curse and quickly rushed downstairs from the 5th floor. Bang! Zhao Qiu heavily knocked over several rows of bookshelves. As soon as he stood up, he met Lin Xiaoyu's ruthless eyes. Don't worry, she can't run away. You too must die. A cold voice came out of her mouth. Zhao Qiu's hair stood on end. Die! A huge black sword quickly took shape and appeared in Lin Xiaoyu's hand. Behind her, a pair of black wings stretched out. Her body was like a streak of black light, passing through the air in an instant. The next moment, drops of blood dripped from the black sword. Before Zhao Qiu understood what was happening, and before the expression on his face even changed, he felt waves of piercing pain coming over him. Puff! Blood suddenly gushed out of his arms, and then they fell off. His legs were also broken at this time. Turn out to be. Which sword was that just now? All his limbs have been cut off. Because the speed was too fast, his body didn't have time to react, and the pain came only now. Ah! The shrill screams echoed throughout the entire library. Just stay here, watch yourself bleed bit by bit, and slowly enjoy the endless pain. Lin Xiaoyu had no expression on her face and said coldly, Tell me, will you die of pain, or will you bleed to death? Ah! You devil! Zhao Qiu screamed madly. At this moment, he couldn't figure out why things turned out like this. Why did Lin Xiaoyu suddenly wake up? Even if he awakened his second talent, it couldn't be this terrifyingly strong, right? But no one would give him an answer. He was destined to die in endless pain with this question, resentment, and regret. First floor of the library. There were 30 or 40 people gathered. All of them were Zhao Qiu's men, and two groups of people had gone out to search for supplies. While these people were chatting, suddenly, a shrill scream was heard from the 5th floor. What happened? That sounds like the boss voice. Everyone clenched their weapons, stood up, and stared at the stairs. Just at this moment, they saw a woman running down from upstairs in a panic. It was Fong Siki, Zhao Qiu's girlfriend. Sister Siki, what happened? Someone asked immediately. Lin Xiaoyu went crazy. She took advantage of Brother Qiu's unpreparedness, kicked him in the lower body, and tried to escape. Fong Siki rolled her eyes and made up a lie. Brother Qiu asked me to come down and inform everyone not to let Lin Xiaoyu leave. You must catch her, otherwise Brother Qiu will be angry. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. No wonder he screamed so heartbreakingly. It turns out that he was kicked down there. Judging from the sound, it's probably very serious and he might not be able to recover from it. Sister Siki, don't worry, we will never let Lin Xiaoyu escape. Someone said. The main strength of their team depends on Zhao Qiu. Now that this has happened, Zhao Qiu will definitely be furious. After all, no man can tolerate being hurt there. If they fail to catch Lin Xiaoyu, they will not be able to withstand Zhao Qiu's wrath. Lin Xiaoyu has gone crazy. As soon as she comes down, everyone will rush over and control her. Fong Siki's eyes flickered as she gave orders quickly. Chapter 63, Can You Escape? As soon as Fong Siki finished speaking, Lin Xiaoyu rushed out from the stairs on the 2nd floor. Brothers, go ahead. Suddenly, led by a young man, everyone rushed forward without even being able to see the figures clearly. When Fong Siki saw this scene, she turned around and rushed out of the library. You guys are looking for death. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the group of people rushing over with cold eyes. Although she didn't know why these people attacked her, it didn't matter anymore. She is no longer the kind-hearted and compassionate girl she used to be. In Lin Xiaoyu's hand, the black sword slashed out directly. An extremely sharp sword light flashed across, and the heads of the 7 or 8 people rushing in the front flew off instantly. Blood spurted out, splashing the faces of the people behind him. In an instant, everyone came to their senses and stopped rushing forward as they looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who seemed like a completely different person. You all deserve to die. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Fong Siki, who escaped from the door, and murderous intent surged throughout her body. When her cold eyes swept over, everyone felt as if their bodies were being cut by a knife. Sister Xiaoyu, don't kill me. We were all forced by Fong Siki. We didn't really want to do anything to you. Xiaoyu, please forgive me for the fact that we are classmates. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu, who was like a god of death, everyone began to tremble in fear. Some of them knelt down and begged for mercy. Oh my god, what's wrong with this woman? How come she suddenly became a different person? Before, she was a relatively kind girl, if not a saint, but now she has suddenly turned into a terrifying murderer. Tired, destroy it. The end of the destructive blade storm. Lin Xiaoyu swung the black sword, and suddenly countless sword lights flew, ravaging the entire space. At this moment, the only thing on her mind was killing. Kill these ungrateful people. Kill these people you once protected. They weren't the only ones she killed with her sword. There was also her kindness and her unwillingness to bear it. At this moment, she did not hesitate at all. She wanted to completely cut off the kindness, meddling, and softness in her heart and completely erase them. Puff, puff. The sword energy was everywhere, and everyone was torn into pieces by the sword light, and the flesh flew everywhere. When everything stops, there was no longer a complete corpse in the entire library, and the blood dyed the ground red. Even the walls and pillars around were torn apart by the sword energy, leaking air everywhere, and were on the verge of collapsing. I'm afraid the entire library will collapse before tomorrow. Can you run away? After doing all this, Lin Xiaoyu looked in the direction where Fang Siki escaped. Then, the black wings behind him shook, turned into a black stream of light, and rushed out. Huh, she won't come after me, right? Fang Siki ran for 7 or 8 minutes, looked back, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she roared angrily again. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Fang Siki couldn't figure it out. After finally gaining a certain status and power in the last days, it was destroyed in the blink of an eye. She blamed all of this on Lin Xiaoyu, but never thought about her own problems. This bitch, how come she suddenly became so powerful? Fang Siki cursed as she walked. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind her. Are you talking about me? Fang Siki's body trembled when she heard this strange yet familiar voice. She turned back stiffly and saw Lin Xiaoyu's extremely cold eyes. Xiaoyu. Her voice trembled. Xiaoyu, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me, okay? At this moment, she just wanted to survive. Bang! In response, she received a heavy kick directly on her chest, knocking her to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu fell to the ground and walked over slowly. Xiaoyu, don't kill me, please. Fang Siki was as embarrassed as she was before. Click. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Lin Xiaoyu turned a deaf ear to her pleas for mercy and simply crushed both of her kneecaps. I treat you as my best sister. Why do you want to hurt me? You still want to use such a vicious method on me. Are you still human? Lin Xiaoyu spoke to herself. The next moment, he stepped on Fang Siki's arms and broke them. Ah! Fang Siki screamed in pain. The severe pain almost made her faint. Lin Xiaoyu grabbed her collar from behind and dragged her like a dead dog, step by step towards the library. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Fang Siki endured the severe pain and kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to her. Lin Xiaoyu dragged her slowly, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Chapter 64, Cruel Lin Xiaoyu. 10 minutes later, the two returned to the library again, and Fang Siki was already dying. Feeling that Lin Xiaoyu had stopped, she forced herself to open her eyes, but the next moment her stomach churned. Broken bodies and severed limbs were everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood filled every inch of space. Vomit! Fang Siki's face turned even paler, and she kept vomiting, feeling like she was about to vomit bile. Even with her vicious mind, she couldn't endure this hellish scene. Lin Xiaoyu threw her to the ground, picked up a knife, and started waving at Fang Siki's face. Xiaoyu, what are you going to do? No, please let me go. Fang Siki's eyes widened, as if she had thought of something terrible. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly fell down with a knife in his hand. A knife was cut on Fang Siki's left cheek. The knife was stabbed in the dormitory when I opened the door to let you in. After Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, he stabbed her again. This knife is me sharing my food with you. I saved your life when the restaurant was clearing out zombies. This knife is your revenge for kindness, and you are teaming up with Zhao Qiu to deal with me. You came up with such a vicious method to make me surrender. Every time Lin Xiaoyu spoke, she cut a knife on Fang Siki's face. At this moment, the other person's face was covered with blood marks from her scratches. What Lin Xiaoyu experienced during this period of time has made him realize what human nature is and what despair is. She finally understood what her brother said. Lin Xiaoyu, you bitch, kill me if you have the guts. Fang Siki could no longer endure the torture and cursed with all her might. Okay, you want to die? I'll help you do that. Lin Xiaoyu spoke calmly and gently took Fang Siki's hand. Then, a knife cut through. There was a small cut on her wrist and blood was flowing out. Then, she followed the same method and made small cuts on Fang Siki's limbs. Wrist-cutting suicides on TV are all played out like this. Just feel the passing of life. After finishing everything, Lin Xiaoyu threw the knife away, walked to a corner, bent her legs, and sat down against a stone pillar. She didn't leave. Because it's not over yet. She is waiting for someone. The breeze blew up the bloody smell in the room, making it seem even more miserable. Lin Xiaoyu was sitting alone in a library full of corpses, looking so weird and lonely. She was waiting for someone to kill. In a large supermarket near Tianhai University, a team of about 20 people were cleaning up the harvest inside. Brother Monkey, I'm lucky today. I actually encountered a first-level zombie with both hands cut off. Yes, this way, Brother Monkey can advance to the next level and no longer have to listen to Zhao Qiu's grandson's orders. Around the skinny monkey, a bunch of younger brothers were smiling and flattering him. And that bitch Lin Xiaoyu has been against us all the time. Didn't she just rape a few female classmates? She just won't give in. That's right. This time, Brother Monkey has upgraded his rank, so he just brought that bitch over to have some fun with her. Someone said with a lewd smile. Haha, no problem. Wait for me to advance, and then we'll seize the initiative. The skinny monkey waved his hand at his younger brothers and promised. Don't worry, brothers. Follow me, and you will have delicious food, good drinks, and beautiful women to sleep with. Woo. A group of people whistled and looked very excited. Not long. The skinny monkey achieved his wish and broke through to become a first-level strongman. Brothers, follow me and go back to do business. He waved his hand and led a group of people towards the library. An hour later, Skinny Monkey, accompanied by more than 40 of his followers, appeared outside the library in a mighty procession. They were laughing and making noises. What's that smell? How disgusting. As soon as they stepped into the library, they smelled a disgusting odor that almost made them vomit. Damn it, what are Zhao Qiu and the others doing? I almost vomited what I just ate. Someone cursed. This smell. It smells like blood. The skinny monkey narrowed his eyes. With such a strong smell of blood, many people must have died. Did an internal conflict occur? Or are there other evolvers coming to kill us? When everyone thought of this possibility, they became alert and slowly walked inside. When everyone walked into the library, they were all stunned by the scene before them. This is simply hell on earth. There were corpses everywhere, and they were all incomplete corpses, with broken limbs and arms everywhere. The blood dyed the ground red, emitting a smell that made it hard to breathe. Brother Monkey, these are all Zhao Qiu's men. They are all dead. Not a single body is intact. After checking, everyone reported to the skinny monkey, all with unhappy faces. Even they were frightened by this tragic scene and turned pale. Boss, there's another person here. It's Lin Xiaoyu. She's still alive. At this time, someone found Lin Xiaoyu, who was curled up in the corner with her legs hugged. Hearing this, the skinny monkey was delighted. Just be alive. He has been coveting this campus beauty for a long time. Chapter 65 I killed them all. At this time, on the other side, Tianhai University is in front of us. There are basically no zombies in this area. It seems that they have all been cleared out. As a teacher at Tianhai University, Yi Piao was naturally familiar with the place and led everyone to the gate of the university. 2 days. Lin Yu and his companions swept across the area as if they were in an empty space, and all the zombies that passed by were blown up. Even the first-level zombies were killed in 72 pieces. Yi Piao and Lu Shiyan broke through to the 5th level of the first stage one after another. Lin Yu also reached the first level 3, but he still had 53 first-level pills in his hand, which was enough for him to reach the first level 8 in one fell swoop. Even those who followed them to help pick up crystal cores were all level 10. Let's go. Lin Yu was a little excited. In this life, he finally had no regrets. Xiaoyu lives in Building 11, right? Well, I know the way here. Lin Yu was at the front, a little impatient. It is now the 30th day since the end of the world, exactly 1 month. The zombies in the university had basically been cleared out by the survivors, and everyone had a smooth journey. Soon we arrived at Building 11, the first-year female dormitory. Lin Yu rushed in and found Xiaoyu's dormitory. How so? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Yu frowned. The door of Xiaoyu's dormitory was wide open, and there were a lot of bloodstains on the corridor. Fortunately, Lin Yu did not find any blood or debris in the dormitory. It looks like she ran away and is not here, Lu Shiyun said. There are probably many survivors in the school. Maybe he's with them. Let's go find someone and ask them. Lin Yu frowned even more tightly when he heard this. No one knows better than him how greedy and terrible human nature is in the end times. Lin Xiaoyu is pretty and a school beauty. Although under his arrangement, her attributes have increased dramatically. But now it has been a month since the end of the world, and the stronger evolvers are probably at the first level. So, Lin Yu was very worried. After leaving the dormitory building, Lin Yu strolled around the campus. At this point in time, I'm afraid most of the survivors are out looking for supplies or killing zombies. It's hard to meet people on campus. Lu Shiyun analyzed calmly. Walk. When Lin Yu heard this, he walked out. After several twists and turns, 3 survivors were finally found in an alley not far from the school. They were blocked by hundreds of zombies. Lin Yu condensed a flaming knife in his right hand and slashed out 3 times in succession. The 40-meter-long sword slashed across, and these level 9 and 10 zombies were cut in half. The 3 survivors were stunned by this scene. So easy? Are you students of Tianhai University? Lin Yu walked closer and asked the 3 people. Yes, we are students from Tianhai University. Dude, thanks for saving my life. Hey, it's Teacher Yi. Someone recognized Yi Piao and exclaimed in surprise. Yi Piao nodded and asked with a smile, Do you know where Lin Xiaoyu is? Lin Xiaoyu? I know. She seems to be in Zhao Qiu's team, one of the several large teams in the school, in the library. But something seems to have happened to their team these past 2 days, and it's related to Lin Xiaoyu. One of the students was talking when he suddenly felt cold. He looked up and saw Lin Yu's murderous eyes. Suddenly, he couldn't speak clearly and couldn't continue. Speak clearly. Lin Yu exuded a terrifying murderous intent, making everyone around him feel a chill. I heard that Zhao Qiu imprisoned Lin Xiaoyu for some unknown reason. Let's go to the library. There was frost on Lin Yu's face, and murderous intent was surging in his eyes. Yi Piao looked at this scene and did not dare to delay. She led everyone to clear the way. Library. Skinny Monkey, along with a group of his younger brothers, covered their noses and walked towards Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, what happened here? Where is Zhao Qiu? Why are all these people dead? At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu slowly raised her head. You are finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Her voice was soft, and there was a gleam in her eyes. Hearing this, the skinny monkey's eyes narrowed, and he clearly felt something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Brother Monkey is asking you a question. Why are all these people dead? A younger brother shouted angrily. They were killed. Lin Xiaoyu said expressionlessly. Who killed him? The skinny monkey frowned and asked, Also, why are you okay? Because. Lin Xiaoyu looked up at him and smiled grimly. I killed them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. The atmosphere was dull. Damn it, you're not telling the truth, are you? One of the younger brothers obviously didn't believe it. However, the next moment, a flash of sword light flashed, and he fell down, covering his neck. At this time, the skinny monkeys came back to their senses and quickly retreated. Then, they all took out their weapons and became alert. The Lin Xiaoyu in front of me was so abnormal. Skinny monkey, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Xiaoyu slowly stood up and pointed at the corpse on the ground. They have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 66. What talent have you awakened? Damn it. No matter what you are doing, brothers, come at me together. The skinny monkey shuddered, called his brothers, and rushed over. The end of destruction. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the people rushing over and just spoke quietly. Then, an incomparable aura surged from her body, and thick pillars of magic light exploded around her. At the same time, a pair of black wings grew out from her back. Fuck, what the hell is this? Abala the fairy transforms? Everyone looked horrified and stopped rushing forward. This was because the aura emanating from Lin Xiaoyu was so huge that it made them feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. Blade storm. But Lin Xiaoyu didn't stop. The black sword in his hand condensed. As the sword was slashed out, it instantly turned into countless sword lights, hundreds of them, densely packed and intertwined together. An extremely terrifying sword energy storm was formed, raging in all directions. Puff, puff. The sound of sword energy tearing through the body continued to ring out. Ah, run! She is a devil! Someone was scared. The skinny monkey was also extremely shocked. He thought that since he had broken through to the first level, he would be considered a strong man here. Who knew what had happened to Lin Xiaoyu, and why he suddenly became so powerful that he felt the breath of death approaching. The sword energy attacked. The skinny monkey hurriedly grabbed a younger brother next to him and stood in front of him. The next moment, the sword energy exploded, directly tearing the little brother into pieces, and the rest of the sword energy penetrated through. How is this possible? Even when I die, I still have many problems that I haven't figured out. In less than 10 breaths, the library experienced another hellish baptism, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. Kacha. The surrounding cement and stone pillars were covered with sword marks, some of which even cut through the steel bars inside, and crisp sounds were heard at this time. It's going to collapse. Well, let's bury everything here. Including the former Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu muttered to herself. The great sword in her hand swept out again, and the terrifying sword energy burst out, instantly destroying the pillars supporting the library. She flapped her wings, and her body turned into a faint light and flew out. Boom, boom. The sound of the library was heard, and then the ground shook and collapsed as if there was a major earthquake. The huge sound could be heard from far away. What's that sound? Lin Yu and his group were running all the way when they suddenly felt a huge vibration. It seems to come from the front, which is where the library is. Yi Piao said. When Lin Yu heard this, his heart tightened and he sped up his pace. Boom, boom. The entire library collapsed, raising a huge cloud of dust. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the scene, feeling a little confused. She didn't know where to go now. The next moment, she felt a huge sense of weakness in her body, and her body tilted and she almost fell. Recover some strength first, then I'll go back to the dormitory and wait for my brother. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu made a decision. She found a pile of rubble to sit down and leaned against it to rest. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yu and others came here. He stared in amazement at the library that had become a ruin. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Lin Yu shouted loudly around. Hey, I seem to hear my brother's voice. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, which were about to fall asleep, suddenly opened, and then she shook her head. I must be dreaming. Xiaoyu, are you there? Suddenly, a clearer sound came into my ears. Lin Xiaoyu widened her eyes. She was not mistaken. It was really her brother's voice. Her brother came to see her. Brother, is that you? At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu found strength from nowhere and struggled to stand up from the pile of rocks. At a glance, then I saw that anxious and flustered figure. Elder brother. Lin Xiaoyu shouted excitedly and rushed towards Lin Yu regardless of her tired body. Xiaoyu. When Lin Yu heard this familiar voice, he turned around suddenly and saw a figure covered in blood running towards him. An excited look appeared on his face, and he opened his arms to welcome them. Bang! There was a loud bang. The dust is flying. Xiaoyu, don't be so reckless in the future. My old waist has an important mission. If it breaks, I won't be able to find a wife, and the Lin family will be extinct. Lin Yuqing lay on the ground with his legs up and his back facing the sky. Don't worry, if you can't find your wife, you still have me. Lin Xiaoyu lay her whole body on him and said weakly. The two of them just lay on top of each other in the pit. Lin Yu forgot about Xiaoyu's terrifying power attribute and was too excited, and was knocked to the ground by the silly girl who rushed over. The huge impact force cracked the ground under Lin Yu's back. Tiny cracks spread out like a spider web. Get up first. I don't. Lin Yu had no choice but to reach out and hug the delicate body in his arms. The two of them just lay quietly in the pit, enjoying the rare peace and warmth. Lu Shiyun and others stood in the distance and watched the two without disturbing them. A long time passed. The two men got up from the pit. Xiaoyu, didn't I ask you to stay in the dormitory and wait for me? What happened? Lin Yu gently wiped the blood off Xiaoyu's face with his palm. Brother, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. Lin Xiaoyu told him everything. Silly girl, I'm sorry for you. I should have come earlier. Lin Yu blamed himself a little. Brother, I don't blame you. Besides, this is actually quite good. If I had always been under my brother's protection, I would never have been able to grow up. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head and said, if I am not allowed to go through these things, I will only be a drag on my brother. Maybe, I won't even be able to awaken my talent. Lin Yu listened and hugged the person in his arms tighter. Silly girl, kindness is reserved for those who are your own. It's the end of the world. You must understand the evil of human nature and change your mindset. We have the strength to lend a helping hand to others without doing any harm to ourselves. But you must be on guard against people. Being able to help is already a great kindness. You must never put yourself in danger again. Unless one day, you are strong enough to fear nothing. Lin Yu patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and comforted her softly. Okay, brother, I understand. Lin Xiaoyu said. By the way, what talent did you awaken? It seems super powerful. What is it? Lin Yu was very curious. It must be very difficult to destroy this 5-story library. Chapter 67. Lava Fire Under Sakura Mountain. What talent? Level. Final Destruction. When Lin Xiaoyu said this, everyone's eyes widened. Even Lu Shiyun only now realized Xiaoyu's talent. Directly awakening level. Lin Yu didn't know what to say. How could others survive? In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone awakening both of them directly. Sudden. He thought of another possibility. Could it be that someone has awakened but hasn't revealed it, so no one knows? The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. It seems that this world is not short of people with destiny after all. I am not the protagonist of a novel, so it is impossible for them to favor me alone. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. We still can't relax. It's time to go to Kyoto and seize the Phoenix Nirvana fire. And in that place, there is still one life waiting for him to take. However, to kill that person, he might have to take on the entire empire, so he needed to make some preparations. As long as he absorbs the Phoenix fire, his talent can definitely be advanced to the level 1. Then he can go to the sacred mountain of Sakura Country, Sakura Mountain, and take away the lava fire. Oh, right, the fire of the sun? Lin Yu suddenly had a bold idea. What would happen if you ran into the sun and absorbed the sun's fire? The next moment, he quickly threw away this crazy idea. That thing is not something he can think of now. Next to them, Yang Long looked as if he had lost all hope in life. The big guys in front of him were either level 1 or level 2, which made Karami, a level 1 kid, feel a little embarrassed. Brother, when I awakened, all my attributes increased by 100 each, and my magic points increased by 10,000. Xiaoyu looked very proud. She had finally awakened her talent. When she saw her brother, her previously suppressed emotions recovered a lot and a smile appeared on her face. As she spoke, she revealed her attributes. Codename: Brother's Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Level: 0th level, level 10. Magic power: 16,000. Strength: 358. Physique: 155. Speed: 208. Spirit: 155. Golden Strength Divine Mark. Strength attribute is permanent. Talent: Final Destruction. This, Yang Long didn't know what to say. No words could describe his feelings at the moment. Others would be so excited that they couldn't sleep if they could awaken a certain level of talent. If you reach the next level, you can become the leader of a team. As a result, these bastards in front of me are either level 1 or level 2. He shut himself in. He hasn't even reached the first level yet, but his attributes are comparable to many first-level talents. No wonder such damage was caused last night. Lu Shiyun and Yi Piao took a breath of cold air at the same time. This attribute is already almost the same as theirs. If it reaches the first level, wouldn't it be nearly twice as much as theirs? Lin Yu knew. All this is not only due to the dual talents, the golden power fruit also played a huge role. That was a treasure that he had never heard of in his previous life. Xiaoyu, absorb all these first-level crystal cores. Since you have awakened your talent, there is no need to suppress your level anymore. Lin Yu took out 30 crystal cores from his arms. Good. The little girl looked well behaved. She took out a first-level crystal core and started absorbing it. Soon, 30 first-level crystal cores turned into powder. Lin Xiaoyu's aura became stronger and stronger, and the huge magic power could not be controlled and burst out directly from her body. Exploding, black magic power rose, forming a magic light column with a diameter of 3 meters, completely enveloping her body. Can't see the true face. The huge magic power formed a high airflow, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. The hair and clothes of Lin Yu and others were blown up by this airflow. Yang Long was the worst. Under this airflow, my body was blown back 2 steps. So strong. Drops of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He couldn't imagine how desperate it would be to become an enemy with such a person. After a moment, the magic light column dissipated and the magic power retracted into the body. Brother, I feel super strong. Lin Xiaoyu put away her magic power, rushed over, and wanted another hug. Stop. Lin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stopped Xiaoyu's attack. He could catch it with his strength, but he was afraid of hurting Xiaoyu. Brother, let me show you my attributes. Lin Xiaoyu cheered with joy. The powerful strength she gained after the advancement swept away all the depression she had been feeling. Codename: Brother's Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Level: Level 1, Level 3. Magic Power, 35,000. Strength, 716. Physique, 310. Speed, 446. Spirit, 310. Golden Strength Divine Mark. Strength attribute is permanent. Talent, Final Destruction. The powerful attribute panel is almost catching up with Linyu. The double talent can increase her strength by 3 times. The power can be increased 3 times to reach 3,150 points. This is almost the 4th level power of an ordinary evolver with no talent bonus. At this moment, she has become the strongest person under Linyu. When you reach the 0 level, you will be able to obtain the golden fruit and awaken your dual talents. You are probably the only one in the world who has such an opportunity. Linyu couldn't help but sigh. This kind of opportunity will probably never be found again. Yanglong, these 10 first-level ones are for you. Use them to advance. Linyu took out 10 first-level crystal cores and handed them to Yanglong. Chapter 68 9 Lights of Dawn. Yanglong is a metal manipulator. If he is not compared with others in terms of level, his combat power is okay, and he will also have the opportunity to advance his talents in the future. Moreover, he has been working hard and has a good character over this period of time. Boss, this is a first-level crystal core. Yanglong was surprised. He didn't expect that Linyu would give him 10 first-level crystal cores, which were so precious. In this day and age, many people are willing to fight to the death and use all kinds of conspiracies to obtain a first-level crystal core, which shows its importance. It's okay, just take it. The crystal core is precious, but I value people more. You have performed well recently. I hope you can still be trusted in the future. Linyu didn't say much. Many things just need to be understood by each other. There is no need to point them out clearly. Don't worry, boss. I won't let you down. Yanglong said seriously. After taking the crystal core, he began to absorb it. Not long after, he also succeeded in breaking through. Yanglong came up to him with a smile on his face. Uncle, the noise you made when you advanced was so small, not as shocking as Sister Xiaoyou's. The little girl Lu Rook spoke innocently. The smile on Yanglong's face froze instantly. The first level is no longer fragrant. Haha. This scene made several people burst into laughter. Let's go back to Olma first. There are a lot of supplies there. Let's collect them first. Master, what are your plans next? Yi Piao asked. Yes, the little sister I had been thinking about was found safely. What to do next? Lin Yu's eyes sharpened. The revenge of the previous life has not yet begun in this life. Kyoto Xia family, Xia Haoren. Although he has not yet emerged, Lin Yu knows that this person is very strong and insidious. According to the time, it's almost been 3 months since the rat tide. The War of 100 Nations is about to begin. He said to himself, Brother, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. There is only one plan for the future. Find various high-level fire powers, Phoenix Fire, Earth Core Fire, Star Fire, even Sun Core Fire, and the Fire of Rules. Devour them and advance your talent to level 9. And the next target is the Phoenix Fire in Kyoto. Finding his sister was a big deal, and Linyu began to plan for the next steps. After everyone found an Olma and cleared the zombies, Lu Shiyun went to collect all the usable supplies. It is safest to put it in her infinite space. Linyu also planned to have a good rest for a day, as the next battle would be dangerous. A bunch of people were on the 2nd floor of Orma, gathering sofas and other things together, with some people lying on their backs. Many people even started playing mahjong directly. How pleasant. Brother Dashi, are you here yet? Linyu found the floor of Zombie King Dashixing in the previous post and sent a message to him. No reply. Brother Yu, there are 6 second-level people in Dashia. Lu Shiyun's voice came. Upon hearing this, Linyu clicked on the ranking list to check it out. World ranking list. First place, Brother Dashi, level 2. Second place, Blade, tier 2. Third place, Dawn, tier 2. Fourth place, Modest Gentleman, level 2. Fifth place, Genius Scientist, level 2. Sixth place, Archmage, level 2. All of them are second-level warriors from Dashia, which is undoubtedly an unbelievable honor for foreigners. Brother Dashi is blessed with natural advantages. I'm afraid he will always be the leader in the rank list in the future, right? Lu Shiyun recalled the first time they met. She and Linyu were still looking for first-level zombies everywhere, but Brother Dashi only needed to move his fingers and the zombies would commit suicide and offer their crystal cores. It's just that, there's no one like him. It's basically like this before the 5th level. After reaching the 5th level, it's not so easy to advance further. Linyu shook his head. The further he advanced, the more difficult it would be. Many of these 6 people have never been seen before. How come they are suddenly at the second level? Yipiao also came over. Everyone who can make it to the world rankings is not simple, so don't underestimate them. Lin Yu introduced with a smile. Blade, a soldier king in the northern military region, has strong strength and talent, plus the resources of the army. It is not surprising that he ranks second. Xu Guang, the owner of the absolute rule talent, his strength will always be a mystery. What Lin Yu didn't say was, in his previous life, Xu Guang was the strongest person in the sequence, with unfathomable strength. The 9 lights of dawn led by him: dawn, daybreak, sunrise, dusk, afterglow, morning glow, twilight, hope, and daybreak. Each of the 9 powerful men is extremely powerful, and the first 4 are among the strongest. The Archmage has awakened a powerful undead talent. He is an army all by himself. A genius scientist, the proud daughter of the Wang family in Kyoto, Wang Yiling, the crazy Wang. When introducing this woman, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. Chapter 69. Ambition comparable to Empress Wu Zetian. Crazy Wang. This woman is truly a genius. Because of her, a new order was quickly established in the end times. Originally, the end of the world was coming, destroying all scientific civilization and moving towards evolutionary civilization. But this crazy Wang combined evolutionary civilization and scientific civilization and made countless feats that changed the world. A woman whose ambition is comparable to that of Empress Wu Zetian. Don't underestimate it. Master, how many crystal cores are you still short of reaching the second level? Yipiao asked. There are only 2 left. It will be done soon. Lin Yu smiled. At this time, he saw that Brother Dashi had replied. We have been here for a while and are collecting zombies in the western part of Tianhai City. Lin Yu, have you noticed any unusual movement of the rat tide? Brother Dashi, yes, according to some fragments of consciousness I got from the second-level zombies here. A few days ago, the Rat King was summoning rats from all over the city, and then made them mutate quickly to grow stronger. During this process, we fought many zombie groups. The southern area has been completely reduced to ruins. There is not a single zombie left, let alone any survivors. Lin Yu looked at the news with a frown on his face. The South District has at least 200,000 people, plus 300,000 or 400,000 zombies, all devoured by the rat tide? That's the news that came. Didn't you notice that there was no movement in the rat tide yesterday or today? What do you mean? Lin Yu frowned. I think the rat army is evolving. The Rat King should be at level 3 already. He has great wisdom. Lin Yu, if it's that fast, the rats may attack tonight, or tomorrow at the latest. Brother Dashi, I won't talk to you anymore. Business is more important. I have already gathered most of the zombies in the west area and am preparing to lead them to kill the rat tide in the south area. But what I'm worried about is that the rat tide may have already spread to the east district. After finishing the chat, Lin Yu felt a little heavy. The rat tide is in the south district, so the next target will either be the west district where Brother Dashi is, or the east district where he is now. Thinking of this, he stood up suddenly. Brother Yu, what's wrong? The south district has been destroyed. The next target of the rat tide is likely to be the east district where we are. Lin Yu looked solemn. Judging from the previous situations, the Rat King has a very high level of intelligence and is not an ordinary rat. The western district has been integrated by Brother Dashi and is very powerful. The Rat King may not touch that area for the time being. That leaves only one option. Eastern district. Several people's faces changed. A single mutant rat is not scary. What is scary is hundreds of thousands of mutant rats attacking together. It would really be like a swarm of locusts, leaving no one alive wherever they passed. There are too many zombie rats. No one knows exactly how many there are. We can only hope that Brother Dashi will lead the zombies to quickly collide with the rat tide, so as to significantly reduce the number of mutant rats. We have to prepare too. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, he felt the ground shaking, getting stronger and stronger. Oh no, a rat tide is coming. Everyone changed color. Hundreds of thousands of rats, each as big as a wolfhound. How terrifying would the scene be when they rushed into the area? No one could imagine it. Silence! Lin Yu shouted in a low voice, stopping the commotion of the crowd. This time is different from the last time we encountered a rat tide. The last time the rat tide was just passing by, but this time it had a clear target: devour the flesh and blood of all living things. Everyone held their breath and was very nervous. Bang, bang, bang. On the first floor of Ulma, huge banging sounds continued to be heard, as if a sledgehammer was hitting everyone's chest again and again. An atmosphere of tension and fear permeates. Faced with a huge tide of rats, even ordinary strong men would have a hard time surviving. Lin Yu looked at the 30-odd people with a hint of pity in his eyes. Most of them have not reached the first level, and I don't know how many of them can survive this disaster. Bang! The door collapsed with a loud thump. Then, countless mutant rats, smelling the scent of strangers, rushed in through the gap. There are thousands of them. Yang Long, use metal to seal all other places that lead to the third floor, leaving only the escalator. Lin Yu said loudly. Everyone, block the escalator entrance and kill the mutant rats that rush in. Lin Yu felt that this was the best solution at the moment. He walked to the window and looked out. As far as he could see, the whole city was full of mutant rats. There are mutant rats attacking every place, including the streets, alleys, shops, and office buildings. The terrifying numbers flooded the city streets. Chapter 70, Second Stage. On a street, more than a dozen people were fleeing frantically. They were originally clearing out a small group of zombies in the alley, but unexpectedly the ground began to shake violently. They immediately thought of what was mentioned on the forum, the rat tide in Tianhai City. As expected, in a moment, a black army of rats appeared at the end of the street. They rushed past and collided with thousands of zombies on the street. Roar! The zombies rioted. After knocking down the mutant rat, he opened his mouth and started biting it, tearing off a large piece of flesh in one bite and eating it down his stomach. Squeak! The mutant rat was not to be outdone. It swept its sharp claws across, instantly cutting the zombie's throat. The mutant rats are faster and have sharper claws. Zombies are no match at all. It takes a lot of zombies to take away a mutant rat. Brothers, run! A rat tide is coming. Everyone was frightened and turned pale and ran away. Behind them, thousands of zombies were quickly swallowed up and could not hold them back for long. Brother, there are a large group of zombies over there. Where should we run? Someone spoke with a crying tone in his voice. Damn! Boss Yisu suddenly felt despair. There are zombies in front, a huge number of them, and there are even more ferocious mutant rats behind. There is no escape. What to do? His mind raced countless times. He looked left and right and shouted, "Go to the roof!" Everyone's eyes lit up, and they pushed the wall with their feet, using the force to climb onto the roof of the second floor. However, it was all in vain. When the rat tide rushed in, these low buildings were directly knocked down, and several people fell to the ground in despair. The next moment, the black torrent rushed over, and they didn't even have time to scream before they were drowned in the tide of rats. Similar tragedies are constantly happening in every corner of the city's eastern district. Olma, Lin Yu and his group blocked the stairs and barely held back the waves of rats. After Yang Long manipulated the metal to reinforce it, the entrance to the place where they could come up could only accommodate 7 or 8 mutant rats attacking at the same time, which also gave everyone a temporary respite. We can't go on like this. More and more mutant rats will come, and by then many places will be breached. Lu Shiyun frowned. Unless these people advance to the first level and their attributes skyrocket, they will have a chance to break out. Otherwise, I can't save them. Lin Yu said. They wanted to leave, and the rat tide couldn't be stopped. Their speed attributes are very high, much higher than that of first-level mutant rats. If they really want to leave, it is not difficult. The speed of several people is above 150 points, and the little girl Ruku is the weakest, with 140 points. A level 10 zombie only has a speed of 55 points and can't catch up with them at all. Yes, including Yang Long, Hisong, and other first-level beasts, it will not be difficult for them to escape as long as they are not entangled by the first-level mutant beasts. As for those who are less than the first level, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Lin Yu's eyes flashed, and he said to Yang Long, "Go and count. How many crystal cores are the brothers still short of the first level?" Good. Yang Long didn't ask any questions and went to do it immediately. After a while, he came back and said, "Boss, there are 27 brothers left now. 6 of them are at level 1, and the other 21 are still at level 10. If you want to advance these 21 people, you will need 123 more. Each of these people has accumulated a few crystal cores, more or less. 123, this number is not bad." Lin Yu is currently at level 10, with 32 extra in his hand. Although Lu Shiyun and others also needed it, they were not in a hurry. With their current strength, it is enough to protect themselves. "Brother Yu, I still have 6 that I haven't used yet." Lu Shiyun spoke first. She understands Lin Yu best. "I have 7 here too," Yi Piao also said. Lin Yu took the crystal core without hesitation and handed it to Yang Long along with his own 32 crystals. "Yang Long, here are 45. Let some of them reach the first level first, and I'll find a way to deal with the rest. Boss. The people around them could hear their conversation from beginning to end, and at this moment they couldn't help but feel moved. It further strengthened my determination to follow Lin Yu. Okay, don't waste time. Only if you can survive will you be qualified to continue following me. Lin Yu waved his hand, interrupting the moving emotions of the crowd. You guys stay here and guard the entrance together. I'll go out for a walk. After he gave an order to the women, he moved and rushed towards the entrance. Puff, puff. All of them were the sounds of mutant beasts being shot in the head. He killed his way forward, and no mutant rats could stop him. These were just level 10 scum. In his eyes, they are no different from ants. Squeak. As soon as he rushed down the first floor, countless mutant beasts came to greet him at the gate. Roaring flames. A terrifying column of fire rushed out, clearing a path. He rushed out of Olma, activated his reconnaissance skills, and vaguely felt waves of energy that were countless times stronger than level 10. Sure enough, there are quite a few first-order mutant rats. Lin Yu's figure flashed, like a trail of afterimages, shuttling through the tide of rats. No mutant rat could touch the corner of his clothes. In his normal state, his speed of 624 points is almost the same as that of a level 10 mutant rat of the second stage. These low-level ones can only be slaughtered by him. Puff! A huge rat head flew high into the sky. In Lin Yu's hand, a 2-meter-long flaming knife condensed, which he easily cut off and broke its head, taking away the crystal core. Just like this, Lin Yu was like a ghost, shuttling among the rats and attacking the first-level ones. Fortunately, the rat group had experienced the fighting some time ago, and had evolved through devouring, with quite a few at the first level. In just over an hour at most, he would be able to kill enough crystal cores he needed. Squeak! A huge rat cry was heard. Then a dark shadow swooped over. This mutant rat was much larger in size and had a stronger aura. It bared its teeth, blood dripping from its mouth, and its 2 rows of teeth were like steel nails, flashing a cold light. Level 2. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you come anyway. What is he lacking the most now? Isn't it the second-order crystal core? Chapter 71. The mouse can use Kamehameha Wave. Die. He was like a ghost, and the next moment he appeared behind the second-level mutant rat, slashing down with a huge flaming knife. There were no surprises. A head flew high. The second level, in his hands, is just a bigger ant. Almost an hour passed. Lin Yu had already obtained enough first-level crystal cores, but he never went back. He was looking for a second-level mutant rat. He only needed one more, and he would be able to break into the second level. Unfortunately, there were many first-stage mutant rats, but second-stage ones were never seen again. He sighed softly, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Olma. Now, he could clearly feel that there were more zombie rats attacking Olma, and even several first-level ones had joined the attack. If we fail to capture the city and more mutant rats continue to die, I'm afraid that more and more mutant rats will gather here, and by then, except for a few of them with super talents, no one else will be able to escape. Lin Yu's face was solemn. He killed a lot of people and rushed in. Boss. Boss, you're back? Lin Yu rushed to the 3rd floor, and everyone was extremely surprised. Those who haven't advanced can be divided among them. We will evacuate after the breakthrough. He took out 78 crystal cores and handed them to Yang Long. In just a few moments, everyone completed the advancement. Walk. Lin Yu didn't say much and led the way. It is a completely different concept for him to act alone than to act with a group of people. If he were alone, he could use his speed advantage to find an opportunity and leave gracefully. But at this moment, he had to confront some mutant rats that were rushing towards him head-on. If he gave way, the team behind him might be dispersed. Once you are delayed, a steady stream of mutant rats will surround you, and by then, it will be difficult to move no matter how fast you are. Because there is no place to stay. Flame Blade. The 40-meter-long sword condensed and chopped forward continuously, directly clearing the area of nearly 100 meters in front. Go! No one dared to slow down and ran at full speed in the opposite direction of the rat tide. Bang! Suddenly, several huge mutant rats crashed into the team and directly dispersed the team. Lu Rook was not careful and was knocked out. Ruko. Lu Shiyun's eyes were bloodshot. She raised her hand and waved it. The space shattered and directly tore more than 20 mutant rats into pieces. However, the emptied place was filled again in an instant. There are so many mutant rats, and they keep coming. You guys go quickly. I'm going to save Ruko. Lin Yu shouted and turned back. After a few leaps, he arrived beside Ruku and killed dozens of mutant rats with one sword. He picked up the little girl and left. It seems that the abnormality here has attracted the attention of the mutant rat king. Lin Yu frowned. He felt that all the mutant rats seemed to be gathering towards this area. The two of them were already far away from the others. There are countless mutant rats in between. Boss, where are you? Suddenly, a sound was heard, accompanied by flashes of lightning. I'm here. A 40-meter-long sword slashed out, sweeping across the area. Boss, I'm here to pick you up. A flash of lightning came at an extremely fast speed. Lin Yu looked and saw that this was just an ordinary person among the 27 people. It looks like his talent for speed has suddenly awakened. Pretty fast. Boss, my sister-in-law and the others asked me to pick you up. The man appeared beside Lin Yu in a flash like the Flash. What's going on over there? Lin Yu asked as he swung his knife. Your sister used her great strength to clear the way, and Boss Yi used his magic to block everyone off. Everyone has already rushed a long distance away, and they asked me to come pick you up. The man struck out lightning, electrocuting several mutant rats. Okay, let's go. Sudden, Lin Yu felt a huge spiritual force appear and lock onto him. His face changed. He handed Lu Rook to the man and said, "Take her away. I'll cover you." Yes. The man didn't waste any time. He picked up Lu Rook, turned into lightning, and disappeared into the swarm of rats. Squeak! A huge mutant rat pounced towards the flash of lightning. Court death. Lin Yu was faster and arrived in an instant. A breath of fire spurted out directly and hit the mutant rat hard. Seeing the lightning disappear, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he had no scruples anymore. He pounced directly at the second-level mutant rat that had just been hit and slashed it with a knife. The second-order crystal core is obtained. Roar! A huge beast roar was heard, and when one looked inside, a giant brown rat, larger than a motorhome, roared towards the sky. It was clearly just a mouse, but it roared like a giant beast. Is this the Rat King? Lin Yu's eyes lit up and his heart felt hot. I saw a stream of energy madly condensing in its mouth. The next moment, a terrifying beam of energy spurted out from the Rat King's mouth and shot straight towards Lin Yu. Huh. Mice can use Kamehameha? Chapter 72, Someone You Can Trust. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless and directly entered the dragon flame form. The Rat King on the opposite side is at level 3 and can spray energy beams. He must have awakened his talent and is very powerful. With the power of points, it rose rapidly in an instant and reached 3,888 points in the blink of an eye. In his dragon flame form, his main attribute, strength, is tripled, and the other attributes are doubled. How horrible! Roaring flames. Lin Yu roared, and a column of red flame gushed out from his mouth. The two energy waves collided in midair, bursting out with dazzling light. Then, the red flame pierced through the Rat King's energy beam and continued to rush forward. Lin Yu's mouth corners curled up slightly. Since ancient times, has the left side of the wave lost? No. From today on, this sentence must be changed to, whoever plays against me will lose. The Rat King screamed and leaped to the side with his huge body. A column of flame fell. There was a horrific explosion, and countless mutant rats' bodies were torn apart, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Roar! The mutant Rat King was a little frightened. How could this little fellow who was not even at the second level be so powerful? Suddenly, it roared, and countless mutant rats rushed over. Lin Yu was disdainful. He has no worries, so how could a mere rat tide trap him? He moved his body, dodging back and forth. Squeak! The Rat King gave the order. Endless mutant rats swarmed in, filling the entire space, leaving him with no place to stay. Lin Yu was not in a hurry and jumped up. He stepped on the heads of the mutant rats and rushed towards the Rat King. The flames condensed, and the red flaming knife slashed down. Boom! Large groups of mutant rats were destroyed, but the Rat King flashed with a black light and moved at an extremely fast speed, easily dodging them. The third level is too fast, and the attack can't hit it. Lin Yu's eyes flashed, a little helpless. The speed of the mutant Rat King is at least around 1,600 points, while in his dragon flame form, it can only reach 1248, which is a huge difference. Forget it, let's just wait for Brother Dashi's zombie army. Lin Yu put away his knife, stepped on the mutant rat's head, and quickly rushed towards the outside of the city. More than 10 minutes later, he saw two figures in the tide of rats. A flash of lightning shuttled through the tide of rats. It was the man who had awakened his lightning talent before. The other one seemed to have turned into a shadow. He swam back and forth on the ground, tying the shadows of many mutant rats together into a hemp rope and tripped them all. This will cause trouble to the rat colony. Shadow talent? Interesting. Lin Yu swung his 40-meter-long sword and instantly cleared out the mutant rats around the two men. Boss. Great, it's the boss. When the two saw this iconic attack, they looked up and saw Lin Yu rushing towards them, stepping on the mouse's head. Walk. Without saying a word, Lin Yu swung the flaming knife, cleared the rats around the two men, picked up the two men, and threw them on the backs of the rats. The three men stepped on the bodies of the rats, using them as leverage and rushed out at high speed. Occasionally, there were mutant beasts that jumped up to block, but they were all killed by Lin Yu with one sword. After much effort, the three of them finally made it through the rat tide. When they reached a mountain area, they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Why are you still in the rat tide? Where are the others? Lin Yu asked. Boss, we rushed all the way out before, but there were too many mutant rats, even a second-level one and more than a dozen first-level ones. It was only with the help of Xiao Yu and a few sisters-in-law that we managed to clear the way. Yes, I saw more and more rats, so I stayed behind with Zhou and to cover their retreat. The Shadow Man said, By the way, boss, my name is Xiao Li. Lin Yu looked at the two men carefully. They were just two ordinary people among the 27. To reach the first level, I still rely on him. I didn't expect that they all awakened their talents at this moment. This shows that the process of escaping from the rat tide was very difficult, which stimulated their physical potential and awakened them. More importantly, it is really hard to imagine that these two people were willing to stay behind to cover our retreat. You two dare to stay behind to cover our retreat. Do you want to live? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Boss, our lives and our strength are all given by you. We no longer care about them. Yes, it's easy for you and the sisters-in-law to leave, but you are willing to take us with you. You treat us as your own family. How can we just do nothing? There was a hint of vicissitudes on the faces of both of them, which was totally inconsistent with their age. Okay, Yong Zhou welcomes you to join us. Lin Yu smiled. He held out his hand to the two of them. Hearing this, the two were stunned for a moment, and then they were overjoyed. They had always wanted to become a member of Yong Zhou, but only He Song and Yang Long succeeded, and the others were still in the investigation stage. Naturally, they were very excited to be recognized by Lin Yu. You all know the purpose of our Everday, right? No. The people of Eternal Day are all people you can trust and rely on. The enemies of Eternal Day should be treated like someone who has had his wife stolen from him. Kill them as soon as possible. There was light in the eyes of the two men, and a belief was taking root and sprouting. Good, very good. Lin Yu laughed heartily. It was worth it for all he had done. In the previous life, there were not many strong people with Eternal Daylight, but they were very famous, because people with Eternal Daylight had strong beliefs and were not afraid of life or death. Many forces dare not provoke it easily. I don't know where they are. Chapter 73: The Strong Foundations of Each Country. There were so many mutant rats, so densely packed that they flooded the city. When escaping, I only knew the general direction. Now that they came out, the three of them did not find any trace of Lu Shiyun and others. Forget it. They are more than capable of protecting themselves. I'll contact them later. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged on the ground. Stand further away. Xiao Li and Zhou were confused, but they were also very obedient and stayed away from Lin Yu. He took out 10 second-order crystal cores and began to absorb them. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely huge magical power burst out from him. A magical beam of light enveloped the body, reaching a diameter of 4 meters, and was still expanding outwards, flying sand and running stones. This is explosive. All the magic power in his body exploded, forming a magical light column around his body, covering his figure and making his true appearance unclear. It just felt as if an ancient demon god awakened in the magic beam of light, and the enormous pressure spread in all directions like a tide. Xiao Li and the other person were directly pressed to the ground by this oppressive feeling, as if a huge mountain was falling down on them. We should run farther. Xiao Li's teeth were chattering, and he couldn't speak clearly. Who could have thought that when Lin Yu broke through, just an outburst of energy could suppress them and make them unable to move? The horrific scene continued. Under Lin Yu, the ground was cracking and gravel was flying. A red pillar of magic light burst out from the shattered ground. After a long time, the terrifying magic power disappeared, revealing Lin Yu sitting cross-legged inside. Lin Yu clenched his fist. Second level. He took a look at the attributes after the advancement doubled. Yeah, very strong. Very strong. Codename: Magician. Level 2, Level 0. Magic power: 158,000. Strength: 1944. Physique: 1164. Speed: 1248. Spirit: 1372. Talent: Level 1 Flame Master. Unlocked flame form: Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame. All basic attributes exceeded 1,000. This is an attribute that can only be achieved by ordinary third-level evolvers. Boss, when you just exploded, it was too scary, wasn't it? Xiao Li and the other man got up from the ground in a very embarrassed manner. Yeah, you're like a super devil. I almost peed myself in fear. Did you pee then? Xiao Li was very embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. Metaphor. Haha. Lin Yu and Zhouan laughed out loud. Boss, there are 3 foreigners behind you who have also reached the 2nd level. They almost squeezed you out of the top 10. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu clicked on the world ranking list. World ranking list. 1st place, Dashixing, Daxia, 2nd level. 2nd place, Blade, Daxia, Tier 2. 3rd place, Dawn, Daxia, 2nd stage. 4th place, Modest Gentleman, Daxia, Level 2. 5th place, Genius Scientist, Daxia, Level 2. 6th place, Archmage, Daxia, Level 2. 7th place, Magician, Daxia, Level 2. 8. King Arthur, Great Britain, Tier 2. 9th place, Lucifer, Heaven, Level 2. 10th place, Qianzuru, Sakura Country, 2nd level. In an instant, 4 more 2nd-level powerhouses appeared on the world list, a total of 10 people, 7 of whom were from Daxia. In the forum, our Qin Hejun has begun to exert his strength. Everyone in Daxia Country is watching. It won't be long before Qin Hejun is number 1. The champion of the 100 countries must be our Sakura Country. Are all the people in Sakura Country such idiots? If they are all blind, it seems easy to trample the cherry blossoms with horses. So many of our Daxia's top masters didn't say anything. How can a thing that can only rank 10th be so boastful? People from the Great Xia Nation, you don't understand. Our Qin Hejun will soon be at the 3rd level. When that happens, he will blind your eyes. Look, the cows are flying in the sky. In the country of cherry blossoms, inside a shrine. Mr. Qianhe, there are only a dozen days left for the war between the 100 nations. During this time, the God Society will gather all its strength and kill the 2nd and 3rd level zombies and mutant beasts at all costs to provide crystal cores for you guys. You are all the future of the shrine. I hope you can wipe out all enemies and bring the Empire to the top of the world. Don't worry, President. I will definitely kill all enemies in this battle of 100 nations. Qianhe waved the samurai sword in her hand, and a cold light flickered in her eyes. Similar scenes are happening in many countries. In heaven, Gabriel, the Pope has brought you something good. An old man in a red robe took out a bottle of crimson potion from the golden Vajra box. What is this? The man codenamed Gabriel's pupils shrank. The original crystal core that had been studied for hundreds of years in the Divine Court had made no progress. But more than a month ago, when the end of the world came, it finally responded. This potion was extracted from the original crystal core, and it seems to contain substances related to innate abilities. In order to fight against the 100 nations, the Divine Court extracted 4 of them and gave them to the 4 strongest people in the Empire. The remaining 2 will be used for research. The old man in red robe looked at the potion in his hand with a fiery look in his eyes. I will definitely live up to the Pope's expectations. Gabriel took the potion carefully and replied respectfully. Daxia Kingdom, Forbidden City. In a study room in a large courtyard. Lord, all the armies of the Forbidden City have been integrated and are on standby. However, several ancient families seem reluctant to obey the orders of the temple. Do you want me to go there? Daofeng, wearing a black Zhongshan suit and holding a Tang sword in his hand, said to the old man in front of him. Forget it. As long as they don't cause trouble, we'll just ignore them for now. The world has changed after all. Nuclear energy is no longer effective. Everything depends on evolution. Let's not have a civil war for now. The old man pondered for a moment and said, issue military orders to all the major armies across the country to see how many of them can obey orders. Also, what progress has Crazy Wong of the Wong family made in his research on those crystal cores? There's not much time left before the 100 nations fight. Let's see if she has researched anything valuable. If so, she can give it to the Dragon Team members with medium potential. As for those of you who have already awakened powerful talents, don't use them. I'm worried that using this kind of external object will limit your future development. Don't worry, Lord God. I will go to the Wong family in person. Chapter 74. Stop kicking my brother. Tianhai City, outside the East District. In an air raid shelter, 70 or 80 people were crowded inside. Men and women, old and young, all squatting on the ground with their legs hugged. Shivering. That rat tide was so terrifying. They were so dense that wherever they passed, both zombies and survivors were eaten. It's a good thing we don't live in the city, otherwise we would have died. Yes, I came to Tianhai City to find my girlfriend. Before I even entered, a rat tide occurred. I don't know whether my girlfriend, the school beauty, was fed to the zombies or the rats. A young man with a crew cut looked relieved but also a little scared. Tomorrow morning, I will flee from here, flee from this city. Lin Yu and the other two sat in the corner, closed their eyes and rested quietly. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard outside the air raid shelter. Damn it, what bad luck. These damn rats made me hungry for a whole day. Not long after, several figures walked in cursing. When the young man in the lead saw a group of people in front of him, he was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that there would be so many people in such a remote place. Then, his eyes lit up. He said to a sturdy man behind him, "Go, tell them to hand over the food. If anyone doesn't, I'll kill him." Lu Qi's vicious voice made everyone's heart tremble. In the end times, except for the powerful awakened ones, everyone else lacks food. The sturdy man nodded in response. Walk towards the crowd. Boy, do you have any food? Hand it all over. The sturdy man was holding a steel knife in his hand and threatening the nearest person. Brother, I don't have any food. Ask someone else for it. The man was very calm. He raised his head and gave the strong man a cold look. First level. Just one glance and the sturdy man felt a chill down his spine and quickly said, "Forget it if there's nothing." This scene made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this strong man is easy to talk to. He quickly looked at the second person. She was a fat woman who looked to weigh at least 300 pounds, like a ball. Little brother, I don't have anything to eat either. Please find someone else. The fat woman's sweet call of little brother almost sent everyone present to death. I have to vomit out the leftover food. The sturdy man felt dizzy and then kicked out. Who knows? Not only did he fail to kick the fat woman down, but he was instead knocked back 2 steps by the rebound force. Oh my God. Is there any use for being fat and strong? Feeling the cold gaze from the boss Lu Qi, the sturdy man suddenly became furious and kicked hard. Kick out violently. This time there was no suspense at all. The fat woman was kicked to the ground. Then another dozen kicks fell. You're so fat, how could you be without food? I look like someone who is easy to talk to. The people around him were terrified and thought to themselves, when you asked the first person for it, you were so polite. Didn't that mean you were easy to talk to? Hey little brother, stop kicking me. I can do anything you want me to do. The fat woman called little brother again and again, coupled with that deliberately coquettish voice, which made everyone feel sick. The sturdy man's face turned purple, and he kicked even harder, cursing as he kicked. Little brother, right? Little brother. Who the hell is your little brother? After dozens of kicks, the fat woman was no longer able to make any sound, and it was obvious that she had been kicked to death. The sturdy man had a blank expression on his face as he snatched the fat woman's brand name bag and pulled out more than 20 Snickers bars and some bread. Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. The sturdy man cursed and kicked him a few more times before leaving. He pointed his steel knife at the remaining people and said sternly, "Everyone, hand over the food voluntarily. If I find it, you will end up like that fat woman." Everyone's face turned pale, and they wanted to get angry but didn't dare to. Whoever the strong man approached, the person would obediently offer the food in his hand. "Uncle, please, leave some for us, otherwise my grandson will starve to death." An old woman hugged the strong man's thigh, crying and sobbing. There are actually a lot of good things hidden in her bag. God knows how she is still alive. Get out of the way. If you keep on whining, I'll kill your grandson too. After these words were spoken, the old woman dared not speak again and squatted back in the corner silently. Next, another 30 people, who dared not say anything but were angry, handed over their food. I didn't expect these people to be very strong. They looked to be level 3 or 4, but they had a lot of supplies on them. "Brother, I just escaped here today, and I really have no food," a pretty woman said with a pale face. As she spoke, she turned around to show that she really didn't hide anything. "Take off your clothes. Who knows if you will hide under your bra? How can anyone be so big?" The burly man spoke with a lecherous look. The woman's face turned ugly. It was too insulting to ask her to take off her clothes with so many people watching. But this is how the end of the world is. In her opinion, dignity and face are not as important as staying alive. Just as she was about to unbutton her clothes, a voice came. That's enough. The food we just looted is enough for you to eat. A square-faced man with a sword on his back stood out from the crowd, looking full of righteousness. Next to him was a little girl about 10 years old. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are qualified to teach me how to do things? The sturdy man's face turned cold. Swish! The square-faced man flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the burly man, punching him hard. Very fast. First level. The sturdy man only had time to think of 2 words before his body was knocked away by a punch. It hit Lu Qi's feet hard. Lu Qi's face was ugly, and he shouted angrily, "You are looking for death. Brothers, come together." As he spoke, he took the first step. It was a pity that he didn't understand the difference between level 1 and level 10. In just 2 minutes, all his brothers were lying on the ground wailing. Lu Qi's right hand was broken, and the pain made him sweat profusely on his forehead. Roll. The square-faced man glared. He originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but these people became more and more excessive. Not only did he kill people, he also stole food from the elderly and children, and forced women to take off their clothes in public. He really couldn't bear it anymore. Just wait, this matter is not over yet. Don't think you are great just because you are at the first level. Lu Qi covered his arm and said hatefully, "If you don't leave, you'll die." The square-faced man took a step forward, scaring the group of people so much that they turned around and ran away. After the bullies left, the square-faced man's expression eased and he said to everyone, "Everyone take your food back." Hearing this, the people whose food had been looted rushed forward and put the food into their bags. "Old lady, this bag of biscuits is mine. Are you putting some in your bag too? What proof do you have that it's yours? Your name isn't written on it. I'll beat you to death." Ah, murder. Someone wants to beat an old woman like me to death. Everyone, come and judge. This scene looks exactly like some scenes before the end of the world. The quarrel lasted for more than 10 minutes before it ended. "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would be starving tomorrow and we don't know how to survive." "Yes, the young man is really kind-hearted, good job." The old woman also spoke up.
Thanks.
Everyone kept praising the square-faced man. With this little episode, everyone present became active and chatted animatedly. Lin Yu and the other 2 did not participate. Mind your own business. Tomorrow morning, we will go look for Xiaoyu and the others. They are in an abandoned, unfinished building. Lin Yu got in touch with his sister through the post. I breathed a sigh of relief knowing that they were fine. It's just that 6 more of those brothers died. Xiao Li and Zhouan were silent and a little sad. Don't think too much. Get some rest. Tomorrow there will be a big fight between zombies and mutant rats. Then it will be our hunting time. Lin Yu patted them on the shoulders gently. This kind of thing, you can only adapt to it yourself. Chapter 75: The Evil of Human Nature. In the air raid shelter, torches continued to burn. More than an hour later, there were bursts of noisy footsteps, and it seemed that a lot of people appeared. The sound woke many people up. "Brother, it's inside." The sound is getting closer. A few minutes later, a group of people came in. Everyone present was shocked because they recognized these people. It turned out to be Lu Qi and others who had returned. "Brother, it's him, a first-level master." Lu Qi pointed at the square-faced man and spoke to the leader. Lu Min glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on the square-faced man. "Brother, it's the end of the world now. Why do you have to go against me for these people? Why don't you join us and work together for a great cause? If this person is willing to join his team, then he can forgive his brother's mistakes. Pity. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together." The square-faced man snorted coldly. He has his own persistence and will never go along with this group of people. Haha, it seems you still don't understand the cruelty of the end of the world. Lu Min sneered and said to everyone, "Originally, you can live as long as you hand over the food. But he forced himself to step forward and broke my brother's hand. Now you all must die." He had a grim smile on his face. The younger brothers behind him also showed murderous intent, and their shining knives were flashing with cold light. These people all had a lot of blood on their bodies, which seemed to indicate that a lot of killings had taken place. The crowd suddenly became agitated. Those people who were grateful to the square-faced man before now showed hatred. Nothing is more ridiculous than human nature. At this time, the square-faced man stepped forward, bowed to the crowd and said, "Don't worry, they won't dare to attack you with me here. What guarantees can you give? There are so many people on the other side." They are powerful and murderous demons. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so pushy, they would have just taken our food. But now they want to kill us. It's all your fault. That's right, it's all your fault. You're the one who harmed us. The ugliness of human nature was fully displayed at this moment. You were talking nonsense. If it weren't for my dad, you would still die without food. It was my dad who saved you. The little girl next to the square-faced man was indignant and retorted loudly, "Brother, this is none of my fault. He was the one who did it. We are very willing to offer food. Please don't kill us." At this moment, a man suddenly knelt on the ground and crawled towards Lu Min. While crawling, he took out food from his body and handed it over hurriedly. Someone took the lead and everyone knelt down immediately. They cried and shouted, accusing the square-faced man and using the most vicious words in the world to attack him. "You're a bad person. It's all your fault." The old woman's grandson suddenly ran over and kicked the square-faced man several times. "What are you doing?" The little girl was very angry when she saw her father being kicked, and she pushed the old woman's grandson to the ground. Wow. The little boy was pushed to the ground and started crying loudly. "Grandson, my dear grandson, what's wrong with you?" The old woman rushed over, hugged her grandson and started scolding the little girl. "Little bastard, why did you hit my grandson?" The little girl was about to retort when she was stopped by the man. "Okay, Xiaochan, let's go. We won't be in charge of what's going on here anymore." The square-faced man looked at the scene in front of him and felt sad. "You want to just walk away after you've harmed us?" Unexpectedly, the old woman suddenly rushed towards the man, took out a dagger from her arms, and stabbed it into the man's waist. "Go to hell." She pulled out the dagger and stabbed again. This scene shocked everyone. The square-faced man was also in disbelief. He reached out and pushed the old woman to the ground. Even in this situation, he didn't kill the old woman. It shows that kind people are often bullied and kind horses are often ridden. It's useless even if you are powerful. Is she crazy? That man helped him before. Xiaoli widened his eyes when he saw this scene. The evil of bad people is beyond your imagination. Lin Yu was also very surprised. This old woman made him feel extremely disgusted. "Boss, I can't stand it anymore. These people are so hateful." Zhouan looked ugly. "Don't worry, he was only stabbed twice in the waist. With the physical strength of the first level, he will be healed in a day or two." Lin Yu glanced at Zhou indifferently. Then he continued, "Besides, some people will eventually have to go through betrayal before they can grow up. What's the point of you helping them now? If he doesn't change his saintly mentality, he will die the next time he encounters something like this. In the last days, people who are too saintly will not live long. I saved him this time. What about next time? If the middle-aged man wants to survive, he must change his mindset and give up his innocent heart. No one else can help. Wait a little longer. When he realizes that a kind heart can't save others but will only hurt himself, I will take action." Lin Yu said lightly. People cannot change their inherent ideas unless they experience despair themselves. At this time, the old woman and her grandson knelt on the ground hurriedly, wagging their tails to beg for mercy from Lu Min. "Brother, I stabbed him. Does that mean I don't have to die?" Lu Min was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Haha, what do you think? Is it worth it to stand up for someone like this? What do you want?" The square-faced man looked slightly pale and pressed hard on the wound with one hand. His daughter was crying beside him. "You broke my brother's hand. Either join us or pay with your life." Lu Min said coldly. "Then you try it." The square-faced man tore off a large piece of cloth from his clothes and bandaged the wound with it. This injury is nothing to him. Then he drew a sword from his back and spoke slowly. Additional, sharp. As he finished speaking, the sword in his hand began to emit a cold light. It's actually an additional talent. Lin Yu was also surprised when he saw this scene. Additional talents are special talents. Some people have very powerful talents, while others have very weak talents. In some ways, it is similar to Yi Pia Piao's technique. You can attach some of the abilities and characteristics you have learned to objects or other people, thereby achieving an enhanced effect. Kill. The square-faced man rushed towards Lu Min like a flash of lightning with lightning speed. Find an opportunity to strike. Lu Min secretly winked at someone next to him, who was also at the first level. He believed that it would not be a problem to kill the square-faced man by a surprise attack, one in the open and the other in the dark. Earth and stone wall. Lu Min shouted loudly, and the earth element condensed. Suddenly, a huge stone wall rose from the ground, blocking the way ahead. Swish. The square-faced man was fearless. He swung the sword in his hand and easily cut the stone wall in half. Charge forward again. Earth and stone armor. Lu Min activated his talent, and the dirt and rocks on the ground quickly condensed into pieces of hard armor, covering his body. He was wrapped tightly, with only his eyes exposed, and looked like a stone man over 3 meters tall. Every step the stone man took caused the earth to shake slightly. This guy looks powerful and has great defense, but his speed is probably not that good. Zhou commented in a low voice. Everyone thinks so. Big, bulky machines usually have a weakness in terms of speed. The square-faced man swung his sword and attacked again. Dang, dang, dang. The long sword slashed at the stone man quickly, and even with its sharpness, it was unable to cut through the stone man's defense. After dozens of moves, the square-faced man was panting. The wound on the kidney was bleeding. His physical strength was quickly depleted. His face became paler and paler, and his whole speed slowed down. The joints are the weak points. The square-faced man looked solemn. He knew that if he continued like this, he would surely die. He gritted his teeth, found the right moment, and slashed the stone man's knee joint with his sword. Bang! Sure enough, the stone at the stone man's knees was shattered directly. The sword stabbed forward and instantly pierced Lu Min's knee. Chapter 76 Taboo Technique. Screams were heard. The square-faced man swung his sword again and slashed to the other side. Sudden, a figure rushed out from the side, with long nails flashing coldly, and grabbed towards his chest. This is another person's talent, Cat's Claw. When? The square-faced man quickly returned to defense, wielding his sword to block, and his nails collided with Sinrin's, creating sparks. However, his sword only blocked one cat claw. The kidney that was previously stabbed by the dagger was torn apart by the other claw, and a large amount of blood spurted out. At the same time, the stone man punched over and hit his sword hard, knocking him flying. Dad! Cough, cough. The man spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. Xiaochan, Daddy is unable to take you away. It's all my fault for meddling in other people's business. Ahem. Blood continued to flow from the corners of the man's mouth. Dad, no, it's not your fault. It's all that old woman's fault. If she hadn't attacked you, you wouldn't have. Go to hell. At this moment, Lu Min swung his stone fist and smashed towards the two men. If they were hit, both of them would surely die. He knew very well that villains die because they talk too much, so he would never give his enemies a chance to breathe. He believes in taking advantage of your illness to kill you. The time is almost right. Seeing how things had developed to this point, Lin Yu no longer waited and watched. He believed that the man should be able to see through human nature and change his saintly mentality at this moment. I noticed that some people still criticize the protagonist for not taking action earlier. Let me explain. First, his father was cursed and could not survive, but the protagonist did not know that. He was stabbed in the kidney and recovered in 2 or 3 days. Second, his father was so saintly. He could not change his saintly heart without experiencing the ugliness of human nature. Even if he was saved this time, he would die again next time. Lin Yu flashed and appeared directly in front of the stone man. He raised his right hand and casually caught the incoming fist. Then flames gushed out from his palm, and the terrifying force directly knocked the stone man away. Lin Yu turned around and looked at the people kneeling on the ground around him. His eyes were cold. He remembered a famous saying before the end of the world. You can hide in a corner and choose to remain silent, but don't laugh at or slander those who are braver than you, because the light they have won will also shine on you. These words couldn't be more appropriate to describe these people. Remember what Dad said and live well? The square-faced man said as he quickly placed his right hand on the little girl's back and whispered, Dad will give you all his strength. Father's love is like a mountain. He had thought of this idea before. Dad, no. I just want you to be alive. The little girl kept shaking her head and crying heartbreakingly. It's useless. Dad didn't have much time left. He was cursed by that man, and he wouldn't live for more than a few days anyway. Ahem. The man kept coughing up blood. The injury just now was just a small matter for him. But before he got here, he was cursed and only had 2 or 3 days to live. Additional inheritance. The square-faced man shouted and hugged the little girl tightly. At this moment, terrifying energy fluctuations burst out from his body. A blinding light enveloped the two of them. The power of the square-faced man turned into rays of light and continuously penetrated into the little girl's body, and his own body slowly shriveled up. Dad! A shrill roar came from the light. This moment, Lin Yu actually felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He flashed away from the two of them. He could not have anticipated this sudden change. The light faded, and the sight that came into view made everyone's scalp tingle. Just see that place. The square-faced man turned into a pile of bones and was held in the arms of the little girl. His flesh, blood, internal organs, etc., all disappeared, leaving only dry bones. The most important thing is that there are black runes spreading on his bones, firmly embedded in the skeleton. This scene made everyone shudder. This is a forbidden technique, with the addition of inheritance. Lin Yu's expression was moved. This additional talent comes at the cost of sacrificing one's own flesh, blood, and soul to pass on one's power to others. This process is extremely dangerous and the success rate is extremely low, less than 10%. If there is any accident or rejection, both people will die. He was only stabbed twice in the waist. He shouldn't have to use such a forbidden technique, right? Lin Yu was a little confused. For a first-level evolver, a few stab wounds on the kidneys are just minor problems. They will heal after a few days of rest. It shouldn't have to come to this, right? Lin Yu looked at the little girl. At this moment, black magic emanated from her whole body. Why? I saved you. So why are you blaming the person who saved you? The little girl was holding the corpse and talking to herself. If it weren't for these people, Dad would at least be able to stay with me for a few more days, and maybe he could find a way to lift the curse. But now, you all deserve to die and go to hell. The little girl suddenly raised her head, and her pupils turned pitch black, with no eyeballs at all, which was extremely horrifying. Forbidden life and death. She looked at everyone present and uttered 3 words coldly. Lin Yu's face changed instantly. Pulling Xiao Li and Zhouan, he retreated quickly. He was very familiar with these 3 words. This is a super talent belonging to the law of fate and cause and effect. It can only be awakened by possessing extreme and pure emotions. Once performed, it also comes at the cost of one's own life and soul, stimulating the body's potential in exchange for brief future power. Why did you kill my dad? Why? The little girl slowly stood up, staring at everyone with her dark pupils. Boom! The terrifying black magic power exploded around the little girl. She couldn't control herself and began to explode. The magical beam of light continued to grow larger, covering her figure. All people could see was a pair of cold black pupils emitting a strange light in the continuously erupting magical light beam. The aura became stronger and stronger. The magic power became stronger and stronger, and the enormous pressure made everyone lie prone on the ground. The little girl moved. She stretched out her right hand and pointed to where those people were. You all go to hell. Go to hell. At the tips of her fingers, a black energy ball began to condense, then grew larger and larger, and instantly grew to the size of a basketball. Call out. The energy ball turned into a laser beam with a diameter of more than 1 meter, impacting everyone. Wherever the beam passes, the ground in the air raid shelter cracked and the walls were pierced. That group of people didn't even have time to make a sound before they were wiped out in the beam of light. Run! The stone man Lu Min was terrified to the extreme at this moment. He turned around and ran away at a very fast speed. You must die too. The little girl turned her head and a black beam of light burst out from her palm. The terrifying energy wave carried tremendous power and destroyed everything. No! The voice of despair was instantly drowned out. Then, there was a horrific explosion and the energy wave destroyed everything. The entire air raid shelter shook violently and instantly collapsed under this energy. It's over. Xiao Li and Zhouan were shivering in the corner. The aftermath of the energy caused the 2 men to spit blood. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying magical fluctuation also erupted from Lin Yu's body. As a last resort, he could only explode in anger. A raging flame appeared, covering the entire body. He grabbed Xiao Li in one hand and Zhouan in the other. Flames spurted out from under his feet, and he shot out directly through the top of the air raid shelter. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and huge explosions continued to sound. The entire air raid shelter was blown into a pile of ruins, as if it had been hit by a missile. It can be seen how terrifying the energy wave of the little girl just now is, comparable to the power of several missiles. Boom! The rubble in the air raid shelter exploded, and a black figure rushed out. That's a little girl. The fluctuations of her magical power were still rising, with no signs of stopping. In her arms, she still held her father's remains, carefully placing them aside. No, we have to interrupt her. Otherwise her life and soul will burn to the end and she will die. Lin Yu looked at the figure with a serious expression. Forbidden life. This is achieved at the cost of sacrificing everything in exchange for a brief moment of ultimate sublimation, and it is borrowing strength from the future. After the brilliance, all that awaits is only ashes. Moreover, the process of sacrifice cannot be controlled by oneself. Once it starts, it cannot be stopped until death. No one made it stop. Is there no one who can stop it? I want to try. Light burst out of Lin Yu's eyes. His body was like a sharp arrow, rushing towards the little girl quickly. Chapter 77 Vegeta's Prince Fighting Method. Stop it! Lin Yu was covered in flames. His magic power exploded, and he punched forward. The little girl raised her dark eyes and took the initiative to step forward. In her mind, she didn't want to fight in front of her father's skeleton, for fear of accidentally destroying it. Bang! A thin arm and a thin palm stretched out and actually blocked Lin Yu's fist. The collision of forces formed a terrifying shock wave, which turned into a powerful airflow and spread in all directions. Unbelievable! You must know that Lin Yu is now at the second level and in the blazing state, and his strength is skyrocketing. Such a terrifying punch was blocked so easily. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Come again. He punched wildly, striking out with great force. Unexpectedly, the little girl did not lose the upper hand. She waved her hands and accurately caught every blow from Lin Yu. The two of them turned into two afterimages in the ruins, constantly colliding. Is this really a battle between humans? It was so scary. I could only see their vague afterimages. Xiaoli and Zhouan looked at the battle in front of them. It was as if they were watching an anime. It was incredible. What is that? Vegeta's Prince Fighting Method? Both of them popped their eyes out. In the field, the little girl flashed and distanced herself from Lin Yu. Black energy waves continued to condense in the palms of her hands and rushed towards Lin Yu quickly, continuously. Once these energy waves hit any object, a terrifying explosion will immediately occur. It's much more powerful than Vegeta's Prince Fighting Method. This won't work. Her power is growing stronger, and the sacrifices are still going on. Lin Yu frowned. He saw that the little girl's hair had begun to turn white. We must use our absolute strength to suppress her by force, otherwise we cannot change the outcome. Thinking of this, Lin Yu no longer held back. Exploding again. Crazy explosion. A terrifying beam of magical light rose from his body, and the ground beneath his feet could not withstand this huge amount of magical power and collapsed directly. The rubble bounced into the magic beam and was crushed into powder. Dragon flame form. The yellow flames around Lin Yu suddenly turned red. This was his strongest form at the moment. Brush. He was extremely fast and appeared behind the little girl in an instant. Without holding back, he punched her hard on the back. Bang! The little girl's body was smashed into the rubble like a cannonball. Lin Yu rushed over again, sat on the little girl and pressed her down, and his flaming fists smashed down like raindrops. At this moment, his speed and strength are faster and stronger than before. The little girl's sudden force was hard to resist, and at least 1/3 of the fist landed solidly on her body. At this moment, Lin Yu finally completely suppressed the little girl. Wake up now. If you continue to offer sacrifices, you will die. Lin Yu yelled wildly and punched the little girl hard in the chest again. Of course, he held back and didn't use his full strength. Puff. Blood gushed out of the little girl's mouth. Even if she sacrificed everything, she would not be able to resist Lin Yu in the dragon flame form. Have you forgotten what your father told you? He wants you to live well. Dad. Lin Yu's words finally awakened a trace of consciousness in the little girl. A look of struggle appeared in her pupils. There is hope. Lin Yu was delighted when he saw this scene. He held down the little girl's limbs tightly and exploded again. The terrifying magical power exploded and all pressed towards the little girl, completely suppressing her. Under Lin Yu's verbal attack, the little girl's consciousness became clearer and clearer. I can't die. I want to take my dad home. The darkness in her eyes slowly faded away, and her eyeballs emerged. After a moment, all the black magic in the little girl's body was retracted into her body. Lin Yu then let go and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, big brother. The little girl regained consciousness and remembered what had just happened. She thanked Lin Yu. Only then did Lin Yu realize that he was still sitting on the little girl, pressing her down. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the old man's face, and he stood up quickly. Ahem. As soon as the little girl got up, she coughed up a lot of blood again. Her hair had turned completely white, and her slender little hands had shrunk a lot and were as thin and withered as an old person's hands. She staggered towards the corpse step by step. Seeing this scene, even Lin Yu, who was used to seeing life and death, couldn't help but feel a little sad, with red eyes. "Dad, I'll take you home." Tears kept flowing from the little girl's eyes. She tore off her coat and carefully wrapped the body. "Big brother, what's your name?" "Magician, Lin Yu." "Thank you. My name is Xiaochan. If I can survive, I will come to find you." Lin Yu was the only one who stood up to help her. If it weren't for Lin Yu, she would have continued to sacrifice herself until she died. "My father's body couldn't even be buried in peace." Xiaochan did not look back. She carried her father's body and walked towards the distance step by step. Her thin body looked lonely. Lin Yu opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. He didn't know whether Xiaochan could survive. Although he forcibly suppressed and interrupted the little girl's sacrifice process, many sacrifices had been made before. Xiaochan's body still looks like a child's, but the vitality in her body may have been exhausted long ago. "I believe you can survive, and your father must also want you to live well." Lin Yu suddenly spoke. He shouted at the thin figure. In the distance, the thin figure that had already merged into the darkness trembled slightly, paused for a moment, and then moved forward again and walked into the darkness. "Thanks." A barely audible sound that can only be heard in the dark. "Boss. Boss, are you okay?" At this time, Xiao Li and Zhouan rushed over, covered in dust. Lin Yu looked at the disappearing figure and shook his head. "That little girl, will she die?" Both of them felt a little sympathetic. "I don't know. She can only rely on herself. There is a reason why forbidden life is called a forbidden technique." Lin Yu sighed. A little girl at level 10 of the Zero Order, after using this forbidden technique, the borrowed power was actually comparable to him at level 2. This is so amazing. But how come her father suddenly turned into a pile of bones before he died? That is also a forbidden power, the additional talent of inheritance. Lin Yu explained softly. Perhaps, with the power inherited from her father, her chances of survival will be higher. Lin Yu could only comfort himself in this way. Xiaochan possesses two forbidden powers, one of life and one of death. This situation has never been heard of in her previous life. Maybe I can really make it through. However, if I am forced into a desperate situation, even if it means death, it would be worth it to be able to borrow that invincible power. At least I can get my revenge. Xiao Li also sighed. "You think too much. Only those with the most extreme emotions, the purest feelings, and the strongest will have a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening. Even if you awaken, it will ultimately be nothing more than a flash in the pan. Once your power fades, you will die. This is the power of fate and karma." Lin Yu was a little absent-minded. He thought of some people in his previous life who had used forbidden life. Some people sacrifice everything for love, some for hate, some for faith, and some for justice in exchange for power for the future. Sublime to the utmost and fulfill the last long-cherished wish. In the end, no one survived. It was one tragic and tragic story after another. Let's go. Chapter 78. Forbidden City, Divine Order. After what happened before, Lin Yu and the other two were silent. They climbed up some big trees and took a rest on the branches. Lin Yu clicked on the message sent by Brother Dashi. "Tomorrow, I will arrive with the zombie army, and then I will command the zombies to fight against the mutant rats." The sadness in Lin Yu's heart finally eased a little. This is good news. Let the zombies and mutant rats fight each other and devour each other's flesh and blood, which can continuously reduce the number of both sides, and at the same time evolve higher-level crystal cores. For humans, it kills two birds with one stone. It's really something to look forward to. Lin Yu murmured to himself. Next, many second-level and third-level creatures will be born in Tianhai City, Yun Province. Once we break through the third level, the power structure will change completely. The 10 major forces of the Evolution Temple will be formed, and the New World Order will begin to be established. A cold light flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Daxia Empire. Originally, it was jointly controlled by the heavenly family of the imperial bloodline and the 7 ancient families. Now in the end times, some of the ancient families have weakened and fallen out of the center of power. The current emperor of the heavenly family took the opportunity to establish the Evolution Temple. He has recruited several of the most powerful ancient families in the Forbidden City to settle in the temple, becoming one of the 10 major forces in the temple. Xia family, Xia Haoran. Lin Yu thought of the person he must kill, Xia Haoran, and the Xia family, one of the 10 major forces in the temple. "I will kill you in this life. No one can stop me. Not even the Temple of Evolution." The 51st day of the end of the world. Tianhai City. Big Brother Jiangji finally led his zombie army to fight against the Rat Tide. Lin Yu has already reunited with Xiao Yu and others. They stood on the roof of a building, looking at the dark battlefield in the distance. There are nearly 2 million zombies in Tianhai City. If we use them to feed these hundreds of thousands of mutant rats, we should be able to raise quite a few third-level ones. Lin Yu looked at the spectacular scene and felt a little excited. In this life, his evolution speed is much faster than in his previous life. Master, how long do you think it will take for this battle to end? Yi Piao spoke from the side. Even if the fighting continues, it will take 5 or 6 days. During this time, let's just watch the show. There are too many zombies and mutant rats. Let them consume them first. There are many people who have this idea. During this period, some powerful people who came to Tianhai City from other places are now in certain places outside the city, watching this battle quietly. On a hillside outside the city, 17 figures stood in the morning light, with 5 off-road vehicles parked aside. Boss, it looks like that big wet guy and the magician have started fighting. I just don't know what method they used to make all the zombies in the city attack the mutant rats. Both of these people are so mysterious and elusive. Just remember our purpose. The rest has nothing to do with me. The sturdy body of God Fa stood in the front. Looking at the battle in the distance, there was a strong and fiery look in his eyes. After a few days, when the number of zombies drops to several hundred thousand and the number of mutant rats is only tens of thousands, I believe that many second-level or even third-level ones will evolve. Then it's our turn to take action. I should be able to meet many strong people this time. I am very much looking forward to fighting with them. Heiyu is dressed in all black and is very much looking forward to it. Yes, boss. It's better to defeat the magician and Brother Dashi and let them join our Thunder team. When Shun Fa heard this, his fighting spirit also rose. In the other direction, the rain god, dressed in white, stood on the branch of a big tree, gazing into the distance. He is waiting too. Sister Jing, can you contact the boss? Lu Yu looked excited. I left a message under the boss's post, but there were probably too many replies and the boss was too lazy to read it. I didn't tell him. I was going to give him a surprise. Chen Jinger leaned on the motorcycle, looking into the distance, with a slight smile on her lips. Call out. At this time, a figure fell from the sky. The figure fell to the ground, and the giant wings 7 or 8 meters long behind him instantly retracted into his body. Sister Jing, I flew around the city and found many teams, some with 12 people and some with hundreds of people. The person who came was Lu Qi. Chen Jinger brought them down from Kundu City and experienced a lot of fighting along the way. Among them, a second-level mutant eagle was killed. Lu Qi devoured its flesh and blood and gained the ability to fly. Have you found the boss? Lu Yu said. I haven't met the boss, so I'm not sure. Lu Qi replied. Everyone has worked hard on this journey. Take a good rest these few days. There will be a lot of fighting ahead. Sister Jing, I understand. Rules Forum, Dasha District, a piece of news shocked the whole country. Order of the Lord. The various armies of the Forbidden City have been integrated, and now a transfer order is being issued to armies across the country. In the face of a world disaster, as soldiers, we should take it as our responsibility to protect the great Xia Empire and the people. Local Legion, please contact us if you receive it. This was the first time that the Forbidden City publicly released news and expressed its attitude. Many ordinary evolvers who had a hard time surviving seemed to see a ray of hope. Some powerful evolvers frowned and looked worried. Many small groups gathered together at this time, discussing this matter with serious expressions. The news released by the temple now does not seem to mention the evolvers, but it already wants to integrate the national legions. Once the integration is completed, Daxia will return to its former order. By then, will we, the powerful evolvers, be recruited or captured for research? After all, since ancient times, heroes have used force to break the law. It's hard to say. Once the person in the Forbidden City completes the integration, I'm afraid they won't allow powerful evolvers to stay outside. Someone said with a frown. You think too much. This is the end of the world. Most humans are struggling on the brink of life and death every day. Even the temple cannot end this catastrophe for the time being. Some people are not particularly worried because times have changed. Not to mention the threat of zombies and mutant beasts. Even the evolvers themselves have awakened to powerful powers. Who would be willing to be controlled by others? What's the point of having a large army? Everything depends on powerful evolvers. This is a world where strength is respected. Besides, even if something does happen, we will start with the strongest people like Brother Dashi and the magician. We can just wait and see what happens. That makes sense. Let's see how the magicians respond and then make plans. Chapter 79 Crazy Wong. Forbidden City. In the Wong family compound, in a secret room. Yiling, how is your research going? He has already issued a mobilization order to all the troops stationed across the country. I estimate that it won't be long before they come to ask for the research results of the original crystal core. An old man in a Zhongshan suit appeared in the secret room and asked as he looked at the beautiful figure busy working with various instruments. I will report the results as soon as I have them. Why are you in such a hurry? The woman didn't even turn her head back, concentrating on the instruments. Behind her, there were 20 huge cages, made of unknown metal, and each cage contained a zombie. Wang Yiling, the family has granted you the privilege of entering the second stage. It's time to repay the family. The old man was very dissatisfied with the woman's attitude and shouted angrily. Haha, you let me advance to the second level? You're just using me as a guinea pig. The immature potion turned me into this horrible state. How can you not want such a gift? The woman suddenly turned around, revealing a hideous face, which was extremely ugly and terrifying. There was hatred and bloodthirstiness in her eyes. Wang Yiling, don't forget, your brother's life or death depends on my thoughts. The old man felt cold all over when he was stared at in this way, and he took 2 steps back involuntarily. Haha, you guys are just relying on my brother to threaten me. Wang Yiling withdrew her bloodthirsty gaze and calmed down. She was silent for a few minutes, then said, I want to see my brother. I haven't seen him for more than a month. After we meet, I will tell you about my latest research results. That is a method that can create a third-order method with no side effects. The woman continued, a method to create the third level. The old man's pupils shrank and his breathing became rapid. This means that their family will have greater power and can gain an advantage in today's world. But soon, he regained his composure, looked up at the woman in front of him, and said, okay, but you have to inject this first. The old man said this and took out a bottle of medicine from his arms. The azure liquid emits a faint light. This potion can temporarily seal the abilities of the evolver. Haha, you use what I researched to deal with me. The Wang family is really humane. The woman sneered. She looked calm, as if she had already expected such an outcome. No matter what, you are already a second-level person, so we have to be on guard. As long as you work hard for the family, I will ensure that your brother will have a worry-free life. Wang Yiling didn't say anything. She took the medicine from the old man and swallowed it directly. Very good. Someone will bring your brother here in half an hour. By then, I hope your research results will be as you said. The old man was very satisfied. He looked at Wang Yiling deeply, feeling a little regretful. Unfortunately, Wang Yiling's lineage had too deep a grudge against the family to be resolved. Otherwise, with her research talent, she would surely be able to pass on the Wang family for hundreds of years in this new world. It's a pity that Wang Yiling has nothing but endless hatred towards the main branch of the Wang family. The old man walked out of the secret room and said to the guards outside, keep an eye on her. Report any movement immediately. Yes, Patriarch. Outside the secret room, there are 21st-level strong men guarding it closely. They can see everything in the secret room through the huge high-tech glass. Wang Yiling's every move was under their surveillance. Looking at the old man leaving, Wang Yiling sneered. More than an hour later, 5 top first-level masters walked in with a thin young boy. Ogawa. Wang Yiling was a little excited. In the entire Wang family, she only cares about her younger brother. The others, although blood relatives, were indifferent to their siblings because their mother was of humble origin and only regarded them as tools of the family. That old man is the current head of the Wang family and also her grandfather. Sister, I'm fine. Wang Chuan was also very excited and ran over directly. The brother and sister hugged each other and cried. Yiling, you've seen it, brother. It's time to fulfill your promise. The old man walked over. Haha, why should I hand over what I have researched to this heartless family? Wang Yiling suddenly looked up and sneered. Do you want to go back on your word? His face turned cold. Behind him, 5 peak first-level warriors surrounded him. Wang Yiling, I will give you one more chance. Please hand over your research results. Haha, do you think you can still threaten me like before? Wang Yiling suddenly burst into laughter, and her laughter was full of madness. Go! The old man's voice turned cold. The 5 figures behind him drew their swords at the same time and pounced forward like cheetahs. Brush! The sword flashed and directly cut the bodies of Wang Yiling and the other person into 2 pieces. Everyone was stunned. They thought Wang Yiling had some trump card. After all, she was a second-level expert. Although she had taken the sealing potion, there was no guarantee that she had other means. Unexpectedly, it was cut into 2 pieces by a sword. No, there's no blood. A man noticed something unusual. As his voice fell, A chuckle sound was heard in the secret room, which was very creepy. The next moment, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, the space in the secret room was like a mirror, breaking into pieces layer by layer and disappearing into thin air. Then, an identical secret room appeared. The only difference was that Wang Yiling was pulling Wang Chuan, standing in a corner, looking at them coldly. What's going on? Wang Yiling, isn't your strength sealed? And your face? The old man looked at Wang Yiling's exquisite face and was horrified. Everything in front of him completely overturned his cognition. Wang Yiling's face, which was destroyed due to drug testing, has now recovered. Haha, you never imagined that, did you? Although that bottle of experimental potion destroyed my face, it also allowed me to fully awaken my talent. And today, I have completely resolved the after effects. Wang Yiling looked at the old man coldly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Her voice was full of sarcasm, as if she was mocking the old man's ignorance and stupidity. This is impossible. The old man's eyes widened, and an indescribable fear surged in his heart. He always thought he was in control of the situation, but he didn't expect that from the very beginning, they fell into Wang Yiling's trap. The corners of Wang Yiling's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. She continued, during this period of time, the entire secret room has been in my mental world. Everything you see is an illusion. My daily research and drinking of the sealing potion are all illusions I created. If you want to see them, I will create them for you. After hearing this, the old man felt as if struck by lightning, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. How could this happen? Cold sweat suddenly broke out on the old man's forehead. He couldn't believe it. Everything seemed so real. How could it be an illusion? Go to hell. From today on, the Wang family will be under my control. Wang Yiling laughed crazily, a little crazy. She activated her innate ability, and the entire secret room became illusory for a moment, and then became clear. Countless demonic monsters appeared, tearing through the void and rushing towards the old man. Quick, stop them. Don't be afraid. This is a magic mirror. The old man calmed himself down and ordered loudly. However, the next moment, the devil's claws pierced through his body from the back, causing him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. So clear, so real. He was very sure that they were trapped in Wang Yiling's magic mirror. But why did it hurt so much? He even felt the passing of life. Cough, cough. Is this really still a magic mirror? The old man coughed up blood and fell down limply. Life is cut off. 2 minutes later, there was no one left alive in the entire secret room. Boo! The magic mirror shattered, and the secret room remained the same as before, except that there were a few more corpses on the ground. From now on, the Wang family is mine. Wang Yiling's eyes flashed with madness. From now on, I want the world to dance for me. Chapter 80 Big Brother Steals the Monster. In the Forbidden City, in the courtyard where the shrine is located. Lord, among the 36 provinces stationed outside the Forbidden City, only 11 provinces have clearly responded to the call, and the others have not made any moves. It seems that they want to be independent. At this moment, Dao Feng was like a sword about to be unsheathed, emitting an intimidating chill. This situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Only 1/3 of the troops stationed outside the province were willing to obey the transfer order. This would never happen before the end of the world. Forget it. This situation has been anticipated a long time ago. It is already very good that 11 provinces are willing to listen to the call. The god sighed, but there was nothing he could do. In today's era, human beings are already on the brink of life and death. Zombies and mutated beasts nurtured by nuclear energy are mankind's biggest enemies. If one of them is not handled properly, human beings may become extinct. What about the major ancient families? Asked the God Lord. The Wang family has undergone a huge change. Crazy Wang Yiling has become the head of the Wang family. She is willing to share the research results of the original crystal core with us. Dao Feng paused and continued. The Xie family is also interested in an alliance. Some of the other ancient families have completely fallen into decline and are not to be feared. The remaining few have not yet responded. Okay, in that case, let's first share the research results with the Wang family to improve the strength of the Dragon Team to cope with the competition among hundreds of countries. Yes. 4 days passed in a flash, and many second-level masters appeared on the ranking list, a total of 167. Some of the truly top foreign experts have already broken through to the second level with the full support of their country. Some are even preparing to reach the third level. Among the second-level ones, the Daxia Empire accounted for 86, nearly half. This side of Tianhai City. With Brother Dashi's deliberate actions, the fighting became more intense. He threw more than 1.5 million zombies from the entire Tianhai city into the battlefield one after another. I made a lot of money coming to Tianhai this time. Brother Dashi was so excited that he could hardly hold back his gentlemanly demeanor. Just 3 days. He used the zombie army to fight against the mutant beasts, consuming millions of zombies and reducing the number of mutant rats to less than 60,000. During this process, many second-level and even third-level creatures were born. His level also soared all the way, reaching directly the second stage, level 10. Only 8 crystal cores are needed to break through to the third level. There are already a lot of level 2, level 10 mutant rats. With another wave of evolution, they will definitely be able to break through to level 3. The more Brother Dashi thought about it, the more excited he became. Currently in the entire world, there are less than 200 second-level people, and he has already stepped half a foot into the third level. Who wouldn't be excited about this? Those guys probably can't wait any longer. Brother Dashi thought of the magician Lin Yu and some other powerful people hiding in the dark. However, when it comes to harvest, no one can compare to me. He was full of heroic spirit and roared at the zombie army under his command. It's almost done. Piao, Xiaoyu, the 3 of us will go first, and the rest of you can wait. Lin Yu looked at the battlefield ahead, with a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. He has rested for 4 days and has recovered to his best condition both physically and mentally. After saying this, Lin Yu rushed forward without hesitation. His speed was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning across the sky. Lin Yu is now at the second level, and under normal circumstances, he can easily kill second-level zombies. Flame Blade. In Lin Yu's hands, flames condensed, specifically killing first and second-level zombies, as well as mutant rats. A few hours later, the number of zombies and mutant rats on the battlefield was greatly reduced again. Almost every few minutes, a second level is born. Somewhere on the battlefield, a huge mutant rat bit off the head of a second-level zombie in one bite. Devour its flesh and blood. Boom! The power in its body seemed to have reached a critical point, and powerful magical fluctuations burst out from its body. From a distance, its body seemed to be growing rapidly. In just a few moments, its size doubled. Level 3. Lin Yu felt the fluctuation from afar, and was delighted, and rushed directly in that direction. Kill. Some powerful men hiding in the dark could no longer hold back and rushed into the battlefield. The rain god appeared with a stern expression. In the area where he was, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky for no apparent reason. Every drop of rain seems to contain 1,000 pounds of power. Drip, drip. The raindrops fell on the zombies, piercing through their bodies and turning them into sieves. Wherever he passed, both zombies and mutant rats died tragically. Without exception, their bodies are riddled with holes. The other side. The divine punishment came with tremendous lightning, arcs of electricity flew, and the zombies' heads exploded one after another. This moment, all the evolvers hiding around took action. Flame form. Lin Yu shouted softly. Yellow flames ignited on his body out of thin air, and his figure turned into a beam of fire, approaching the third-level mutant rat at a very fast speed. Flame Blade. A 50-meter-long flaming sword condensed into shape and slashed directly at the third-level mutant rat. Wherever the flaming knife passed, broken limbs and arms flew up. Bang! The horrifying knife hit the mutant rat's body and chopped it away. Magic Circle. Hellfire. At this moment, a loud shout was heard in the field. As the voice appeared, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared above the head of the third-level mutant rat. The scarlet magic array pattern slowly rotates, brewing terrifying energy. Brother Dashi, this is just mine. Don't try to steal it. Lin Yu shouted and rushed over at high speed. This is a third-level crystal core, and we must not give it to anyone else. Chapter 81 Double Magic Circle. Falling Stars. Brother Dashi remained unmoved. His hands kept moving and forming seals quickly. As he moved, the crimson magic circle on the ground became brighter and brighter. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, as if the entire void was about to collapse. In the area covered by the crimson magic circle, the ground began to crack and huge cracks spread. Immediately afterwards, boiling magma gushed out from underground like a red torrent, instantly flooding the space. The terrifying power rose up and formed a blazing pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky. Roar! The mutant beast's body was submerged in magma, and it let out a shrill scream. However, this is not the end. The figure of the zombie king, Brother Dashi, was like a ghost, and he quickly pounced towards the mutant beast. He was very fast and wanted to snatch the third-level crystal core. "Brother, you go. I will stop him." Lin Xiaoyu shouted tenderly. Her figure flashed, and she rushed forward, trying to stop Brother Dashi. The body of the end. A powerful force surged throughout Lin Xiaoyu's body, and a layer of mysterious black light appeared around him. This light seemed to be able to devour everything, emitting a heart-pounding aura. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaoyu has completed the transformation and has become a being that exudes a terrifying aura, the form of the end of destruction. Her speed was extremely fast, like teleportation. In a flash, she blocked Brother Dashi's way forward. "Get out of the way." Brother Dashi's face turned cold. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a bright light emerged from his hands, rushing into the sky above Lin Xiaoyu's head with endless power. Double magic circle, falling stars. This was the first time he displayed his powerful talent in front of everyone. Boom, boom. Two muffled voices rang out in the void. Two magic circles suddenly appeared above Lin Xiaoyu's head, one light blue and one dark blue. They were extremely large, like two giant wheels hanging in the sky. Terrifying waves emanated from the two magic circles, as if they were going to tear the void apart. A huge meteorite flew from the sky, carrying unparalleled power, and fell from the sky along the guidance of the magic circle. Final destruction. Blade storm. Lin Xiaoyu shouted softly, condensed the black sword in his hand, and swung it towards the meteorite above his head. Countless sword energies rose into the sky. The two unparalleled forces collided fiercely, bursting out with dazzling light. Then, there was a huge explosion. Destroyed everything nearby. When the smoke and dust cleared, Brother Dashi and Lin Xiaoyu stood on their own sides, their clothes a little messy. "That's all." Brother Dashi glanced at the place where the third-level zombie was, and then looked at Lin Xiaoyu in front of him. "Just leave." In the place where the third-level zombies are. Lin Yu opened his mouth and madly swallowed the energy in the magma. The rolling magma turned into streams and rushed into his mouth. The power of magma is also very strong. When I become stronger, I will go find the fire at the core of the earth. Lin Yu licked his lips with satisfaction. If he could find the fire at the earth's core and devour it, his level 1 talent would definitely be able to advance to level 1. Thinking of this, his heart was burning with anger. Volcanic fire, earth's core fire, phoenix fire, sun fire, soul fire, and so on. These are his goals. After swallowing it all, it is hard to imagine how far one can go. Talent, or 9 talents, or even stronger. Suppressing the heat in his heart, Lin Yu looked towards the place where the hell rock erupted. There, the third-level mutant rat had been dead for a long time after being subjected to continuous destructive attacks. There were charred wounds all over his body. Lin Yu used the flaming knife in his hand to cut open the mutant rat's head and took out the third-level crystal core. "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Lin Yu flashed to Xiaoyu's side and asked with concern. He had seen the fight between the two just now. The unparalleled strength was so powerful that even he was shocked. "It's okay." He stopped and didn't use his full strength. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to block that move." Xiaoyu shook his head. "I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. His talent for magic circles is amazing." Lin Yu was also amazed. What I just saw was only the second level of the magic circle. If I could comprehend the third or fourth level, the power would be even greater. Once it reaches the 5th level, the power is so powerful that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as destroying the world. Don't be discouraged. He is probably already at level 10 of the second stage, and you are not even at level 2 yet. If you are at the same level, you won't necessarily lose to him. Lin Yu comforted him. After saying that, the two continued to charge towards the battlefield. Whether it is the first order crystal core or the second order, it is what they need at the moment. More and more powerful people are joining the battlefield. At this moment, the horrifying zombies and mutant rats became the hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Certainly, there are also evolvers of average strength who, when encountering level 2 zombies on the battlefield, are directly torn apart and devoured. Boom! In the distance, there was another third-level breakthrough. The evolvers around who were unable to escape died, tragically one after another. At the third level, only extremely powerful evolvers can try. There is no doubt that throughout the battlefield, apart from Lin Yu, the strongest one is Brother Dashi. The attributes of the second stage and level 10 crush all others. As time went by, a strong aura continued to rise into the sky on the battlefield. Chapter 82. Raising Corpses. There are more and more zombies and mutant rats breaking through to the second stage, and there are also breakthroughs to the third stage from time to time. Lin Yu doesn't even look at the first level now. His eyes scan the battlefield, constantly searching for the second stage. Those with average aura in the second stage will be killed directly, but if he encounters those with extremely strong aura, Lin Yu will keep them for a while. Isn't this one already at level 2, level 10? Lin Yu stared at the zombie that was rampaging in the field. His eyes lit up. Hey, that zombie, let me give you a great opportunity. Lin Yu rushed over with a big laugh. Come here. He first rushed to a second-level mutant rat, killed it easily, and took away the crystal core. Carrying its corpse, he smashed it at the zombie. Roar! The zombie stretched out both hands and inserted them directly into the mutant rat's body. Then it exerted force violently and instantly tore the mutant rat into 2 pieces. This breath, this flesh and blood, so tempting. It smacked it and bit it directly. The flesh and blood of the second-level mutant rat has a fatal attraction to it. Becoming stronger depends on this. It swallowed in big mouthfuls, and in just a few moments, it had eaten up the entire body of the mutant mouse. Lin Yu kept staring at it. At this moment, it was clearly felt that the aura of this zombie was a little stronger, but it seemed to be still a little short of the 3rd level. Damn it, you got it for free. Lin Yu quickly rushed towards another second-level mutant rat, and the flaming knife flashed past. It took no more than half a minute. Lin Yu picked up the corpse of the mutant rat and smashed it at the second-level peak zombie again. This time, he did not take the crystal core, but left it to the zombies. He is now preparing to raise corpses, using the 2nd level to raise the 3rd level. Really? As the mutant rat's body was devoured, the crystal core was absorbed. The smell of the zombie became stronger and stronger. Its body was constantly evolving, and its muscles were bulging, directly bursting the pitiful clothes on its body. Sure enough, even zombies become more and more handsome after continuous evolution. Its muscles are clearly defined, full of strength and beauty. If those crazy girls saw this, wouldn't they rush over like crazy? Lin Yu smacked his lips. Bah, what are you thinking about? Roar. At this moment, a horrifying roar came out of its mouth, and then the transformation of its body was completely completed. Looking at the entire battlefield, the only ones who have the ability to kill the 3rd-level zombies are Brother Dashi and him. No one else has that ability. Lin Yu looked around vigilantly to prevent Lao Lu from making a sneak attack. The 3rd-level zombie had just completed its transformation and excitedly tore into pieces several mutant rats that passed by. Now, Lin Yu didn't want to delay for a moment and instantly entered the dragon flame form, and his all-round attributes reached the peak. His figure flashed by. A head flew up instantly. A level 3 without awakened talent is just like this. Lin Yu dug out its crystal core cleanly and neatly, and the dragon flame form disappeared, returning to normal. His current strength of 1944 points would be tripled in the dragon flame form, reaching a terrifying 7,776 points. With such terrifying attributes, killing this ordinary 3rd-level creature could not be easier. Note: some people don't understand why the 3-fold increase is so. Here is an explanation. The 3-fold increase plus the original amount is actually 4 times the original amount. For example, if the original amount is 10 and the 3-fold increase is 30, the original 10 is 40. Continue. Lin Yu tasted the sweetness. He picked up the body of the 3rd-level zombie and began to search for a 2nd-level peak zombie on the battlefield. This can't be wasted. The flesh and blood of 3rd-level zombies contains more powerful energy than 2nd-level zombies. If used to feed the 2nd-level peak mutant rats, it is definitely possible to create the 3rd level. But there are too few peak-level 2nd-level warriors. We need to kill more of them to raise their level. Lin Yu glanced around and found only an ordinary 2nd-level one. On the battlefield, the number of zombies and mutant rats shrank rapidly. Now a 3-way melee has formed. Zombies, mutant rats, and human evolutionaries are all killing each other on this battlefield. Boom! Boom! The roar was endless. Various talents and superpowers flew around, bursting out with colorful lights. The battles among gifted people are always so colorful. Lin Yu couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked at the rays of light dancing everywhere. As the battlefield narrowed, several people caught his attention. These guys are all very strong. After the battle is over, find a way to subdue them. Lin Yu muttered to himself while looking for the 2nd-level prey. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. It was a girl with short hair, a stern face and sharp eyes. She was wearing a tight-fitting outfit that showed off her graceful figure. A thick, black magic power was entwined around her. She wielded a massive black sickle that was several times larger than her entire body. But in her hands, It seemed to have no weight and she swung it around at will. This picture doesn't seem harmonious no matter how you look at it. Wherever she passed, zombies fell down in droves. Jinger, Lin Yu whispered. When he saw the girl again, he felt a little excited and expectant. This emotion made him a little stunned. I'm not really in love with her, am I? Impossible. Lin Yu was puzzled. The time they spent together was only a few days, and it wasn't because of love. At first, it was just the most primitive impulse, but as time went by, it seemed that the shadow of Chen Jinger also appeared in his heart. Chapter 83. Intimacy on the Battlefield. During the time he came to Tianhai City, Lin Yu often thought of Chen Jinger, thinking of her pressing down on me, with a smug look on her face. I remembered how she was limp all over, but still maintained a tough attitude. I remember her always full of fighting spirit, her clenched little fists and her stubborn look as she swore to herself that she would stand up and take charge of things. As Lin Yu thought about it, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up and revealed a smile. It seems that you have awakened a very strong talent. He watched the beautiful figure moving across the battlefield, hunting and killing with ease. It seems to be fuller again. Lin Yu admired it for a moment and headed in another direction. He already had a lot of second-order crystal cores in his bag, and even 8 third-order ones. As long as he kills 2 more third-level monsters, his strength will increase rapidly and undergo another qualitative change. Brother Yu, where are you running to? Suddenly, a delicate scolding was heard. Lin Yu's face froze, and he turned his head to look. Chen Jinger rushed over wielding a large sickle. All the prey fell to the ground without a sound. Brother Yu. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jinger appeared before his eyes. Hold me. Then the scythe in her hand disappeared and flew towards her. Fuck. In Lin Yu's astonished eyes, Chen Jinger fell heavily into his arms. Caught off guard, the 2 men fell backwards and hit the ground. Jinger, wait a minute, you first? Before Lin Yu finished speaking, he felt a soft touch on his mouth. His whole body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and he was completely stunned. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, somewhat unbelievable. He was actually raped. This is on the battlefield. It's too eye-catching and too dangerous. It all happened so fast, in just a few seconds. Lin Yu was helpless, and terrifying magic power exploded from his body, covering the 2 of them. Boom! The zombies and mutant rats that pounced on them from all around were blown away by this huge magical power. It was impossible to get close to the 2 of them. In the magic beam of light, Lin Yu also responded enthusiastically. He also misses Chen Jinger very much. The huge amount of magic power that suddenly exploded in the field attracted a lot of people's attention. They turned their heads and saw 2 figures overlapping in the magic beam of light. I can't see clearly what they're doing, but it seems like they are kissing. Oh my god. When Lu Qi saw this scene, he spread his wings behind him and flew out directly to observe it from close range. Is this the boss's boss? A strong sense of oppression came over him, making it difficult for him to control his flying body. So powerful. The aura emanating from that magical beam of light was like a mountain, suffocating people. Roll. A crisp sound came from the magic light column. Okay. Lu Qi chuckled, flapped his wings, and flew away swiftly. So fierce, so envious. Lu Yu killed several zombies and watched from a distance, sighing. The next moment, a small hand grabbed his ear. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Wife, let go. Yang Shanshan's face turned slightly red. She grabbed his ear and went in another direction. They were not the only ones who saw this scene. Many people saw it. You shameless scoundrel. Lu Shiyun looked at the 2 people's intimate behavior and cursed in her heart. She felt a little jealous and a little disappointed. On the other side, Lin Xiaoyou's eyes were also wide open. Who is that woman? She and my brother have actually gotten to this point. Maybe they have already. I dare not think about it anymore. She was beaten to the punch. Yi Pia Piao. Master is so open-minded? There were many people around who witnessed this scene. In addition to being shocked by this bold operation, what was more important was the huge amount of magic power that Lin Yu released that will frighten them. Take a quick photo and upload it to the forum. It will definitely go viral. Lao Lu laughed and secretly turned on the recording function on the rules forum. This explosive scene was recorded. He even thought of the title. It's called Magician Boss, Doing Shameful Things in Public in Front of Thousands of People. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? In the magic light column. Is that almost done? We still have things to do. Lin Yu was a little helpless. Humph. I'll spare you first. We'll fight again after this is over. Chen Jinger used force with her teeth, then slapped away Lin Yu's restless hand and rushed into the battlefield again. Lin Yu looked at the beautiful figure, licked the blood from his lips, and smiled bitterly. This girl. Chapter 84. Recruiting the Thunder Team. Suddenly, a horrific explosion sounded in the field. Double magic circle. Falling stars. Look from a distance. Two huge blue magic circles appeared in the sky, each with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters. An extremely huge meteorite, carrying tremendous power, flew from the sky. And below the meteorite are the two magic circles. They are like two huge hands, tightly grasping the meteorite and pulling it to fall to the earth. Is this the true power of your move? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming more serious. Even if he were to face Brother Dashi's move at this moment, he would have to use the dragon flame form to be able to take it unscathed. This guy is really terrifying. Why haven't I heard of him in my previous life? Below the second magic circle. Roar. A gigantic mutant rat roared towards the sky, making the roar of a giant beast. This is the mutant rat king. After not seeing it for a few days, its body has grown to an incredibly huge size. It's as big as a small mountain. Its entire body exudes tremendous magical power, overwhelming everyone around it. Lin Yu felt it secretly and thought to himself, looking at this aura, this rat king might have reached the 3rd stage and 10th level. Starfall. Following a loud shout from Brother Dashi, the meteorite fell and hit the mutant rat king's body heavily. However, it is not over yet. 1st level magic circle. Hell Rock? Another terrifying attack. The earth cracked, magma rolled, and rushed into the sky, hitting the rat king hard and drowning him. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying explosion occurred in that place. After a few minutes, the smoke dissipated. The mutant rat king lay in a huge pit, dying. So far, the rat tide was completely defeated, leaving only more than 10,000 mutant rats, which were immediately thrown into disarray. Squeaking, it rushed outwards madly, trying to escape. But under the command of Brother Dashi, the zombie army intercepted and held them back. Kill. The shouts of killing were deafening, and all the strong men were hunting like crazy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Divide this last profit. Lin Yu was not idle either. He followed the same method as before and force-fed the mutant mice. He only lacks 2 3rd-level crystal cores. 2 hours later, everyone stopped. The entire battlefield had long been in ruins, and no mutant rat could be seen anymore. Even the zombies were reduced to less than 30,000. This battle directly cleared out all the zombies in Tianhai City. Many of the evolutionists who participated in it gained a lot as long as they survived. On the battlefield, most people have already left. Brother Dashi, I never thought that you are actually a zombie king. Shenfa stared at Brother Dashi Jiangji, extremely shocked. Before this, no one could have imagined it. Brother Dashi, who ranks first on both world lists, is actually a zombie. Don't even think about attacking me, or you'll die miserably. Brother Dashi smiled like a gentleman. Behind him, more than 30,000 zombies formed a formation and stood quietly in military posture. On his left and right sides, there are 2 3rd-level zombies guarding him. The faces of the people under divine punishment were solemn, and they said nothing. Let's go. See you later. Brother Dashi smiled at Lin Yu. Where are you going? Lin Yu asked. There are also many zombies in the neighboring Jiangzhou city. Brother Dashi smiled gently, waved his hand, and led the remaining zombies away. I'm afraid this guy is going to attack some mutant beasts in the mountains. Lin Yu had already guessed what Brother Dashi was planning. Lead the zombies to attack the mutant beasts in the mountains and quickly increase your levels. Are you a magician? Heiyu walked up and stared at Lin Yu and asked. Yes, what can I do for you? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. I would like to invite you to join our Thunder team. Heiyu clasped his fists, his attitude quite sincere. I already have my own team. How about you join my team? Lin Yu shook his head and instead pulled this group of people together. Well, magician, I know you are very strong, but I am afraid you are still a little short of winning us over. The divine punishment came forward, his body wrapped in lightning. How about making a bet? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Ever since he saw this group of people on the battlefield, he had a plan in mind to subdue them. Divine punishment, he was a powerful person who was among the strongest in his previous life, and he cannot be let off. The most important thing is, this group of people are very loyal and have never abandoned their teammates. Such a strong man is what Lin Yu desires very much. What's the bet? Shenfa asked. Let's have a fight between our two sides. 1, 3, or 5 will do. How about the losing party joining the winning party? Lin Yu smiled and said, setting a trap for God's punishment. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei's eyes flashed like lightning as he glanced at the group of people on Lin Yu's side, his expression very solemn. Before on the battlefield, he only accidentally saw Chen Jinger fighting, and he didn't know the specific strengths of the others. Including Lin Yu, he had only felt the huge magical power from afar, and they had never seen the battle process. After all, before, the two sides were fighting in different directions and had no intersection. Okay, I agree. But not today, let's make an appointment for tomorrow. To be on the safe side, the divine punishment was scheduled for tomorrow. They have obtained quite a few second-order crystal cores today, which are enough for him to break through to the second-order level 10 in one go. And then his chances of winning will be greater. After all, Lin Yu had already reached the second level several days ago. I can do anything. Lin Yu spread his hands and didn't care. Interesting. After everyone left, the figure of the rain god appeared here. Lin Yu and a group of 50 or 60 people found a farmhouse and stayed there. Shi Yun, move all your things out, we'll open tonight. Jinger, take the women with you to help with the washing of vegetables and cooking. Lu Yu, he song. You two take the brothers to get some firewood and bring it back. We will have delicious food for everyone today. Lin Yu's arrangement made everyone cheer. After everyone took action, Lin Yu said to a sturdy man, come here. Boss, what's the matter? Lu Qi ran over. The two eyes kept looking up and down at Lin Yu. This is the legendary boss's boss. I didn't expect he is actually a magician. Before on the battlefield, Lin Yu and Chen Jinger were in the magic light column, and he couldn't see their true faces. Only now did he take a closer look. Lu Qi, possessing a level 1 talent to receive? Lin Yu felt complicated. He took away this guy's opportunity, but ended up making him his own. Chapter 85 Guild Power. Boss, it's me. It's me. I didn't expect Boss Chun to mention me. It's an honor. Lu Qi had a fawning look on his face and smiled in a servile manner. Lin Yu looked at the man, his mouth twitching slightly. Why does this man feel a little different from what he remembered? In his previous life, this guy absorbed the power of the fire dragon and became extremely powerful. Lin Yu had the honor of seeing him once, and he had the demeanor of a strong and powerful man. Why did he not look like that at all at the moment? Instead, he looks so mean and makes people want to beat him up. How did you become Chen Jinger's younger brother? Tell me. Lin Yu was still very curious about this. Lu Qi exaggerated the story. Lin Yu finally understood. So, you were forced to join Jinger's army because you couldn't beat her? You weren't sincere? Lin Yu said. No. Boss, don't get me wrong. It was a little bit like that at the beginning, but now I really follow Boss Chun. Seeing the cold light in Lin Yu's eyes, Lu Qi shuddered and hurriedly began to explain. At the beginning, he really wasn't sincere. But after getting along with each other for a long time, many things happened and this team made him feel a different kind of warmth. For him, the entire team specially hunted a mutant eagle, allowing him to receive wings and gain the ability to fly. Boss, I sincerely follow Boss Chun. Since you two are in that kind of relationship, you are naturally my boss. Lu Qi suddenly became serious. He stood up and took a step back, staring at Lin Yu, and said word by word, however, I still want to see your strength. At this moment, his entire aura changed. It no longer looked so mean, but instead exuded the aura of a ferocious beast. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This guy is good and worth training. Do you want to fight with me? He looked at Lu Qi with a smile. Think. Why don't you advance to the second level first? I'll wait for you. Lin Yu wanted to completely defeat this guy and make him a pillar of support for Yongzhou. Lu Qi's innate ability to receive is a super awesome talent. Although each part of the body can only receive one ability, they can be covered. As long as you continue to receive stronger abilities, you will eventually grow into a super strong person and enter the strongest sequence. Oh, boss, you are already at the second level. Lu Qi smiled awkwardly. He was only at level 10. If he faced a level 2 warrior, he wouldn't even need to fight. He would definitely be beaten. However, in this rat-tide battle, he had obtained enough crystal cores to allow him to enter the second stage, 4th level. Go ahead, come find me when you've made a breakthrough. Don't do it here, go somewhere far away to break through. Lin Yu gave a warning, fearing that this guy would break through here and damage the farmhouse. Okay. Lu Qi ran away. Lin Yu shook his head and walked into the kitchen. Inside, a group of women gathered together, whispering, and when they saw him come in, they all fell silent. Some people's faces turned red. Oh? Lin Yu was puzzled. Why did he feel that these women were laughing at him? When I walked over to Chen Jinger and the others, I found that they were not much better either. Everyone looked at him with blushing faces. Oh? Lin Yu touched his face, but there was nothing on it. What are you laughing at? Brother, the video of you and Sister Jing kissing each other on the battlefield has become popular on the forum. Lin Xiaoyu spoke with resentment. What the hell? Lin Yu's voice rose several degrees. Which bastard is so bored that he even posted this on the forum? Lin Yu was shocked. I quickly opened the rules forum, Dasha District. As soon as I clicked it, an eye-catching title appeared before my eyes. Shocked. The magician boss is recklessly playing a two-player game on the battlefield. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Lin Yu clicked in with a dark face. There is a recorded video in it. In the video, he was pinned to the ground by Chen Jinger, who frantically demanded a kiss from him. There were countless zombies and mutant rats fighting around him. It's okay. It's okay. Fortunately, the magic power exploded and covered up the true appearance. Lin Yu was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the two were surrounded by a beam of magical light, making it difficult to see their true appearance. The post was already buzzing with comments. Magic Master is truly a role model for our generation. It must be very exciting to do that kind of thing in front of everyone. Don't censor it. The content I want to see the most is not covered. Do I have to pay for membership to see it? Hey everyone, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Can't you see the magician's huge beam of magic light? I saw it. It was so horrible. There was a lot of discussion on the forum. Mrs. Lin, you have become an internet celebrity. Chen Jinger came over with a smile, showing no awareness of the person involved at all. You're dead tonight. Lin Yu spoke angrily. Come on, who's afraid of who? Chen Jinger's eyes lit up and she seemed very excited. Boss. Lu Qi's voice was heard outside. Lin Yu took this opportunity to escape. This female hooligan is really unbearable. 1 hour later, a strong aroma wafted from the farmhouse, tempting everyone's stomach. At this time, Lin Yu and Lu Qi walked in, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Yu walked in front with a smile. Lu Qi had a bruised face and nose and was limping behind. Haha, old Lu, you are the only one who wants to challenge the boss, so get yourself beaten. Lu Yu was the one who laughed the most happily in the whole audience. Okay, stop messing around. Lin Yu interrupted everyone's joy. Everyone sitting here today is a part of Eternal Day. You can have your own small groups, but you must remember that you all belong to Eternal Day. To avoid water riding, the 2,000-word speech is omitted here. Congratulations to all survivors. An Evolver has broken through to level 3, and the guild power is now open. Please go to the rules store to purchase the guild core. After the guild is established, there will be many functions. Please study them yourself. At this moment, 3 cold voices rang in the minds of everyone in the world. Someone has broken through to level 3. Everyone was shocked and started checking the rankings. On the world evolution list, Brother Dashi's name is ranked high at the top, and he is the only one at the 3rd level. At this time, there are only 271 people in the entire world who have reached the 2nd level. Fuck you. Brother Dashi is so perverted? He is not a human being. The guild faction has been established. What is the name of Brother Dashi's faction? I want to join. The Skyja gang is recruiting people. Qin Shi Mingyu is recruiting people. Our boss, Moon Goddess, is a super beautiful lady. The forum is in chaos at this moment. Lin Yu had anticipated this. He has been waiting for this moment. The emergence of the guild will provide him with ideas for his next plan. He wanted to find high-level firepower, and the most convenient way was to communicate with the rules, and only the guild could provide this method. Chapter 86. Good guy. You are really different. Boss, what is this? Everyone looked at Lin Yu, waiting for his instructions. Lin Yu didn't waste any time and directly spent 100,000 evolution points to buy a guild core in the newly appeared rule store. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, the void cracked, and a palm-sized badge and a 5-meter high huge stone tablet were teleported out from it. There is a vast force of rules flowing above. Bang! The stone tablet fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. What is this? Everyone gathered around with curiosity. This is the guild emblem and guild core. Lin Yu took the badge, dripped blood on it, and wrote the words Eternal Day on it with his mental power. At the same time, a guild mark pattern was also engraved. An ancient sword pierced through the sun. This is the emblem of Eternal Day. All members of Eternal Day will have this tattoo mark on their bodies. Everyone injects their spiritual power into it, and they will officially become members of Yongri. After hearing Lin Yu's words, everyone injected their mental power into the guild badge. leaving their own mental imprint. The next moment, everyone felt a burning sensation somewhere on their body. "Oh, what is this?" The little girl Ruka screamed. A tattoo pattern slowly appeared in the palm of her hand. "This is the mark of our eternal day," Lin Yu explained. Soon, tattoo marks appeared on the burning parts of everyone's body. Some are on the forehead, some are on the arms, some are on the back. "Jinger, why is your face so red?" Lin Yu accidentally glanced at her red face and asked. "My badge may be on my butt." Chun Jinger blushed and leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered, "Oh?" Lin Yu was confused. "Boy, you are really different." Then, his eyes lit up and he whispered, "I'll check you out tonight." "Okay, let's study it together." Chun Jinger was not at all nervous. Instead, she was very excited and eager to try. Lin Yu felt as if he had fallen into the mouth of a wolf. Next, Lin Yu placed the guild emblem into the groove on the top of the core stone tablet. The next moment, the light on the stone tablet flowed, revealing the mark of Eternal Day, followed by the words, Eternal Day. This stone tablet is the most core and mysterious thing of the guild. It contains a powerful force of rules and cannot be destroyed by human power. Lin Yu explained to everyone. The guild tablet has 4 magical functions: trial space, strong assessment, wish clues, and rule tasks. "Boss, what does this mean?" Everyone was confused after hearing this. As long as you are a guild member and consume a certain amount of crystal cores, you can enter the trial space inside the stone tablet. In the trial space, you can simulate various environments according to your own ideas to study and develop your own talents and abilities. You can also simulate opponents and fight against them, so you can keep improving and increase your combat capabilities. Hearing Lin Yu say this, everyone became excited. This function is so powerful. Although many people have awakened their talents, they use their abilities roughly, their attacks are simple, and they have not been fully developed. I have awakened my lightning talent, but now I can only run around quickly. My methods are indeed too simple, said Lightning Man Zhouan. A simulated battle? Chun Jinger seemed to be thinking about something. She looked at Lin Yu. If I simulate a battle with him, can I find a way to suppress him? What are the other 3 functions used for? Lu Shiyun asked what everyone wanted to ask. Strongman Assessment is a test that determines the strength of the evolvers according to the rules. After passing the test, you will receive a corresponding rating. This rating is related to the next 2 functions. Lin Yu smiled. He knew all this in his previous life, and had even experienced it long ago, so he was eagerly waiting for this moment to come. The 4 functions of the guild have a fatal attraction to the strong, so there are no lone wolves in this world. You can either join someone else's guild or create your own guild. The 3rd function is the wish clue. Guild members can make a wish to the rules once a month, asking for clues to some information. Having said that, Lin Yu pointed at the Lightning Man. For example, if you want to know how to advance your level 1 talent to level 2, you can make a wish to the rules, and the rules will give you corresponding hints. However, each person only has 1 chance per month, and the level of detail of the prompt is related to the rating of the strong. The higher the rating, the more detailed the prompt. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked once again to the point of being unable to be more shocked. Can we still play like this? Boss, does this mean that our talent level can be improved? Of course you can. Everyone's talent can be improved through chance, treasures, or their own understanding, but it's just very difficult. Lin Yu's own talent was advanced from level 1 to level 2 by absorbing the precious fire dragon's blood essence. Of course, everyone's talent advancement method is different. Boss, what does the rule mission mean? Someone asked. Rule tasks refer to the rules that will issue tasks from time to time. After completing the tasks, there will be rewards. The level of the tasks is also related to the evaluation of the strong. Lin Yu explained a lot, but everyone was still in a daze, unable to digest this huge amount of information. Chapter 87, Level 3, Shocking the World. Boss, how do we use this thing? Lu Qi pointed at the large stone tablet in front of him. The core stone tablet of the guild cannot be stored in the space, so we can only carry it. So it's time to build a safe base and establish a guild residence. Tian High City is the best choice right now. The zombies have all been eliminated. Outside the city there are mountains and forests, as well as the Tian High Lake, which are full of advanced crystal cores. Everyone was very excited and looking forward to it. No one wants to be adrift in the end times. Who doesn't want a warm home? A place where they can have a good night's sleep? At this moment, they saw the shadow of home. Okay, that's about all I have to say. Let's eat quickly. Everyone should have gained a lot of crystal cores today. After dinner, those who need to break through can go into the trial space to break through. It's also a good opportunity to familiarize yourself with it. Everyone started to eat voraciously with excitement. At this moment, they felt that the delicious food on the table didn't seem so fragrant anymore, and they just wanted to experience it quickly. It's your first experience, and there are no fees. It lasts for 1 hour. You will need to recharge the second time you enter. Lin Yu said with a smile. Top up. Everyone looked confused. 1 hour requires 100 level 0 crystal cores, or 1 level 1 crystal core. Hiss. This is too expensive, isn't it? Is this robbery? Everyone felt a toothache. These people are already first-level evolvers, but they need dozens of first-level crystal cores to reach level 10, and there are not many in stock of 0-level crystal cores. Lin Yu shook his head. Not many people can afford it in the early stages, but it will be much better if you have extra 3rd and 4th-level crystal cores in the middle and late stages. However, sometimes you may gain nothing even after spending more than 10 hours in the trial space. Calculated this way, it's actually always been quite expensive. Everyone cursed, but couldn't hide their excitement and rushed to the guild stone tablet one by one. The mental force probed into it. Then, their bodies turned into a ray of light and were swallowed up. Shiyun, once we choose the guild's base tomorrow, I'll give you the position of vice president. From now on, it's up to you to manage it. Lin Yu looked at the woman, feeling a little apologetic. He still has a lot of things to do and can't waste time on these trivial matters. Search for various high-level fire attribute treasures, upgrade talents, and explore the source of the disaster behind the end of the world. Brother Yu, just go and do your own thing. I will take care of Yongzhou for you. I will definitely let you see a strong and glorious family in the future. Lu Shiyun has always understood Lin Yu very well, also willing to protect Eternal Day for him. Thank you. Lin Yu suddenly took her little hand and said softly, Shiyun, don't worry. I will prepare the crystal cores and various resources needed for advancement for you. Lu Shiyun felt the gazes coming from all directions, and her face turned slightly red. There are several women watching here, and she feels a little uncomfortable. Chen Jinger curled her lips. But when he thought about the big battle that was going to happen tonight, he smiled again. Half an hour later, everyone was full. One by one, they couldn't wait to enter the trial space and break through. Lin Yu was also going to break through to the 3rd level, and he was worried that 1 hour of free time would not be enough. Directly recharged 10 first-level crystal cores. On a vast white land, there is an endless plain. This is the trial space. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the crystal core. In this rat tide war, apart from Brother Dashi, he was the one who gained the most. There are more than 600 first-level crystal cores, more than 200 second-level crystal cores, and 10 third-level crystal cores. It allowed him to break into the 3rd level in one breath, become one of the only 2 third-level strongmen in the entire world. Without hesitation, as each crystal core was absorbed, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Physical strength and magic power also became restless and continued to overflow. Level 2, Level 1, Level 2, Level 2, Level 2, Level 10, Level 3. In one breath, Lin Yu madly upgraded from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Boom! This breakthrough took more than an hour. When the explosion occurred, a beam of magic light shot straight into the sky, so huge that the earth broke into pieces. Finally reached level 3. Lin Yu clenched his fists, felt the surging power in his body, and smiled with satisfaction. He felt that his attributes must have reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, in a small military base near Tianhai City, the rat infestation in Tianhai City was resolved so quickly. A middle-aged man sat at the first seat, frowning. Yes, according to the news on the forum, all the mutant rats and zombies in Tianhai City disappeared this afternoon. Below, a middle-aged man in military uniform reported. It is said that there was an endless battle between zombies and mutant rats, and then other evolvers joined in and ended it all. However, only less than 1/10 of the original survivors in Tianhai City remain, and 2 large districts have been completely destroyed. Bang! The middle-aged man slammed his palm on the table with a cold look in his eyes. Originally, they were planning to go directly to Tianhai City in 2 days to clean up the mess and confiscate the high-level crystal cores. Who knew things would change? He couldn't understand why the zombies would fight the mutant beasts so desperately, causing the battle to end early. He glanced at the 2 glaring 3rd-level ones on the leaderboard and became a little angry. Pass on my order. Get ready and head to Tianhai City tomorrow morning. Gather everyone there and set up a base. The middle-aged man waved his hand and made a decision. Now that things have come to this, let's gather all the survivors under our command and dominate the area. He saw the order from the Lord of the Forbidden City, but he had long had the ambition to dominate the world, so he naturally would not obey it. Because of this, the entire legion split and fought a great battle, and almost all the die-hard fans of the temple were cleared out by him. Chapter 88. Gamble with the Thunder Team. With the end of the Rat Tide in Tianhai City, suddenly, a group of powerful second-level warriors emerged, and even 2 third-level warriors emerged. Brother Dashi and the Magician shocked the world. Haha, you little dog from Sakura country, are you still barking? Your strongest Chizuru is only ranked 10th. Baga, what do you know? Our Shinhajun will not lose to you. He must be holding back a big move, so that he can give us a surprise in the Battle of 100 Nations. It must be like this. Shinhajun will not lose to those people from Daxia country. In the land of Sakura, many people looked livid. Brother Dashi and the Magician suddenly advanced to the 3rd level, which was like a loud slap in the face, making them dizzy. They could only bite the bullet and refute the ridicule of the Daxia people. Don't be complacent, people of Daxia. When the 100 Nations War comes, that Dashi brother and the Magician will definitely be killed by Shinhajun. At this time, Shinha was a little upset when she saw such remarks. To be honest, he didn't really want to go against Brother Dashi and the Magician. After all, there is no false reputation. Brother Dashi and the Magician must be extraordinary to be able to always be ahead of everyone else. He was not sure of winning unless the research at the shrine could make him even stronger. The West, the Heavenly Palace. Could it be that the people from Daxia have already used the power in the original crystal core? Lucifer frowned, holding a bottle of potion in his hand, but he hadn't used it yet. Now, the time is not right yet. In a villa in Tianhai City, more than 20 members of the Laming clan gathered together and looked at each other. Boss, that magician has reached level 3. Are you still going to the duel tomorrow? Heiyu's face didn't look good, and it looked a little green. Level 3, that was a level that neither he nor the divine punishment could reach. In today's battle, they gained quite a few second-order crystal cores, and the 2 strongest ones reached the second-order level 10. But they didn't have a single third-level crystal core. Even so, we have to accept the challenge. If we change our minds and become cowards, our Thunder Team will have no chance of survival in the future. The divine punishment looked solemn, but he did not back down. Aren't we supposed to decide how to play? I already have a plan. He pondered for a moment and spoke out what was in his mind. After everyone heard it, their eyes lit up. Indeed, if you follow this method, your chances of winning are great. When Lin Yu walked out of the trial space, everyone looked at him with fiery eyes. Because he is the second third-level strongman on the world list. Today, everyone's strength has been greatly improved. Chen Jinger, Lin Xiaoyu, and Yi Piao have all reached the 2nd stage, level 10, and Lu Shiyun has reached the 2nd stage, level 8. Almost everyone else has reached level 10 of the first order, and a few have already broken through to level 2. Boss, did you see that? On the world rankings, there are 271 strong men above the 2nd level, and we, Yongzhou, account for 15 of them. Lu Qi looked excited. This was indeed news that shocked everyone, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. Okay, keep going. Lin Yu smiled and encouraged, then checked his attribute panel. After reaching the 2nd level, with each level up, the 4 dimensions increase by 20 points and the free points increase by 20, which is double that of the 1st level. After the 3rd level, each level doubles again, and the 4 dimensions increase by 40 points. Codename: Magician. Level 3, level 0. Magic power: 356,000. Strength: 4,688. Physique: 2728. Speed: 2,896. Spirit: 3,144. Talent: Level 1 Flame Master. Unlocked Flame Form: Blazing Flame, Dragon Flame. The terrifying attributes are comparable to those of an ordinary 4th order evolver. Now, with his talent, he is almost invincible, if not invincible. Wan's enormous magic power is enough to make him fearless of everything. Lin Yu returned to the room and just lay down. I felt a presence approaching quietly. This girl. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth. He also wanted to eat meat. Creaky, the door was gently pushed open. A curvy woman slid in. Jinger. Before Lin Yu could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by something soft. Brother Yu, don't talk? Chen Jinger pressed forward directly. Lin Yu thought about it and did not resist. He decided to fulfill the girl's wish. The next day, Lin Yu took everyone to find a more suitable location in Tianhai City as the guild's headquarters. Let's establish a guild here. Lin Yu directly arranged for Yang Long, who controlled metal and the earth-type talent to start construction. Wait for me. Lin Yu found a few restaurants with better construction. He then transformed into a dragon flame form and swung the 50-meter-long flaming sword in a circle towards the ground, directly lifting up the foundation of the restaurant. Get up for me. Lin Yu shouted, easily lifted the entire restaurant, and ran towards the guild headquarters. Fuck. Boss is awesome. He actually pulled up the entire restaurant. Superman, he can carry a building on his back and still walk very fast. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. I can only sigh, the boss is really awesome. In this way, Lin Yu moved in 7 or 8 buildings one after another and gradually took shape. The rest is up to you. Expand in all directions using the guild building complex. Yang Long will be responsible for building the city wall, the earth-type talents will reclaim the wasteland, and the others will cooperate with Lu Shiyun to start growing crops. Lin Yu arranged everything in an orderly manner. In the end times, the most lacking thing is still food. Because no one is farming or growing vegetables anymore, all food has lost its source. If we want long-term and stable development, we have to grow it ourselves. Brother Yu, I forgot to tell you. At this time, Lu Shiyun ran over and said, when the guild members absorbed the crystal cores yesterday, several of them realized the talent of life. Lin Yu was overjoyed when he heard this. What kind of talent is that? 2 people have obtained a super talent. Their maturity speed has increased tenfold. 3 people have obtained a level 1 talent. Wine brewing. Okay. Shiyun, I'll leave these matters to you to decide. You can make the arrangements as you see fit. Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief about the problem of future food. The gift of life has finally been obtained by someone, and the new order is being rebuilt and restored. Then, Lin Yu called Xiaoyu, Chen Jinger, Yi Piao, and Lu Qi, and rushed to yesterday's battlefield together. He also has a bet with the Thunder. The 4 people he brought with him, plus himself, were all masters, so no matter what the opponent chose, they would not lose. Chapter 89 Blood Manipulation. Hey, I didn't expect you guys to come so early. Looking at the 20 or so people who had been waiting, Lin Yu greeted them with a smile. I'm naturally excited to fight a famous magician. I'll come and join in the fun. At this time, a voice came from a distance. The next moment, the figure was already nearby. The man who came was dressed in white, and it was the man codenamed Rain God. Behind him, there were more than 10 people, all with strong auras. Oh, another strong man. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Then, he looked at the divine punishment and said, how do you want to compete? 3, right? Okay, there are 5 of us here. You can choose your opponents. Lin Yu said. At this time, Heiyu slowly walked forward. He is the second strongest in Laming, possessing dual talents of level and level. They only need to win 2 games. The boss Shen Fa was ready to fight with Lin Yu, but he was a little worried. After all, there was a big gap between the 2nd level and the 3rd level. Unless Lin Yu's own attributes are not high, but this is impossible. As the leader of the Thunder team, Shen Fa has his own dignity as a strong man, and it is impossible for him to bypass Lin Yu and challenge others. Therefore, only he and another person can fight first. As long as they can win 2 games first, the divine punishment will not have to be taken. I'll fight you. Heiyu pointed at Yi Piao. There are 5 people on Lin Yu's side. He has seen Chen Jinger take action and is not sure of winning. Lin Yu was even less sure, so there were still 3 people left to choose from. Yi Piao, Xiaoyu, and Lu Qi. He chose Yi Piao and prepared to let Xiaoyu, who looked the weakest, to challenge another brother of theirs. It's a bit like Tianji's horse racing. Unfortunately, he calculated wrongly. Come on. Yi Piao walked forward neatly and quickly, holding a long sword. Boss, do you think Heiyu can win? That woman seems very confident. A young man from the Thunder team who was not tall but had a very determined look in his eyes asked. He was the 3rd person to challenge Lin Xiaoyu. Although he was young, only about 15 or 16 years old, his strength ranked 3rd. Kuroba won't lose. Shen Fa raised his eyes slightly, very confident. Haha, of course. There are 5 people on the opposite side, except for the magician and that woman. There is no way that Black Feather Boss will lose. By the way, Xingyan has to be gentle when he attacks that little girl. It's fine as long as he wins. I'm excited just thinking about it now. With the addition of magic, our Thunder team will definitely become famous all over the world. The group of people became more and more excited as they talked, their eyes filled with excitement, as if they had already seen Yi Piao defeated. In the field, Heiyu was the first to move. He rushed towards Yi Piao at an extremely fast speed and punched her with his fist. Spell. Speed increased by 2 times. Almost instantaneous. Yi Piao wrote down a double speed enhancing spell and applied it to herself. Then, her figure swayed slightly. Hei Yu's fist arrived just in time and smashed through her body with one punch. Not good. Afterimage. Hei Yu's pupils shrank and his body reacted quickly, retreating at a high speed. But even so, the sword still cut a wound on his arm, and drops of blood flowed out. I didn't want this to happen, but now I have no choice. Hei Yu stopped retreating and gave a bitter smile. Then, his face became serious. Blood gushed out from the wound on his arm and condensed into blood needles in the air. Go! Following his loud shout, countless blood needles flew towards Yi Piao in large numbers and at extremely fast speeds. Spell 6. Ask? Yi Piao did not hesitate and wrote down the equation in an instant. A curtain of light rose from the ground and blocked in front of her. Boo! There was a sound of a light curtain being punctured. The blood needle directly pierced through the magic light curtain and shot towards her again. Yi Piao's eyes narrowed, and she dodged quickly. However, under Hei Yu's control, those blood needles could even turn in the air and chase closely. Spell. Additional sharpness. While Yi Piao dodged, she put two fingers together and drew them across the sword in her hand. A ray of firefly light attached to it. Ding ding ding. She swung her sword and cut off all the blood needles. Unexpectedly, Hei Yu slashed with his left hand, and the chopped blood condensed again and turned into a long blood knife. Manipulating blood. This is a very strong talent. When Lin Yu saw this, he basically understood Hei Yu's talents and abilities. Manipulate blood? I see he is manipulating the blood flowing from his own wound. Does that mean he has to stab himself first before he attacks? Chen Jinger was a little stunned. Is such a talent considered strong? Wouldn't he die first from excessive blood loss? Manipulating blood is a powerful talent. Just imagine, when you are defenseless, the blood in your body suddenly attacks your heart. What will happen? Lin Yu asked without turning his head. Oh my god. When Lu Qi heard this, he thought about it carefully and suddenly felt horrified. What if this is my own blood, and it suddenly attacks my heart and brain, causing my body to explode and die? That would be terrible, right? It's hard to guard against, but it seems that Hei Yu's control over blood is still limited at the moment. He can't seem to control the blood in other people's bodies. Lin Yu observed and found that Hei Yu seemed to be able to only control his own blood. If you can continue to make breakthroughs in research in the guild's trial space and reach the point where you can control the blood in other people's bodies, that would be incredible. It's so powerful. How can we defeat it if we meet it? Chen Jinger frowned. There are many great talents in this world, but there is no perfect talent. Every talent has its weaknesses. Lin Yu opened his mouth slowly and explained to everyone. All control talents can only be controlled because of the caster's innate magnetic field. For example, Hei Yu's blood control. As long as you isolate his blood magnetic field, you can prevent your own blood from being controlled by him. After listening to this, several people seem to be thinking about it. In the field, Hei Yu controlled the blood knife and slashed forward. When the blood knife came into contact with Yi Piao's sword, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless blood threads that splashed everywhere. Even though Yi Piao dodged quickly, a lot of blood was still stuck to her body. A moment. Wherever the blood touched, it began to sizzle and smoke, and the next moment it burned her skin. Blood explosion. With Hei Yu's light shout, blood suddenly exploded on Yi Piao's body, and tiny wounds appeared all over her arms. Then, a feeling of dizziness came over me. She almost fell down. You've lost. The toxins in your blood have entered through your wounds. Although they can only slow down your movements, it's enough. Hei Yu spoke with confidence. Spell. Physical fitness doubled. Yi Piao quickly wrote down the technique to strengthen her physical fitness, and suddenly a green light appeared all over her body, and her physical fitness was rapidly improving. The wounds on his body were also healing quickly. The toxins in her body were also metabolized, and her body returned to normal. Depend on. Hei Yu looked at this scene with his eyes widened. How can we play this? So with the four-dimensional attributes, you can enhance anyone you want. How can you fight like this? Chapter 90. Her power is more terrifying than that of the God Punishment boss. Spell. Speed tripled. Yi Piao instantly canceled the physical enhancement and changed it to speed enhancement, and this time it was 3 times. Her figure flashed by. The next moment, he appeared behind Hei Yu, as if teleporting, and swung 4 swords in succession, which Hei Yu was unable to block. Too fast to catch. In an instant, 4 blood flowers bloomed. On his shoulders, calves, wrists, and back. You lost. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died just now. Yi Piapiao's figure condensed in the distance. He looked grim. Although he still had many tricks up his sleeve, the opponent's speed at this moment was too fast. Even if I use all my strength, I'm afraid there's no chance of winning. The opponent's talent is too abnormal. He can switch attribute enhancements at will. It is simply impossible to play. Triple ritual? Lin Yu's eyes widened. How could this disciple comprehend the third level so quickly? This talent and understanding is simply too amazing. How can this woman be so strong? She just said that the speed is increased by 3 times? Doesn't it mean that a level 1 talent can only increase the main attribute by 2 times? Someone in the Thunder team looked horrified. Is it a talent? Shenfei also had a serious expression on his face. He was far behind Yi Piapiao's speed just now. Hey, you actually lost. What kind of talent does this woman have? It's flashy, but powerful. We're not actually going to join each other, are we? The members of the Thunder team no longer had the ease and joy they had before. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the final outcome, and each of them had a conflicted look on their face. Lost the first game. With 2 games left, it may be difficult for God's punishment boss to win, unless he can put aside his pride and challenge others besides magic. Interesting talent. The Rain God was watching from the side, a solemn look on his face. Both of them on the field are very strong. Boss, can you win against them? A man behind the Rain God spoke. That Heiyu is no match for me. As for that woman, I haven't fought her before, so it's hard to say. The Rain God thought for a moment before replying. Yi Piapiao's methods have not been fully revealed, so he is not sure. Boss, I'm sorry, I lost. Heiyu walked back to the team dejectedly. It's okay, just do your best. Shinfa patted his shoulder and said nothing. The other side. Sister Piapiao, you are so awesome. Xiaoyu took her hand and praised her. Chen Jinger also looked sideways. It was the first time she saw Yi Piapiao take action. Her endless stream of strange methods were indeed very difficult to deal with. If she were to fight him, she might not be able to win. Piapiao, when did you realize the third level? Lin Yu asked. Yesterday, I spent more than 10 hours in the guild's trial space before I realized it. Yi Piapiao gently pushed her glasses, looking calm, as if this was just a trivial matter. Lin Yu was speechless. At this time, a boy of 15 or 16 years old walked out from the opposite team. He glanced around and finally stopped at Lin Xiaoyu. My name is Li Qingyun. Please give me your guidance. You want to challenge me? Lin Xiaoyu pointed at herself and widened her eyes. Xiaoyu, it seems that others think you are the weakest. Chen Jinger covered her mouth and chuckled. After hearing this, the expressions of everyone present became strange. Why do they look so strange? Looking at the expressions of Lin Yu and his group, Li Qingyun frowned and speculated secretly in his heart. Could it be that this harmless-looking little girl is actually very powerful? He had a bad feeling in his heart. However, despite feeling somewhat uneasy, Li Qingyun did not panic. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After all, he has enough confidence in his own strength and talent. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. As long as your speed is fast enough, the enemy's attack will never catch up with you. This little girl is probably the most terrifying. A playful smile appeared on the Rain God's face. Before on the battlefield, he had seen Lin Xiaoyu transform and fight with Brother Dashi. He still remembered that terrifying power clearly. Qingyun won't fail in his battle against this little girl, right? It should be fine. After all, she's just a little girl and looks like the weakest one. Then why do they look so gloating? The people of the Thunder team were full of confidence at first, but when they saw the expressions of Lin Yu and others, they became a little panicked. I was underestimated by you guys. I'll beat you up later. Lin Xiaoyu clenched her fists. Please give me some advice. Bring it on. Li Qingyun made a forward rushing gesture, then exerted force with his feet, directly cracking the ground. His body shot out like a sharp arrow. So fast. Everyone's pupils shrank. However, Lin Xiaoyu was faster. Her body turned into a shadow and rushed forward. Bang! The two men's fists collided heavily. The next moment, Li Qingyun's body flew back and hit the ground heavily like a cannonball. Ahem. Blood spurted out immediately. One hit, just one hit. Li Qingyun was seriously injured. Lin Xiaoyu's strength was too terrifying. Among all the people present, only Lin Yu could suppress her. No one else can compare to him. Holy shit, what did I see? When the Thunder team saw this scene, their jaws dropped. Qingyun. The divine punishment dodged and helped the boy up, showing great concern. I'm fine. Her power is too strong. I think she's stronger than you, boss. The Divine Punishment's eyes narrowed. Does that skinny-looking girl really have a power even more terrifying than his? After hearing this, everyone didn't believe it. Are you kidding? Is the power of that little girl more terrifying than that of the God Punishment boss? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Next, I won't fight her head-on anymore. Li Qingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Come again. Speeding. Li Qingyun used his innate ability, and in an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a mysterious light. Then, he shot out again at astonishing speed. Only this time, his speed was several times faster than before, like lightning. Everyone present felt a flash before their eyes and had no time to see Li Qingyun's figure clearly. They could only see a series of blurry afterimages lingering in the air. Bang! Following a dull sound, Lin Xiaoyu was surprised to find that she could no longer keep up with Li Qingyun's speed. In the blink of an eye, she had been hit by 7 or 8 punches in succession, each of which carried tremendous power and impact. The speed is extremely fast, and the damage it causes is terrifying. In just a moment, she felt waves of severe pain all over her body. Chapter 91. Ultimate Belief, Talent Advancement. Speed talent? Very fast and very strong. Unfortunately, I haven't transformed yet. If I use my gift, how will you respond? Lin Xiaoyu rubbed the place that was attacked. It felt a little painful, but fortunately, she could still bear it. Yeah. Li Qingyun's eyes focused, and he shot out again. This time, his speed was even faster, almost turning into a ray of light. His speed has increased again. Chun Jinger said. Of all the attributes, speed is actually the most amazing. Lin Yu spoke. Once the speed reaches a certain level, even if the force is not strong, the damage it causes will be terrifying. For example, if a piece of paper cuts you slowly, you won't feel anything. But if it cuts you at super fast speed, your body may be cut in an instant. When several people heard this, they thought about it carefully and immediately felt that it made sense. But the speed is too fast, and you need to have a strong physique to withstand it, otherwise you won't be able to withstand the load brought by the rapid movement. Lin Yu said. In the field. After Li Qingyun used his talent, he moved as fast as lightning and killed Lin Xiaoyu in an instant. I can withstand countless attacks from you, but if I catch you once, you will fall. Lin Xiaoyu let out a cry and immediately exploded with anger. Terrifying magical power rose up from his body, forming a column of light. A huge pressure swept across, causing the air to fluctuate inexplicably. Li Qingyun's figure also slowed down a little under this tremendous pressure. However, it was this moment of delay. Lin Xiaoyu had already swung his fist and punched over. The terrifying power exploded, causing Li Qingyun's body to fly backwards at an even faster speed. Bang! He hit the ground hard, cracking the earth, and kept coughing up blood. Why? Why am I not fast enough? I have tried my best, but why? Why am I still being caught up and attacked? Li Qingyun lay on his back in the gravel pit, muttering to himself. His eyes were cloudy and his thoughts went back to his childhood. All the hardships I had experienced. Scenes after scenes came to my mind. He was an abandoned orphan since childhood. When he was only 6 years old, he was alone looking for food in the garbage dump. Support yourself. He snatched snacks from other children, snatched food from dogs. When he was older, he also snatched food from other homeless people. Every time I robbed him, I would run. Run as hard as I could. Run as fast as I could. He knew that if he stopped and was caught, he would be severely beaten. You might even die. So every time he ran, he used up all his strength, as he never wanted to be caught up. Not to be overtaken by hounds, not to be overtaken by tramps, not to be overtaken by hunger, not to be overtaken by fear. It is this belief that supports him and makes him move faster and faster. Faster and faster. Until the end of the world came, he awakened his talent and became extremely fast, and no one could catch up with him. I was knocked down because I wasn't fast enough. I want to go faster, faster, faster. His eyes immediately turned crazy. Boom! As he shouted, a magical power rushed into the sky and his whole body began to glow. This is talent evolution. Lin Yu's pupils shrank and he was shocked. He didn't expect that he would actually see with his own eyes an evolver who could actually advance his level 1 talent to level 2 by relying on his own strength. The perseverance and faith required for this is unimaginable. Boss, what's Qingyun doing? His talent seems to have evolved. It's faster and stronger than before. He may have reached the next level. Damn, this kid is awesome. So, this game is a sure win. Everyone on the Thunder team was overjoyed, and they also found that Li Qingyun was much stronger than before. In this way, this game is almost certain to win. Come again. Li Qingyun turned into a ray of light, and the people present could no longer see his movements clearly. Too fast. Even Chen Jing'er, who had the strongest mental power, could only vaguely catch his afterimage. Bang! Before everyone could see clearly what was happening, Lin Xiaoyu's body flew out. Moreover, before her body landed, she was hit hard again. A beam of light hit her abdomen and she flew into the sky. Xiaoyu. Chen Jing'er was a little anxious and wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Lin Yu. Let's go ahead and read on. In the field, Lin Xiaoyu finally felt the incomparable pain. Now every punch from Li Qingyun could make her internal organs vibrate. Even if I can vaguely capture his attack, my body can't keep up with that speed, so I can't mount an effective defense. This is the predicament she is in now. The opponent's speed far exceeded the speed of her nerve reaction and the reaction speed of her body functions. As his body was falling, he was about to face a terrifying punch from the opponent. In that case, we can only go big. Lin Xiaoyu shouted softly. Her whole body was emitting a dark light, and a pair of black wings slowly spread out behind her. The body of the end. As she used her talent, her wings vibrated, and her entire falling body finally stopped steadily in midair. In her hand, the black light slowly condensed into a big sword. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura of destruction, like the Terminator of all things. Oh yeah, I forgot, Xiaoyu has wings. At this moment, Chen Jing'er also felt relieved. Damn, she can fly? When everyone present saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Besides, the aura she exudes is too terrifying, and the sense of oppression is too strong. Even though we are so far apart, I can still feel boundless pressure. What kind of talent is this? Everyone was extremely shocked. At this moment, the hope that they had just ignited seemed to be shattered again. Fuck. In the field, Li Qingyun was also a little dumbfounded. How could it grow wings? If the opponent can fly, there's no point in fighting him. No matter how fast he is, he can't hit someone flying in the air, right? However, he soon smiled again and spoke to Lin Xiaoyu in the air. In your current state, you are consuming a huge amount of magic power all the time, right? I don't believe you can stay in the air forever. Li Qingyun quickly figured out the key. If the opponent wanted to fly in the air to avoid fighting, it would be impossible. Human magic power is limited. Once it is used up, even the talent cannot be used anymore. Who said, I want to avoid the fight? Lin Xiaoyu said lightly. The next moment, her figure dived down. Just in time. Spiral ascension. Li Qingyun shouted loudly, and his body turned into a ray of light again and rushed forward. His body began to spin rapidly, getting faster and faster, forming a huge whirlwind. Wherever the tornado passed, sand and rocks flew everywhere, tearing the earth into pieces. The terrifying destructive power shocked everyone. If I were to take this move head-on, I would also be seriously injured. There was a gleam of light in the eyes of the god of punishment. Even he had decided that Li Qingyun at this moment was already a threat to strong men of his level. The most important thing is that this move is not only terrifyingly powerful, but also extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, the tip of the spiral whirlwind appeared 5 meters in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 92. Recruiting the Thunder Team and Targeting the Rain God. You are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, you met me. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. This young man's will and belief are truly extraordinary. Half an hour ago, he was just a person with some powerful level talents, but now he has grown to this point. I'm afraid he's even stronger than that, Heiyu. The end of the destructive blade storm. Lin Xiaoyu shouted softly and directly used this extremely powerful move. The long sword in her hand instantly flashed with a dark light, and all the strength gathered at the tip of the sword, sweeping forward. Suddenly, countless sharp sword energies swept out like a strong wind, forming an extremely terrifying sword blade storm. Each sword energy carried a mighty force that could destroy the heavens and the earth, making people dare not look directly at it. The entire space in front of her seemed to be torn apart by the sword energy. Not good, Qingyun. Retreat quickly. Xinfa shouted. Even outside the arena, he could deeply feel the terror of these countless sword energies. Once Li Qingyun's spiral rushed into the sword blade field, he would probably be ruthlessly torn apart. Kill. How could Li Qingyun not know how dangerous the road ahead was? But he couldn't retreat anymore. His speed was too fast, and he couldn't retreat. He could only charge forward. Boom. The spiral storm was like a giant dragon, with unparalleled power, and it crashed directly into the sword blade field. The next moment, there was a loud bang in the center of the battle, and a huge explosion occurred, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Endless light burst out instantly, flooding the area and forming a huge ball of light, like a small sun. The sharp sword energy exploded there, rushing around, wreaking havoc on the entire space, as if to tear everything apart. The powerful energy fluctuations seemed to make the space vibrate, making it impossible for people to get close. Everyone present was stunned by the astonishing power. What kind of horrific talent has this woman awakened? If I were to fight her, I'd probably die. Heiyu felt a chill in his body. In the past, he thought he was already one of the strong ones, but today, he realized that there are always people better than you. Boss, will Qingyun be torn into pieces? Qingyun boy, you must survive. Shenfa stared at the center of the battlefield and prayed in his heart. At the same time, his eyes were cold. If Qingyun died, he would immediately escape with his brothers and avenge him in the future. This woman is stronger than she was when she fought with brother Dashi before. The rain god also narrowed his eyes and felt the pressure. Brother, if you face her, how confident are you? Someone asked behind him. Let's open it at 91. The rain god pondered for a moment before he slowly spoke. If it's a life and death battle, she's 90% and I'm 10%. The probability of me winning is less than 10%. Just now, he simulated the scene of the two fighting in his mind many times. But in the end, he helplessly discovered that the probability of his escape was less than 10%. If the woman around him is this strong, how strong can he be? The rain god sighed and looked at Lin Yu. Whether it was Chen Jinger on the battlefield or Yi Piao just now, they both showed amazing strength. Ahem. At this moment, coughs were heard in the billowing smoke and dust. Everyone looked over hurriedly. Lin Xiaoyu was seen supporting Li Qingyun and walking out of the smoke step by step. Qingyun. Everyone from the Thunder team ran over and supported him. Ahem. Boss, I'm fine. Don't worry. Li Qingyun looked at his brother's worried eyes and grinned. He was coughing up blood while laughing. Then, he turned to look at Lin Xiaoyu and said, Thank you. If you hadn't taken back most of your power in the end, I might have died. Upon hearing this, everyone thanked Lin Xiaoyu. Okay, stop talking and focus on healing. After all, you two are one of our own now. Lin Xiaoyu waved her hand and said, We are Yongzhou. How could we kill our own people? As soon as these words were spoken, the grateful expressions on everyone's faces suddenly froze. Damn, I forgot about that. Having already lost 2 games, the outcome was already determined, and the competition with the boss was no longer important. We just came to Tianhai City once, and even the boss has changed. What can I do? I'll just accept the loss. What else can I do? Everyone was somewhat dejected. Don't worry, everyone. You can join our Everday and still keep your title as the Thunder team. At this time, Lin Yu came up with a smile on his face. What do you mean by this? Asked Shenfa. We in Everday are very inclusive and can have small teams. Just remember one thing. Your Thunder team belongs to Everday. Everyone in Everday is your brother and family. Lin Yu said, pointing at Chen Jinger and said, For example, her Black Rose and your Thunder team are both a team belonging to Yongri. Understood. Shenfa nodded. He felt much better after hearing this. After all, he was the one who founded the Thunder team and developed so many brothers. He didn't want the members to be broken up and divided after merging into other teams. So, you agree to join our Yongri. Lin Yu was very happy. The strength of the Thunder team is obvious to all. Needless to say, the boss, Divine Punishment, is a super powerful person in the strongest sequence in the future. The second oldest, Heiyu, has 2 talents. The ability to control blood, combined with his poison talent. Once his abilities are fully developed, he will have the potential to become the strongest. Now there is another Li Qingyun, whose strength is not even weaker than Heiyu. By merging such a team, Yongri's strength will definitely increase greatly. We have no objection to accepting defeat. However, Shin Fa's eyes were as bright as lightning, and his whole body was filled with fighting spirit. You want to see my strength? How could Lin Yu not know what the Divine Punishment was thinking? It just so happens that he is not completely convinced yet. He smiled slightly and said, I am at the 3rd level, and you are only at the peak of the 2nd level. I'm afraid you can't test my strength. How do you know if you don't try? Shin Fa was not afraid at all, and his fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger. Lin Yu turned his head and looked in the direction of the rain god, and suddenly said, There is another master over there. Why not meet him, draw him, and also pull him into our eternal day. Shin Efei's expression became serious. Good fellow, it seems that you have been planning this for a long time. Our Thunder team has also fallen into your trap. Haha, don't say that. I'll admit defeat if I lose the bet. Lin Yu laughed and walked towards the rain god. Shin Efei shook his head helplessly and followed. Chapter 93. The Everyday Guild is surrounded. Rain god, you've been watching for so long. Do you want to go down and warm up yourself? Lin Yu said with a smile. I originally had this plan, but you're already at level 3, and I don't want to be bullied. The rain god smiled and replied, how about you get me 10 level 3 crystal cores, and when I reach level 3, we can have a fair fight. Good man. How can you be so shameless? I'm not Brother Dashi. How could I let you fool me? Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, this is simple. Join us Yongzhou, Crystal Core, and so on. It's simple. Lin Yu opened his mouth and threw a pancake over. Okay. Who would have thought that the rain god actually ate the cake? He smiled and said, from today on, we Yuya are members of Yongzhou. Boss, the rain god's younger brother was still confused. Aren't we here to watch the battle? How come he was recruited by someone in the blink of an eye? Can anyone tell me what just happened? A few younger brothers looked at the rain god and found that he didn't seem to be joking, so they couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that you also want to test my strength. In that case, you and Shin Efei should come together. I also want to see what you are capable of. Don't worry, I won't use the power of the 3rd level, only the 2nd level. Lin Yu's idea was very simple. If he wanted to make a strong man truly convinced, then using fists and feet would naturally be indispensable. If you don't believe me, just look at Lu Qi. After a beating, he became obedient. Moreover, he only planned to use the power of the 2nd level. If he used the 3rd level in the Dragon Flame form, he would probably be able to kill the 2 of them in one move. That would be meaningless. He mainly wanted to see the strength of these 2 people and what abilities they possessed. If it happens in an instant, nothing can be seen. War. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Rain God and Divine Punishment looked at each other, and their fighting spirit rose. Okay, let's fight. If the 2 join forces, they will be able to fight even if Lin Yu is at the 3rd level. The strong always need to fight with the strong in order to constantly break through themselves. Haha, just wait, don't think you are so strong. I will beat the shit out of you in a little while. Lu Qi laughed secretly on the side. Being beaten is not something that you can enjoy alone. Since we are brothers, we should share the hardship. Everyone was looking forward to this battle, because the 3 people in front of them were all well-known masters on the world rankings. These people didn't know how strong their boss was. At this moment, they had to use all their strength to fight against a 3rd-level magician. It's a good look. The competition between masters is very inspiring to us. Heiyu gave an instruction and looked at the 3 people with shining eyes. Such battles are rare. He even secretly turned on the video recording function of the rules forum, ready to record it for himself. Boom! In the field, Shin Efei and Yushin both had brilliant light bursting out from their bodies, and they exploded directly. Terrifying magical power rose up around the 2 of them, pillars of light shot up into the sky, and a huge pressure spread out like a tide, making everyone feel oppressed. This magic power is so huge, someone exclaimed. As expected of a top 100 warrior in the world, his magic power is too great. Yeah, if they explode with all their strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to even get close to them. Everyone felt the oppression coming from the 2 people and was shocked. They have never even seen their boss bursting into full force. Bring it on. Lin Yu's whole body was burning with yellow flames, and he entered a state of blazing flames. Swish, swish. The sound of breaking through the air was heard. 2 figures flew over like lightning. They were extremely fast. With one step, the powerful force instantly cracked the earth and rushed towards Lin Yu with unparalleled power. The divine punishment was wrapped in lightning and thunder. When he threw a punch, the void even shook. The rain god was equally terrifying, with light flickering from his palms, filled with endless murderous intent. Well done. Lin Yu curled the corner of his mouth. These 2 people wanted to test his power attributes, but they were afraid that they would not be able to succeed. He looked at the 2 people rushing towards him. Flames wrapped around his fists, and he attacked in an instant. 2 sounds of bang and bang. The bodies of divine punishment and the god of rain flew back even faster than when they came. This really only used the power of the 2nd level? Are you sure the 3rd level wasn't used? Divine punishment was somewhat skeptical. He slowly suppressed the surging blood and energy and swallowed the blood that was rising in his throat. Drip, drip. Just then, it started to rain lightly. Here it comes. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He knew that this was the innate ability of the rain god, but he didn't know what it was specifically. Suddenly, the speed of the raindrops increased countless times, falling directly from a height of 10,000 meters. The entire sky was shaking and making a rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, countless raindrops fell like meteors, carrying terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. Every drop of rain was glowing. Endlessly, it poured down towards Lin Yu and flooded the area. The terrifying force cracked the earth, and debris flew everywhere, as if it had been bombarded by countless shells. Roaring flames. The next moment, in the center of the raindrop attack, a flash of flame lit up, then quickly grew larger, breaking through the rain, and the column of flame rushed towards the direction of the rain god. Thunderstorm. The divine punishment seized this opportunity and condensed thunder directly above the sky. A terrifying bolt of lightning, more than 10 meters thick, fell from the sky like a giant dragon. It was so fast that it did not give Lin Yu any time to react, and it fell directly. Boom! The pillar of thunder fell and smashed into the earth, causing a loud noise that shook the earth. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, countless huge pieces of rock were blown away, and terrible explosions sounded one after another. Thunder is indeed the most destructive talent. It is truly amazing. Lin Yu's figure slowly condensed outside the range of the big explosion. He actually dodged it? Shinfa's pupil shrank when he saw Lin Yu's figure appear. With that move just now, he attacked when Lin Yu was spewing flames, and the speed of thunder was extremely fast, but under such circumstances, he didn't hit him. It can be seen that Lin Yu's speed is also much faster than theirs. Just as several people were fighting, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the headquarters of the Everyday Guild. Nearly 30,000 people showed up in a mighty force. Who? The Yongzhou members who were patrolling at the gate of the base saw this scene from afar and immediately shouted loudly. At the same time, one of them quickly rushed into the guild to report the news. Round them all up. The leading man ignored him. He looked at the buildings in front of him and shouted. Suddenly, more than 30,000 people quickly surrounded the entire base. Eternal Day? The leading man looked at the words, Eternal Daylight, engraved above the gate of the base, and smiled coldly. Boss, there are several powerful auras in this Eternal Day. I'm afraid it's not simple. Heh, how complicated can it be? Even a dragon would have to coil up in front of my army of 30,000 people. The leading man was none other than the garrison commander of Tianhai City, Commander Jiang Mingjiang. Isn't his purpose in coming to Tianhai City to recruit the evolvers here? No matter who they are, they must submit. Even if it was Brother Dashi or the magician, he would not be afraid even if he had 30,000 warriors with him. Chapter 94. Fight. 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 Who are you? At this moment, a group of people rushed out from the gate of the base. The leaders were Lu Yu, Xiao Wan, and Yang Long. Who among you is the boss of Yongzhou? Come out and speak. Someone spoke from behind Jiang Ming. The tone was commanding and condescending, which made people uncomfortable. We're in trouble. Yang Long looked at the crowd of people outside the guild and roughly estimated that there were definitely tens of thousands of them. Judging from the other party's attitude and aggressive momentum, I'm afraid they are not good people. What should we do now? The boss and the others are not here, and Sister Shiyun is still in the trial space. Lu Yu frowned. The entire base is surrounded. Even if we want to find the boss to report the news, we can't get out. We can only delay it until the boss and the others come back. I will ask them about their purpose first. Xiaowen knew that now was not the time to conflict with the other party. There were too many people on the opposite side. Judging from their attire, they were probably from the Imperial Army. Each of them had a different aura. Thinking of this, he stepped forward and said, Our boss is not here for the time being. What advice do you have for us? Since your boss is not here, you don't have to worry about him. From now on, your place is completely under our control. The man continued to speak, not taking the people of Eternal Day seriously at all. As for all of you, you will all be incorporated into our army and be under our control. Do you have any objections? A few words determined the fate of everyone. At this moment, the expressions of all the members of Yongzhou suddenly became extremely ugly. The feeling of anger rushed straight to my head. Who do you think you are to decide our fate? What the hell? Hisong had the worst temper and started cursing directly. Behind him, everyone had angry looks on their faces. These ruthless words made Jiang Ming's face turn cold. When he arrived in Tianhai City, he just met a small team, and they dared to ignore him like this. Do you really think that his more than 30,000 subordinates are just decorations? You're shameless, aren't you? Do you believe that I can flatten this place to the ground with a wave of my hand? Jiang Ming's face was terribly gloomy. You. Yang Long was about to say something, but Shaowen quickly pulled him. Everyone, we, Yongzhou, have no intention of joining other forces. You should all leave. Shaowen took a deep breath, suppressed his inner anger, and stared at Jiang Ming. The guild was surrounded by people at the moment, and even if they wanted to notify the president, they couldn't get out. In this world today, whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. You can't refuse what I say. Jiang Ming sneered and slowly raised his right hand. I'll give you 10 seconds to make a decision. If you don't obey, you will all be killed. Following his movement, the team of 30,000 people took a big step forward in an instant. Tens of thousands of people, with overwhelming momentum, pressed towards the man of eternal day. 10, 9. Jiang Ming began to count down, and the atmosphere instantly became more solemn. The smell of gunpowder in the air was getting stronger and stronger. Shaowen took a deep breath, and then his eyes became sharp. He had tried his best to avoid it, but unfortunately, the other party remained indifferent. Then, let's fight. He shouted loudly, interrupting Jiang Ming's countdown. Brothers of Yongri, this group of people wants to occupy our home. Do you agree? I disagree. More than 70 people gathered behind Shaowen. At this moment, everyone glared at him. They look down on us and want to recruit us. Are you willing? No. Everyone responded firmly and loudly. If we fight, are you afraid? We are not afraid. If they want to fight, then we will fight. Fight, fight, fight. There were 70 or 80 people, and no one backed down. Their loud voices shook the sky. Eternal Day is their home. In this doomsday, this is the only place that makes them feel warm and safe. If someone wants to destroy this place, they will fight to the death to protect it. These are people who have passed the test, and each of them regards this place as a harbor for life and spiritual sustenance. Brothers, Yongri is the home of all of us, not just the boss. We can't rely on the boss for everything. We need to grow up on our own. Even if it means death, we must protect our home. That's right. The boss is not our babysitter. He also has his own things to do. We can't rely on him for everything. We ourselves must grow up so as not to hold him back. Fight, fight, fight. No regrets even if I die. The roars of more than 70 people turned into a torrent, rushing straight up to the sky, shaking the void and echoing for a long time. An unparalleled fighting spirit rose within them. What kind of guild is this Everday? Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, somewhat shocked. Less than 100 people, but the momentum they exuded was comparable to that of thousands of people. He had only felt such fearless fighting spirit in the 10 major legions of the empire. Even the more than 30,000 people behind him did not have this kind of unyielding belief. However, there are only more than 70 people after all. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed coldly. There was no way he could take back what he had said in front of so many of his men. 0. The time has come. Since you refuse to surrender, I will crush you to pieces. His right hand dropped violently. Kill them. Suddenly, more than 30,000 people behind him pressed forward together. Among these more than 30,000 people, more than 2,000 have awakened their talents, and almost all of them are at the first level. He believed that the situation would inevitably lead to a one-sided massacre. Boom! Behind Jiang Ming, those awakened ones took action. They used their talents to release various energy beams and rush towards Yongri's people. There are wind blades, fireballs, water arrows, huge rocks. Thousands of attacks, densely packed and powerful, dyed the entire sky into various brilliant colors. Kill! Shield here! Yang Long shouted. As the light in his hand flashed, countless metals flew in all directions, quickly condensed and merged together to form an extremely huge metal shield. Ice wall. Shaowen looked solemn and his hands moved quickly. In an instant, extremely thick ice shields condensed and stood behind the metal shield. Let's do it together. Shaowen shouted. He didn't think Yang Long's metal shield could withstand the thousands of attacks from the opponent. Although many of them are talent attacks below level 1, there are too many of them. Moreover, there are dozens of people with super talents. Chapter 95. Eternal Day Destroyed. Earth River Shield. Sandthorns. Storm Strangulation. Various talent skills are released. Those with defensive skills are responsible for defense, and those without them are responsible for directly attacking the opponent's camp. Suddenly, the ground behind Jiang Ming collapsed and countless sand spikes burst out from the ground. Get out of the way, someone shouted. The highly alert and powerful evolvers dodged and resisted. However, Some ordinary evolvers without awakened talents could not resist at all, and dozens of them were pierced through the bodies by the sand spikes in an instant. Kill them without mercy. Jiang Ming became furious when he saw that more than a dozen of his men had died. Boom! At this moment, thousands of attacks arrived and smashed over. Bang! The metal shield only lasted 3 seconds, blocking some attacks before being torn apart in an instant. Then, the Tuha shield broke. The ice shield was torn apart. All of Yongzhou's defensive measures were instantly destroyed. There were still hundreds of attacks from the opposite side, many of which were extremely powerful. Spread. Shaowen looked grim and shouted. Although they were under Lin Yu's guidance and had studied in the trial space, they were much stronger than most people with super talents. But there are too many people on the opposite side, and the number of people with super talents is several times that of Yongri. I can't resist it at all. He released an ice shield while dodging attacks. Boom! Countless attacks came down, and the dazzling light flooded the entire restaurant. This was the Hall of Eternal Day. The horrific explosion lasted for a minute before it stopped. When the smoke clears, the entire restaurant no longer existed, leaving only a pile of ruins. In the very center, a huge stone tablet stood upright without any damage. Many people from the Eternal Day fell in the rubble, and the scene was very tragic. Some had broken limbs, some had holes in their bodies, blood dyed the surrounding ground red, and the bloody smell filled the air for a long time. At this time, there were less than 20 people still standing. Brother Xiaoma, don't scare me. We agreed to compete fairly. Whoever reaches the 3rd level first will pursue Xiaoying. How could you let me win without doing anything? Get up. A man hugged his companion and shouted loudly, if you can survive, I won't fight with you for Sakura. I will give her to you. Fuck. I'm not dead yet. If you dare to touch Sakura, I'll never let you go. The man who was originally unconscious, after hearing this, suddenly woke up and cursed loudly. Haha, Xiaomagu, you're not dead. What a pity. Pft, pft, pft. The man staggered to his feet and spat out the sand and gravel in his mouth. He stared at the man with burning eyes. What you just said is true. If I survive, you will give Sakura to me? Fuck you. I never said that. Depend on. The other side. A girl pushed aside the rubble and felt a piercing pain as she looked at the man who was protecting her and blocking the fatal attack for her. Wu, please don't die. Didn't we agree that you would marry me once the guild is stable? How can you go back on your word? The girl cried heartbreakingly. Ahem. It's okay. I'm not dead yet. I just broke an arm. You won't despise me, will you? The man's face was covered in blood, and he forced a smile with difficulty. Hate it. You scared me to death. As long as you are not dead, I am yours. If you die, I will find someone new immediately. The woman wiped the tears from her eyes and scolded with a smile. At this time, how is it? Now you know our strength, right? The strong are respected, and the weak can only accept the arrangement of fate. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to submit to me and become my subordinate? Jiang Ming was very satisfied with the attack just now. The dozen or so people standing in front of me are very powerful. If they can be recruited, they will be a great help. He is full of confidence. After the last wave of attacks, he didn't think the other party still had the courage to resist. You will die. Lu Yu was filled with murderous intent. He pointed at Jiang Ming and the evolvers behind him and said word by word, you will all die. If you have hurt our people from Yongri, you will not be able to escape no matter where you are. Yang Long wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, stubborn, all destroyed. Jiang Ming had completely lost his patience. Since he couldn't recruit them all, he could only kill them all to prevent future trouble. With a wave of his hand, countless attacks gathered again and rushed towards everyone with tremendous momentum. If this blow lands, few of the Eternal Day people present will survive. Is this the end? A feeling of despair welled up in Yang Long's heart. If the boss and the others are here, no matter how many people are on the other side, it will be useless. What a pity. Why does it have to be at this time? Brothers, scatter and flee. As many as you can escape. Today's revenge must be remembered in mind. Shaowen shouted. Mother. Just then, Ruku suddenly shouted. As the voice sounded, the guild stone tablet in the center of the ruins began to shake violently. The light flickers. A figure walked out from inside. Sister Shiyun. Everyone in Yongzhou was surprised to see the figure appear. Although they did not think that Lu Shiyun could fight against the opposing army, at least they had a backbone. Lu Shiyun frowned slightly, glanced around, and suddenly became furious. As far as the eye can see, The once prosperous guild has now become a ruin. The members of Eternal Day were lying on the ground in a mess, all injured, and 5 of them had completely lost their lives. How could he explain this to Lin Yu? You are looking for death. Lu Shiyun's face was terribly cold. However, what responded to her were countless terrifying attacks coming from the sky.